Chapter 1. She has returned. In the third year of the Zhenxi era, the world was at peace, governance was smooth, and the populace thrived in tranquility. By the banks of a lake within the residence of the Grand General of the West, a group of individuals gathered, their expressions grave as they whispered amongst themselves. Following their gaze, one could see a woman lying on an islet in the heart of the lake, while the attendants wading through the water approached her. As they finally managed to bring her ashore, the looks of the onlookers grew increasingly sorrowful. The woman was drenched, her eyes tightly shut, utterly motionless, her chest devoid of movement. The spectators fixated on the person checking for a breath, holding their own breath in anxious anticipation, twisting their handkerchiefs embroidered with lotus flowers. The person who had attempted to check her pulse withdrew their hand, sighing and shaking their head. Kneeling beside the woman was her maid, who, upon hearing the grim news, wore a mournful expression, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her mouth agape, saliva stringing together, she knelt in despair, wailing, "Miss, please do not leave me. Open your eyes, I beg you, I implore you, please rise, it is cold, and the ground is chilly, you are most afraid of the cold. Do not lie here, I beseech you." Just as everyone assumed that Li Xiuhuan had passed away and were preparing to inform the Grand General, the seemingly lifeless woman suddenly opened her eyes. Her dark pupils, akin to the depths of night, concealed an eerie intensity, glinting like a blade. The architect of her distress, Li Qianjiao, found herself momentarily paralyzed under that piercing gaze, her mind blank. She gasped in disbelief, her lips parting in shock before closing again, her throat constricting as she struggled to swallow. Her legs trembled involuntarily, resembling a leaf in the wind. The aura of resentment radiating from her seemingly feeble sister was reminiscent of a vengeful spirit from the netherworld. The slight curl of her lips suggested a hint of mirth, yet it bore an unsettling malevolence, rendering her smile eerily disconcerting beneath the pallid sunlight. Alive? The sunlight danced upon her delicate lashes, and as she basked in its warmth, Li Xiuhuan felt a surge of gratitude heaven had bestowed upon her a second chance. As her fingers curled into fists, her chest heaved with a tempest of hatred, flames, flashes of steel, echoes of weeping, and the clamor of battle invaded her mind, along with images of lifeless bodies. In an instant, rage enveloped her entire being. Her father, riddled with arrows, lay lifeless on the frigid ground, while her mother, having taken her own life amidst flames, transformed into countless needles that pierced her heart, causing an unending flow of blood and wrenching agony that intensified her thirst for vengeance. Tears streamed down her face, the anguish of losing her loved ones choking her, rendering her breathless. Li Xiuda, Li Xiuda, Li Xiuda. Her nails dug into her palms, drawing blood and leaving her lips pale from biting in that moment of awakening. Her eyes blazed with a whirlwind of resentment, potent enough to shake the heavens. The heavens bore witness, allowing her to open her eyes once more. Given this rare opportunity to traverse this world again, she vowed to honor her family. The vendetta against her kin was an unquenchable fury. Now, as a concubine's daughter in the Grand General's household, she would ensure that the executioner's family paid a grievous price. "Dear sister, you have finally awakened. Thank goodness you are well. Please, be more careful next time you're fallen into the lake. Truly frightened me. Allow me to help you up," Li Qianjiao said, slightly bending down to assist the drenched figure. Yet, upon touching the cold fabric, a flicker of disdain crossed her brow. Nevertheless, she feigned concern. "Huier, go fetch the cook to prepare some ginger and brown sugar soup for your mistress to warm her body that it is cold, and falling into the lake must have chilled her. Hot soup will comfort her." The surrounding individuals cast appreciative glances at Li Qianjiao, while Li Xiuhuan remained composed, permitting Li Qianjiao to play the role of the caring sister. Who could have imagined that the esteemed daughter of the Grand General of the West was anything but benevolent? The reason the original owner had found herself in those icy waters was due to the very person who now feigned concern, her hypocrisy masterfully executed. Yet Li Xiuhuan was in no rush to unveil Li Qianjiao's true nature. She had ample time to navigate the treacherous waters of this family. She would obliterate everything Li Xiuda cherished, including his family, position, and life. Upon returning to Chiyu courtyard, before she could settle down, the maid Huer suddenly knelt before her with a thud. Ai Xiuhuan looked on with confusion, her expression inscrutable as she regarded the tear-streaked face of her maid. Hueyer's eyes were red, her lips quivering as though she wished to speak, yet she could only manage to emit muffled sounds. Clearly overwhelmed with emotion and profound sadness, she crawled on her knees to the side of her mistress, wrapping her arms around her legs, pressing her cheek against her thigh. Weeping, miss, I have been by your side since childhood, caring for you without fail that I cannot bear to witness anything happen to you. Though you may not possess the talents or background of other young ladies, you have always treated me with kindness. I cannot accept the reality of your falling into the water, and perishing. That Li Xiuhuan smiled faintly. Was this maid expressing loyalty or subtly belittling her? Lacking talent and status? Though she hesitated to admit it, it was indeed true. The Grand General of the West had two daughters renowned throughout the streets of Northern Wei. One, Li Qianjiao, famed for her unparalleled beauty, a radiant 15-year-old, proficient in needlework, poetry, and various arts. The other, Li Xiuhuan, notorious not for her beauty or grace, but for her utter lack of talent and a reputation steeped in infamy. Thus, it came as no surprise that the Grand General, Li Xiuda, held disdain for Li Xiuhuan, subsequently neglecting her mother, Lady Zhe. The lives of the mother and daughter within the household were far from comfortable, to the extent that even when Lady Zeng fell ill, no one attended to her. Had it not been for the need to secure treatment for her mother, she would not have been cast into the lake by Li Qianjiao, leading to her near demise. Miss Hure, sensing Li Zuan's stiffness, lowered her gaze and cautiously spoke. Did I say something wrong? Understanding he meant no harm and touched by her loyalty, Li Xiuhuan shook her head and offered a gentle smile. You have done nothing wrong. I am indeed a simpleton. Continue to stay by my side, and I shall ensure no one bullies you. Does my lady truly possess such capability? Huier was taken aback, but dismissed it as a momentary whim of Li Zuan's. She sniffled, her heart at ease, and smiled sweetly. Just then, Li Xiuhuan let out a loud sneeze, feeling a chill wash over her, instinctively curling up. The cold made her yearn for a warm blanket, but upon glancing around, she found only a thin cover barely 2 centimeters thick. With a bitter smile, she lamented how the daughter of the Grand General of the West was less fortunate than even common folk. Yet, she had no time to pity others. Her foremost concern was whether this body was healthy. Should her health falter, her plans for revenge would likely be jeopardized. Reluctant to succumb to illness, she was about to venture out to seek a physician when she heard the rustling of footsteps and the chatter of voices outside the door. Li Xiuhuan swiftly turned, pulling the blanket over herself. Moments later, individuals began entering the room in succession. She mused that the news of her fall must have spread, and it was high time for others to witness how the Song family mistreated a concubine's daughter. Upon hearing Huier greet the newcomers, Li Xiuhuan shifted her position, feigning weakness as she opened her eyes to reveal a pale, fragile visage. Chapter 2. Mutual strife. Within the room stood a matriarch, the esteemed Matron Cheng, the mother of the Grand General of the West and the grandmother of Li Xiuhuan. She possessed a dignified demeanor, adorned in a light brown, thick cotton jacket, her hair simply styled with a few elegant hairpins. The interplay of gold, silver, and jewels around her created a distinctive aura befitting one of her stature. Behind her trailed a stern-faced wet nurse, Wei, along with a retinue of delicate maidens, each painted with rouge and powder, exuding charm and allure. In a previous life, I had encountered this matriarch during a frigid winter when the late emperor was still alive. The biting cold had rendered the land barren, with insufficient grain stored, leaving the populace in dire straits. Coupled with relentless earthquakes, countless lives were lost. Thus, the late emperor heeded the council of the Bureau of Astronomy and the Ministry of Rites to conduct a sacrificial ceremony. Unlike most women, Cheng possessed an introspective mind. Notably, she was known for her impartiality, treating both legitimate and illegitimate daughters with fairness. Rarely did she meddle in the disputes among her daughters-in-law, turning a blind eye unless the reputation of the Li family was at stake. As a current concubine of the Li household, it was imperative for me to seek her protection to carve out a place for myself in this residence. Upon seeing Cheng, Li Xiuhuan hastily descended from her bed. Bowing respectfully, Cheng acknowledged her greeting with a nod before slightly raising her hand, prompting the wet nurse to assist her. At that moment, a woman clad in a plain cotton jacket, her waist adorned with a blue floral pouch, also lent her support to Chung, guiding her towards the couch. Once seated, a chill swept through the air, prompting Chung to press her lips together and furrow her brow. Li Xiuwan, perceptive to her discomfort, shivered but remained still. Chung scrutinized Li Xiuwan, then calmly advised, "You should return to bed and warm yourself. Having fallen into the lake, you must be suffering from the cold. I shall send for Dr. Su to tend to you once he arrives." Grateful, Li Xiuwan expressed her thanks and wrapped herself in a quilt upon returning to her bed. At that moment, a second wife, adorned with a high bun and floral adornments, cast a glance at Li Xiuwan before smirking at the elder wife, Song. With a hint of sarcasm, she remarked, "Sister-in-law, mother mentioned that Xiuwan might catch a chill. As her mother, shouldn't you be more attentive? This room feels rather cold. Even without falling into the lake, the night air here is brisk enough to cause illness. With winter upon us, there isn't even a stove. Entering feels akin to stepping into an ice house. Xiuwan, your quilt seems rather thin. I shall have someone bring you a thicker one." At that moment, the woman beside the elderly matriarch, dressed in a plain cotton jacket, interjected, "Xiuwan, the third aunt has a brocade quilt that, while not of the finest quality, has never been used." This was the third wife of the Li household, Qin, known for her calm disposition and straightforwardness. Upon hearing the second and third wives speak thus, Li Xiuwan feigned a grateful smile and thanked them both. Her pitiful expression and her incessant gratitude tightened Cheng's lips, her gaze now fixed intently on Song. Song's countenance stiffened, a flicker of anger hidden in her eyes. This Guo was indeed a vexing woman, cunningly using her words to cast blame for mistreating a concubine in front of the elderly matriarch and others. Such grievances would be meticulously remembered and repaid in due course. To present herself as benevolent and virtuous, Song feigned kindness towards Guo's pointed remarks, assuming a gentle demeanor as she sat at the edge of the bed. "Xiuwan is also the daughter of a general. As her mother, I shall certainly take care of her. The absence of a stove is due to Xiuwan residing in Chuyuan to tend to her ailing second aunt. As for the thin quilt, I acknowledge my oversight. I have been preoccupied with trivial matters and neglected to send the brocade quilt from Jiangnan to Chuyuan. Otherwise, I would not have allowed Xiuwan to suffer from the cold. Mama, please fetch the brocade quilt from the storeroom and bring it here. As for the stove, have Chunzhong retrieve it and deliver it here." With just a few words, Song deftly absolved herself of any blame. Li Xiuwan smirked inwardly. Indeed, a woman who shared a bed with Li Xiuda could easily twist the narrative. Guo exhaled sharply, skeptical of Song and Appo's as purported kindness in preparing a quilt for Li Xiuwan. Years prior, Li Xiuwan's birth mother, Zheng, came from humble beginnings, merely a common embroiderer. Had it not been for the drunken folly of Li Xiuda, Guo would not have conceived Li Xiuwan, thereby becoming a concubine in the general's household. Despite her status as a secondary wife, her lack of connections rendered her vulnerable to Song and Appo's bullying. If Song truly intended to prepare a quilt for Li Xiuwan, one would expect the heavens to weep blood. Despite her doubts, Guo was compelled to accept that Mama indeed delivered the brocade quilt and stove. The stove, shaped like a melon with a floral handle and adorned with auspicious designs, was placed near Chung, warming the once frigid room. Li Xiuwan, wrapped in her quilt, felt invigorated. The second wife's words had indeed borne fruit, bringing warmth and comfort. This unexpected favor made her feel as if she had stumbled upon a serendipitous fortune. Regardless of the circumstances, she must prioritize her health. The long winter could not be endured solely on fervor. Song cast a disdainful glance at Guo, her expression dripping with contempt. Engaging in a rivalry with me? She would need another decade of preparation. As she grasped the brocade quilt, her expression shifted dramatically, her features trembling with rage. This quilt, her eyes narrowed at Mama, radiating a sinister hatred. At that moment, Guo chuckled softly, her words laced with double meaning. "Xiuwan, today you have turned misfortune into blessing. This quilt is truly exquisite." Hearing Guo's voice, Song swiftly adjusted her demeanor, lovingly wrapping the quilt around Li Xiuwan. "This quilt will keep you warm. I assure you, it will provide comfort." My oversight in neglecting you at Qingyun was due to my preoccupation with trivial matters. However, you must also learn to voice your needs to me. The brocade quilt was remarkably warm, embroidered with nearly 100 lively little figures, each unique and endearing, crafted with such precision that they seemed to come alive. It was evident this was a fine piece, and its smooth texture brought unparalleled comfort to her skin. Had it not been for the second wife's barbed remarks, one wondered how long it would take for such a splendid quilt to grace her. Li Xiaoruan smiled, a gentle and natural expression gracing her features. Mother, I understand. Thank you for your kindness. I'm truly grateful. As Song parted her lips to speak, a maid's urgent voice interjected from outside. Madam, the master has returned from court and is currently throwing things in the room. Song's complexion paled, her eyes blinking in surprise as she turned to Cheng. Mother, Chapter 3. Terrifying thoughts. Madam. Cheng closed her eyes briefly and said, I shall accompany you to take a look. Wei Mama, please stay here with the third miss and inform me of the doctor's findings once he arrives. After Madame Cheng departed, others also found excuses to leave, leaving Wei Mama to attend to Li Xiaoruan until the doctor's arrival. Wei Mama, allow me to fetch you a cup of water, Li Xiaoruan said as she rose from the bed and headed towards the round table. Just as she grasped the teapot, her brow furrowed, and she inhaled sharply. Wei Mama noticed Li Xiaoruan's peculiar behavior and inquired with curiosity, What troubles the third miss? Li Xiaoruan, with a puzzled expression, shrugged and replied nonchalantly, It's nothing, just a bit of an itch. Wei Mama, in a contemplative manner, suggested the stagnant water in the lake can cause irritation if one has been immersed for too long. Perhaps a wash would help? Li Xiaoruan, feeling uncomfortable, instinctively shrank her neck and, disregarding her demeanor as a young lady, reached with her left hand to scratch her neck and back. Wei Mama briefly cast a look of disdain, yet her compassion for Li Xiaoruan's distress prevailed, prompting her to approach. She drew back the silk quilt and noticed the pale skin of Li Xiaoruan's neck marred by bloodstains. Wei Mama pressed her lips together, her expression complex. Discreetly, she covered Li Xiaoruan with the quilt just as the doctor arrived. Li Xiaoruan lay back on the bed, extending a hand onto the pulse cushion. The doctor, an elderly man with a long beard and a serious demeanor, closed his eyes momentarily as he took her pulse. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Third miss, you do not currently exhibit symptoms of a cold. However, to be cautious, I shall prescribe a remedy for you. What do you think? Li Xiaoruan withdrew her hand and thanked the doctor. He smoothed the parchment, wielding a brush with purpose as he inscribed the names of various herbs, such as honeysuckle, licorice, and balloon flower, before handing the prescription to Huer, who departed to procure the medicine as instructed. Wei Mama gazed intently at Li Xiaoruan's neck, her expression grave. After a moment of hesitation, she addressed the doctor, requesting a thorough examination. Li Xiaoruan stood up willingly, exposing the back of her neck, a sight that startled Wei Mama, causing her face to turn pale. A small, reddish-brown tick, no larger than a fingernail, had burrowed into her fair skin, greedily drawing blood. Dr. Wei Mama furrowed her brow. What shall we do? If not removed promptly, the consequences could range from unbearable itching to life-threatening conditions. The doctor carefully extracted the tick and opened his medicine box, applying anti-inflammatory herbs to the wound. As the doctor closed his medicine box, Wei Mama politely nodded. I shall see you out. The doctor inclined his head and stepped forward, with Wei Mama following closely behind. Once they were in a secluded area, she stopped him to inquire about the tick's possible origin. The doctor recounted the details, explaining that ticks typically reside on dogs and would not attach themselves to a person unless the creature had been in close contact with personal belongings. Wei Mama's expression grew increasingly serious, for within the Li household, only the first madam kept a dog. Troubled by this revelation, she did not report back to the old madam, but instead sought out Li Xiaoruan. Upon reaching Qiyuan, she smiled as she approached Li Xiaoruan from behind, intentionally adjusting the quilt. Noticing a protrusion, she gently pressed against it, feeling a disturbing sensation that made her throat tighten. Third miss, there seems to be a loose thread on the embroidered quilt. Might I take it back to have it repaired? With nimble fingers, she swiftly extracted a thread and presented the quilt before Li Xiaoruan. Look here. Li Xiaoruan smiled shyly. Why not? I wouldn't trouble you, Wei Mama. I have grown accustomed to the solitude of Chuan. The maids rarely attend to me. Yet you, as a confidant of my grandmother, show such genuine concern. I truly fear I may burden you." This seemingly casual remark struck a chord within Wei Mama. After leaving Chiuyuan, she brought the quilt to the old Madame S. Liuli courtyard, dismissing the other maids before recounting the entire incident. Upon hearing the tale, Madame Chung took the quilt from Wei Mama, smoothing the raised point before expressing her belief in the account. Her countenance darkened as she scolded coldly. "A narrow-minded person cannot possibly manage the household. The Li family's legacy does not rest solely on her shoulders. If she continues to create discord, she will earn the reputation of a jealous woman." Chiuyuan is desolate, attended by only one maid, with no warmth in the bitter cold, not even a decent quilt. Had I not been present, I would have remained unaware of its condition. To think she would dare to act so maliciously before my very eyes. I have witnessed her mistreatment of others, yet I never imagined she would resort to such treachery. Such a venomous woman cannot be entrusted with the household. Examining the quilt closely, she sighed deeply. The embroidered design of 100 children symbolized the wish for early progeny. It was inconceivable that this was meant for Li Xiaoran. It must have been intended as a dowry for that little maid, Qianjiao, transported from Jiangnan. "What shall we do with this quilt, old madam?" Wei Mama asked cautiously, her voice lowered. "Madam," Chung replied, "burn this quilt and select another embroidered with lotus flowers to send in its place. If the third miss inquires, simply say you forgot where you placed her quilt. The matter of the tick must not be disclosed to anyone. Furthermore, since Chiuyuan is short on maids, choose one from among my own to send to Li Xiaoran. With my maid at her side, Song Shi will be more restrained." Wei Mama nodded in agreement, prepared to carry out the old Madam's instructions. Later, Wei Mama presented the new quilt embroidered with lotus flowers to Li Xiaoran, who expressed her confusion and immediately inquired about the whereabouts of her original quilt. Wei Mama conveyed the old Madam's message, explaining the situation. Li Xiaoran feigned a look of regret, lamenting, "That quilt was prepared for me by my mother. Now that it has vanished, I feel I have done a disservice to her kindness." Seeing Li Xiaoran's concern for her mother, Wei Mama felt a pang of sympathy. It was truly unfair that such a respectful daughter had nearly fallen victim to the malice of those she revered. Fortunately, the old madam was kind-hearted and protective of the third Mississippi. Recalling the old madam, Wei Mama suddenly felt invigorated and pushed a maid forward to Li Xiaoran, cheerfully announcing, "Third miss, this maid is named Zijing. She has been sent by the old madam to serve you. From now on, you may give her any tasks you require." The maid stepped forward and bowed. Greetings. Third Mississippi. Li Xiaoran lifted her gaze and surveyed the maid named Zijing, feigning delight as she remarked, "Wei Mama, this maid is quite splendid. Please extend my gratitude to grandmother for her generosity. In Chiuyuan, I have only had Huyer to attend to me. With Zijing here, the courtyard will surely become much livelier." Wei Mama sighed inwardly, recognizing that the status of a legitimate daughter far surpassed that of a concubine. The eldest daughter had 6 maids attending her, yet still felt the need for more. While she sympathized with the third miss, the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate offspring were clear, and she chose to remain silent. With gentle words, she took her leave and returned to report to the old madam in the Liuli courtyard. Following the departure of Granny Wei, Li Xiaoyue fixed her gaze upon the newly arrived maidservant. Her dark eyes, pools of cool clarity, sent shivers down the servant's spine. As a member of the old madam's retinue, the maidservant, despite the palpable pressure from Li Xiaoyue's frigid demeanor, maintained a serene smile, awaiting instructions. Observing the comely maidservant, Li Xiaoyue mused on the girl's large, limpid eyes, brimming with an alert intelligence. To serve the old madam at such a tender age suggested diligence and acumen. The old madam's choice of this maidservant was indeed thoughtful, likely prompting Song Shi to deliberate more cautiously before any future misdeeds. As anticipated, Granny Wei, with her keen and subtle mind, had probably informed the old madam about the incident with the mites in the quilt. Li Xiaoyue's gaze drifted, her index finger lightly tapping the table. The mites, however, were not the contrivance of the first madam. From the moment she awoke as the third miss of the Li family, she had arrived fueled by vengeance. To fail to become the force that stirred the Li family's tempestuous currents would be to squander her wealth of stratagems and betray her unjustly deceased kin. Yet, overt action was not yet feasible. She must operate covertly. For now, self-preservation was paramount, and she needed to instill a sense of caution in the first madam. News of the old madam's decision to assign Zhi Jing to Li Xiuyue's service quickly spread throughout the Li manor. Li Qianjiao, upon receiving the news, sat before her bronze mirror, her reflection pale with ire, her lips tightly compressed. Suddenly, she furiously shattered the rouge pot at her side. Had her grandmother become senile? To bestow a maidservant upon that simpleton, as the legitimate daughter, should not such a reward be hers? Li Xiuyue, confined to her residence, had not cultivated friendships with other young ladies, nor did she attend social gatherings. Her current maidservants sufficed. Rising in a fit of pique, she turned and headed towards Furong Courtyard. That very day, an additional maidservant appeared at Chu Garden. This girl, named Yueji, was sent by the first madam under the guise of caring for Li Xiuyue, who was purportedly suffering from a cold. Li Xiuyue, aware of the first madam and Appo's ulterior motives in dispatching Yueji, had no intention of retaining her for long. However, it was not yet opportune to reject her, as the maidservant had been presented under the pretense of goodwill. Dismissing her now would invite criticism. She resolved to find an opportunity to rid herself of this watchful presence. Lost in thought, she was startled by a raucous clamor outside. Li Xiuyue frowned and gestured to Huier to investigate. As Huier opened the door, a swift figure brushed past her. Before she could react, Hui and Appo's turned to restrain the intruder, recognizing the household and Appo's as cook. She pursed her lips in silence. She disliked the cook, who routinely skimped on Chu Garden's provisions and brooked no dissent. Upon being confronted, the cook would invoke the first madam's name, further emboldening her to withhold supplies. The cook approached Li Xiuyue, placing a bamboo basket on the wooden table with an air of condescension, her eyes casting a contemptuous glance at the impassive Li Xiuyue. "Third miss, it's time for your meal," she said, her nose upturned, seemingly harboring resentment. She grumbled impatiently. "This is ginger soup brewed with brown sugar. Had you not fallen into the lake, the kitchen would not have bothered sending anything to you. Drink it quickly, so I can report back." Li Xiuyue appeared deaf to the cook and damp. Appo's words, her clear eyes like suspended icicles, radiating a chilling cold. The cook, receiving no response, lowered her head, ready to lash out. But upon meeting Li Xiuyue's suddenly raised, icy gaze, her heart skipped a beat, and the words died in her throat. The air in the room seemed to solidify, the warning, sharp as ice, unwavering. The cook's heart tightened, an instinct prompted a nervous chuckle. "Third miss," she said, "I'm a rather blunt person, and you might not like what I say. If you find it unpleasant, just tell me, and I won't say it again." As the words left her lips, several strands of hair near the cook's temples abruptly shifted direction. She instinctively closed her eyes and screamed, fear contorting her face into a wizened mask. The slender hand near her face carried a force, yet never struck her repulsive visage. Li Xiuyue, her expression serene, withdrew her hand with a sigh. "To strike you would only soil my hand," she said. "A mere cook is not worthy of my touch." The cook squinted, her gaze filled with Li Xiuyue's haughty disdain. Once she was sure Li Xiuyue had pulled back her hand, she fully opened her eyes. It was unimaginable that the third miss, whom she had once treated like a pliable persimmon, now possessed such a demeanor. Yet this third miss was not truly frightening. She could not bring herself to strike. Just as she thought she had escaped unscathed, Li Xiuyue, after the cook had breathed a sigh of relief, smiled enigmatically, sending a chill through her heart. Li Xiuyue's lips parted, and she said, "I will not strike you, but my maidservant can." She glanced at Huier, who swallowed nervously, hesitant to act. Li Xiuyue's face hardened, and she commanded, "Strike her, and strike her hard. Slap, slap, again, slap, slap. Keep going. Ah." The crisp sound of slaps echoed, accompanied by the cook's howls of pain. She repeatedly begged for mercy. "Third miss, have mercy." Li Xiuyue met the cook's gaze with a sneer. "What are you?" she asked. "What gives you the right to expect mercy from me? You are merely a cook who eats at our table, while I am the third miss of this manor." Even as a daughter by a concubine, I will not tolerate your insolence. My grandmother will not allow servants to mistreat their masters. If you continue to disrespect me or withhold supplies from Chiyu Garden, I will certainly have my grandmother punish you. I've given you 2 slaps this time, but I may not be so lenient next time. I find your eyes particularly shrewd. Perhaps without them, your heart might be clearer. The cook in Appo's face turned ashen, and cold sweat poured from her brow. This third miss, after falling into the lake, had become a vengeful spirit. She threatened to gouge out eyes. Indeed, the Lee family did not tolerate mistreatment of masters. To persist in her ways would lead to a dire end. Now that a maidservant from the old madam's side had been assigned to the third miss, every action in Chiyu Garden would be scrutinized. Her behavior today would likely result in her expulsion from the Lee Manor. After a moment of contemplation, she disregarded the indignation and pain from the slaps and quickly knelt, pleading, "Third miss, I was wrong. I promise, from now on, I will never disrespect you again." Li Xiaoyue scoffed. "Humans and dogs are, after all, different," she said. "Your kneeling pleases me. I have no further need of you here. Get out." The casual use of the word "get out" reinforced the cook's conviction that Li Xiaoyue had changed. Without further thought, she rose to leave. After taking a few steps, she remembered the bamboo basket and turned back to Li Xiaoyue, bowing obsequiously. She picked up the basket, shrunk her neck, and scurried away as if her feet were on fire. Queer, watching the cook's departing figure, muttered with satisfaction, "Truly, a dog who bullies the weak and fears the strong." As soon as she spoke, she realized her indiscretion and fell silent. Li Xiaoyue held the tea handle, her hand slightly raised, the pale green tea steaming gently. As she lowered her hand, the teacup released a fragrant aroma. Li Xiaoyue appeared nonchalant, but in her heart, she was pondering matters. The former Li Xiaoyue was weak and incompetent, but the current Li Xiaoyue, from the moment she climbed the lake embankment, was Su Shanyu. Su Shanyu would not tolerate anyone bullying her. The cook was perceptive and aware of the gravity of mistreating one and Appo's master in the Lee Manor. Under normal circumstances, she would not treat a daughter by a concubine in such a manner. Her current behavior indicated that her actions had been sanctioned, hence her audacity. Regardless of who was behind this, she must use the old madam to warn the instigator and receive the treatment befitting a daughter by a concubine. But how to ingratiate herself with the old madam? Chapter 5. Winning favor after several days of contemplation, Li Xiaowan remained in a state of uncertainty. To win someone's favor, one must cater to their preferences. A miscalculation could lead to unforeseen losses. Since the kitchen maid was reprimanded, her demeanor had improved significantly. Yet the quality of the meals had not risen. Lifting the porcelain lid revealed a broth resembling clear water, with merely a few bones and chicken parts submerged. To suggest that no one was behind this culinary inadequacy would be absurd. Furrowing her brow, Li Xiaowan was abruptly reminded of the past. Recalling the year of the previous emperor's sacrifice to heaven, beseeching favorable winds and bountiful harvests amid famine. That year, she had observed Cheng's cracked lips from a distance. And now, years later, they remained unchanged. Casting a glance outside, she noted the winter snow drifting down like willow catkins. Queen Appo's, Zijing, come here, she called, summoning the two. Queen Appo's, and Zijing approached, awaiting Li Xiaowan and Appo's instructions. Beside them, Yueji frowned slightly, a subtle gesture that did not escape Li Xiaowan and Appo's notice. Almost forgetting the presence of this informant, she waved her hand, urging Huier and Zijing to come closer. Leaning in, she whispered in a tone meant only for their ears. Afterward, Hui and Appo's, and Zijing exchanged glances before exiting together. Yueji and Appo's frown deepened. It was clear that the eldest lady had summoned her to gather information. Yet this third miss was exceedingly cautious, ensuring her words remained unheard from afar. Just then, an unexpected chill swept over her. Lifting her gaze, she met Li Xiaowan's frosty stare, an involuntary shiver coursing through her. This third miss possessed a disquieting aura. She must report this to the eldest lady. Li Xiaowan spoke coolly. "You two should not be idle. Go fetch me a couple of slender bamboo stalks." "Miss, what do you need the bamboo for?" came the hesitant reply. "Is it necessary for me to explain every detail to you?" A piercing glance swept over the curious face, laden with annoyance. "Nothing at all, Mississippi. I shall fetch them immediately," came the quivering response, as a slender figure dashed away, leaving the atmosphere in the room considerably lighter. Li Xiaowan busied herself beneath the withered jujube tree in the yard, kindling a small fire. An hour and a half later, Hui'er and Zijing returned, depositing the materials Li Xiaowan had requested onto the table. In unison, they declared, "Miss, everything you asked for is here." Li Xiaowan nodded, picking up dried rose petals and hibiscus flowers, inhaling their fragrance with satisfaction before setting them down. Her gaze swept over the beeswax, lard, cloves, and sandalwood. A smile graced her lips. "Well done, both of you. You managed to gather all this in under 2 hours." Hui'er and Zijing exchanged delighted glances, their joy palpable. Zijing pointed to the lard, curiosity piqued. "Miss, what do you need this for? You will understand once the final product is ready. At that time, both of you shall have a share. Li Shuran pilai fu li tapit hernose. But first, one of you must gather firewood, while the other tends to the flame." Though Hui and Appo's, and Zijing were puzzled about Li Xiaowan and Appo's intentions, the promise of a reward spurred them on, and they hurried off to fulfill their tasks. Li Xiaowan ground the dried flowers into powder, then placed them into a pot, covering them with lard. Following this, she set the pot into a larger vessel of boiling water. As the gentle heat worked its magic, a faint red hue emerged. After some time, she melted the beeswax over a water bath, gradually adding the other fragrances. It required several hours of diligent effort before it took shape. A delicate rose aroma filled the air, intoxicating and enchanting. Hui'er, intrigued, circled around Li Xiaowan, peppering her with questions. "Miss, what is this? Why does it smell so delightful? What purpose does it serve?" Li Xiaowan cast a sidelong glance at Hui'er, smiling enigmatically. "You will know soon enough." Hui'er pouted. "If you won't say, then I shan't press. Go fetch me Yueji and chop some bamboo. It's taking an eternity." Before long, Hui'er and Yueji appeared. Li Xiaowan continued her work, neglecting to inquire why Yueji had taken so long. Deep down, she was aware that during Hui'er and Zijing's absence, Yueji had likely been sneaking off to report to someone, rather than gathering bamboo. "What on earth took you so long to return with those 2 stalks?" Li Xiaowan probed. Yueji, nonchalant as a pig unbothered by boiling water, showed no inclination to explain, fully aware of Li Xiaowan's displeasure. After all, she was merely a powerless concubine's daughter. What did she have to fear? However, it would soon be proven that this so-called concubine and Appo's daughter would inspire far more trepidation in the near future. Li Xiaowan took a small bamboo stalk, selecting a segment without joints, splitting it in half. She wrapped the base in paper and tightly bound it with string before filling it with the prepared lip balm. After allowing it to cool, she unwrapped the paper, separating the bamboo and placing the concoction into ivory or silver tubes. After crafting 8 tubes, the pot was nearly empty. "Hui'er, Zijing, come here," Li Xiaowan beckoned, handing each a tube. "Apply this to your lips and let me know how it feels." Hui'er and Zijing hesitated, exchanging glances. Li Xiaowan chuckled. "It's not poisonous. Use it without fear. I want to see the results afterward." Instinctively, the 2 girls applied the balm to their lips. As soon as they did, a wave of fragrance enveloped them. Indeed, the saying held true. The lips remained untouched, yet the scent of the balm lingered. As they pressed their lips together, the sensation of moisture and smoothness was utterly delightful, enhanced by the subtle rose fragrance that banished the discomfort of winter-chapped lips. This concoction was nothing short of miraculous. "Miss, what exactly is this?" After using it, my cracked lips no longer hurt. They feel incredibly moist. "It looks like rouge, yet it is not," Hui'er exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Can I have another tube?" "I will." Li Xiaowan interjected without hesitation. "This is a precious item for your mistress. I cannot spare more." Ignoring Hui'er's sulking, she turned to Zijing. "And you, what is your experience?" "This balm has a more pleasant fragrance than rouge, and it feels more hydrating. It creates a protective layer over the lips," Zijing replied, and Li Xiaowan regarded her with approving eyes. Her observations were astute. This indeed differed from rouge. "This is called lip balm. I once read about it in a book." However, no one has ever attempted to create it. With idle hands today, I decided to give it a try. Based on your feedback, I believe my creation has turned out rather well. Keep applying it over the next few days, and I shall observe the changes in your lips. Zhenxi nodded eagerly. But what about me? I want some too. Yueji, who had been standing silently since returning with the bamboo, could no longer contain her request. Li Xiaoran shot her a sidelong glance and coldly retorted, "If you want it, make it yourself." This single remark left Yueji flushed with embarrassment, unable to counter, and she could only lower her head, remaining silent. Since the inception of Li Xiaoran's lip balm, Hui'er and Zhenxi had diligently applied it daily, with results improving markedly. Zhenxi flitted about like a butterfly, and when Li Xiaoran inquired about the change, she learned that other maids had complimented her for her beautiful lips, radiant in color, sheen, and fragrance, enhancing her fair complexion. Li Xiaoran felt a surge of delight, and, in this buoyant mood, meticulously questioned Hui'er about her experience. Hui'er, clutching the bamboo tube with glee, praised the balm effusively. With the continuous snow and rain, my lips would have cracked and bled in the past. Ever since applying this balm, they not only remain intact, but appear vibrant. With this newfound confidence, Li Xiaoran's determination solidified. Her clear eyes sparkled with ambition. Zhenxi, you have been serving me in Chuyu Courtyard for several days now. Since your arrival until now, I have yet to take you personally to express our gratitude to grandmother. Casting a sidelong glance at the sky outside, I noticed that the snowfall has lessened somewhat. The weather today is quite pleasant. Come, let's visit the glass house to pay our respects to grandmother. Chapter 6. Envy. Zhenxi followed behind Li Xiaoran, holding an umbrella for her. As they made their way to the Lioli courtyard, both remained silent. However, upon stepping into the courtyard, their lips instinctively curled into smiles, radiating warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze and the soft glow of the sun. How could one hope to win others' affection while constantly wearing a sorrowful expression? Drenched in tears, upon entering the Lioli courtyard, the sounds of laughter drifted from within, mingling with the cozy warmth emanating from the heated rooms. As they entered, they beheld the matriarch seated upright, a faint smile gracing her lips. To her right sat Song and Qin, the atmosphere between them more harmonious than that between Song and Gua. Just as Li Xiaoran let out a soft laugh, the two women to the left of the matriarch turned their gazes toward her. Li Xiaoran met the eyes of Li Qianjiao, who sat closest to the matriarch. Beneath her willow-like brows, her almond-shaped eyes, adorned with black pearls, held a hint of displeasure. Despite sensing the unfriendly gaze, Li Xiaoran continued to regard her. It must be noted that Li Qianjiao truly embodied the beauty of the Northern Way, with skin as smooth as cream and a visage reminiscent of a lotus blossom. The grace of an aristocratic lady, fostered by years of nurturing from Song, was evident in her every gesture and smile, exuding countless charms. She wore a delicate lace dress embellished with celadon motifs, a pale pink base adorned with blossoming flowers and butterflies, a garment fit only for a legitimate daughter. As Li Xiaoran shifted her gaze from Li Qianjiao, she felt another hostile stare. Turning her eyes, she encountered Li Jinru, clad in an outer robe with an inner coat. Li Jinru was the illegitimate daughter-born of the fourth concubine, Xing. Despite sharing the same womb, the two girls possessed vastly different temperaments and approaches to life. Li Jinru often felt inferior due to her status as a concubine's daughter, striving to win the favor of the general's wife, Song, and willingly becoming a pawn to remain close to Li Qianjiao. Upon spotting Li Xiaoran, she huffed in displeasure. Li Xiaoran paid her no mind, approaching the matriarch with a sweet smile. "Xiaoran, how is your health?" The matriarch inquired. "If you're still unwell, you must refrain from venturing out in this snowy weather." Li Xiaoran knelt on both knees, solemnly bowing her head in gratitude. "Grandmother, thanks to your blessings, I am feeling much better. I have come today to express my gratitude for sending Zhenxi to Chuyuan. I hope you can forgive me for not visiting in person sooner." This bow stirred a complex mix of emotions in the recipient. As Wei Mama had said, Li Xiaoran had indeed been deprived of warmth for far too long, making her grateful for even the smallest acts of kindness. While it was heartening to witness the child's understanding, there lingered a subtle sadness at her granddaughter's plight. "Please rise. Your intentions are well understood by your grandmother. Someone, assist her to a seat. The matriarch signaled to Wei Mama, who promptly helped the kneeling girl to her feet. As Li Xiaoran stood with Wei Mama's assistance, she smiled at her. Then, she produced a bamboo tube from her sleeve, presenting it to the matriarch. Grandmother, this is a lip balm I made myself. During this cold winter, it will provide comfort to your lips. The matriarch accepted the bamboo tube, puzzled by the difference between this balm and regular cosmetics. Upon opening it, a delightful fragrance wafted forth, prompting her to apply some to her lips. Instantly, the dryness and cracks felt soothed. As she gently pressed her lips together, the moisture and scent lifted her spirits. The onlookers held their breath, their gazes flitting between Li Xiaoran and the matriarch, each harboring their own thoughts and emotions. Suddenly, the matriarch and Appo's smile broadened, her delight unmistakable. I have never used such an exquisite lip balm before. It has greatly alleviated the discomfort of my winter-chapped lips. Xiaoran, how long have you kept this skill hidden? Wei Mama, prepare a reward for her. Grandmother, while I may not be literate, I do enjoy experimenting with such things. My previous attempts were lackluster, but this time, fortune favored me. Li Xiaoran replied with a joyful smile, realizing the importance of gifting something truly needed. This is not mere luck. It is the fruit of your hard work. The matriarch chuckled, shaking her head. Wei Mama, have the rewards been prepared? Hurry and give them to me. The word reward crashed into the scheming minds of those present. The first madam's face twitched, while Li Qianjiao and Li Jinru froze, their eyes sparking with resentment, as if wishing to incinerate Li Xiaoran with their glares. The first madam regained her composure and spoke first. Mother, we cannot ascertain whether this balm is beneficial for your health. It is unfamiliar, and using it might not be prudent. The matriarch's smile faded, her tone icy. Comfortable or not, do you think I would not know? The implication was clear. What concern was it of yours? The first madam and Appo's lips quivered, silenced by the matriarch and Appo's retort. Her piercing gaze directed at Li Xiaoran, her annoyance reaching a boiling point. Li Qianjiao interjected on behalf of her mother. Grandmother, my mother is only concerned for you. She harbors no ill intent. Her gentle voice fell upon deaf ears, as the matriarch maintained her stern demeanor. Acknowledging Song's standing, she relented slightly. Your mother acts with discretion, so she surely means no harm. Li Qianjiao smiled, nodding slightly, while Song also wore a serene expression, embodying the image of a dutiful daughter-in-law. At this moment, Li Xiaoran seized the opportunity to speak. Mother's concerns are valid. However, you need not worry. I would never present something harmful to grandmother after using it myself. As she spoke, she revealed more of the prepared lip balm, joyfully laying it out on the table. In this harsh winter, it truly offers a soothing comfort to the lips. I have some extra. Feel free to take what you need. The others hesitated, contemplating whether to accept. But when Qin, from the third house, was the first to reach for it, the rest eagerly followed suit, clamoring to take several tubes. Once applied, their cracked lips felt as if they had been rejuvenated by rain. This balm was indeed remarkable. Xiaoran, this lip balm is delightful. Its fragrance is incredibly soothing. Li Jinru remarked, twisting her handkerchief, her gaze lingering with desire. Though her heart yearned for it, her words betrayed her true feelings. It cannot be as wonderful as it seems. One must be cautious not to misuse it. Her voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to Li Qianjiao. Sister, when did Li Xiaoran become so noteworthy? Fifth sister, what nonsense are you speaking? Do you truly wish for discord among our household? Li Qianjiao responded softly, reminding her. You must not speak so openly. Grandmother is fond of our third sister, and if others were to hear you, it would not bode well for you. Sister, that is not my intention. Li Jinru insisted. I simply cannot tolerate her. Look at her, acting as if her skills are unparalleled. You should not merely harbor resentment. You ought to learn from her. Our third sister has become much more astute after her near brush with death. Sister, I am quite shrewd too, not any less than Li Xiaoran. If it comes to dealing with her, she is no match for me. When I find the opportunity, I will surely teach her a lesson, and she shall see if she dares to prance about in front of grandmother again. Fifth sister, do not act impulsively. We are all sisters. Chapter 7. A sudden encounter. I have no desire to be her sister. Her mother is merely a seamstress. So what gives her the right to compare herself to me? Besides, if she wishes to regard us as sisters, how can she possibly vie for our grandmother's affection? Why can't she remain content in her own domain? Instead, she chooses to create chaos, employing all manner of schemes to win our grandmother's favor. I detest her. Li Qianjiao smiled silently, her eyes icy. Li Jinru was right. Since Li Xiuhuan fell into the lake, her ability to win people over has become impressive. Who would have thought that the once naive Li Xiuhuan harbored such depths? That incident propelled her into the spotlight, earning her our grandmother's protection. Now, by presenting her offerings of cosmetics, she has further ingratiated herself. Had I known this would transpire, I should have ensured she drowned for good. The room was lively, filled with women adorned in cosmetics, chatting and laughing joyfully. This scene undoubtedly pleased the old matriarch, for in a large family, harmony and joy are essential for prosperity. Li Xiuhuan extricated herself from this vibrant atmosphere, casting a glance at Li Qianjiao and Li Jinru, fully aware that both harbored discontent. She pondered what methods she might employ to strip Li Qianjiao of her facade of virtue. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt an intense gaze upon her. Turning, she met Song's composed expression. With grace, Li Xiuhuan smiled and nodded towards Song, her demeanor respectful and humble, which drew an approving glance from Qin, who lurked in the shadows. Just as Li Xiuhuan averted her gaze, Qin deliberately stepped in her line of sight. Li Xiuhuan nodded politely in greeting, while Qin wore an enigmatic smile, leaving Li Xiuhuan perplexed. Was there discord between Qin and Song? Xiuhuan, the old matriarch, called, and before Li Xiuhuan could decipher the reason for the summons, Granny Wei emerged from within, carrying an object. Upon her arrival, the room fell silent. As everyone anticipated the matriarch's bestowal, the old matriarch signaled to Wei, who cleared her throat and announced, "The third young lady, Li Xiuhuan, is known for her respect towards the elderly. As a reward, she shall receive a peony-patterned silk skirt, a flowing cloud hairpin, and a pair of jade bracelets." Li Xiuhuan gracefully knelt, placing her right hand on her left as she expressed her gratitude, wishing her grandmother health and longevity equal to that of the southern mountains. Under Qin's gentle gaze, Li Xiuhuan accepted the gifts from Granny Wei. However, at that moment, Li Jinru could no longer contain herself. She abruptly stood, her dissatisfaction evident. Just as she was about to make a scene, Song discreetly signaled to Li Qianjiao. Li Qianjiao, understanding the cue, grasped Li Jinru's hand and whispered, "Do not act rashly. Our grandmother is present, and we cannot speak out of turn." Li Jinru snorted in frustration, sulking back into her seat, her face drawn as she lamented. "I have never seen our grandmother so attentive to Li Xiuhuan before, and now she bestows such precious gifts. What does she think of the rest of us? Do we not exist in her heart?" Li Qianjiao's expression darkened. She refused to be equated with these illegitimate daughters. As the legitimate daughter of the Li family, how could she lower herself to their level? Moreover, she was the granddaughter of the renowned general of the Central Army. Song Shaoshi, her father, once held the esteemed title of General of the Central Army, ranking among the highest officials. Though he had retired, he remained influential, garnering respect from both the regent and the emperor. Li Qianjiao had always taken pride in this lineage. Furthermore, her uncles were also well placed in court, which inflated her sense of superiority. Hearing Li Jinru and Appo's words, she retorted, "Sister, no matter how many granddaughters our grandmother has, I am irreplaceable, for I am the unique, legitimate daughter of the Li family. Do you understand?" Li Jinru, momentarily dazed, stole a fearful glance at Li Qianjiao, choosing her words carefully. "Sister, I am but an illegitimate daughter and cannot compare to you. I merely acted impulsively." While Li Jinru continued her explanations, Li Xiuhuan had already taken her leave from the Liuli courtyard. Once outside, she walked with purpose, her demeanor confident. Zijing and Huier trailed behind, sensing her invigorating presence. They praised her heartily. "Miss, you truly know how to win our grandmother's favor. It's remarkable. Every word you spoke today was pleasing to the ear." Li Xiuhuan shrugged, her eyes clear. "I possess no talent for flattery. It is merely my duty as a granddaughter to treat my grandmother with kindness." Zijing, being a maid sent by the matriarch, exercised caution in her words. Courtier, however, was less restrained, beaming with admiration. Miss, the matriarch is well aware of your good intentions. Look at those gifts. Each one is invaluable. Speaking of the gifts, Li Xiaohuan felt a twinge of worry. While the offerings were splendid, they could not be sold for money. In a Li household, one could not rely solely on the status of an illegitimate daughter to command respect for long. Although the matriarch meant to protect her, it was impossible to cover every angle. Money could open doors and facilitate connections far more effectively than her status as an illegitimate daughter. At this moment, earning money became paramount. It seemed the time had come to seek assistance from old acquaintances. As night fell, a shadow appeared quietly at the corner, the cold moonlight casting a chill upon its icy gaze. Li Xiaohuan sprang into action, attempting to leap over the wall. But as she rose on her toes to gain height, she realized this frail body lacked the agility she once possessed, making the endeavor nearly impossible. Gritting her teeth, she lamented her current predicament. She had once been nimble and fearless, but now, trapped in this body, she felt hindered. Just as frustration mounted, the sounds of carriage wheels echoed from outside the wall. Who could possibly be visiting Li Xiaoda at this hour? Holding her breath, she pressed herself against the wall, straining to hear the commotion outside. Suddenly, voices emerged. Upon hearing them, Li Xiaohuan and Appo's shoulders trembled. Why was Yuan Junlan here at the Li residence? Was it possible that the misfortune befalling the Su family was linked not only to Li Xiaoda, but also to him? The sound of hoofbeats faded away from the Li family gate, leaving no further conversation in its wake. Li Xiaohuan exhaled, hastening towards Li Xiaoda and Appo's study. Before she could reach the study, she keenly sensed the presence of hidden sentries nearby. It remained unclear whether these concealed figures belonged to Li Xiaoda or Yuan Junlan. To evade detection, she stealthily slipped into a narrow crevice just large enough to conceal her. The study was brightly lit, and shadows danced upon the window screen, hinting at a contentious discussion between Li Xiaoda and Yuan Junlan. Sure enough, moments later, she saw Yuan Junlan emerge, his handsome face illuminated by the light. As she gazed, her expression turned complex, and for a brief moment, she found herself lost in thought. Upon regaining her senses, she realized the figure had vanished. As she prepared to exit her hiding place, a deep, magnetic voice inquired from above. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Chapter 8. A sense of familiarity. Li Xiaojuan lifted her chin, her strikingly cold and handsome face illuminated against the light, causing her heart to momentarily falter. Her complexion was flawless, untainted by any trace of mud, and an emerging elegance accompanied her resolute demeanor. Her dark brows, like ink, arched with an air of dominance, naturally exuding an aristocratic charm that intertwined with the profound darkness of the night, drawing one irresistibly into the depths of her shadowy eyes. She lowered her gaze, collecting her thoughts. Upon raising her eyes again to the heavenly visage before her, she retorted coldly, "I wish to inquire who you are. On this dark and windy night, do you appear in my home to pilfer our belongings?" The man furrowed his brow, perplexed by the sudden emergence of this petite woman. Did he look like a thief? He scrutinized her with his obsidian gaze, endeavoring to recall any information regarding the young lady of the Li family. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember the identity of this woman claiming to be the daughter of the Li family. However, those frigid eyes, seemingly capable of perceiving the essence of the world, strikingly resembled someone he once knew. Noticing the man's silence, Li Xiaojuan smirked wryly. "I suspect that not only do you not know who I am, but perhaps even my father is unaware of my identity. Nevertheless, I shall introduce myself. I am Li Xiaojuan, the third daughter of the renowned General Li Xiaoda of Zhenxi." My lips may curve upwards, yet there is not a trace of mirth in my dark eyes. Now you know who I am, do you not? Should fate bring us together again, I hope you shall not forget me. The man remained silent, seemingly poised to depart. You have yet to reveal your identity and your purpose for being at the Li residence. Li Xiaojuan suddenly stepped forward, reaching out in an attempt to grasp the fluttering sleeve of his garment, but hesitated and withdrew her hand. This subtle motion caused Yuan Junlan to pause, and as he turned his head, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. His scrutinizing gaze sent a chill down Li Xiujuan's spine. What was happening with Yuan Junlan? Could it be that he recognized her as Su Shanyu? Before she could speak, the man interjected, "This prince knows your name is Li Xiujuan. Your eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of my late acquaintance." Why did his acknowledgement of her name feel almost like a concession? She was disinterested in whether he remembered her name or who that deceased friend of his was. She solely wished to understand the reason behind his nocturnal visit to the Li residence. Without waiting for Li Xiujuan to respond, the man coldly turned and strode away. His broad silhouette receded, leaving no trace of hesitation, mirroring his cold and resolute character. Clenching his fists tightly within his sleeves, her clear eyes resembled a desolate well. "Yuan Junlan, you had better not be entangled with Li Xiuda." As the biting wind whipped around her, she instinctively drew her neck in and glanced up at the moonlight, a hint of confusion crossing her face. Tonight was meant for seeking assistance from an old acquaintance, yet the sudden appearance of Yuan Junlan had thwarted her plans. With neither the opportune moment nor the right circumstances, it seemed she would have to wait until her body had fully recovered before venturing out in search of her old friend. As she departed from Li Xiuda's courtyard en route to Chuyuyuan, she inevitably passed by Furong Courtyard. A flicker of light emanated from within, leaving Li Xiujuan puzzled. At this hour, everyone in the various courtyards should have already retired for the night, and even Furong Courtyard was no exception. However, today, something felt amiss. Curiosity propelled her to sneak into Furong Courtyard. Li Xiujuan crept along the wall, careful not to make sound. Approaching the side of Song's room, she faintly heard Li Qinjiao and Appo's voice. Eager to discern the situation inside, she gently tapped on the paper window and peered through the small opening to observe the occupants of the room. "Mother, I'm merely a lowly daughter of a concubine. Grandmother, in front of everyone, defends me, which implies she cares for me. Does it not? The maid you sent has gleaned no information from my side. Regarding the matter of lip balm, although the maid is aware, she is oblivious to the actual circumstances. You claimed the maid would serve a supervisory role, yet I find her utterly useless." Li Qinjiao spoke with a hint of grievance. The entire household was now aware of Li Xiujuan's reward for her lip balm offering. If she had known of Li Xiujuan's formidable methods earlier, she would have acted more decisively. Song's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. "She is merely a dependent daughter of a concubine and should not be compared to you, lest it diminish your worth. You must always remember that you are the legitimate daughter of the General of Zhenxi, a position of great prestige. Everyone praises your gentle nature, your kindness, and your grace. You must maintain your image in public and never allow yourself to be overshadowed by Li Xiujuan. In the future, you shall enter the palace. Your grandmother is known for her impartiality. While she may appear to favor Li Xiujuan, her true concern lies in maintaining balance and harmony within the household. Li Xiujuan is but a mere concubine's daughter. No matter how she flails about, she cannot change her standing. Her marriage prospects lie firmly in my hands. Should she provoke my ire, upon reaching marriageable age, I will ensure she is paired with a frivolous, idle, and debauched nobleman." Li Qinjiao chuckled, transforming her worries into delight as if a great weight had been lifted from her heart. "Mother, how could I forget that you can control her marriage prospects? We ought to find her such a man, a perfect match for her foolishness, indeed a fitting fate." Yet, just as she finished laughing, a cloud of gloom once again cast over her features, and she became pensive. "I am the legitimate daughter, yet I cannot repeatedly go without my grandmother's affection. Mother, I cannot endure my grandmother's kindness toward Li Xiujuan. The peony-patterned golden silk skirt she rewarded Li Xiujuan today is something I have long desired. I previously sought it from grandmother, yet she refused to even consider my request. Yet now, Li Xiujuan has so effortlessly obtained it. I am unwilling to accept this." Her almond-shaped eyes shimmered with worry. If she continued to seek her grandmother's favor, perhaps her grandmother would genuinely come to cherish her. At that moment, when she reached marriageable age, her grandmother would surely find her a reputable match. I do not wish to witness her happiness, not even a bit. She is the child of a mere embroideress, akin to a useless weed. By what right does she call me sister? The sight of her fills me with revulsion. Mother, I feel suffocated. You must assist me in punishing that little wretch." Li Qianjiao's brow furrowed, her upper teeth gnawing at her lower lip, consumed by rage. "I still cannot swallow this grievance. The last time I nearly drowned her in the lake. This time I shall ensure she descends into the depths of despair. You have said it yourself. My status is exalted, and my future will be even more so. Should not the entire household cater to me? Why does grandmother favor Li Xiaojuan? If she continues to win grandmother and Apos as favor, it is likely that everyone in the household will come to respect her. At that point, she will become arrogant and presumptuous, riding high upon her newfound status." Upon hearing this, Song's lips pressed together even tighter. She pondered Li Qianjiao's words seriously, increasingly convinced that it was imperative to settle this score. Otherwise, in the future, the entire household would be swayed by the whims of Li Xiaojuan, this mere concubine's daughter. Instantly, her expression grew solemn as she strolled thoughtfully, a light chuckle escaping her lips. Even if Li Xiaojuan possesses a modicum of cleverness and cunning, she shall not escape my grasp. Li Qianjiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. She understood that her mother had devised a strategy to deal with Li Xiaojuan. "Mother, how do you plan to handle that little wretch?" Chapter 9. Nightmares unfold with unwavering determination in her eyes. Song smiled faintly, assured in her plans. "You need not concern yourself with the methods. What you must understand is that Li Xiaojuan is merely an ant that we can trample upon. She obstructs your vision and harms your body. Thus, I shall make her pay the price and ensure she experiences sorrow, leaving her with little time to curry favor with your grandmother." Li Xiaojuan quietly slipped out of the Furong courtyard, burdened with thoughts, pondering what Song truly intended. What did it mean to make her grieve? Did she wish to cast her into the lake once more? Yet, even drowning would not elicit genuine sorrow. Both women, though malicious, are cunning, and they would surely refrain from employing the same tactics again. So, what could their true intentions be? Returning to the Chu-Yu courtyard, she shed her outer garments and climbed onto the wooden bed. As she lay down, Li Xiaojuan exhaled deeply, closing her eyes and allowing her thoughts to drift. Patience is essential. A fox will eventually reveal its tail, and their schemes will surface. For now, she must rest well. Once her strength is restored, she would be far more capable of addressing many matters. Outside, unbeknownst to her, a gentle snow began to fall. The scene was a haunting one, with blood flowing like a stream, severed fingers languidly submerged within it, the sounds of battle and wails echoing like wild spirits wreaking havoc, instilling terror. A woman, her hair disheveled, gazed in despair at the man riddled with arrows, her heart turned to ashes. In the flickering firelight, the cold, glinting blades gleamed ominously, stained with bright red blood. The woman closed her eyes, tears streaming down, collapsing to the ground. "Mother!" The choked cry was laden with profound anguish. Li Xiaojuan jolted awake, her forehead drenched in sweat. She hunched over, gasping, despairingly clutching her tear-stained pillow. After a lengthy moment, her tumultuous heart gradually settled. Casting a sidelong glance at the window, she couldn't help but bitterly smile. How deep was the night? For several consecutive days, the provisions in the Chu-Yu courtyard had noticeably improved. This led Li Xiaojuan to feel that pleasing the old matriarch was indeed the right course of action. Only through gaining her favor could the servants be kept in check. The spoon stirred within the chicken soup, and her thoughts began to drift far away. She wondered what scheme the matriarch was concocting, having awaited her move for days. Yet there had been no word from her, leaving Li Xiaojuan perplexed. A cold wind howled, and gazing at the softly falling snow, she recalled the mistress of Zhu Huangxian. The owner of Zhu Huangxian, named Zhang Shuiying, was Li Xiaojuan and Apos' biological mother. The Zhang family lacked power and influence, merely a family of ordinary embroiderers. Due to their humble background, they could not aid Li Xiaoda in any matters, rendering them vulnerable to bullying without the means to resist. Since falling ill, Li Xiaoda had not once visited his wife, leaving her to endure her suffering alone, even unaware that the Zhang family lacked the funds for treatment. It was during her desperate quest for medical expenses from Li Qianjiao that Li Xiaojuan was tragically cast into the lake and lost her life. The relentless snowfall in recent days made her wonder about Zheng's condition. She contemplated bringing her mother a pair of jade bangles, gifted by the matriarch to help her manage her servants. Along with that, she would take the quilts sent by Grandma away to provide warmth. As she prepared to leave, Li Xiaowan instructed Huer to watch over the household and set off for Zhuangxian with only Zijing in tow. Upon entering Zhuangxian, she immediately sensed a desolation that starkly contrasted with the winter blooms of the Furong courtyard. The withered grass of Zhuangxian appeared forlorn. Clearly, since Zheng's illness and her inability to attend to Li Xiuda, the servants had grown neglectful of their mistress. A surge of indignation welled within Li Xiuwan. These servants truly deserved reprimanding. Crossing the threshold, she was met with a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine, and suddenly, she heard pained moans emanating from behind the curtain. The sound quickened her pace. "Mother, Xiuwan has come to see you." The person on the bed appeared frail, with a pale complexion, slightly bluish, sunken eyes devoid of life. Struggling to breathe, upon catching sight of her familiar figure, Zheng's eyes sparkled with recognition as she fought to rise. Li Xiuwan hurriedly supported her, gently urging her to lie back down. "You will feel more at ease lying down. There's no need to sit up." Zheng grasped Li Xiuwan's hand, her rough touch causing a pang of sorrow in Li Xiuwan's heart. "I heard you fell into the lake. I was so worried. I couldn't oppose. Come to see you or care for you. Now that I see you well, I can finally rest easy. But I am unwell. I fear my time is short. Please ask your father to come see me." Her words came out with great difficulty, fragment by fragment, until she finally finished speaking. As tears welled in her eyes, they could no longer be contained, and her voice grew desperate. "Xiuwan, please help me. Let me see your father. There are important matters I need to discuss with him. Otherwise, I will die with regrets." Holding Zheng's frail wrist, Li Xiuwan felt a tightness in her chest. From a moment she was fished from the lake and opened her eyes. She had vowed to destroy everything that Li Xiuda cherished, including his family, his position, and his life. Zheng belonged to Li Xiuda, and in theory, she should feel no sympathy or compassion for her. Yet inexplicably, she found it hard to act against such a woman. The internal conflict forced her to seek an excuse. Zheng belonged to Li Xiuda, but she was not valued by him. Thus she had no obligation to destroy her. But enough of this. "Mother, what are you saying? You will not die. Please do not speak like that. You are kind, and the king of hell will not take you. Rest assured, you will surely live a long life. Take care of yourself. I will protect you." Li Xiuwan reassured Zheng. "Father is not neglectful. He is simply overwhelmed with political affairs. I heard he returned from court the other day and was so furious that he broke things in frustration." Zheng silently wept, her eyes reddened. "Is this the reason your father has not visited me in my illness? Please call him. I wish for him to find you a good family once you come of age. That way, even if I die, I can rest in peace. You are a good child. It is I who have failed you, unable to protect you from being bullied by your siblings. I know you care for me. Otherwise, you would not have sent medicine all this time." "Medicine?" Li Xiuwan felt a jolt, suddenly frowning. "Mother, I did not send anyone to bring you medicine." Zheng looked bewildered, her gaze shifting to the medicine jar on the table. Li Xiuwan hurried over, opened the jar, and was met with a pungent aroma of herbs. Grasping the jar's handle, she poured the contents onto the wooden table, and after a brief examination, she discovered deadly chronic herbs. A chill ran down her spine, and she felt a wave of dread. Who could have sent this? Chapter 10. Dealing with the servants. Seeing Li Xiuwan's grave expression, Zheng sure sensed that there was something amiss with the medicinal herbs, though she could not ascertain who had sent them. On that fateful day, when she heard a commotion outside, a voice claimed that someone had come to deliver medicine. She had sent Lu Ma to investigate, but the messenger had vanished without a trace, leaving only the herbs at the door. At that moment, Li Xiuwan recalled Song's ominous words. "She obstructs your vision and harms your body. I shall make her pay the price and let her feel true sorrow." Despite her countless thoughts, it never crossed her mind that Song and Appo's target was a wretched woman, neglected by her ailing husband. Such a malicious heart was as venomous as a scorpion, indeed worthy of being the capable matron who stood alongside Li Xiuda. "Xiuwan, do you think these herbs are problematic?" Zheng Shi's lips moved, revealing her unease. Ever since she took the medicine, she felt increasingly weak and emaciated. without needing Li Xiuhuan to state the obvious. Zhengshi had already come to terms with the truth. Though she had previously felt her health declining, she had merely thought it was a natural progression of her illness, never suspecting that the medicine delivered under her daughter's name was intended to harm her. "Mother, from now on, I shall prepare the medicine for you," Li Xiuhuan replied, avoiding a direct response to Zhengshi. "Zijing, dispose of all the remaining herbs." Zijing nodded and swiftly attended to the task. No matter how many precautions one took, it was impossible to guard against hidden attacks. The person who had left the herbs at the door was undoubtedly beyond reach now. Even if they sought a confrontation over the herbs, the lack of witnesses would render it inconclusive. Song's cunning ploy was indeed formidable, but Li Xiuhuan was not one to suffer in silence. Of course, before retaliating against Song, she needed to address the insubordination of the servants at Zhuhuangxian. Surveying the room, Li Xiuhuan inquired, "Mother, where have Lu Ma and the maid Yuzhu gone?" Zhengshi sighed, expressing her pent-up grievances. "Do not mention those two. While I am ill, your father does not come to see me, and the maids and servants at Zhuhuangxian have grown complacent, neglecting their duties. You witnessed their sycophancy when you were here to care for me." Li Xiuhuan and Appo's lips curled, but it was not a smile. It was the ominous cloud before a tempest. The current Li Xiuhuan was not the same as before. "Zijing, go find those two. At once, Mississippi." Before long, Zijing returned with Lu Ma and Yuzhu, both of whom appeared unfazed, showing no fear upon seeing Li Xiuhuan. With a cold countenance, Li Xiuhuan summoned all her strength and struck Lu Ma's face with a resounding slap. Lu Ma felt a rush of wind, and, before she could react, her cheek burned with pain, leaving her dazed and nearly collapsing. "Does it hurt?" Li Xiuhuan asked, her expression unchanged, as if she were not the one who had just struck. Yuzhu, having never witnessed Li Xiuhuan's violent side, was thoroughly frightened and instinctively knelt, pleading, "Miss, please spare your anger." Li Xiuhuan leisurely sat down, exuding an air of calmness. Her voice was icy. "Do I appear angry to you?" Yuzhu, trembling, cautiously nodded and then shook her head, shivering in fear. Zijing rolled her eyes, disdain evident in her expression. For Yuzhu was the epitome of a bully who only preyed on the weak. Unable to contain herself, she interjected, "Miss is asking you a question." Yuzhu stammered, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Lu Ma, still recovering from the blow, glared angrily and demanded, "Third Miss, what offense have I committed to deserve this punishment?" Li Xiuhuan let out an eerie laugh, fixing her gaze on Lu Ma. "Since you call yourself an old servant, you must understand that you are a servant to be commanded. Whether I choose to strike or kill, you must comply." Lu Ma's heart sank, startled by Li Xiuhuan's newfound sharpness and assertiveness. The aura of intimidation was a far cry from the incompetent third miss they had previously known. However, upon reflection, one could not change their demeanor overnight. Convinced that Li Xiuhuan was merely posturing, Lu Ma continued to argue, stating, "Although I am a servant, I am not ignorant of the laws of the land or the family. The servants of the Li family cannot be punished without just cause, can they? What have I done to warrant such a commotion? You know well what you have done. Why must I state the obvious?" Li Xiuhuan's gaze hardened like ice. "Is there any semblance of propriety left in Zhuhuangxian? The weeds are rampant, unattended. One might mistake it for an abandoned courtyard. My mother lies ill, and instead of providing attentive care, you engage in idle chatter with other maids. The Li family does not harbor such idle servants. I remember a rule in the Li family. Anyone neglecting their duties to the master shall receive 10 lashes, and anyone disobeying the master shall have their hand severed." "Lu Ma, do you wish to continue discussing the law with me?" Lu Ma was left speechless, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, unable to refute the undeniable truth of Li Xiuhuan and Appo's words. At that moment, she realized that the gossip about Li Xiuhuan being favored by the matriarch was not mere hearsay, but indeed fact. Her words were sweet to the matriarch, but prickly towards her, capable of inflicting mortal wounds with just a few syllables. Desperate to save her life, Lu Ma had no choice but to kneel and plead, "Third Miss, I have erred and recognized my faults. I hope you can spare my life for the sake of my years of service to your second aunt. If you grant me mercy, I vow to serve her wholeheartedly until my dying breath." Yuzhu, sensing the urgency, echoed Lu Ma's sentiments. Do you truly expect me to believe that you will uphold your promises? Li Xiaohuan remained expressionless. Lu Ma and Yuzhu felt a chill run down their spines, their temples throbbing with anxiety, fearing that Li Xiaohuan might not trust them. Miss, I swear on my life, Lu Ma exclaimed. Every word I spoke was from the heart. Please believe me. She knocked her head against the ground with fervor, pleading, if I speak falsely, may I be struck down by heaven and meet a wretched end. Miss, I implore you to believe me. Yuzhu remained silent, following Lu Ma's lead and banging her head against the floor in desperation. Li Xiaohuan did not rush to forgive them, coldly observing their pleas until their foreheads turned bruised. Finally, she spoke, since you pledge your lives, I shall reluctantly allow you to remain in my service. Lu Ma and Yuzhu sighed in relief. Li Xiaohuan then asked, do you know who sent the medicine for my mother? Lu Ma replied, Miss. Was it not you who sent it? Observing Lu Ma and Apos, as puzzled and distressed expression, Li Xiaohuan and Apos, as gaze sharpened. The intensity of her scrutiny made Lu Ma uneasy. After years in the household, she instinctively sensed that the herbs were indeed problematic. Glancing at Yuzhu, she nudged her, urging, Yuzhu, did you not hear that it was the third miss who sent it? Chapter 11. Silver to buy hearts. The sudden shove caused Yuzhu's body to sway slightly. Steadying herself, she fearlessly met the piercing gaze of those sharp black eyes. She recounted the events of that day, concluding with a deep bow to the ground. Miss, what Lu Ma said is true. Although we may have been idle, we harbor no ill intentions towards third aunt. After all, if anything were to happen to her, we would be the ones to suffer the consequences. Lu Ma nodded in agreement with Yuzhu and Apos' sentiments. Despite third aunt and Apos' waning favor from the master of the house, she remained their mistress. At times, they felt envious of the servants around the favored concubines, who received various rewards due to their mistress's esteem. In contrast, they served an unappreciated aunt, receiving nothing in return. This psychological imbalance had led them to their current state. Nevertheless, they had never contemplated harming third aunt. Miss, please understand, if you still doubt us, an investigation can be conducted, Lu Ma asserted, recalling the voice of a maid she had overheard at the door that day. It sounded like. She hesitated, uncertain. However, I cannot be certain, because after the door opened, I saw no one, only some items on the ground. My mother has not only worsened after taking her medicine, but her condition has also deteriorated. Ken and Apos, do you see that? I have my suspicions, miss, but Lu Ma glanced at third aunt, who had fallen asleep on the sickbed, struggling to find the words. Finally, she murmured, if third aunt's condition were to worsen, it would not be out of the question. Li Xiaohuan's gaze also fell upon third aunt. The tribulations she faced were, in part, due to her. A wave of melancholy washed over her. What is it? Is it not your wish to see the Li family in turmoil and conflict? Despite Zhengshi's life hanging by a thread, compassion for this woman prevented her from causing harm. Perhaps within the walls of the Li household, Zhengshi was the only one she wished to protect. Lu Ma, Yuzhu, both turned their attention to Li Xiaohuan. She placed a pair of jade bangles on the table. These were bestowed upon me by the old madam. I intended to gift them to my mother, but I will distribute them to both of you instead. Lu Ma and Yuzhu exchanged glances, feeling embarrassed as they lowered their heads, acutely aware of their shortcomings in care. Please take them. Mississippi. Lu Ma blushed and responded, we should really decline. Accept them. You have both served my mother for so many years, enduring hardships alongside her. These bangles are a token of my appreciation. At this point, to refuse would seem insincere. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ma rose to take the bangles. Old servant, thanks the Mississippi. I will ensure that I attend to third aunt well and manage the Zhuqiang pavilion properly. Yuzhu quickly echoed Lu Ma's sentiments. Miss, I will do the same. Li Xiaohuan nodded slightly, signaling Yuzhu to retrieve the bangles. A smile spread across Yuzhu's face as she joyfully accepted the gift. What transpired today must not be spoken of to anyone else. Understood, miss. As they exited the Zhuqiang pavilion, Li Xiaohuan remained silent, with Zijing following closely behind her. Originally, she had brought Zijing along to convey the plight of Zhuqiang pavilion to the old madam. However, she had not anticipated the incident involving Zhengshi. Although the culprit had yet to be identified, it would inform the old madam of the dire straits Zhuqiang Pavilion faced. Zijing, what happened at Zhuqiang Pavilion today must not be shared with a second person. The lives of the common folk are fragile and without solid evidence. Such rumors could incite panic within the household and tarnish the Li family's reputation. Li Xiaoran deliberately spoke so that Zijing would hear. Zijing paused, momentarily taken aback. "Miss, what did you just say?" Li Xiaoran repeated her words, and Zijing blinked, smiling as she promised to keep the matter confidential. This playful demeanor only deepened Li Xiaoran's understanding of the depth of the Li household's troubles. The immediate priority was not only to secure funds, but also to obtain money for Zhengxi's treatment. Once she recovered, she would take decisive action against those who had wronged her. Gifts were not to be sold. If she wished to acquire silver, she would need to seek that individual. "Zijing, I left my handkerchief at Zhuqiang Pavilion. Miss, I will go back and retrieve it for you." "No, I can manage it myself. You should return to Chuyu Courtyard." "Understood, Mississippi." After dismissing Zijing, Li Xiaoran sought a secluded spot, preparing to leap over the wall. However, in her haste, she miscalculated her speed and collided against it with a resounding thud. Ouch! Li Xiaoran winced, grimacing in pain. She had initially thought her body too weak to scale the wall, and aimed to nourish herself for better agility in the future. Little did she expect that she would have overshot her limits and ended up in a precarious position. Ignoring the pain, she pushed herself up. As her palms pressed against the ground, a hard sensation met her touch, accompanied by a chilling aura. Li Xiaoran's instincts kicked in as she locked eyes with the source of that icy glare, and her heart suddenly ached. With hair tied back and clad in purple, he possessed a pair of pure, bottomless black eyes, exuding an unparalleled aura. His sharply defined features were as cutting as a blade, and his imposing presence instilled a profound sense of pressure. It was him again, Yuan Junlan. In the 10th year of the Xianning reign, she had stealthily infiltrated the military camp, disguised as a soldier. From atop the city wall, she caught a fleeting glimpse of him fighting valiantly on the battlefield, facing 100 foes alone. His hair flowed wildly as he fought, bloodied yet unyielding, embodying courage and valor. At that moment, she was spellbound, captivated by his gallant demeanor. "Just a glance from you and I was lost. I have yearned for you through both dawn and dusk." Since childhood, she had revered her father, believing no man could rival his loyalty and righteousness. Yet, witnessing that scene shattered her illusions. The world faded, and she felt her soul adrift. After Yuan Junlan's victorious return, she had clung to him, but he never spared her a glance. Not even when her father was wronged by General Li Xiaoda did he extend a helping hand. She resented his coldness. Yet what right did she have to blame him? In his eyes, she was nothing more than a lovesick girl, unworthy of his attention or the confrontation with a general. With every step, the spring wind carries her absence. In this new life, her heart would no longer race for him. The infatuation of those years would be seen as youthful folly, a heart misplaced in its affections. In this lifetime, she wished to sever all ties with Yuan Junlan. She did not wish to see him again. "Have you had enough?" His icy voice sliced through the air like a blade. "Leave." Chapter 12. The accusatory mouth King Li Xiaoyu shuddered, snapping back to reality to find herself sprawled atop Yuan Junlan. Her hands were pressed against his robust chest. Disgusted, she hastily pushed herself off the man, a flash of revulsion in her dark eyes. Nothing to see here. Skin and bones. Skin and bones? This fleeting look of disgust did not escape the man on the ground. His brow furrowed, and he rose with a cold demeanor. "You're trying to sneak into my house again?" Li Xiaoyu brushed off her clothes, her face darkening. "Are you here to plot something sinister with my father?" Yuan Junlan tilted his head, scrutinizing her. His brow arched, and he deliberately retorted. This king is curious as to why the esteemed third daughter of the great general doesn't use the main entrance. He was implying she lacked decorum. Annoyed, she glared at Yuan Junlan, bristling with defiance. "This is my home. I'll climb the wall if I please, or use the main entrance if I please. Who dares to stop me from climbing the wall?" The man wore an expression of understanding, yet calmly stated, "Then this king shall inquire with General Li to see if it is indeed permissible for the daughters of the Li household to scale walls at their whim." Li Xiuyue's cheeks twitched, and she scornfully retorted, "Shouldn't the esteemed regent be occupied with affairs of state at court? Why concern yourself with whether a mere maiden can climb walls? Is my wall climbing worthy of wasting your time to tattle to my father? The unspoken implication. My climbing the wall is none of your business. You accusatory mouth king." Upon hearing this, the man in Appo's face turned slightly green. Seeing his bitter gourd-like expression, Li Xiuyue felt a surge of satisfaction, adding fuel to the fire. "I wonder if your other colleagues are aware of the regent's peculiar predilections. Will they be surprised?" She emphasized the word predilections, accompanied by her unreserved disdain, causing Yuan Junlan and Appo's face to darken. Veins bulged on his forehead, as if a storm was about to erupt from his displeasure. Li Xiuyue stood haughtily, her face seemingly emblazoned with the words, "I fear nothing, especially not you. Go ahead and try to strangle me." After all, she owed him nothing. Just because he was once the object of her secret affections didn't mean she would spare him her disdain. In this life, she lived only for revenge. Even if she had loved him, so what? He never held her in his heart. Her past infatuation should now dissipate into smoke, and they should part ways. His joys and sorrows were no longer her concern. Yuan Junlan's face was as dark as night. He reached out, and Li Xiuyue's eyes widened, thinking he would strike her. Instead, he merely hooked his finger under her chin, lifting her face. Didn't he despise touching women? Years ago, while she was practicing her swordsmanship, she caught sight of him and lost her composure, falling from her horse into his arms. He showed no tenderness, but instead flung her into a horse trough with a flick of his sleeve, saying with a dark face that men and women should not engage in physical contact. Puzzled by the man's sudden contact, she looked up into his probing dark eyes. He said, "The first time we met, you didn't even know this king's name. But now you know I'm the regent. I heard that the daughters of General Li and Appo's household are confined to their quarters, unlearned and illiterate. Seeing you again today makes me question the veracity of these rumors." Li Xiuyue shrugged, indifferently lowering her eyes and feigning a bitter smile. "Has the regent ever heard the story of hearsay?" The man pinched her chin, his gaze fixed on her. "I am all ears. Hearsay is when the truth, no matter how genuine, becomes distorted after being told by 1,000 people and repeated 10,000 times. Is that clear enough? If it is, then let go of me." Her pair of sharp, cold eyes were exceptionally clear. Yuan Junlan was slightly stunned, realizing the impropriety of his actions, and quickly released her. His dark face was frighteningly pale. Li Xiuyue ignored Yuan Junlan and strode towards her destination. After only 5 steps, her collar was suddenly grabbed. Before she could react, she was pulled back with force, causing her to stagger. Her temples throbbed, and she roared in annoyance, "Yuan Junlan, don't go too far. Only one woman in this world can address this king by name. Who do you think you are?" The man, his voice laced with suppressed anger, twisted his wrist, and then twisted it again and again, causing Li Xiuyue to spin in circles. She felt dizzy, thinking the man had gone mad. "You're insane," she shrieked, struggling wildly. In her fury, she nearly struck him. Yuan Junlan, a sidelong glare, filled with disgust, gave Yuan Junlan pause. Li Xiuyue seized the opportunity, grabbing his hand, pulling it towards her, and sinking her teeth into his wrist, leaving a neat, red mark, faintly streaked with blood and saliva. Yuan Junlan stared in disbelief at the mark on his wrist, dumbfounded. He had never encountered such an unrefined woman, one who would bite, and she bit hard, causing an itchy, painful sensation. If he didn't teach her a lesson, she wouldn't know he was the revered regent of Northern Wei. The man's menacing aura made Li Xiuyue's heart pound. Her large, round eyes darted left and right, seeking an opportunity to escape. She took a few steps back and bolted, but the man seemed to have anticipated her move, soaring over her head and blocking her path. "A good dog doesn't block the way. Move. I'm taking you back so your father can discipline you properly." "My father won't discipline me." "Who knows? Let me down. We could talk it out. I can even apologize." "No." Li Xiuyue was dumbfounded. How had she not realized this man was so petty? He didn't and Appo's deserve her affection. She had truly been blind when he carried her like a chick to Li Xiuyue. She was even more convinced that she had not only been blind but had also pierced her own heart. The silent study was disrupted by the arrival of Yuan Junlan and Li Xiuyue. Yuan Junlan pushed Li Xiuyue in front of Li Xiude, standing tall with his hands behind his back, exuding a cold demeanor. Li Xiuyue stared intently at Li Xiude. Though middle-aged, he showed no signs of fatigue. He was strong and robust, with the imposing presence of a battlefield warrior capable of taking on 100 men. Beneath his broad, dark forehead, thick, sword-like eyebrows framed a pair of eyes that were now fixed on her with displeasure and confusion, as if questioning her. This was the renowned General Li Xiude, known for his martial prowess, but lacking in integrity, narrow-minded, and cruel. Because her father, Su Wu Chao, had once offended him, he had slandered him to the young emperor, leading to the execution of the entire Su family. Her father, Su Wu Chao, had led troops to western Liang, penetrating deep into dangerous territory, charging into battle several times, nearly dying on the battlefield, and reclaiming 7 lost cities. Yet, after losing 6 cities, he was accused of colluding with western Liang. The young emperor was truly blind, believing the lies of this treacherous dog, Li Xiude. Li Xiuyue was not afraid of him, nor would she be obsequious. This was the first time she had seen Li Xiude since being reborn into the Li family. The hatred for the extermination of her clan and the murder of her loved ones was irreconcilable. Hatred filled her chest, causing her to tremble. Her upper teeth clenched tightly on her lower lip, wishing she could crush Li Xiude's bones and devour him alive. As if sensing Li Xiuyue's unusual, fierce gaze, Li Xiude frowned and glanced at her with imposing pressure. Li Xiuyue quickly lowered her head, trying to suppress her overwhelming hatred. When she raised her head again, her clear eyes were free of any impurities or emotions. Chapter 13. Forced apology. This left Li Xiude perplexed. Was the fleeting hatred he glimpsed in her eyes merely a figment of his imagination? His daughter, who had always been so transparent, was she not a naive fool? Yet, upon their reunion, she no longer bore that foolish demeanor. Alas, he had little desire to squander time on this inept daughter. Rather, he was more inclined to understand the intentions of the regent who had brought his daughter to the estate. With tightly pressed lips, Li Xiude pondered the purpose of the regent and Appo's visit. Yuan Junlan cast a sharp glance at Li Xiude, brushed his sleeve, and coldly remarked, "The third miss of your esteemed household does not show proper respect to the regent. What crime should she be held accountable for?" Li Xiude paused momentarily, frowning in anger at the silent Li Xiude. He lowered his gaze, not hastening to respond to the charge of disrespect, but instead questioning Yuan Junlan about what wrongs Li Xiude had committed. Yuan Junlan opened his mouth to clarify the matter, but found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's reflection, he realized that Li Xiude had committed no grave offense. Rather, he was merely irked because she displayed contempt and disdain toward him. Noticing Yuan Junlan's cold expression and silence, Li Xiude grew increasingly curious about the exchange between the two. With a frown, he demanded, "Xiude, what have you done to incur such a severe transgression?" Such a severe transgression? Yuan Junlan furrowed his brow. Had they not yet discussed the matter at hand? Yet he had already reached a conclusion? The atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre, prompting Li Xiude to break the tension. "Father, you have yet to grasp what has transpired. How can you be certain I have committed a crime? Why not listen to what occurred between me and the regent?" She then turned to Yuan Junlan, requesting, "If I err in my recounting, please correct me, Your Highness." Yuan Junlan's expression stiffened, and he inhaled sharply. If he were to disclose the reasons, would it not make him seem petty? Consequently, his countenance grew even colder. "Father, do you still recall my mother, Zhang Shi?" Li Xiude blinked, seemingly lost in fleeting memories. At that moment, he realized he had nearly forgotten about Zhang Shi, Li Xiude and Appo's mother, to the extent that he could not even recall her visage. Stealing a sidelong glance at Yuan Junlan, he stubbornly asserted, "Your mother is a person close to me. How could there be any question of remembering her? What you ought to discuss is how you have been disrespectful to the regent, not whether I remember your mother. Your remembrance is greatly appreciated. After all, you were the person my mother wished to see most when her life was in peril. If she were to know you still remember her, how delighted she would be." Li Xiude pressed on, "I wonder if you are aware that she has been ill for quite some time? As winter approached, she has been bedridden for days." Her increasingly radiant face remained expressionless, yet her dark eyes brimmed with resentment and sorrow. Though her tone was steady, it evoked a sense of melancholy. Li Xiuda furrowed his brow, fixating on her, yet could not maintain his gaze for more than 2 seconds, as the sorrow emanating from her made it unbearable to look directly at her. Noticing the effect she had on him, she suppressed her disgust, squeezed her thigh to force out tears, and continued, "I cannot bear to watch her run out of medicine and perish. Thus, I took advantage of the absence of others to scale the walls and procure medicine to save my mother's life. Though my mother may not hold a high position, she is still someone close to you. Today, she implored me to beg you for a visit, fearing that she may never see you again. Reduced to such a state, I am at a loss for what to do." Li Xiuda's gaze darkened as a flicker of guilt swept over him. He had been so preoccupied with state affairs that he had neglected the matters within his household for quite some time. He had entrusted all household affairs to his wife, Song Shi, yet had not anticipated such a significant oversight. In confusion, he asked, "Does your mother not know of the situation at Zhuangxian?" Li Xiuan shook her head. "If she is aware, why has she not summoned a physician? Perhaps she believed my care would suffice for her recovery." Li Xiuda's dark pupils flared with anger, dissatisfied with Song Shi's management. Family disgrace should not be aired publicly, yet it was now known to the regent standing beside him, which only fueled his ire, though he could not unleash it upon Li Xiuan. Suppressing his inner fury, he resolved to protect Li Xiuan and bowed to Yuan Junlan, stating, "My daughter is young and uninformed, and it was not her intention to offend a regent. Her faults stem from my inadequate guidance, and I shall ensure she is properly disciplined. I hope, in light of her filial piety, your highness may show mercy and forgive her transgressions." At this juncture, if he were to cast his daughter, who was solely concerned with saving her mother, out to face punishment, it would seem heartless before others. Regardless of the missteps, the ultimate fault lay with the matriarch's mismanagement. After all, Zhenxi was his woman. Her life and death could not be treated lightly. Did he not hold the position of general of the West Town? Yuan Junlan caught a glimpse of Li Xiuan and Appo's as cold demeanor. Should she not exhibit a glimmer of hope for forgiveness and relief from punishment? Attempting to capture a glimpse of the emotion beneath her icy exterior, he was met with disappointment. With a disinterested bow toward Li Xiuda, he stated solemnly, "Filial piety is a principle of heaven and earth. Generally, it is rare for your daughter to exhibit such filial devotion. In light of her heartfelt plea, I shall grant her forgiveness. I hope you will guide her more diligently henceforth." Saying this, he turned his gaze to Li Xiuan, hoping she would remember the grace bestowed upon her today. Li Xiuda fixed his gaze on Li Xiuan and barked, "Do not fail to express your gratitude to the regent for his clemency." Li Xiuan's lips twitched in irritation. "Yuan Junlan, you are quite formidable. Not only do you mock her ignorance openly, but you also compel her to express her gratitude." Noticing the dissatisfaction reflected in Li Xiuan's eyes, Yuan Junlan could not help but smirk slightly, his gaze fixed upon her as if awaiting her words of thanks. With her nails digging into her palm, Li Xiuan suddenly broke into a smile, resembling an innocent white rose. "I thank the regent for his benevolence. I shall forever hold this in my heart." Yet, this smile did not reach her eyes, which glimmered with a cold light, causing Yuan Junlan to feel an inexplicable chill. Though she smiled, warmth was conspicuously absent, replaced by an unsettling sensation. Yuan Junlan cleared his throat. "It is of no concern." Li Xiuda waved his hand. "Xiuan, if there is nothing further, go to Zhuangxian and keep your mother company." Li Xiuan exhibited a compliant demeanor, lowering her head as she retreated, stating that she would go and accompany her mother. Once Li Xiuan's footsteps faded from the doorway, Li Xiuda finally spoke, "Regent, may I inquire if you are aware of the whereabouts of Su Wuchao's deputy, Yao Buxiao?" Upon hearing the name Su Wuchao, a fleeting tremor crossed Yuan Junlan's face, though it vanished almost instantly, as if it had never been there. Li Xiuda had been unable to sleep or eat since the escape of Su Wuchao's deputy. His anger mounting like a wildfire, even the biting cold of winter could not quell the rage in his heart. The women of the household dared not appear before him, fearing his wrath. Now, standing before the regent once more, he pressed the issue, for at the time he had sent troops to raid the estate. Su Wuchao had fled toward the regent's residence. Faced with Li Xiuda's fervent gaze, Yuan Junlin's confusion deepened. He furrowed his brow, adopting an indifferent demeanor. General Li, are you implying that I am harboring a criminal? Chapter 14. Clashing head-on, Li Xiuda faltered, explaining with trepidation, Regent, I assure you, that was not my intention. I implore you to discern the truth. I merely wished to inquire about the direction in which Yao Buoxiao fled, not to imply that you were harboring a fugitive. Yuan Junlin's face darkened, as if veiled in frost. He did not perceive Li Xiuda's question as a mere inquiry about Yao Buoxiao's escape route. Hadn't he already been questioned on that matter? What was the ulterior motive behind this renewed inquiry? Was he suggesting that the regent should be imprisoned? Did he believe the regent would condone harboring a rebellious fugitive? Li Xiuda's throat constricted and his knees weakened, nearly causing him to prostrate himself. However, having spent years in the crucible of battle, he managed to maintain his composure in the face of the regent's unreserved, lethal aura. Yes, you. That was not my intention. A pair of profound eyes scrutinized Li Xiuda's guarded countenance. Some words, even if unintentional, can be fatal. General Li, I urge you to be more circumspect in the future. Li Xiuda was acutely aware that he had incensed the regent and would likely suffer the consequences. To mitigate the regent and Appo's ire, he suppressed his frustration at the unsuccessful search and forced a smile, bowing apologetically. Your Highness and Appo's words are astute. I shall reflect on my actions today and strive for greater discretion in the future. Yuan Junlan and Appo's lips curved slightly, his dark brows furrowed, and an aura of authority enveloped him. As he turned to leave, he cast back the parting words. I trust General Li will remember what he has said today. Li Xiuda's expression darkened as he hastily pursued the regent, bowing with clasped hands. I implore your Highness's forgiveness. His humility went unacknowledged, as Yuan Junlan had already strode away. Li Xiuda's countenance grew exceedingly unpleasant, his malevolent eyes fixed on the receding figure. Yao Buoxiao, grievously wounded, had fled. Even the most inept pursuers should have been able to track him by his blood trail. Yet, after heading in the direction of the regent's residence, he had vanished without a trace, arousing suspicion in all. How could he rest until Yao Buoxiao was apprehended? It seemed action was required. Regaining his composure, he turned to return to his study, but the tearful face of Li Xiuyan flashed through his mind, and he silently made his way toward the Zhuang Pavilion. The morning air was crisp, but Madame Song unfailingly delivered morning tea to the study. Upon arriving, she learned that Li Xiuda had not spent the night in the study, but had instead gone to the Zhuang Pavilion. Madame Song clenched her handkerchief, her face contorted with displeasure. Wasn't he supposedly preoccupied with the matter of Su Wuchao's rebellion? How could he find time to spend the night with that dying woman? Zhenxi? He had always favored the fourth consort, Xingshi, rarely spending the night in her hibiscus courtyard, which she had accepted, as men were often drawn to women like Xingshi, a type she could not compete with. However, lately, he had been too busy with affairs of state to visit Xingshi. Why then had he gone to the moribund Zhenxi? What sorcery had Zhenxi employed to lure him to the Zhuang Pavilion amidst his pressing duties? Suppressing her discontent, she suddenly recalled the slow-acting poison she had sent to the Zhuang Pavilion. She wondered if Li Xiuda's visit to the Zhuang Pavilion was due to Zhenxi's imminent demise. Driven by curiosity, she dispatched someone to surreptitiously investigate the Zhuang Pavilion. The messenger returned with news that the Zhuang Pavilion was tranquil and harmonious, and that Li Xiuda had even summoned a palace physician to treat Zhenxi. Madame Song seized a teacup and hurled it to the ground, her face devoid of expression. The shattering porcelain echoed her tumultuous emotions, amplifying her vexation. The slow-acting poison is far too slow. From the moment Li Xiuda had entered the Zhuang Pavilion, he had known that Li Xiuyan's words were entirely truthful, and he harbored resentment toward Madame Song's cold-heartedness. To atone for his neglect of Zhenxi, he spent 2 consecutive days in the Zhuang Pavilion, much to the delight of Mama Lu and Yuzhua. News of Li Xiuda's 2-day sojourn in the Zhuang Pavilion reached the ears of the other concubines, who could not help but feel envious. Thus, when the fourth consort encountered Li Xiuyan on her way to pay respects to the old madam, she began to taunt her with veiled barbs. Li Xuan turned to see a woman gracefully approaching, her movements fluid and delicate, her charm captivating. Her skin was as smooth and fair as snow. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence, and her lips were a delicate shade of cherry red. Most striking was her hair, which danced in the breeze. A few strands of raven silk caressing her fragrant cheeks and playfully gliding over her voluptuous bosom, embodying the epitome of allure. This woman was none other than Zhenxi, the fourth consort, favored by Li Xiuda. Emboldened by his affections, she often bullied others. Who do we have here? Why, it's the daughter of Consort Zhen. Zhenxi's voice resembled the melodious tones of a sheng, clear and resonant. Xiu Yuan, your mother's health must have improved considerably lately, or she wouldn't be able to attend to your father's needs. Li Xiu Yuan's lips curved into a serene smile, unaffected by Zhenxi's acidic words. Xiu Yuan greets the fourth consort. I am grateful for your concern. My mother's health has improved since my father summoned a palace physician to treat her. Zhenxi was momentarily taken aback by Li Xiu Yuan's remarkable transformation. In the past, Li Xiu Yuan had always avoided her, let alone engaged in composed conversation. When Jin Ro had returned and recounted how Li Xiu Yuan had pleased the old madam and received rewards, she had been puzzled. Now, having seen her, she knew that the person before her possessed true ability. Despite her newfound skills and cunning, Li Xiu Yuan was still too naive in her eyes. Zhenxi smiled, feigning innocence, and said softly, your father is exceedingly kind-hearted. Despite your mother and Appo's illness and confinement to her bed, he still finds time to visit her amidst his busy schedule. Your mother is fortunate in this life. After becoming a concubine, she never had to embroider again. She must have forgotten much of the work of a servant by now. Each word was laced with thorns, but Li Xiu Yuan merely smiled serenely in response. Fourth consort, you are also very fortunate. Although you have not borne a son, you have two daughters. The fourth sister is gentle and intelligent, and the fifth sister is lively and energetic. How wonderful! When they find good husbands in the future, you will be a grandmother. Li Xuan emphasized the word with particular force. What are you saying? Zhenxi's shoulders trembled, and she glared at Li Xuan. Her earlier tenderness completely vanished. Courtiers and Zijing, standing behind Li Xiu Yuan, exchanged panicked glances. They knew that the fourth consort had always desired a son, but had never achieved her wish. She had secretly spent a great deal of money and engaged in numerous foolish acts in the hope of realizing her dream of bearing a son. But no matter what she did, she could not conceive, let alone bear a son. Her inability to produce a male heir was the fourth consort's most sensitive spot, one that no one dared to touch. Courtiers and Zijing began to sweat, anxiously looking at their mistress, but Li Xiu Yuan continued to smile, her eyes devoid of fear. The feeling of delivering a fatal counterattack was incredibly exhilarating. She had initially planned to avoid conflict with Zhenxi for the time being, but Zhenxi had forced the issue. In that case, she was not afraid to clash with Zhenxi. She would meet any challenge head-on. Chapter 15. The Mastermind Fourth Aunt. Did you not hear what I just said? Are you implying that you wish for me to repeat myself? Li Xiuhuan smiled innocently, revealing 2 rows of pristine white teeth. I'm going to pay my respects to the old madam. Are you also heading to see her? It is getting late. Shall we go together? Xing's upper teeth clenched tightly against her lower ones. Her facial muscles taut as she forced out 2 words through gritted teeth. You're just a child, unaware of the world's complexities. It is indeed a privilege to be favored. That is the real skill. Naturally, I am favored. There is no need for concern, Li Xiuhuan replied, lowering her head slightly in gratitude for fourth aunt's guidance. With a cold snort, Xing swept past Li Xiuhuan, flanked by her maid and servants. As they brushed shoulders, a flicker of animosity flashed in Xing's eyes, a silent vow of retribution. Li Xiuhuan remained unfazed, pursing her lips and shrugging her shoulders as she followed closely behind. Miss, you mustn't amp Appo's to provoke fourth aunt, Zijing cautioned. It matters not, Li Xiuhuan responded, undaunted. Upon returning from the Liuli courtyard, Li Xiuhuan did not return to Chu courtyard, but instead made her way towards Zhu Huangxian. As she entered, the atmosphere of desolation had dissipated entirely. Just as Li Xiuhuan stepped into the courtyard, Mama Lu appeared, her face alight with excitement. "Miss, you have arrived. The master just left. Had you come a bit earlier, you could have seen him." She had no desire to meet Li Xiuda at all. Li Xiuhuan calmly crossed the threshold and entered Zheng's bedroom, where she found the occupant already asleep, her chest rising and falling steadily. Lowering her voice, she inquired, "Mama Lu, when did my mother retire for the night?" The master allowed second aunt to take her medicine before she fell asleep. He only left after ensuring she was resting. Mama Lu replied, "I shall prepare the medicine myself," Li Xiuhuan declared. Since discovering the matter of the chronic medicine, she had resolved to take charge of the task personally. Noticing Li Xiuhuan's concern, Mama Lu suddenly recalled the issue regarding the chronic medicine, her expression turning grave as she hesitated, lips moving as if to speak but failing to do so. Seeing Mama Lu's demeanor, Li Xiuhuan furrowed her brow. "Is there a problem with my preparing the medicine?" Mama Lu quickly shook her head. "Miss, your decision to brew the medicine stems from filial piety. It is not a problem at all." After a moment's hesitation, she decided to voice her doubts regarding recent events. "Miss, you surely remember the incident where someone used your name to deliver medicine. I heard a familiar sound the other day, and it reappeared recently. Following the sound, I discreetly approached and saw it was Chun Zhu, a maid by the first madam's side. I hid and watched her movements, and soon after, she stealthily slipped out of Zhu Huang Xian." Chun Zhu, recognizing the first madam and Appo's involvement, Li Xiuhuan remained calm. Her attention was focused on Chun Zhu, the name striking a chord of familiarity. Upon reflection, she recalled that Chun Zhu had previously been sent by Song to retrieve bedding for Chuyu Courtyard. So it was her. Mama Lu nodded emphatically. "Indeed, that is her. Did she manage to enter the room?" "Both Yu Zhuang and I were present at the time. She likely only loitered outside and did not enter," Li Xiuhuan reassured herself, though a sense of unease lingered. She called for Yu Zhuang to bring her the medicine prescribed by the imperial physician. Song was envious, and Li Xiuda had been visiting Zhu Huangxian for 2 consecutive days, undoubtedly stirring her discontent. Having discarded the previous batch of chronic medicine, Li Xiuhuan calculated that Song must be anxious since Zheng's condition had not deteriorated, prompting her to send someone to investigate. She instructed Mama Lu and Yu Zhuang, "You two must remain vigilant around second aunt. Ensure that all meals are tested with silver needles, and should anything arise, inform me immediately." Mama Lu and Yu Zhuang nodded in agreement. "Miss, we understand." Li Xiuhuan's series of precautions left Song with no room to maneuver, intensifying her sense of defeat and the dread of Li Xiuhuan's transformation after narrowly escaping danger. Although she longed to harm Zheng once more, the evident defenses of Zhu Huangxian indicated that Li Xiuhuan had prepared thoroughly, making any rash actions likely to lead to capture. Determined to poison Zheng, her motives were not solely to avenge her daughter, but also to exact her own revenge. Zheng truly had the fortune of birthing an exceptional daughter. A cold smile crept upon Song's lips, a chilling demeanor that inspired dread. Under Li Xiuhuan's careful protection, Zheng's life had been miraculously spared. Her once gaunt, pallid face was gradually regaining its vitality and color, her spirit far better than before. Li Xiuhuan's anxiety eased, and her visits to Zhu Huangxian diminished. She devoted her time to physical training and martial arts, engaging in weighted runs during the day and practicing combat at night. After nurturing her body for several days, she had become sturdier and more resilient, no longer lagging behind in physical exertion. Daily, she would run laps around the courtyard, a necessary regimen that bewildered her maids. Shouldn't a young lady from a noble family be learning the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting instead of running laps? Hui'er tilted her head in confusion, muttering to herself. Upon returning from 30 laps, Li Xiuhuan playfully crept up behind Hui'er and startled her with a sudden breath. Hui'er jumped, gasping in surprise, clutching her chest in shock. "Miss, you scare me to death." Li Xiuhuan placed her hands on her hips, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. "Did you think I couldn't and Oppos? Do you hear your whispers?" Hui and Oppos sighed in exasperation. "Oh, my lady, you must be more mindful. Instead of running around like this, you should be learning those arts. In a couple of years, you will be of marrying age. You cannot lack any skills." Li Xiuhuan flashed a bright smile, utterly unconcerned. It didn't amp Oppos It's better that I lack any skills than I one T have to marry. The life of a wife and mother is dull and meaningless. Hui and Amp, oppose, or grew anxious. Miss, look at what you are saying. A woman who does not marry will be a lifelong spinster. A woman must have a home, otherwise she will be ridiculed. Besides, do you not wish to shed the title of the Northern Way's most useless daughter? If you continue to bear that title, finding a suitable match will be quite difficult. You should start utilizing these 2 years to learn and rid yourself of this title. Then, you will have your pick of suitors. Li Xiuhuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Huier, you worry too much. Ignoring Huier's incessant chatter, she walked straight into her room, grasping the teapot to pour herself a cup of tea. Indeed, the warmth of the room contrasted with the chill outside. She removed her garments, shaking off the icy droplets, and hung them by the stove. Once her clothes were dry, she intended to accompany the old madam. On her way to the Lioli courtyard, she was met with a melodious chorus of songbirds, their harmonious notes echoing through the air. Li Xiuhuan paused, her gaze fixed on the study in the distance. Huier, trailing behind, speculated that Li Xiuhuan would not venture to the study, having shown little interest in such matters in the past. Huier, who has come to the estate today? Why does the young lady inquire thus? Li Xiuya subtly lifted her gaze, directing it towards the guards stationed at the entrance of the study. Their attire was not that of the Li family. Following Li Xiuya's line of sight, Huier recognized the guards' familiar faces and stated with conviction, "Miss, the Prince of Chun has arrived." Yuan Xuanqing? Since the late emperor's demise and the ascension of a young emperor, Yuan Xuanqing, along with the other princes, had been assigned to their respective fiefdoms. Yuan Xuanqing's designated territory was Chun, hence his title as the Prince of Chun, a man of 23 years. Her understanding of Yuan Xuanqing stemmed entirely from her father, who had described the Prince of Chun as a detached individual, disinclined to form alliances, solitary in the court, and averse to participating in factional disputes. He was deemed a rare talent, possessing both intellect and wisdom. However, the more a fish prefers to dwell in clear waters, the more questionable its motives become. Despite having heard of him, there had been little interaction. Now, by chance, they had crossed paths. Perhaps it was time for an acquaintance. Huier, didn't you desire for me to study the arts of qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Since we happen to be passing by, let us diligently pursue them. Huier's eyes gleamed with excitement. Miss, have you finally seen the light? You should have commenced these studies long ago. Li Xiuya. From a moment Li Xiuya and Huier stepped into the study, the jovial atmosphere instantly congealed. The first to notice Li Xiuya's arrival was Prince Chun Yuan Xuanqing, followed by Li Qinjiao, Li Jinru, and Li Jiating. Prince Chun, adorned in a deep blue court robe, possessed a slender physique, refined features, and a vibrant spirit. His countenance bearing an innate nobility. His back was ramrod straight, like a resilient forest tree. Upon seeing the rumored simpleton Li Xiuya, he displayed no disdain. His expression was amicable, a subtle upturn of his lips suggesting a welcome to Li Xiuya's arrival. This humble girl, Li Xiuya, greets the Prince of Chun. Li Xiuya, with poise and grace, curtsied respectfully before the prince. You are Li Xiuya? A look of incredulity flashed across the prince's eyes as he scrutinized the woman before him. Her smile serene, her posture naturally dignified. Li Xiuya nodded with a smile, her eyes devoid of any turbulence. She was well aware of the prince's reaction, considering the former Li Xiuya's inability to present herself with poise, often appearing timid in the presence of elders or strangers. Li Xiuya's poise only intensified the prince's suspicion regarding the veracity of the rumors. His gaze upon her now held a hint of intrigue. Prince Chun, you know my third sister? Li Jinru exclaimed, feigning surprise. Has my third sister garnered such renown? A flicker of awkwardness crossed the prince and Amp, Oppo's face. It was undeniable that tales of the Li family's daughters had circulated throughout the capital, though the notoriety of the third daughter stemmed not from her talent or beauty, but from her perceived dullness, ignorance, and lack of proficiency in the arts, devoid of any qualities befitting a lady of noble birth. Nearby, Li Qinjiao's eyes gleamed, fixating on Li Xiuya with vindictive satisfaction. Meanwhile, Li Jiating, standing beside Li Jinru, wore a look of melancholy, offering Li Xiuya an apologetic nod. The atmosphere was frigid, broken only by the prince's dry cough. He glanced at Li Xiuya, deliberating before deciding to grant her some semblance of respect. Fifth Miss, I have previously encountered the 3rd Mississippi Li Jinru and Oppos. As face paled, unable to believe the prince and Oppos, as defense of Li Xiuya. Her eyes, filled with malice, darted towards the composed Li Xiuya. Third sister has met you? I was under the impression that my third sister has never had the opportunity to attend banquets. I wonder where you could have possibly met. Nevertheless, it is indeed an honor for my third sister to meet someone of such esteemed status. Li Jiating glided towards Li Jinru, tugging at her sleeve, signaling her to refrain from further embarrassing Li Xiuya. However, Li Jinru was unwilling to let Li Xiuya off the hook, forcefully pushing aside Li Jiating's hand and casting a fierce glare, warning her to mind her own business. Li Jiating retreated, the actions of Li Jinru leaving a bitter taste in the mouth of her elder sister. I wonder if the prince is aware of the reason why my third sister has been denied the opportunity to attend banquets? Allow me to enlighten you. I wonder if the prince is willing to lend an ear? Li Jinru and Oppos. S smile was grotesque as she muttered to herself, my third sister possesses no skill in the arts. To preserve the reputation of the Li family, father and mother have forbidden her from attending important banquets. The prince lowered his gaze, a hint of displeasure flickering across his face. He detested women who were overly aggressive, believing in showing leniency where possible. Seeing the prince's furrowed brow, Li Qianjiao recognized his displeasure and seized the opportunity to play the benevolent one. Fifth sister, one should not wash dirty linen in public. We ought to be understanding and tolerant of our third sister's shortcomings. After all, no one is perfect. Li Xiuya sneered inwardly, longing to applaud Li Qianjiao. She had managed to say all the things that should have been left unsaid, playing the role of the virtuous woman while shamelessly flaunting her hypocrisy. Her audacity was truly commendable. Did they truly believe that the person standing before them was so easily manipulated? Eldest sister speaks with great wisdom. Indeed, no one is without flaws. Even those renowned throughout the land cannot possibly excel in every endeavor or be universally liked. Since you derive such pleasure from belittling others to elevate yourself, perhaps you should experience the sensation of being surpassed by someone you deem worthless. Eldest sister, which of these paintings did you create? The gazes of the onlookers shifted from the paintings to Li Xiuya's face, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Li Jinru curled her lips in disgust. Third sister, the painting that eldest sister created is none of your concern. Of course, it is not my concern. I merely wish to appreciate the artwork. Ignoring the astonished looks of the crowd, Li Xiuya walked directly to a painting of pine trees. This one must be the work of eldest sister. Prince Chun and Li Jiating were taken aback, surprised by Li Xiuya's discerning eye. Li Qianjiao and Li Jinru frowned, convinced that Li Xiuya had merely stumbled upon the correct answer by sheer luck. Eldest sister, the cliff you have painted is quite remarkable. Li Qianjiao curled her lip dismissively. Ignorant fool, I have no need for the flattery of a good-for-nothing. Li Jinru echoed Li Xiuya's words. Eldest sister's painting is exceptional. It does not require your validation. Li Xiuya offered a faint smile, her words laced with sharp intent. Only the cliff is well executed. The rest is still lacking. Li Qianjiao's expression froze, suppressing the rising anger within her. Her words were veiled with hidden meaning. I was unaware that third sister possessed such expertise in art appraisal. Today, I shall eagerly await third sister and Oppos' evaluation, hoping that she can offer a coherent critique and not waste the time of Prince Chun and my esteemed sisters. Li Jinru chimed in. Eldest sister, Li Xiuya, cannot even differentiate between a chicken pecking at rice. How could she possibly possess the ability to appraise art? The focus of the painting should be on the pine trees, not the cliff beneath them. Some individuals simply enjoy posturing and displaying their self-importance. We should not waste our time on such individuals. Let's continue with our painting. Undeterred, Li Xiuya parted her lips slightly, a towering pine upon a mountain peak. The rustling wind within the valley. How mighty is the sound of the wind. How vigorous are the branches of the pine. A pine tree that grows upon a cliff, enduring the fierce winds, its trunk contorted, its texture coarse, should be rendered with strokes that are both ancient and unadorned, rather than delicate and feeble. Li Xiaoya picked up a brush, seeking a blank canvas, and began to paint. Eldest sister's pine tree is elegant and refined, lacking the ambition and unyielding spirit to gather the clouds. A pine tree that chooses to thrive upon a precipice, enduring frost and cold, must possess the aspiration to soar into the heavens and ascend thousands of feet. Eldest sister, what are your thoughts on my words? Li Qianjiao stared at the painting, clenching her handkerchief tightly in her hand, remaining silent. Li Xiaoya outlined the contours of the mountain with ink, the peaks rising in layers. Upon the towering mountain, an ancient wild pine tree, its branches thick and gnarled, reached towards the sky, defying the fierce winds. Its resilience in the face of adversity, its fearless and formidable power, left onlookers in awe, deeply moved by its magnificence. Chapter 17. A direct slap to the face. Li Qianjiao cast a sidelong glance at Chen Wang, who was engrossed in the scroll, his eyes alight with admiration for the painting. He remarked, "This artwork possesses profound artistic conception, with vigorous brushwork. The pine branches exhibit a natural grace, harmoniously embracing the towering peaks. What vastness of heart and intelligence must the artist possess to achieve such insight and transcendence? Even the most renowned painters must bow in humility. This piece is truly exceptional." He turned to Li Xiaoran, his gaze sparkling, and smiled. "Third miss, your ingenuity is remarkable. Concealed, yet profound. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for me to witness your artistry today. Might I request this scroll as a gift?" Li Xiaoran shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Your Highness jests. I merely scribbled a few strokes. If you desire this painting, feel free to take it, provided you do not mind that it was created by a mere amateur." Chen Wang shook his head, meticulously rolling up the painting. "Third miss is being modest. An artist capable of creating such a masterpiece could hardly be deemed an amateur. The rumors outside may vary in truth, but seeing is believing. I trust my own eyes. With such talent, General Li's daughter is indeed a source of pride for the Li family." Li Xiaoran and Chen Wang's words struck Li Qianjiao like a blow. Her face flushed crimson. Feeling humiliated, her handkerchief twisted into a crumpled ball. Li Jinru's expression was equally grim as she regarded Li Xiaoran with eyes wide in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the once derided amateur had transformed into a masterful painter. Li Xiaoran intentionally provoked Li Qianjiao, saying, "Elder sister, surely I cannot be considered a disgrace to the Li family anymore." Li Qianjiao and oppose. As facial muscles twitched violently, her beautiful eyes ignited with fury, as if they could incinerate Li Xiaoran into ashes. How dare this wretch openly oppose her? Suppressing her surging anger, she forced a smile. "Third sister, I have never regarded you as a disgrace to our family. My earlier words were merely a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding, indeed?" Li Xiaoran replied with a radiant smile. "It should rightly be a misunderstanding. I kindly advise elder sister to choose her words more carefully in the future." Li Qianjiao glared at Li Xiaoran, saying coldly, "Third sister, I do not require your guidance on how to conduct myself." Li Xiaoran shrugged dismissively. "I am not instructing you on how to behave. After all, you are a person, not a wildcat or dog. How could you possibly lack common sense? Elder sister, I simply wish to," her smile brightened, "let you know that there are always greater talents beyond, and my artistic skills have indeed surpassed yours." "You?" Li Qianjiao's eyes widened. Unable to accept being outshone by an amateur, nearly fainting from the humiliation, the frustration made her wish to strangle Li Xiaoran on the spot. Li Jinru hurried to Li Qianjiao's side, steadying her arm and glaring fiercely at Li Xiaoran. "You merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Do you truly believe you and Amp oppose V outdone, elder sister? You should reflect on your true identity." Li Xiaoran merely smiled and said nothing, while Chen Wang and Appo's lips curved into a slight frown, an inexplicable sense of disappointment washing over him as he observed Li Qianjiao and Li Jinru. "Elder sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, please continue your painting. I must attend to the old madam now. Your Highness, I bid you farewell." Before departing, Li Xiaoran intentionally pricked Li Jinru's heart, adding, "Oh, fifth sister, you reminded me not to forget my identity. Rest assured, I shall keep in mind. I hope you will also remember yours." Li Jinru inhaled sharply, enraged, and almost lunged at Li Xiaoran. At that moment, Li Jiayan approached her, whispering in a voice only she could hear, "Today, you lost your composure before Chen Wang, which was not your intention. Do not allow yourself to be manipulated, sister." Li Jinru paused, then shook off Li Jiayan and Appo's hand, her dark eyes flashing with disdain as she silently warned her elder sister to mind her own business. Li Xiaoran noticed the subtle exchange between the two sisters and smiled faintly, turning to leave. Li Jiayan displayed an understanding of social dynamics, while Li Jinru remained bothersome. The members of the Li family were indeed amusing, but regrettably, she would not allow them to meet a favorable end. Her dark eyes turned cold, exuding a strange and unsettling aura. She walked toward the Lioli courtyard, her maidservants hurrying to keep pace. After Li Xiaoran's departure, Chen Wang also took his leave. In a fit of rage, Li Qianjiao tore apart all her paintings, smashing her art supplies into pieces, shouting, "I refuse to keep anything that wretched person has touched. Dispose of it immediately." Li Jiayan shook her head helplessly and slipped away. Li Jinru stood at a loss, glancing awkwardly at Li Qianjiao, unwilling to serve her in a rage. Thus, she too sought an excuse to leave. "Get out of my sight, all of you lowly concubines. The farther, the better." In truth, Li Qianjiao, like her mother, had always looked down on concubines, including Li Jiayan and Li Jinru, whom she regarded with disdain. The only reason they enjoyed a semblance of comfort was due to their mother, Xingshi, being favored by Li Xiaoda. Killing Xingshi was not out of the question, yet she remained useful. Though troubled, she endured Xingshi's presence. As for Li Jinru and Li Jiayan, they too served a purpose. The sound of footsteps gradually faded, each step pressing down on Li Qianjiao and Appo's heart, intensifying her irritation. She glanced at the remaining 6 maidservants, seizing a teacup from the table and hurling it at them, growling, "What are you standing there for?" The maidservants, frightened and pale, quickly knelt, their heads bowed in panic. Their submissive demeanor only deepened Li Qianjiao and Appo's discomfort. "Li Xiaoran, why couldn't you just drown in the lake? Why do you have to bask in the sunlight? Since when did your artistic skills become so extraordinary? What hidden secrets have you concealed for so long?" Regardless of the secrets, she wished to obliterate anyone who troubled her. A malevolent expression crept onto her beautiful face, transforming her into a twisted beast that instilled fear in those who beheld her. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoran diligently attended to the old madam in the Lioli courtyard. The old madam sat on a soft couch, her eyes slightly closed, her expression serene. Li Xiaoran sat beside her, carefully preparing tea. Wei Mama observed Li Xiaoran with increasing satisfaction. No other young lady in the household cared for the old madam as diligently as the third miss did. The eldest daughter feigned illness to avoid morning greetings, while the other young ladies merely waited for the maidservants of the Lioli courtyard to serve them. Only the third miss genuinely endeavored to bring joy to the old madam, motivated not just by the desire for protection, but primarily by filial piety. Li Xiaoran looked up, meeting Wei Mama and Appo's gaze, and offered a warm smile, continuing to focus on the tea. At that moment, Wei Mama noticed something peculiar about the tea preparation. Chapter 18. The tree that attracts the wind. Madame Wei approached with astonishment, carefully observing the scene before her. Once she confirmed her initial impression, she joyfully exclaimed to the matriarch, "Elder Madam, the third miss possesses such exquisite craftsmanship. The tea is truly a sight to behold." The elder lady languidly opened her eyes. As Li Xiaoran, with a calculated demeanor, stepped forward, her gaze clear. "Grandmother, do take a look." Upon closer inspection, the matriarch beheld a serene painting of verdant mountains and flowing waters reflected in the teacup. She fixated on Li Xiaoran, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Is this tea brewed by you? How did you acquire such skill?" Li Xiaoran, unfazed, replied, "Grandmother, I have not learned from anyone, as there was no one to teach me. I observed the tea being prepared when father entertained the regent during his last visit and returned to practice it on my own." She smiled awkwardly. Having secretly practiced for a considerable time, uncertain whether her brewing was satisfactory, hoping her grandmother would not scorn her lack of expertise. Li Xiaoran's explanation dispelled the matriarch's doubts. Madame Wei, with a smile, praised Li Xiuran, noting that the third miss had indeed put her heart into it, a trait not everyone possessed when learning to serve the elder lady. The matriarch's fortune also bears the mark of the third Mrs. Filial Piety. This commendation brought a faint smile to the matriarch's face. With great grace, she lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. Madame Wei, filled with anticipation, silently hoped that the elder lady would enjoy the tea brewed by Li Xiuran. After a prolonged silence following her sip, the matriarch savored the subtle taste of green tea, accompanied by the fragrant notes of osmanthus, a sensation reminiscent of an impending mountain rain. The picturesque scenery of mountains and waters remained undisturbed, the painting within the teacup presenting its intrinsic beauty unaffected. Internally, the matriarch could not help but admire Li Xiuran and Appo's as transformation, yet her countenance remained composed. "Xiuran, how long have you practiced this art?" Before Li Xiuran could respond, Hu interjected, "Our lady practices daily, often telling me and Zijing that she wishes for grandmother to enjoy the most aesthetically pleasing tea." Feigning displeasure, Li Xiuran chastised Hu, "This is not your place to speak. Do you not understand decorum?" The matriarch blinked. "Xiuran, it is of no consequence." She grasped Li Xiuran and Appo's hand. "You are growing increasingly perceptive and considerate. Do you stay for lunch today?" Li Xiuran nodded. Hu was beside herself with excitement, striving to suppress her overwhelming joy. The matriarch, devoted to her spiritual pursuits, typically partook only of vegetarian fare, rarely attending meals unless the occasion was significant. To dine in the presence of the matriarch was a coveted honor sought after by many young ladies and masters in the household. Li Xiuran was acutely aware of this, yet she maintained her calm demeanor. Every action she undertook since her rebirth was imbued with purpose. She refrained from engaging in matters that did not serve her interests. Winning the favor of the matriarch was a calculated endeavor. As a concubine's daughter, her reborn self faced numerous constraints, compelled to bow to the powers that be, and relying on their favor. She had to be exceedingly accommodating, all for the sake of survival within the Li household. Survival was paramount. Only then could she meticulously plot her revenge. News of Li Xiuran dining in the Lioli courtyard swiftly spread throughout the estate, leaving many astonished by the matriarch's newfound affection for her. The privileges bestowed upon a daughter of an official were now occupied by a concubine's daughter, an affront that diminished the legitimacy of the primary daughter. Did the matriarch not consider the feelings of the legitimate daughter? Others failed to anticipate that the matriarch, who was typically impartial and seldom engaged with her grandchildren, would exhibit such favoritism towards Li Xiuran. Other concubines seized the opportunity to make Li Qianjiao uncomfortable, and the idle gossip of the maidservants reached her ears. Furious, she cast one of the maids into the woodshed, denying her food and drink until the unfortunate girl ultimately perished from starvation. Yet even this did not quell Li Qianjiao's wrath. She struggled to comprehend the matriarch's actions and could not decipher her intentions. Compared to the previous instance when the matriarch sent Zijing to serve Li Xiuran in the Qiyuan, her discontent with the matriarch grew. Was the matriarch unaware of the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate offspring? What had she done wrong to become a laughingstock repeatedly? Was she merely a decorative figure as the legitimate daughter? Li Xiuran, I shall not let you escape unscathed. You have made my life miserable. You must pay the price. This time, let us ensure your complete eradication from this world. Her peony-like visage twisted with animosity, transforming her once beautiful features into a mask of hostility. Several days passed, and Li Qianjiao began to take action. She dispatched her maid to the Qiyuan, feigning an invitation for Li Xiuran to partake in a leisurely boat ride. Hoping to forge a bond, Hu advised Li Xiuran against attending, recalling the chilling image of Li Xiuran lying pale and drenched on the cold ground. A memory she could not shake, fearing Li Xiuran might repeat the same mistake. Li Xiuran, her fingers gently tapping the table, remained unbothered, asserting that Huier's concerns were overly cautious. After changing her attire, she set out to attend the gathering. If Li Qianjiao did not create some turmoil, she would be the one fretting. The more chaos ensued, the more delight Li Xiuran felt. Every inhabitant of the Li household would face the consequences. The boating location was in the Li estate's garden, a place of breathtaking beauty, entirely inspired by nature. The landscape was crafted around mountainous and aquatic features, striving for a harmonious existence with the environment, embodying an elegant artistic realm. The garden and oppos, as structures on the left and right, differed markedly, as the designer seemed disinclined to adhere to symmetry, eschewing traditional aesthetics. Li Xiaoran's attire today was exceedingly simple. Her hair was secured with a modest silver hairpin, and she wore a light green cotton jacket adorned with bamboo motifs. Her tall stature and poised demeanor resembled a figure gracefully traversing the canvas of a painting. The lake lay tranquil, and a small boat glided steadily at its center. The boat, exquisitely crafted, featured 8 windows, each etched with intricate characters and designs. The inscriptions were delicate, resembling tiny mosquitoes, revealing the artisan's exceptional craftsmanship. Li Xiaoran was well acquainted with this boat, as it had been the very vessel that had once seen her fall into the water when the Zheng family, lacking funds for medical treatment, had sought help from Li Qianjiao, only to disturb her leisure and be pushed into the water as a consequence. An insignificant daughter of a concubine, her life was as inconsequential as that of an ant. Who would care? Yet, it was only with the true departure of Li Xiaoran that she could be reborn. All was destined. The actions of Li Xiaoran's father would not go unpunished by heaven, which allowed her, with the grace of fate, to return as his daughter to seek retribution. As the boat's occupants caught sight of Li Xiaoran and Zijing, the boatman began to steer the vessel closer to the shore. Mississippi. As they boarded, Zijing suddenly remarked, "A tree that attracts the wind." Li Xiaoran paused, a smile playing upon her lips, and thought to herself, as long as her conscience remained clear, all was well. Chapter 19. Hidden motives. As anticipated, Zijing indeed proved to be quite astute. It was precisely this quality that necessitated her presence, for there would undoubtedly be occasions to utilize her. There was no need for excessive concern. Perhaps elder sister simply wished to invite me for tea. Li Xiaoran stepped aboard the boat. Zijing hesitated, longing to voice her thoughts. But upon realizing Li Xiaoran's resolute intent to depart, she swallowed her words and followed closely behind. On the boat, aside from the 4 rowers, there were Li Xiaoran and her 6 maids, along with Li Jinru, who had no maid in attendance. Li Qianjiao's hairstyle was different from usual. Today she wore a delicate hairstyle adorned with a pearl-studded golden hairpin, her dark tresses cascading down gracefully. With a radiant smile, she was truly a vision of beauty. Holding a warming pot, she placed it on the table upon seeing Li Xiaoran. She greeted warmly, "Third sister, you have finally arrived. 5th sister and I have been waiting for quite a while." Li Jinru interjected with a huff, "Indeed, we've waited so long for you." Moving at a snail and oppos, pace is rather bothersome. Li Xiaoran glanced at Li Jinru, noting her attire, a pale lotus-colored cotton jacket embroidered with a lotus flower, which lent her an air of tranquility. It must be said that Li Jinru was quite pleasant to behold. Though not strikingly beautiful, she possessed a certain grace, albeit with a hint of modesty. In contrast, Li Qianjiao exuded poise and elegance, each smile and frown embodying the essence of a true lady. The most disheartening aspect was the stark comparison. At that moment, Li Xiaoran became acutely aware of the ulterior motives behind Song's intentions. 5th sister. It is rare for our 3rd sister to venture out for recreation. Let us not spoil the cheerful atmosphere. Whether it was due to Zijing and oppos, his presence, or some other factor, Li Qianjiao's demeanor today was unexpectedly serene. 3rd sister. 5th sister may speak a bit bluntly. Do not take it to heart. Please sit down for tea. This tea was sent by my elder brother and is exceptionally delightful. Upon hearing the mention of her elder brother, Li Xiaoran's expression turned frigid. Memories of Li Lingyun leading troops into the Su family's residence flooding her mind. He was the man who had abandoned his sword, watching her mother take her own life amidst the flames. Truly, a tiger begets no dog, his brutal methods reminiscent of Li Xiaoda. As the sole male heir of the primary branch, should anything happen to him, it would undoubtedly be a significant blow to Li Xiaoda. Opening her palm, Li Xiaoran fell into contemplation. These hands must ensure the Li family is reduced to mere mud. Everything Li Xiaoda cherishes shall be destroyed. making him taste the bitterness of heartache before she deals with him. Third sister, what troubles you? A voice as melodious as a warbler pulled Li Xiuran back to reality. With a courteous nod, she seated herself, assuring, elder sister, you worry too much. The weather is splendid today. How could I let anyone spoil my good spirits? This tea has cooled, so I shall refrain from drinking it. Who knows if it was laced with poison? Li Qianjiao, relying on her status as a legitimate daughter, was capable of anything. Li Qianjiao instructed a maid to bring hot water. The maid, cautious, prepared a fresh cup of tea. Li Qianjiao pushed the cup towards Li Xiuran, urging, third sister, savor it slowly. We must not waste such fine tea. Let us enjoy our tea while engaging in conversation. I reflected on the painting you created last time. It was truly remarkable. Today, fifth sister and I have specifically invited you to row. Eager to hear your insights on painting. Li Xiuran gazed at the tea, sensing that Li Qianjiao was adamant about her consuming it. Perhaps this outing was not merely a repeat of past schemes, but rather a sinister plot to poison her. If she drank this tea, her life would likely end here. Under Li Qianjiao's expectant gaze, she inched the cup to the edge of the table. Elder sister, this tea is rather hot. I believe I shall wait a moment before drinking. Li Qianjiao's dark pupils dimmed slightly. Very well, take your time. Li Jinru scoffed, drink it or not. It's as if we're begging you for good tea. She remarked disdainfully. Your Chiyu garden has no such exquisite tea. Elder sister, I advise you not to be overly kind to others. Some are ungrateful and fail to appreciate it. With that, she snatched the tea from Li Xiuran's hands. Disregarding the heat. If you want an amp, Oppos, tea drink it I shall. Li Jinru tilted her head back to gulp it down. Li Qianjiao and amp, Oppos, S expression shifted dramatically, and she swiftly rose, grasping Li Jinru and amp, Oppos, S wrist. This yank caused the cup in Li Jinru and amp, Oppos, S hand to spill, splashing hot tea onto her skin. Li Jinru inhaled sharply, frowning at Li Qianjiao. Elder sister, was that deliberate? Li Qianjiao examined the reddened skin of Li Jinru's hand, assuring, elder sister certainly did not mean to. Then why did you suddenly grab my wrist? Li Jinru retorted, still disgruntled. Li Xiuran silently observed their exchange, realizing that regardless of the circumstances, this tea could not be consumed. If Li Qianjiao persisted in her insistence, it would only suggest a significant lapse in her intellect. After soothing Li Jinru, Li Qianjiao beamed and turned to Li Xiuran, third sister, do have cup. Li Xiuran shook her head in resignation. Li Qianjiao was indeed a sheltered young lady, with limited experience and knowledge. Even her schemes were of the most rudimentary level, a stark contrast to her mother, who had stirred up the Li residence. It was difficult to refuse, and seeing her elder sister's earnest effort to make her drink this tea, Li Xiuran felt compelled. If she did not comply, her elder sister would likely persist. With a hint of reluctance, she picked up the fresh cup, swirling it without drinking, deliberately shifting the topic. I wonder how my elder brother has been faring lately? Li Qianjiao, displeased that Li Xiuran refused to drink, sensed her awareness of the plot. Hearing Li Xiuran mention her elder brother, Li Qianjiao feigned prideful amusement. Although my elder brother is busy with official duties, he is doing quite well. The emperor holds him in high regard. Father mentioned that once my brother reaches maturity, he will request the emperor to promote him. My brother is destined for great things. So when you see him, be sure to show respect. Otherwise, you shall not fare well. Though there was a possibility that today could be Li Xiuran and Oppos, as last, she still felt the urge to speak. Li Xiuran smiled faintly, her expression not quite reaching her eyes. That is wonderful. I hope my elder brother remains cautious while navigating the outside world. The hearts of people can be treacherous. He must be vigilant. Is that so? Li Jinru scoffed, glaring at Li Xiuran in dissatisfaction. My brother is far more mature and composed than you. He and Oppos has accomplished significant things. Does he require your feigned concern? What great deeds has he accomplished? She recalled that Li Lingyun was merely a facade of strength, filled with ambitions of power, yet devoid of any genuine concern for the people. Are you familiar with the Su family? Li Jinro Buza, her expression suggesting that Li Xiuran should be unaware. The Su family colluded with foreign enemies and was eradicated by the emperor. My brother dealt with the treasonous officials. Do you not find him impressive? Chapter 20. Retribution. Li Xiuhuan's hand trembled slightly, her heart quaking uncontrollably, exuding an unprecedented chill akin to solid ice. Abruptly, she rose to her feet, raising her palm, a gust of wind whipping past Li Jinru's cheek. At that moment, Li Jinru let out a piercing scream. Yet the slap remained suspended in the air. Li Qianjiao stood frozen, witnessing Li Xiuhuan's anger for the first time. For reasons unknown, the sight of Li Xiuhuan's fury instilled a strange sense of fear within her. What lay behind that monstrous, predatory gaze? Li Jinru had not uttered anything inappropriate. Li Jinru, trembling, instinctively hid behind Li Qianjiao, terrified that Li Xiuhuan might indeed deliver a slap. This face, meticulously maintained every day, could not afford to be blemished. Li Xiuhuan radiated an aura of hostility, her demeanor suggesting she was prepared to kill without hesitation, causing Li Qianjiao and Appo's heart to race and rendering Li Jinru pale with fright. Even though she had held back her earlier action, it was evident to all that her intent had been to strike Li Jinru. Faced with Li Xiuhuan and Appo's fierce demeanor, no one dared to continue discussing the Su family affairs. Li Qianjiao pondered the possible ramifications of the Su family situation, which had stirred considerable chaos and resulted in countless deaths. No one wished to become embroiled in this matter, fearing it might bring disaster upon themselves. Naturally, no one wished to broach the subject. Reflecting on this, she cast a wary glance at Li Jinru. One could indulge in reckless eating. But speaking carelessly was another matter entirely. Li Jinru resembled a child caught in wrongdoing, sullenly lowering her head. Li Xiuhuan, with purpose, approached her, embodying the intent to reprimand. Step by step, Li Jinru clung desperately to Li Qianjiao's sleeve, retreating as the three of them gradually reached the edge of the boat. Dark clouds loomed overhead, threatening to crush the figures beneath their shadow, while a cold wind stirred, heralding the long-awaited rain, which fell like pellets, stinging upon contact with skin. Li Qianjiao struggled. Fifth sister, do not tug at my clothes. Li Jinru, fixated on Li Xiuhuan's predatory gaze, shook her head. Sister, I am afraid. You must protect me. I am terrified. Fifth sister, one must not speak carelessly about national matters. If your words are overheard by those with ill intent, the Li family could find itself in dire straits because of you. Li Xiuhuan's expression was resolute. She could not swallow her indignation. She seized Li Jinru and delivered a stinging slap. Your demise is inconsequential, but you cannot drag the Li family into this turmoil. Li Jinru covered the bruised area, feeling the fiery imprint of the slap, akin to a burning pepper searing her skin, waves of pain crashing over her. In a fit of despair, she cried out, Li Xiuhuan, you wretched girl, I will kill you. Li Xiuhuan captured Li Jinru's raised hand, executing a fierce shoulder throw. The small boat rocked with a thud, and Li Jinru burst into tears. She struggled, acting as if possessed, gnashing her teeth and flailing her arms, completely forgetting her status as a young lady. Li Qianjiao, alarmed, feared the commotion might attract attention. After a moment's contemplation, she stepped forward to grasp Li Jinru's hand, offering comfort. Fifth sister, calm down. Without hesitation, Li Jinru shrugged off Li Qianjiao's grasp. Her face Chapter 21. Seeking justice, it seems that Song was quite flustered, disregarding the presence of the matriarch and Li Xiuda. However, her actions went unimpeded. Li Jinru cast a glance at Xing and suddenly knelt to the ground, wailing, Mother, I did not intend for this to happen. My elder sister lost her footing and fell. It has nothing to do with me. She refrained from discussing the matter regarding the Su family, shifting all blame onto Li Qianjiao. Song reprimanded Li Jinru. Why couldn't your elder sister stand properly? Do not utter falsehoods. With tears streaming down her face, Li Jinru timidly glanced at Li Xiuhuan, but ultimately could not bring herself to reveal the truth, choosing instead to shoulder the blame alone. Compared to the severe repercussions of discussing state affairs, the punishment for accidentally pushing Li Qianjiao off the boat would be relatively lenient. Weighing the pros and cons, she choked back her words, saying, My elder sister, the third sister, and I were out on the boat when suddenly a torrential downpour and hail struck. In our panic, as we rushed towards the boat's shelter, I inadvertently tripped my elder sister, causing her to lose her balance and fall. I truly did not mean to do it. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the maid beside my elder sister. Li Jinru's voice trembled with desperation. Please, someone speak up. None of Li Qianjiao and Appo's maids uttered a word. The situation was far too intricate, and any misstep in their words could lead to dire consequences, including death. Frustrated, Li Jinru furrowed her brow and said, If you choose not to speak, then so be it. Li Xiaohuan met Song's gaze head-on, conveying a silent message that she bore no responsibility for the incident. Song's expression darkened, her desire to strike Li Jinru palpable. The truth of your words shall be determined once your elder sister regains consciousness. Li Jinru's palms were clammy with sweat, the chill of the day failing to mask her fear. She concealed her bitten hand within her sleeve, her gaze fixed on the unconscious figure on the bed, wondering what words would be spoken upon awakening. The matriarch and Li Xiaoda regarded Li Jinru with solemn expressions, their hearts a tumult of emotions. With Li Qianjiao currently in a comatose state, how could they prove that Li Jinru was not at fault? The incident of two young ladies from the Li family falling into the lake could easily become a subject of ridicule if it were to spread. The matriarch's lips, which had been pursed tightly, began to move. No one is to speak of the incident regarding the eldest daughter falling into the lake. Anyone who violates this command shall face severe punishment. All present bowed their heads, each lost in their own thoughts, but none more anxious than Xing, whose daughter was inextricably linked to the affair. With Song being difficult to deal with, the only option left was to seek assistance from. Xing approached Li Xiaoda, casting him a glance filled with complex emotions. In truth, Li Jinru had already relayed the entire sequence of events to her, including the involvement of the Su family massacre. Her youngest daughter, being somewhat naive, had likely been manipulated. As she gazed intently at Li Xiaohuan, an indescribable unease settled within her. Just then, Li Xiaohuan's gaze met hers, intensifying the feeling of disquiet. Avoiding Li Xiaohuan's penetrating stare, Xing lowered her head and tugged at Li Xiaoda's sleeve. Whispering in a tone only he could hear, My lord, Jinru has always been very close to Qianjiao, as you well know. She has no reason to harm her. Moreover, to commit such an act in plain sight would be utterly absurd. Li Xiaoda remained silent, inwardly acquiescing to Song's approach, believing that everything should be clarified once the person in question regained consciousness. Observing the silence of her companion, Xing understood his thoughts. A flicker of sorrow crossed her lovely features as she sighed in despair. In this household, the matriarch and the legitimate daughter held the highest regard. She had lost due to her family background. The formidable Song, who could support the general in grand endeavors, always stood above her, keeping her firmly beneath her heel. Li Xiaohuan's gaze lingered on Li Xiaoda's grim countenance, and she could not help but smirk inwardly, contemplating how tragic his expression would be should Li Qianjiao perish. She eagerly anticipated witnessing his despair, calling out for help in vain. Li Xiaoda, just wait. I shall personally dismantle everything you hold dear. The anguish endured by the Su family will be visited upon the entirety of the Li household. Once the physician had arrived to diagnose and prescribe medicine, others began to depart in succession. The matriarch, too, was preparing to leave to recite scriptures. Before she exited, she cast a lingering glance at Li Xiaohuan. Li Xiaohuan remained composed, aiming to demonstrate her complete detachment from the matter at hand. The matriarch, burdened with thoughts, passed Li Xiaohuan by, while Wei Mama, following closely behind, perceptively noticed the shift in the matriarch's demeanor and tentatively inquired, Are you worried that the third miss is involved in this incident? I believe she is entirely innocent. The matriarch blinked, sighing, This child, Xiaohuan, is exceptionally intelligent and charming. But at times, her cleverness may be excessive. She is still young and ought to exercise more restraint. I sincerely hope she has no ties to this matter. Wei Mama, aware of the gravity of the situation, considered the severity of the environment. The eldest daughter had fallen into the lake, her life hanging by a thread. Lowering her voice, she spoke mysteriously. Did not Zijing accompany her? At this, the matriarch suddenly understood, pausing to ponder before responding, Please make the necessary arrangements. Wei Mama nodded in compliance. As evening fell, snow began to fall heavily outside, the weather growing increasingly severe. Li Xiaohuan gazed out the window and instructed Zijing, add more firewood. Miss, Zijing has gone to the restroom. I will add the firewood, replied Hui and Appos, bustling towards the stove. The weather had indeed been unpredictable lately, shifting from snow to rain to hail without warning. She pondered quietly, in this bitter cold, I wonder how my family is faring. Li Xiuhuan remained silent, standing by the window, lost in thought. After a long while, she finally spoke. Hui, I am weary. Hui replied, Miss, I shall prepare your bed immediately. After Hui had made the bed, Li Xiuhuan lay down. It was not until Zijing returned from outside that she slowly opened her eyes. Zijing, being one of the matriarch and Appos, as trusted maids, had likely been summoned to recount the events of the boating incident. Mississippi, Zijing called softly, cautiously approaching. Li Xiuhuan turned over, rising from the bed to regard Zijing with calmness. Zijing stepped closer, her voice barely above a whisper. Miss, there is something I wish to discuss with you. I feel quite anxious. Li Xiuhuan turned her dark eyes toward her. Speak your mind. I was summoned by Wei Mama. She inquired about what transpired on the small boat. What did you say? Li Xiuhuan was somewhat surprised by Zijing and Appos' candidness. Zijing met Li Xiuhuan's slightly questioning gaze and stated without hesitation that her account aligned with that of the 5th Mississippi. Li Xiuhuan cast a profound glance at Zijing, initially taken aback, but then understanding dawned. Zijing, you are an astute girl. I admire you. Miss, since I began serving you, I have regarded you as my mistress. As a servant, how could I harbor intentions of harming my master? Only with unity between mistress and servant can we establish ourselves in this household. If something were to befall you, I would suffer the consequences as well. Zijing paused before continuing. The eldest Mrs. Fall into the lake had nothing to do with you. Moreover, she even intended to poison you. I have already informed Granny Wei of this matter, and if I am not mistaken, it should have reached the ears of the old madam by now. Li Xiuhuan and Appos' lips curled into a smile, her ink-black eyes gleaming with triumph. The calculated scheme on the small boat had proven quite effective. Although confident in her plan, Li Xiuhuan feigned a lingering fear. Poison? Zijing, such words cannot be spoken carelessly. Zijing grasped Li Xiuhuan's hand and sighed sincerely. Miss, while you are indeed wise at times, you can also be somewhat imprudent. Although I serve by the old madam and Appos' side for a long time, I have long heard that the eldest miss does not favor you. Think about it. If she genuinely intended to invite you for a pleasant outing, that would be quite an honor for you. But this time, she set up a trap, a veritable home banquet. It was only by trying to outsmart someone that she inadvertently ensnared herself. After these words, Zijing recounted the scene of the dead ants she had witnessed. You must be wary of the eldest miss in the future. Relying on her status as the daughter, she is exceedingly audacious. There is something I have wanted to tell you for a long time, and today, after returning from Granny Wei's, I feel it even more strongly. Miss, prominence invites envy. Your favor with the old madam will surely arouse jealousy in others. Zijing, now that you have spoken so frankly, I am aware of your sincerity. Li Xiuhuan interlaced her fingers, gesturing for Zijing to observe. I am like these other 5 fingers, closely connected to my grandmother and valued by her. How else could my ailing mother and I hope to survive in this household? Li Xiuhuan's words left Zijing speechless. Miss, regardless, it is best to be cautious. Li Xiuhuan nodded. The biting wind howled, its increasing intensity stirring a vague unease. After lying down, Li Xiuhuan remained awake. It was a pity that Li Qianjiao had not perished in the incident. There would be other opportunities to make her wish she were dead. Then, she could relish Li Xiuda's heart-wrenching despair. Her fist clenched tightly, the veins on the back of her hand protruding like agitated serpents, pulsing with hatred. After an indeterminate amount of time, she drifted into sleep. In her drowsy state, she sensed hands caressing her face. The warmth conveyed by the palms was akin to a blazing fire in winter, so radiant that it drew a smile to her lips even in her dreams. In the dimly lit room, a blurred silhouette was cast upon the wall, its robust figure sparking fantasies. Li Xiuhuan was deeply asleep, but her instincts honed from martial arts training alerted her to the fact that the person was not a figment of her imagination but a tangible presence. Abruptly opening her eyes, she lashed out with her fists. The man, caught off guard, took a blow to the nose, emitting a muffled groan. Li Shuyuan swiftly donned her clothes, her face hardening as she demanded, "Who is it?" In the darkness, a deep, composed voice responded, "It is I." Li Shuyuan frowned and sneered. So the esteemed Prince Regent is nothing more than a shameless lecher. How disgraceful it would be if word got out. Sneaking into a woman's chambers in the dead of night is hardly the conduct befitting a member of the royal family. Before Yuan Junlan could retort, the flickering crimson candlelight cast an awkward glow across the room. Where he could not see her, Yuan Junlan had felt capable of facing Li Shuyuan. But as the candlelight illuminated those eyes, his heart skipped a beat. Those icy irises, like frozen daggers, made him feel restless and uneasy. The accusatory words, laced with disdain and contempt, caused a knot in his stomach. It was not as if he harbored affection for her, but he had inexplicably felt compelled to see her. And upon seeing her, he had been unable to resist touching her. Clearing his throat, he adopted an even more somber expression than Li Shuyuan's. This prince is not a lecher. Third miss should refrain from making unfounded accusations. Li Shuyuan retorted with a mocking laugh. What unfounded accusations? Are you not currently in my room? I never imagined you were such a person, Yuan Junlan. You are utterly repulsive. One should have the courage to own up to one's actions, instead of acting coy and evasive. It is an eyesore. Yuan Junlan's cheeks twitched. He strode forward, as if to strike Li Shuyuan. She swiftly retreated, adopting a defensive stance. Her battle-ready posture caused Yuan Junlan to falter for a moment. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Li Shuyuan launched an attack, her moves ruthless and deadly, leaving no room for counterattack. Her actions were hardly those of a demure maiden. Stunned, Yuan Junlan began to parry, without any intention of retaliating. After several exchanges, Li Shuyuan realized that she could not inflict any harm on Yuan Junlan. This prompted her to ponder the location of Yuan Junlan's weakness. She extended her leg, attempting to sweep the man off his feet. But he not only skillfully evaded the attack, but also seized her ankle. Li Shuyuan's face flushed crimson, whether from exertion or embarrassment, she could not say. She roared indignantly, "Remove your filthy hand." Yuan Junlan lowered his gaze to her ankle, its delicate smoothness causing him to lose himself for a moment as he caressed it. "So your feet are like pearls." "Shameless." Li Shuyuan struggled. "If you continue, I will call for help." She had always prided herself on her martial prowess. But to be defeated by Yuan Junlan was infuriating. If she was outmatched in martial arts, she would not hesitate to call for help. Before she could utter the word help, Yuan Junlan covered Li Shuyuan and Appo's mouth, his eyes warning her. "If you dare to call for help, I will dare to violate you." Li Shuyuan's dark eyes darted around as she retorted incredulously, "You have already touched my face. Is that not violation enough? Is there anything you, Yuan Junlan, would not dare to do?" Yuan Junlan's eyes deepened, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. Under her compelling gaze, he managed to stammer, "If you dare to call for help, I will dare to continue violating you." Li Shuyuan was exasperated. "Are you even Yuan Junlan? We have only met twice. Why do you speak as if you know me so well?" Yuan Junlan averted his gaze, beginning to doubt himself. He could not comprehend why he had been unable to sleep and why she was the first person he had wanted to see. As if confronting his own jumbled thoughts, he released her ankle with a sigh of boredom and feigned indifference. "Just consider it a dream. Pretend I do not exist." With that, he nimbly leaped out the window. Li Shuyuan followed resentfully, watching from the window as the dark figure swiftly vanished into the night. Outside, it was snowing. "Yuan Junlan, you have become a stranger." Considered a dream? She wished that everything were a dream so that her family could still be alive and well. "And you would still be the cherished memory in my heart. But this is not a dream. My family died unjustly right before my eyes. My father was a man of unwavering loyalty, dedicated to serving the country and its people, yet he met a tragic end. Has the loyalty of other officials been disheartened? Yuan Junlan, when the Su family was in dire straits, did you ever consider lending a hand?" A somberness descended upon her countenance, and sorrow pervaded her heart. When would the bleak night give way to the radiant dawn? This night brought sleeplessness. As the hour of Mao approached, a rustling sound echoed in the courtyard. Li Shuyuan opened her eyes and, finding no one to attend her, proceeded to wash and dress herself. Pushing open the door, she saw Huier, Zhejiang, and Yueji diligently sweeping snow. The previous night's snowfall had left a thick layer on the ground, making the task arduous. Observing the briskness of Hui'er and Zhejiang, it was evident they were diligent workers. In contrast, Yueji's efforts were less than impressive, her movements haphazard and unproductive. Hui'er and Zhejiang were murmuring something in hushed tones. Yueji, could you please focus on your task? Hui'er suddenly straightened up and approached Yueji, sweeping her broom around a tree. You're just circling the tree. It's such a small area, yet you're dawdling. Watching you work is unsettling. Either work diligently or leave. Don't loiter. Upon hearing this, Yueji's face darkened. She abruptly tossed her broom aside, rolled up her sleeves, and assumed a combative stance. I refuse to work today. What can you possibly do to me? If you want to fight, I'm ready. Just because you're the third Mrs. Personal maid doesn't mean you can boss me around. I'm not afraid of you. Before she could finish, Yueji cautiously stopped herself, ensuring she hadn't misspoke. She pouted and coldly scoffed, let's keep our distance. I won't bother with you today. Hui'er and Zhejiang exchanged glances. Hui'er retorted, if you want to keep our distance, then do your job properly. Since being assigned to the Chiyu Pavilion, Yueji had harbored discontent. Hearing Hui'er's words reignited her resentment. She gnashed her teeth and stomped on the broom. By what authority do you question me? Aren't you just a maid like me? I won't work today. What can you possibly do to me? Hui'er Appos, but was indignant, her face flushed. You and Appos, shameless. Do you even remember you and Appos? Maid? If you are, then fulfill your duties and complete your assigned tasks, instead of presuming that no one can touch you and slacking off. Zhejiang added, Yueji, if you don an Appos, do you want to escalate this, you and Appos, do you better pick up your broom and clear the snow in your area. Otherwise, Hui'er and Appos, and I will beat you together. And when the matter reaches the miss, you'll be in deep trouble. Yueji swallowed nervously, her eyes lowered. But remembering her backing, courage surged within her again. She fearlessly grabbed the broom. If I'm going to fight, then let's fight. If I don't fight back, you'll continue to bully me. Let's see who can deal with me after I fight you. I will deal with you. The resolute and chilling voice, inspiring confidence, belonged to Li Xiaoyun. Her face was stern, and the oppressive aura she exuded caused everyone present to tremble. Yueji and Appos, as heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly leaned the broom against a tree and lowered her head in a panic. Hui'er and Zhejiang approached Li Xiaoyun. Hui'er began to explain the situation, but Li Xiaoyun stopped her. Hui'er, I know everything. Yueji has committed many misdeeds in the Chiyu Pavilion, even poisoning my lip rouge. If I hadn't noticed the strange color, my life would have been lost. Yueji took a deep breath and vehemently denied the accusation. Third Miss, Hui'er, and Zhejiang are bullying me. They always treat me unfairly, and this time they're ganging up on me. I hope you will investigate thoroughly. Li Xiaoyun remained silent, a woman of few words but decisive action. She snatched the broom from Hui'er and Appos and began to strike Yueji. Her blows were merciless, leaving Yueji stunned. Yueji cowered and knelt, begging for mercy. Third Miss, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. I'll never dare to do it again. You're full of lies and audacity. Who gave you the confidence to think that no one can deal with you? You falsely accuse others and expect me to investigate thoroughly. If I were to investigate every detail, your worthless life would end here. Li Xiaoyun's imposing demeanor, like a flood about to burst, showed no mercy as she struck Yueji. Yueji's cries were as mournful as the lost souls in a mass grave. How could a servant dare to be so audacious? If she didn't teach her a lesson, other mistresses would laugh at her. Yueji wept like Meng Jiangnu, wailing incessantly and begging for forgiveness. Third Miss, please stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. Please spare me. I'll never dare to do it again. I'll work hard, sob. I'll serve you wholeheartedly. Hui'er and Appos, and Zhejiang watched with satisfaction. If only you had known this earlier. You deserve it. Yueji and Appos, as clothes were covered in broom marks. She lay on the cold ground, limp and powerless, as if she would leave this world if she closed her eyes. Despite the cold, she was drenched in sweat, her face flushed, and her eyes glazed over. She simply lay there, gasping for breath, her eyes filled with hatred. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyun stopped. When working under me, either do well or leave. The price for not doing well may be your life. I and Appos, am known for being ruthless, and I don't oppose. T hesitate to kill. You may not be so lucky next time. She had initially intended to beat Yueji to death, eliminating the Grand Madam spy, but after considering it the previous night, she realized Yueji still had her uses. She had been on the defensive for too long. It was time to go on the offensive. Queer, Zijing, take her away. Li Xiaoyun's expression was indifferent. Don't speak of this to anyone. Queer and Zijing replied in unison, yes, Mississippi, while a bloody scene unfolded in the Chiyu Pavilion. A similar event occurred in the Furong courtyard. Desperate cries filled the Furong courtyard. The person who had been screaming just moments before was now completely silent. On the green bricks lay 6 corpses, bloodied and scarred, their faces as pale as paper, devoid of color, their chests no longer rising and falling. These 6 corpses were the maids who had served Li Qianjiao. They had all been dealt with by Madame Song. Li Qianjiao was of utmost importance, destined to enter the palace when the time was right, and could not be left unprotected. Madame Song and Amp Oppo's face was cold, her dignified features tainted with malice. Drag these people away, chop them into pieces, and feed them to the dogs. Li Jinru watched from the side, her heart in turmoil, her body weak. Hadn't and Amp Oppo's they said they would wait until Li Qianjiao awoke before making a decision. Li Qianjiao hadn't and Amp Oppo's even woken up, yet the executions had already begun. If these maids suffered such a fate, what would become of her? She had been summoned here at dawn, without her mother's knowledge. Would the Grand Madam also kill her? The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. She tremblingly asked, Mother, why did you summon me here? Surely not just to witness this scene of slaughter? Chapter 24. Petrified Lady Song's piercing gaze scrutinized Li Jinru, each glance akin to a needle pricking at her heart, intensifying her unease. After what felt like an eternity, Lady Song finally spoke, recount the boating incident of yesterday in its entirety. Li Jinru's heart leaped into her throat. She knew she was implicated in Li Qianjiao's fall into the lake, though it was not intentional. Li Xiaoyun, that vile creature, had relentlessly pressed her. What did it matter if they speculated on state affairs? They were sisters, after all. Who would betray the others and bring trouble upon themselves? That contemptible Li Xiaoyun was simply too malicious. How should she now frame her words to minimize her culpability? Her dark eyes darted about as she frantically searched for a solution. Li Jinru dropped to her knees and burst into tears. Mother, it truly wasn't my fault that eldest sister fell into the lake. Lady Song gritted her teeth. I demand that you recount everything that transpired that day, omitting nothing. Otherwise, you will face my wrath. Li Jinru stiffened, her neck tensing as she carefully weighed her words. That day, with no one else present, Li Jinru recounted the events on the boat without reservation. Mother, it was all that vile Li Xiaoyun and Oppo's fault. If she hadn't and Oppo's, frightened me, I wooed and Oppo's, have. She glossed over the details that reflected poorly on her. Lady Song raised her hand and struck Li Jinru's cheek with a resounding slap. Silence. No wonder she hadn't spoken the truth at the time. So that was what had happened. Her eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as she rebuked her daughter with venom. Your eldest sister's misfortune is also your fault. Discussing state affairs is a crime punishable by death, even with multiple heads. If you cause harm to the Li family, you will be a sinner for all time, deserving of death. If your eldest sister's health suffers as a result of this fall into the lake, your fate will be no better. I will not deal with you now. I will wait until your eldest sister awakens, and then I will properly punish you. Lady Song was secretly relieved that Li Jinru had concealed part of the truth, as the Su family and Oppo's affairs were not to be questioned under any circumstances. The lightest consequence would be the loss of one's head. The heaviest, the extermination of the entire family. Li Jinru covered her cheek, tears streaming down her face. Her fear palpable. Mother, how will you punish me? I. She dreaded the thought of meeting the same gruesome end as those maids. Lady Song paused momentarily. Li Qianjiao's fall into the lake involved both Li Xiaoyun and Li Jinru. But how to deal with it? The Su family was implicated, and they had committed the offense of discussing state affairs. If she were to truly punish Li Xiaoyun and Li Jinru, she would have to reveal the evidence, which would inevitably expose their transgression to everyone. At that point, she herself would likely be the one punished. This matter was truly a bitter pill to swallow. After careful deliberation, weighing the pros and cons, Lady Song decided not to pursue the matter with the old madam and the master. However, Li Xiaoyuan and Li Jinru would pay the price. That lowly Li Xiaoyuan was like a bothersome fly, flitting about and causing annoyance. It was time to swat that fly dead. She glanced askance at Li Jinru, a flash of disdain crossing her face. If it weren't for the need to use her as a foil to highlight Qianjiao's beauty, paving the way for Qianjiao's entry into the palace, she would have been crippled by now. Li Jinru timidly watched Lady Song, anxiously inquiring once more, "Mother, how will you punish me?" Lady Song's brow furrowed as she coldly stated, "Never speak of the boating incident and the discussion of state affairs to anyone else. That vile Li Xiaoyuan is certainly at fault, but you were the one who started it. You should not have spoken of the Su family's affairs. Even in the imperial court, no one dares to speak recklessly. You, an unmarried woman, dare to spout nonsense. Your audacity is boundless. If you ever speak without restraint again, I will have your father tear out your tongue. Your eldest sister is currently suffering from a high fever and is unconscious. You will take her clothes and wash them clean. Remember, you must wash them yourself. No one else can do it for you." Li Jinru and Appo's face showed reluctance, her downturned lips betraying her unwillingness. Since birth, she had always been served by others. She had never served anyone. Although she was a daughter of a concubine, she was still a legitimate young lady of the Li household. While she had erred and deserved punishment, having her wash clothes in the freezing cold was too harsh. Those lowly servants, every winter, their hands would chap and crack, bleeding incessantly. Even with bleeding hands, they had to continue washing. If they couldn't and Appo's developed thick calluses, their hands would be ruined. Seeing Li Jinru hesitate, Lady Song spoke with chilling menace, "You Don and Appo's. Do you want to wash them?" Li Jinru trembled in fear, hastily shaking her head and disingenuously saying, "I want to wash them, as long as it atones for my sins and allows eldest sister to awaken sooner." Lady Song scoffed, unable to suppress her inner resentment. "Having you wash clothes is already a lenient punishment. I would like to chop off your hands and tear your mouth to shreds. You had better return and practice abstinence and chant Buddhist scriptures, praying to the gods to protect your eldest sister and ensure her safety." Li Jinru and Appo's shoulders trembled, her kneeling legs growing increasingly weak. The great madam's methods were ruthless, causing immense fear. She kowtowed frantically, her tearful voice revealing her dread. "Mother, I will certainly accept the punishment and diligently practice abstinence and chant Buddhist scriptures every day, praying to the Bodhisattva to protect eldest sister and grant her peace." Lady Song's anger remained unabated. She grabbed a teapot and hurled it towards Li Jinru, landing 10 centimeters away. Li Jinru screamed in terror, nearly fainting. Lady Song squeezed out a single word from between her teeth. "Get out." Li Jinru scrambled away, desperate to disappear from Hibiscus Courtyard. She stumbled and lurched, using the walls for support, her legs feeling as if they were broken. Driven by a primal instinct for survival, she finally exited Hibiscus Courtyard. For 2 consecutive days, Li Jinru suffered from neurasthenia due to the shock. She would awaken in fright every time she fell asleep, haunted by dreams of the 6 bloodied corpses strewn about. Despite her mental exhaustion, she insisted on washing Li Qianjiao's clothes by hand, her hands cracking and bleeding. Even so, she did not confide in her own mother about the matter. Finally, on the 3rd day, she fainted. The bloody events that transpired in Hibiscus Courtyard remained a secret, known only to those within its walls. Li Xiaoyan, too, remained unaware that the 6 maids who had served Li Qianjiao had been killed. 3 days passed, and Hibiscus Courtyard remained tranquil, as if the murders had never occurred. After tidying up the roses that day, Lady Song no longer received any news about them, which puzzled her. Li Xiaoyuan acted as if nothing had happened, going to the glazed courtyard every morning to pay her respects to the old madam. She pondered the old madam's words to her during those visits for a long time. From the old madam's tone, it seemed that she was advising her to protect herself and act cautiously. Li Xiaoyuan surmised that Zijing had indeed informed the old madam about Li Qianjiao and Appo's poisoning, and the old madam and Appo's words were likely directed at that matter. In truth, the old madam and Appo's Worries were unnecessary. If the Li household didn't descend into chaos and experience loss of life, it would be a disservice to Li Xiuda. What she wanted was for the Li household to be in utter turmoil. She hadn't and oppose seen Li Jinru during her morning visits for the past 2 days. She heard from Mother Wei that Li Jinru was ill, but she didn't and oppose know what kind of illness she had contracted. She was considering visiting Li Jinru to see if she was truly sick or merely feigning illness. As she was pondering this, she heard a gentle voice calling out. Li Shiyuan turned to see a refined woman dressed in an elegant winter silk long-sleeve dress, draped with a jade-colored jacket and wearing soft-soled apricot embroidered shoes. Her hair was adorned with a jade hairpin carved with chrysanthemums, each petal clearly defined. Her expression was serene, her dark eyes always calm and unruffled. Chapter 25. Forming an alliance, Li Xiuhuan immediately recognized the person before her. It was Qin from the third branch. Their interactions had been few and far between, yet she had always been struck by the depths of Qin and Appo's dull, unyielding gaze. There lingered a sense that there was some unresolved conflict between her and Song. If she truly stood opposed to Song, then forming an alliance with her might indeed be a prudent strategy. Xiuhuan, what a surprise to see you here. Qin approached with an air of solemnity, flanked by 2 children, a boy and a girl. She gently urged them forward, saying, "This is your 3rd elder sister. Greet her." The children, of similar age and quite adorable, chorused in unison, "Hello, 3rd elder sister." With a smile, Li Xiuhuan nodded and ruffled the boy's hair. "You must be Li Jingrui, am I right?" It was only upon closer inspection that she noticed the boy was missing 2 fingers. The boy nodded, and the girl chimed in eagerly, "3rd elder sister, I am Li Qingyao. Surely you remember me." Li Xiuhuan chuckled softly and patted the girl's head. "How could your 3rd elder sister ever forget you?" Observing the tender exchange between the children and Li Xiuhuan, Qin could not help but reflect on how few in the Li household treated her and her children with sincerity. Most harbored ulterior motives, wishing for her son to meet misfortune, so they could claim the assets of the 3rd branch. It was Song who had once schemed against her son, and her hatred for Song ran deep. Li Xiuhuan inquired, "3rd aunt, where are you taking Jingrui and Qingyao?" Qin replied, "I heard that Li Jinru is ill, so I'm bringing the children to visit her." "Xiuhuan, are you planning to go as well?" "Yes, I would like to see her too. Let us go together." Li Xiuhuan responded calmly, adding deliberately, "Has my elder sister awakened?" A flicker of discomfort crossed Qin's face. "Her affairs are of no concern to me. Even if Li Qianjiao were to perish, it would not affect me in the slightest." This remark further convinced Li Xiuhuan that there was indeed a rift between Qin and Song. The elder sister's fall into the lake could not be unrelated to Li Jinru's illness, suggesting a possible connection. Qin huffed, her calm demeanor betraying an undercurrent of resentment. Li Qianjiao is a legitimate daughter, her life far more precious than that of an ordinary person. If Li Jinru were not flayed by Song, that would be a light punishment indeed. The lives of others are inconsequential. Only the lives of Song's children hold value. Retribution is inevitable. Seeing her words resonate, Li Xiuhuan continued, "Indeed, the lives of my elder brother and sister are of utmost importance, while our lives as concubine-born daughters are deemed worthless, easily crushed and molded by others. Merely surviving is a stroke of luck. We must endure the indignities of life, regardless of how harrowing it may be." Li Xiuhuan and Appo's words ignited the long-buried resentment within Qin, who declared passionately, "Why should we not resist? Failing to fight back will surely lead to our demise. Living in submission, others will not show you mercy. They will not spare you simply because you have chosen to retreat. If peace cannot be attained through submission, why should we endure such humiliation? We must be willing to risk everything to fight and survive." Qin's fervent speech solidified Li Xiuhuan's conviction that there was a deep-seated enmity between Qin and Song, one that had escalated to matters of life and death. "The enemy of my enemy is indeed my ally." It was prudent to align with Qin to topple Song. In a hushed tone, Li Xiuhuan confided to Qin, "3rd aunt, my mother, Zong, and I have narrowly escaped death several times, all due to the machinations of the First Lady and her favored daughter. We merely wish to live peacefully, yet some are unwilling to allow that. I too wish to fight, but as a mere concubine-born daughter, I am but an ant, lacking the resources to do so. Besides, my fate is still in the hands of the First Lady. She sought to convey to Qin that they were both mere ants in the same boat. In truth, she cared little for matters of fate. Her rebirth was solely for the purpose of vengeance. Such sentiments were merely to stoke the flames of Qin's indignation. As expected, Qin's calm facade began to crack, and she lowered her guard with Li Xiuhuan. Xiuhuan, I will speak candidly with you. Just as she was about to reveal more, she noticed the children were still nearby, prompting her to instruct a servant to take them away. Once they were out of earshot, she breathed deeply and confessed, "My unfortunate son Jingrui is disabled due to the First Lady and Appo's malice. She sought to eliminate him, wishing for the third branch to become extinct and to seize our wealth. After your uncle's death, she began to covet our assets, even attempting to lay claim to the dowry I brought with me. Her greed is insatiable." She continued. Her demeanor may appear dignified and amiable, but her heart harbors jealousy and malice. I know she will not relent, which is why I intend to send your cousin to my family for protection. I shall see what other schemes Song has in store for me. Li Xiuhuan pondered. Surely, Song does not know the meaning of conscience. She reached out to comfort Qin, whose emotions were in turmoil. Third aunt, those who harbor ill intentions will find ways to harm others, no matter where they go. Her insightful words struck a chord with Qin, who momentarily hesitated, her eyes reflecting a mix of rage and fear. Grasping Li Xiuhuan's hand, she exclaimed, "You are right, Xiuhuan. With Jingrui and my family home, they will not be as vigilant in protecting him. Perhaps it is best for Jingrui to remain in the Li household." Yet, she was still apprehensive. With Jingrui in the Li household, Song's influence would loom over him at all times. Li Xiuhuan had anticipated Qin's concerns and, aligning with her thoughts, offered her assistance. "Third aunt, I can help you." Qin gazed intently at Li Xiuhuan, momentarily taken aback. Li Xiuhuan continued, "As you said, enduring humiliation will not guarantee safety. Without risking everything, one will forever be at the mercy of others." "What do you mean?" Qin inquired. Li Xiuhuan smiled knowingly. "You understand my meaning." With a deep sigh, Qin tightened her grip on Li Xiuhuan's hand, solidifying a bond of alliance between them. Since their candid alliance, Li Xiuhuan felt a renewed sense of confidence. Her plans were set to unfold once Li Jinru recovered from her illness. She wondered what expression Li Xiuda would wear at that time. This scheme would serve two purposes, contingent upon Qin and Appo's, as cooperation. After Li Jinru fell ill, Xing had summoned a physician to treat her. It was not long before Li Jinru awoke, clinging to Xing and weeping uncontrollably. Her pale face bore a sickly pallor, and Xing's heart ached for her daughter. Eager to know the cause of her distress, Li Jinru, in a moment of uncharacteristic candor, revealed to Xing the truth about Song's actions, including the murder of Li Qianjiao and the coercion to wash her clothes. Xing's body trembled with rage, her striking features marred by fury. "That wretched woman, does she think I am Zhang Shuiying? Allowing her to bully my daughter." Chapter 26. Two Kings and Mutual Protection. She comforted Li Jinru, speaking softly, "Mother will have your father make the decision for you. That vile Song will pay the price. Focus on your recovery. I will seek justice for you." She summoned Li Jiating to personally attend to Li Jinru, feeling reassured before going to find Li Xiuda. After seeking out Li Xiuda, it was indeed true that he had gone to the Furong courtyard to confront Song. The servants reported that Li Xiuda had severely reprimanded Song and commanded her to transcribe the Diamond Sutra, forbidding her from leaving the Furong courtyard for 7 days. Upon hearing this news, Li Xiuhuan smiled faintly. It was no wonder that Song had always been able to manipulate Xing. Those most favored tend to be the most reckless and confident. However, regardless of Xing and Appo's favor, lacking male heirs and a powerful maternal family, her status in the Li household remained inferior to Song's. No matter how much Li Xiuda resented Song's actions, he would not impose heavy punishment. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps. Queer, panting from what must have been quite a run, approached Li Xiuhuan and, after taking a deep breath, exclaimed, "Miss, the Regent and Prince Chuan have arrived. They wish to visit the eldest miss. Everyone is rushing to her side. You should go as well." At the mention of the Regent, Li Xiuhuan grimaced, recalling the incident when Yuan Junlan had intruded upon her chamber and touched her face. Was this the behavior of a gentleman? How foolish she had been to take a liking to such a rogue. As the legitimate daughter of the General of the West, Li Qianjiao had fallen ill, prompting officials of all ranks to visit and present rare medicinal herbs. With the Regent and Prince Chen now here, it was likely their gifts would be even more precious. Li Xiuwan reflected, "Indeed, my father's status in court is quite elevated. Li Xiuda is currently a favored figure before the young emperor." "Miss, you must go and see them," Hui'er implored, shaking Li Xiuwan's arm with eager anticipation. "Both the Regent and Prince Chen are such esteemed gentlemen." Li Xiuwan shot Hui'er a sidelong glance. "What are they esteemed for?" Hui'er chuckled awkwardly, tilting her head with a sweet smile. "What I mean is that both princes are formidable figures. You should cultivate a closer rapport with them." Li Xiuwan inhaled sharply, disdain evident in her response. "Forget it." "Oh dear," Hui'er persisted. "Miss, please go." Unable to withstand Hui'er's coaxing, Li Xiuwan relented. "Since you wish for me to go, I shall oblige." Hui'er beamed, nodding enthusiastically. "Let us hurry. I truly hope the princes take notice of you. Then you will not be easily bullied." Li Xiuwan and Hui'er made their way to Minyan Courtyard. Upon entering, two pairs of eyes fixated on Li Xiuwan. She returned one gaze and met Yuan Junlan's eyes. Clad in a purple robe adorned with silver threads, his attire radiated quality. He bore an air of vitality, his handsome visage exuding an aura of coldness that repelled familiarity. He scrutinized Li Xiuwan, his gaze laden with curiosity. After their previous encounter, he found himself puzzled. How could the third miss of the Li family possess such depth? Her skills were reminiscent of those honed on the battlefield. Noticing Yuan Junlan's penetrating stare, Li Xiuwan curled her lip in disdain, an emotion fleetingly captured by him, prompting a slight furrow in his brow. Li Xiuwan bowed respectfully, acknowledging the Regent and Prince Chen. "Please, rise, miss," Prince Chen said with a smile. Li Xiuwan remained kneeling, her gaze shifting to the Regent, who remained silent, compelling her to stay down. Prince Chen noticed the Regent's furrowed brow and lightly coughed, subtly reminding him. Yuan Junlan pursed his lips, his deep-set eyes fixed on Li Xiuwan as he coldly commanded, "You may rise." Li Xiuwan nodded, replying respectfully, "Thank you, Regent and Prince Chen." Li Xiuda observed the unfolding scene with confusion. His usually unremarkable daughter seemed to garner unusual attention from these two princes. Regardless of the circumstances, he was resolute that his daughter must not marry the Regent. Prince Chen could be considered. "Father," Li Xiuwan gently called, "how is my elder sister?" Li Xiuda's expression darkened. "How dare you even ask? Xing has informed me of the entire situation. Qianjiao's fall into the water is partly your doing." "Father, are you jesting? I had no hand in my sister and Appo's misfortune. I have nothing to feel ashamed of." Li Xiuwan maintained her innocence, knowing that the incident would not be openly discussed, and she had a plausible excuse for her concern for the family. Even if the matter reached the old matriarch, she could stand firm, expressing sisterly affection and harmony that should bring him joy. Li Xiuda huffed, poised to chastise her, but Prince Chen interjected first, "Generally, the third miss is correct. You should be pleased that she cares for her sister." Prince Chen's defense of Li Xiuwan darkened Yuan Junlan's expression further, prompting him to counter, "How generally disciplines his daughter is a matter for the Li family alone." Li Xiuda heartily agreed, but saw Prince Chen's grim demeanor and hesitated to speak further. It was unwise to offend either prince suddenly. Prince Chen laughed, a smile that was difficult to interpret. "It is said that harmony brings prosperity. Only with familial peace can the head of the household fully engage in state affairs. Alleviating the emperor and Appo's burdens and securing the welfare of the people, is it not?" His rhetorical question darkened Yuan Junlan's countenance, his obsidian eyes growing more inscrutable. Li Xiuda was bewildered. Was this a contest for favor? How could Prince Chen possibly be interested in his unremarkable daughter? Setting aside such thoughts, he hurriedly interjected to prevent a dispute between the two princes. "Both the Regent and Prince Chen make valid points. Today, it is I who have been abrupt. I sincerely apologize. Might I invite both princes to the main hall for tea?" The regent and Prince Chun exchanged glances. General Li had offered an olive branch, and continuing the standoff would be unseemly. They both moved toward the main hall. With their departure, Minyun Courtyard lost its liveliness as others followed them. Only Li Xiuwan remained, her gaze swiftly surveying Li Qianjiao's opulent chamber. It was indeed lavish, adorned with fine marble tiles and exquisite paintings, while rows of Jingdezhen enamel were displayed unparalleled luxury. The most dazzling piece was a luminous pearl resting on the bed, as large as an egg and gleaming beautifully, promising to look splendid in the night. Following the demise of the maidservants who once attended her, 6 new maidservants had been assigned to Li Qianjiao, dedicating themselves to her care with utmost vigilance. Upon seeing Li Xiuwan linger, they regarded her with suspicion, fearful of any harm she might intend towards Li Qianjiao. Li Xiuyue curled her lips in disdain. This new batch of maids were still foolish, truly befitting their mistress's stupidity. She glanced at Li Qianjiao on the bed, who had already fallen into a deep slumber after taking her medicine, unaware that the Prince Regent and Prince Chun had come to visit. However, she probably wasn't counting on either of them anyway. The words she had overheard Song Shi saying in the Hibiscus Courtyard made it clear that Li Qianjiao was meant for the palace. The young emperor was the Li family and Appo's ultimate target. Hui and Appo's, or let an Appo's, go. Li Xiuyue left Minyun Courtyard and headed towards the garden. Hui and Appo's, trailed behind, chattering incessantly, "Miss, the Prince Regent doesn't and Appo's. He seemed to like you. I think Prince Chun is quite nice. He even collected the painting you made last time." Her words revealed her satisfaction with Prince Chun. Li Xiuyue replied indifferently, "If the Prince Regent doesn't like me, then he doesn't like me. I'm not gold, so I can't expect everyone to like me. As for Prince Chun, I don't think he's that great. If he doesn't help me, I won't lose anything." Huier became anxious. "Miss, haven't you seen the master's gloomy face? If he gets angry, you'll definitely suffer. Prince Chun helped you." Li Xiuyue ignored Huier and found a pavilion in the garden to sit down. Prince Chun and the Prince Regent were both irrelevant to her. Huier persisted, continuing to whisper in her ear, "Miss, you're almost of age. If you see someone you like, you should seize the opportunity. With the master's status, you could become a concubine if you marry Prince Chun." Li Xiuyue couldn't help but roll her eyes, feigning displeasure. "Huier, if you keep talking, you won't be allowed to come out with me anymore. Just stay in Chuyu Courtyard." Huier finally fell silent, shrinking her neck and sighing melancholically, "I won't say any more." Li Xiuyue finally smiled in satisfaction. She stretched her arms, relaxed her body, and yawned leisurely, leaning against the pillar to rest her eyes. When there was nothing to do, finding a quiet place to sit and think was a good way to enjoy a peaceful life. After closing her eyes for about a minute, the distant sounds made Li Xiuyue's ears twitch. She calmly opened her eyes and looked towards the source of the footsteps. "Third Miss, what a pleasant pastime." Yuan Jumlin's purple robe fluttered as he approached, a teasing smile on his lips. "Huh!" Li Xiuyue sneered and turned her face away, as if to say, "I don't want to talk to you." After being treated this way repeatedly, Yuan Junlan couldn't help but wonder if he had destroyed her house in the past. Why else would she dislike him so much? He decided not to argue with her. On the way to the main hall, he noticed that she hadn't followed, so he slipped away from the crowd and waited at the entrance of Minyun Courtyard, following her all the way to the garden. He inexplicably wanted to see her eyes. The determination in her eyes, her methods, were so much like that person. He had always wanted to talk to her, but he didn't know what to say. Moreover, after being discovered sneaking into her boudoir, she probably thought he was a lecher, which made her even more resistant to him. Frustrated, he paced back and forth. "If the Prince Regent has nothing to do, please don't wander around in front of me." Li Xiuyue propped her head up, looking annoyed. "It's dazzling and irritating." Yuan Junlan. His face darkened instantly. How dare she disrespect him? His cold expression turned fierce, and he abruptly turned and left. Huier was terrified, marveling at her mistress's audacity. "Miss, that's the prince who assists the emperor. Aren't you afraid of losing your head for talking to him like that?" She gasped and timidly reminded, "Miss, that's the Prince Regent." Li Xiuyue pouted and snorted. "He's just a lecher." Yuan Junlan, who was hiding in the tree, almost fainted from anger. He rubbed his forehead, his face completely black. Just as he was grinding his teeth, he suddenly heard Prince Chen's voice, and his attention turned towards the pavilion. Third miss. I hung the painting you gave me last time in a prominent place. Guests who come to the residence all praise your exquisite brushwork and the depth of your vision. Prince Chen used other people's words to praise Li Xiuyue because he needed a woman who was not only beautiful, but also cultivated, with wisdom and strategy that could be on par with his. Li Xiuyue was expressionless. Prince Chen, you're too kind. If you hadn't mentioned the painting, I would have almost forgotten about it. Since when had Prince Chen become such a flatterer? Hearing Li Xiuyue's words, Huier wrung her hands, feeling conflicted. Miss, he's a prince. Being so cold, which prince would like that? Prince Chen remained calm, not showing any disappointment at being snubbed. He smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming strangely. Other young ladies would have been respectful because of his status as a prince, but she was unmoved by his identity, as if she didn't care about him at all. Her composure exuding a sense of confidence. Her ingenious painting had given him a surprising impression. He had thought that she was deliberately trying to attract his attention. But he hadn't oppose. He expected that she was simply trying to embarrass the eldest miss, not trying to attract attention. Regardless of her purpose, she had certainly caught his attention. Li Xiuyue adjusted her hair and casually stroked her sleeves, revealing her snow-white skin. She took out her homemade skincare cream and applied it. Then, she took out rose lipstick and gently pressed her lips together, a faint fragrance filling the air. Her gentle, slow movements made Prince Chen's face freeze, and he held his breath, a ripple of emotion hidden within. It was said that the most beautiful woman in Northern Wei was Li Qianjiao, the eldest daughter of the General Zhenxi's mansion. The poem used to describe her beauty was, "Her face is like a flower, her dress like a cloud. The spring breeze caresses the balustrade. The dew is thick on the blossoms. Not to be seen on the Jade Mountain, but to be met under the moon on the Terrace of Jade." Everyone knew of Li Qianjiao's beauty, but they didn't know of Li Xiuyue's beauty. Li Xiuyue's beauty was not gentle or noble. It was like a knife, a sword, a halberd, sharp but independent. Prince Chen remained silent, his fiery gaze filled with restraint. He didn't oppose. He wanted to break this pleasing scene, so he stood quietly with his hands behind his back. Seeing Prince Chen and oppose, focused expression, someone in the tree clenched his fists. He glanced at Li Xiuyue in the pavilion, his upper and lower teeth grinding fiercely, his jaw protruding, his face extremely stern. A natural coldness emanated from him. "Huier, let's go." Li Xiuyue stood up and nodded lightly to Prince Chen. "Prince Chen, I'll take my leave. Please, make yourself at home." She paused and smiled brightly. "This garden has beautiful scenery. By the way, the lake water is clear and looks very nice. It and oppose, just. This lake likes to oppose, eat people and oppose. I fell into the lake once, and now my eldest sister has also fallen into the lake." Prince Chen looked at the center of the lake, then looked at the smiling woman, and a chilling sensation inexplicably spread from his head to his toes. Could Li Qianjiao's illness be related to Li Xiuyue? Turning to look at Li Xiuyue's departing figure, his bright black eyes were filled with complexity. Chapter 28. Visiting my sister only after the figure vanished from sight did Chen Wang depart from the garden. The pavilion stood empty, and a lithe silhouette gracefully descended from the tree, landing soundly on the ground. He fixed his gaze upon the spot where Li Xiujuan had just been seated, his chest tight with emotion. After a moment of daze, he noticed the lip balm resting on the stone chair. Picking it up, a fragrant aroma enveloped him, conjuring the image of Li Xiujuan applying the balm. Ensuring no one was watching, he discreetly pocketed it. Upon returning to Chuyuan, Li Xiujuan appeared despondent. Huier, observing her demeanor, presumed her melancholy stemmed from Chen Wang. Pouting, she reproached, "Miss, what Chen Wang said at the pavilion was clearly meant to flatter you. You are so cold, and now you regret ignoring him." Li Xiujuan playfully pushed Huier's head, tugging at her braid, shaking it up and down in bemusement. "Huier, have you lost your mind? My unhappiness has nothing to do with Yuan Xuanqing. Stop trying to matchmake us. I feel nothing for him." Huier clutched her braid, struggling to free it from Li Xiujuan's grasp, squinting and exclaiming, "My dear miss, please don't pull my braid too hard. My hair is quite sparse. Concerning my marriage, I doubt you should be so invested." Li Xiaojuan remained unfazed, continuing her vigorous shaking. Her actions were so vigorous that Huier felt her scalp tugging painfully, and she winced, pleading, "Miss, it hurts. Please, stop tormenting me. My hair will fall out. I promise I won't oppose. T mention your affair with Chen Wang again. Just spare me. That is more like it." Satisfied, Li Xiaojuan released her hold and turned her gaze toward Zijing. "Zijing, how is Yueji and oppose?" As condition, Zijing, who had been amused by Huier and oppose, as plight, quickly composed herself upon hearing Li Xiaojuan's inquiry and replied earnestly, "Miss, Yueji's wounds are healing well." Li Xiaojuan nodded, resolute in her intent to ensure Yueji appeared as if she had never been harmed. Zijing, a perceptive maid, sensed Li Xiaojuan's ulterior motives for Yueji, but remained unsure of her true intentions. Huier, still puzzled, approached Li Xiaojuan and asked, "Miss, why is it imperative to tend to Yueji? Archiyuan is running low on funds. Hiring a physician and purchasing medicine has nearly depleted this month in Oppo's allowance. Spending money on Yueji seems unwise." Resting her chin on her hand, Li Xiaojuan reflected on their dire financial situation, realizing even her maids wished her to conserve funds. Recently, she had sought out old acquaintances for financial assistance, only to be thwarted by Yuan Junlin's interference, which vexed her. Scanning the room, she couldn't identify anything of value. Glancing at Hue, she forced a weak smile. "Huer, investing in Yueji will prove beneficial. You shall see." Zijing tugged at Huier's hand, signaling her to accompany her on errands. Noticing Li Xiaojuan and Oppo's somber mood, Huier refrained from further conversation and followed Zijing out. Once they departed, silence enveloped the room. Li Xiaojuan poured herself a cup of tea, its pale green hue steaming and exuding an elegant fragrance. She grasped the cup, savoring a sip, the taste a blend of subtle bitterness and fragrant notes. After Li Jinru fell ill, the physician and Oppo's medicine seemed to restore her clarity. Yet, each night, she was still jolted awake, engulfed in confusion. A maid from another courtyard recounted how, in the dead of night, Li Jinru would often be found huddled in a corner, mumbling pleas for mercy, expressing her commitment to washing clothes properly. Song's methods were indeed ruthless, having driven Li Jinru to the brink of madness. Tomorrow, she must pay her sister a visit. After all, the gates of the esteemed families were directed toward Minyun Courtyard, leaving no one to remember that the illegitimate daughter, Li Jinru, was also unwell. The warmth and chill of human sentiments were only known to those who experienced them. As Li Jinru and Oppo's elder sister, it would be remiss not to visit her. Li Xiaojuan set down her teacup, a cruel smile curving her lips, her eyes glinting with a predatory malice. The next day, after completing her morning routine, Li Xiaojuan made her way to Ingwe Courtyard. Upon entering, Huier was visibly startled. The door was plastered with yellow talismans, their crooked inscriptions rendering them incomprehensible, evoking an unsettling sensation. Li Xiaojuan had not anticipated Li Jinru's fear to reach such extremes. It seemed Song had instilled a profound psychological trauma. Huier timidly expressed, "Miss, it feels oppressive and eerie here. Seeing these talismans makes me think there are spirits lurking about." Li Xiaojuan replied with a faint smile, "In this world, the hearts of men are more terrifying than ghosts. What harm can formless spirits inflict upon you?" After considering her words, Huier nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point, Miss, but I..." Noticing Huier and Oppo's trembling legs, Li Xiaojuan interjected, "Huier, why not wait for me outside?" Huier and Oppo's anxious expression brightened. "Miss, you are so kind." With that, she hurriedly scampered away. Li Xiaojuan watched Huier and Oppo's retreating figure, calling after her, "Be careful not to trip." Once Huier had disappeared from sight, Li Xiaojuan continued onward. A chill wind swept through, sending an unsettling shiver down her spine. Walking alone along this talisman-covered path was indeed discomforting. Arriving at Li Jinru and Oppo's chamber, the talismans were even more exaggerated, adorning the door, windows, and even the pillars. Li Xiaojuan frowned, shaking her head. If there were indeed phantoms in her heart, even the sanctuary of a temple would not provide solace. What purpose do these talismans serve? Stepping into the room, Li Jinru and Amp, Oppos, S4 maids turned in unison, expressionless as they greeted Third Miss before returning to their tasks. Upon hearing Third Miss, Li Jinru's previously closed eyes snapped open. Her expression was dark. Her once rosy complexion now pallid and devoid of color. She had lost weight. Her shoulders appeared sunken, accentuating her collarbones. Dark circles under her eyes rendered her gaze vacant. The once bright spark now diminished. Upon seeing Li Xiaojuan, her eyes reflected suspicion and displeasure. "What brings you here?" Li Xiaojuan responded cheerfully. "Fifth sister, I have come to visit you." Li Jinru found Li Xiaojuan and Oppos' smile insincere, her voice dripping with disdain as she replied, "Your feigned compassion is as hollow as a cat's lament for a mouse. You would rejoice at my demise, wouldn't you? You come to witness how nightmares torment me to death. Fifth sister, we bear no grudges against each other. Should you pass away, I would not be saddened. Yet I would not rejoice either. Why speak so harshly?" Li Xiaojuan and Oppos' words were piercing. "Ultimately, it is not I who has wronged you, but rather the mother you so desperately seek to please. Perhaps you did not realize how cruel she could be. In the end, you are not her legitimate daughter, merely a child born out of wedlock. Others genuinely cherish their daughters. What do you amount to? You caused eldest sister to fall into water, and it is a miracle you were not killed on the spot." Chapter 29. I do not wish to die. Each word pierced the heart like a dagger. Li Jinru and Oppos' chest heaved violently with rage, her pale complexion tinged with a furious crimson. In her fury, it was unclear whether she loathed Li Xiaoran for revealing the truth, despised the ruthless nature of the Song family, or simply refused to confront her own status as a concubine and Oppos' daughter. Her eyes, devoid of light, brimmed with hatred as she exhaled heavily, glaring at Li Xiaoran. "You need not emphasize my status as a concubine's daughter. The true culprit behind my elder sister's fall into the water is you, wretched woman, not me. You will be met with divine retribution, and you shall perish before I do, Li Xiaoran. Though I share your status as a concubine and Oppos' daughter, you are far less precious than I am. No matter how inferior I may be, my mother will protect me. You, on the other hand, are a worthless creature without maternal protection." Li Xiaoran, instead of responding with anger, laughed softly. "Fifth sister, there are times when I find you quite willful and unlikable, yet at this moment, I cannot bring myself to dislike you. Rather, I feel a sense of pity. At this juncture, you still concern yourself with the nobility of your status? What you should truly care about is your mother, who is currently in a fit of rage. She has been punished by your father to transcribe the Diamond Sutra and is forbidden from entering the Furong courtyard for 7 days." Li Jinru seethed with anger, her heart unwilling to hear the word mother. Yet Li Xiaoran continued to provoke her. The lifeless bodies of 6 individuals invaded her mind, their menacing faces twisted in a ghastly manner, suffocating her breath. Her mind was clouded, and she grasped at random objects, unaware of what she was seizing. Her eyes turned white, the once dark pupils inexplicably vanished. The 4 maidservants trembled in fear, since Li Jinru had fainted and regained consciousness. She had experienced such episodes multiple times, particularly during the stillness of the night, which was all the more terrifying. The maidservants exchanged furtive glances, retreating to the corners, fearful that Li Jinru might act violently again. Li Xiaoran approached Li Jinru's bedside, grasping her flailing hands and speaking in a tone only Li Jinru could hear. "Your mother has been humiliated by your own blood. Do you truly believe your beloved mother will spare you and your birth mother? Fifth sister, you know well that mother is merciless. If you do not eliminate her, once her confinement is lifted, she will seek to harm you. Do you remember those who have perished? I have heard that their remains were not left whole. Do you wish to join their ranks? To become one of the lifeless?" Li Xiaoran's voice was soft, yet the implication was clear. "If your mother does not perish, it will certainly be you who dies." The echo of those words resonated in Li Jinru and Oppos' ears like an incantation. The figure on the bed writhed in increasing agony, her eyes rolling back, foam escaping her lips, trembling uncontrollably. She was utterly drained of strength, gasping for breath, drooling and weakly moaning. Li Xiaoran had achieved her aim. She released Li Jinru and Appo's hands, a flicker of disdain crossing her gaze. She had exercised the utmost restraint to endure contact with the Li family. Li Xiaoran vowed to repay the debts owed to the Su family in full. These hands would stir the troubled waters of the Li family, ensuring that it would remain turbulent until the end of days. "Take good care of the fifth miss," Li Xiaoran commanded, wiping her hands with a handkerchief before discarding it as she left the courtyard. Upon exiting, Ur approached, inquiring, "Miss, how is the fifth miss faring?" Li Xiaoran smirked. "She seems to be nearly insane." Ur chuckled. "The wheel of karma turns as it should. Since serving you, miss, you have always been tormented by these wicked individuals. Now, they are receiving their just desserts." With 3 days remaining until Song and Appo's confinement was lifted, one could only wonder how Li Jinru would respond during this time. In this psychological battle, it was hoped that a single phrase could find its way into her restless heart and instigate a reaction. As dusk fell in the courtyard, Xing's expression was grave as she tenderly caressed the emaciated Li Jinru, who lay limply on the bed with her eyes tightly shut, appearing as though she were in a deep slumber. The gentle strokes of her hands grew increasingly tender, filled with heartache. A sigh escaped her lips, echoing in the stillness. Xing's gaze drifted elsewhere, towards the Furong courtyard. The dignified visage of Song materialized in her mind, and she clenched her palm tightly, striving to quell the murderous thoughts that surged within her. How could she endure seeing her beloved daughter reduced to this state by that vile woman, punished to transcribe the Diamond Sutra, forbidden from stepping outside for 7 days? Such penalties were hardly punishment at all. Her husband's leniency towards that wretched creature stemmed only from the fact that her father was Song Xiaoshi. Without that connection, what would that woman amount to? Fury contorted her beautiful features into a fearsome visage, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. She had exhausted every means to please her husband, who loved her dearly, yet could never wholly release his affections without being tethered to that despicable woman's status. Wretched woman, just wait. I shall swallow you whole. Xing's gaze turned sharp, brimming with a chilling hatred. If her daughter were to suffer any misfortune, she would ensure that Song paid an equal price. When her fierce gaze fell upon Li Jinru, it softened, revealing a hint of sorrow. Her enchanting almond eyes glistened with tears that slowly trickled down her cheeks. "Fourth concubine, the master has arrived at Xiangmei Pavilion," reported Xing's loyal maidservant. Xing hesitated, her tear-streaked eyes lingering on the figure in bed. She had intended to care for Su's daughter in the courtyard tonight, yet the master, who had been preoccupied with Su family matters, now had time to visit Xiangmei Pavilion. At this critical juncture, his visit signified to Song that the one he cherished was beyond her reach. In this dilemma, could she choose between attending to her daughter or serving her husband? Wiping her tears with a handkerchief, she cast a deep glance at Li Jinru and spoke in a hushed tone, "Return." Ultimately, Xing resolved to return and serve Li Xiaoda. Without favor, how could she establish her position in the Li residence? How could she contend with Song? At the third watch of the night, a shrill scream pierced the quiet, accompanied by the chilling wind that rustled the yellow talismans, creating an eerie sound. The nearby maidservants listened intently, cowering under their blankets in fear. Li Jinru, awakened from a nightmare, would often exhibit strange behavior, muttering incoherently about not wanting to be killed. Her gaunt, pale visage instilled terror. Yet, this was not the most frightening aspect. At first, the maidservants had dutifully adhered to Xing's instructions, caring for Li Jinru with great diligence. However, after being tormented by nightmares, she became increasingly frightening, lashing out at anyone who approached her, seemingly unrecognizing them. The maidservants and Appo's hearts raced as they heard Li Jinru's footsteps approaching. Each of them tensed, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads in the frigid air. Chapter 30. Death awaits. The resounding thud of the door sent a jolt through them, causing their curled bodies to tremble even more violently. One of the maids, overwhelmed by fear, wet herself and soon fainted. Outside, Li Jinru continued to pound on the door, her voice hoarse with a low wail. "They've killed. I do not wish to die." Such words persisted for the duration of an incense stick, gradually fading away. As the footsteps receded, the maids within lifted the covers, revealing their pallid faces. The sound of Li Jinru and Appo's steps grew fainter, as if she had exited the Ingwe courtyard. The cold moon cast a sorrowful silver light in the frigid air. Li Jinru, weary and disoriented, wandered aimlessly. With a sudden gasp, she clutched her forehead in pain. Upon opening her eyes again, they appeared somewhat clearer. She glanced left and right, finding herself alone, surrounded only by swaying trees casting shadows upon the ground. The eerie silence enveloped her, and a wave of dread began to rise, prompting memories of Song's threats to kill her to resurface. Trembling hands drew her to crouch beneath a tree, her face a mask of terror. She sensed danger lurking all around her. Glancing left and right, her head spun so quickly she nearly lost her balance. Fear gnawed at her insides like a venomous serpent, urging her toward the precipice, erasing her sense of safety. She sank to the ground, crossing her hands and burying her face in them, breaking down into tears. When would this torment end? At this rate, she would either lose her sanity or perish. If Mother does not die, it will be you. This phrase echoed endlessly in her ears, as if someone whispered it continuously. Amidst the boundless fear, she also felt the oppressive weight of mortality. She yearned to live. No one desired life more fervently than she. Rising with a resolute glint in her eyes, it seemed she had made a profound decision. She surged forward, uncontrollably, sprinting toward the direction of the Furong courtyard. That night, a heart-wrenching scream emanated from the Furong courtyard, disturbing the entire household. People hastily arose, making their way toward the source of the commotion. Li Xiaohuan simply draped a cloak over her shoulders and rushed toward the Furong courtyard. Upon arrival, she was met with a harrowing sight. Li Jinru's face was smeared with blood, her expression vacant as she laughed foolishly. Her head tilted back as if she might topple over at any moment. Her back bore wound Chapter 31. Family discipline, a sense of displeasure, imbued with confidence, struck Song with a jolt, prompting her to quickly bow and adopt a demeanor of utmost respect. Alas, her efforts were met with indifference from the old matriarch, who had grown weary of witnessing her antics. The lives of the 6 maidservants were at stake. If Jinru were to perish, so too would she. Song halted her bowing, casting a desperate glance at Li Xiaoda, hoping for him to intercede on her behalf and seek justice. However, Li Xiaoda stood like a statue, seemingly oblivious to her silent plea. Realizing that relying on others was futile, Song stifled her chilling despair and allowed tears to flow freely. She choked on her words. Old matriarch, Jinru and Appo's target is not Mama Rong nor Chun's hus, but me. She wishes to take my life. Though I am not her biological mother, I have treated her as my own. Everything Qianjiao possesses, I have provided for her. This incident where Qianjiao fell into the water was indeed due to Jinru's actions. I sought to punish her, yet I neither struck nor scolded her. I merely asked her to fast and reflect. How could she harbor such hatred towards me as to wish for my death? Xing, with tears streaming down her face, lamented, "Do not sugarcoat your words. You cannot empathize with the pain you have caused. Jinru's madness was not triggered by your fasting or washing clothes in the bitter cold, but by your own threat to kill her. My daughter has been left in a state of folly. Do you think she cannot recall what transpired? Qianjiao merely fell into the water. Her life was not taken. How can you be so cruel? Your daughter's life is precious, yet mine is deemed worthless?" She gazed at Li Xiaoda with a sorrowful expression, her alluring yet innocent visage retaining its beauty despite the tears, bestowing upon her an aura of delicate fragility that almost compelled Li Xiaoda to embrace her. Observing his sympathy, she pressed on, "Your daughter is the Lord's daughter. Does that not make my daughter one as well?" Xing and Appo's words struck with precision, leaving Song momentarily speechless. Yet, she remained composed, for the initiative still lay with her. With a glimmer of inspiration, she prepared to counter Xing's claims. Just then the old matriarch spoke first. "Xing, rise. There is no need for you to kneel. The fault does not lie with you. Why submit yourself in such a manner?" Xing cast a triumphant glance at Song before standing. "Old matriarch, you must support Jinru." Song clenched her fists, her lips twitching in agitation. Though provoked to violence, she maintained her composure, continuing to embody the dignified matriarch of the Li household. Despite her distress over her servant's plight, now was not the time to seek retribution. The wisdom of knowing when to retreat was imperative. She shot a victorious glance at Xing, a smile of triumph gracing her lips. In this confrontation, she had bested Xing Li Xiuran and Qin exchanged glances, both smiling faintly before Li Xiuran withdrew her gaze. In the Li household, her sincerity was reserved for none. Her alliance with Qin was merely a means to eliminate Song. As Jinru was led away by Wei Mama, Xing rushed to embrace her. "Jinru, forgive me, my daughter. I failed to protect you adequately. You and Amp, Oppose, V been harmed, and yet I am powerless. I despise my own ineptitude. Jinru, do not blame me, nor your father." A cold smile crept upon Song and Oppose's lips, mocking Xing and Oppose's audacity to still hope for Li Xiuda's assistance. His stance had long been established. Li Xiuran fixed a penetrating gaze upon Li Xiuda, her eyes sharp and discerning. Indeed, for one seasoned in the battlegrounds, matters of familial affection could hardly penetrate his stoic facade. "Wait, Li Xiuda. Your time of sorrow will come. As long as you remain in the Li household, peace shall be elusive. If mere glances held the power to kill, Li Xiuda would have perished countless times over." As a martial practitioner, Li Xiuda was acutely sensitive to the hostile atmosphere surrounding him. He furrowed his brow, scanning the vicinity for the source of animosity. Yet, despite his thorough search, he found nothing. An unsettling chill crept down his spine, leaving him puzzled about the origins of that menacing gaze. Was someone plotting against him? The tremor beneath his eyes betrayed his unease, compelling him to survey the area once more. "Please, do not take Jinru away." The pleading voice of Xing pulled Li Xiuda's attention back. At that moment, Xing disregarded her dignity, having lost a shoe, yet she clung to Jinru with fervor. Li Jiaqian knelt in despair, repeatedly imploring both the old matriarch and her father. "Old matriarch, father, please do not let Jinru leave home. She has already lost her sanity and paid dearly for her actions. She is so young, at the age of betrothal, and yet she must enter a monastic life. I beg of you, do not let her go." The old matriarch frowned, recognizing the child and Oppose's lack of discernment. To spare Jinru and Oppose's life was already a considerable act of mercy, the best course of action. She coldly reprimanded Li Jiayan. "Cease your kneeling. What do you think you're doing? Stand up." Taken aback, Li Jiayan shrank her shoulders, her tears flowing more freely. She dared not defy the old matriarch, rising to stand obediently to the side, avoiding the sight of her mother embracing her sister. She feared that continuing to watch would lead her to lose control in her pleas for mercy. Ultimately, Jinru was taken away, destined to recuperate at the Linen Temple. Chapter 32. No more restless movements. Xing wept inconsolably, her beautiful cheeks flushed with emotion. Li Xiuda gestured toward Xing, but she appeared oblivious, crying as if no one were present. After 10 months of pregnancy, how could she not grieve for her child? Growing impatient, scoffed, annoyed that everyone was awake and disturbing her peaceful slumber, which she found exceedingly vexing. Seizing a moment when the matriarch was distracted, she slipped out of Furong Garden. Li Xiuran smiled faintly as she observed Gua's retreating figure. Gua was a perceptive woman, adept at discerning the tides of circumstance. She understood that rebuking Song was futile, for the matriarch had made it abundantly clear that she would not act against Song. Although Gua hailed from a family of fifth-rank physicians, she was not merely knowledgeable in medicine and herbs. She also knew how to distance herself from conflict, whether a wet nurse or a maid had perished. The matriarch would remain indifferent and would not take action against Li Jinru or Song due to the demise of these lower-status individuals. Li Xiuran fixed her gaze on Song, secretly musing that one should not celebrate too soon, for good days would inevitably come to an end. Feeling a piercing gaze, Song turned to Li Xiuran, and upon meeting her fathomless, dark eyes, unease crept into her heart. She frowned, her lips pressed tightly together, blaming her discontent on the lowly Zeng, whose offspring she deemed insufferable. She would ensure that those of inferior birth understood a fundamental truth. Those trampled underfoot could never rise again. Her status was beyond reproach. Song and Oppose, His self-assured demeanor elicited a radiant smile from Li Xiaoran, intensifying the discomfort brewing within Song. This smile etched itself into her mind, planting seeds of anxiety in her heart. The events of that night unfolded with great commotion, yet none dared to speak of them outside the Li residence. A family of wealth and prestige cherished the principle of keeping familial disgrace concealed. Regardless of the outcome of such tumult, the sun would rise high the following day. Upon returning to Chuan, Li Xiaoran appeared utterly exhausted. After shedding her garments, she fell into a deep slumber, perhaps the most profound sleep since her rebirth. The flickering candlelight cast shadows, and suddenly, a figure appeared outside the window. A pair of hands opened the window, revealing eyes that sparkled like stars. He did not leap into the chamber, but stood by the window, observing the sleeping figure and listening to her steady breaths, knowing she had truly succumbed to sleep. He had come to return something he had found, only to discover that she was asleep. He glanced at the bamboo tube in his hand, contemplating whether to return it. He had opened it before, and the pale pink contents emanated a faint floral scent. As he lost himself in thought, the vision of a beauty depicted in a pavilion resurfaced in his mind. He speculated that the contents of the bamboo tube might be akin to rouge. Suddenly a soft, plaintive cry echoed, reminiscent of a kitten's whimper, as if a child bore some profound grievance, tugging at the heartstrings of anyone who heard it. Compassion surged within him, prompting him to leap down quietly to the bedside. He placed a lip balm on a nightstand and gently wiped away the tears from Li Xiaoran's eyelids. Softly he cooed. "You shouldn't cry." His tender demeanor contrasted sharply with his otherwise cold appearance, creating a dissonance that felt oddly misplaced. The slumbering maiden seemed unaware, merely turning over in her sleep. In doing so, she inadvertently nestled against Yuan Junlin's thigh, her rhythmic breathing brushing softly against him, which felt akin to a torment. Yuan Junlan stiffened, a blush creeping on his cheeks. His heart raced uncontrollably, and just as he attempted to quell this inexplicable shyness, Li Xiaoran and Appo's hand rested against the base of his thigh. He opened his mouth, struggling to breathe, his gaze fixed intently on her, gritting his teeth as he warned, "Do not move." Perhaps his tone was too harsh, for the woman's muted sobs resumed. Yuan Junlan was left bewildered. Why had he come here? Why did he have to witness her helplessness, reminiscent of child? Rationality urged him to flee from this cursed place, to distance himself from the woman whose mere gaze was driving him to the brink of losing control. As he pressed his hands on Li Xiaoran's shoulders, preparing to push her aside, he found himself reluctant to let go, his grip feeling as heavy as lead. He exhaled slowly, lying down beside her, instinctively drawing her soft form into his embrace, inexplicably finding solace in that act. He brushed his fingers over Li Xiaoran's eyes, unable to suppress his curiosity about what she had endured to render her gaze so hollow and cold. When she looked at him, it was as though she were pushing one into an abyss from which there could be no return. Their encounters had been few, yet her demeanor towards him resembled the unyielding ice atop a mountain, devoid of peace. What had he done to deserve such indifference? Lost in thought, he gradually succumbed to slumber, lulled by the sound of her steady breaths. It was not until the warm sunlight of dawn spilled gentle rays across the room that Yuan Junlan finally opened his eyes. Simultaneously, Li Xiaoran awoke, and their gazes locked, not with tenderness, but with wide-eyed surprise, each momentarily stunned, their minds blank. Li Xiaoran's mouth formed an A shape, and realizing the situation, she was about to scream. However, a rough hand swiftly covered her mouth, as the man hissed, "Silence." Li Xiaoran blinked her feather-like eyelashes, and once she regained her composure, she seized the opportunity to slap his face. Yuan Junlan, quick in reflex, caught her hand and forcefully pinned her beneath him, warning fiercely, "Move again, and I shall kiss you." Li Xiaoran, furious to the point of laughter, glared at him with a fierce intensity. "Have you lost your senses? Yuan Junlan, vanish from my sight at once. I do not wish to see you. Go away." Her vehement rejection only deepened the furrow in Yuan Junlan and Appo's brow, leaving him agitated. In a sudden burst of impulse, he leaned down and pressed his lips to her forehead. Li Xiaoran froze, staring at him in disbelief. Yuan Junlin's ears turned crimson, feeling exceedingly awkward, yet he felt no regret for his actions. He locked his gaze onto her cold expression and sternly declared, "Treat me better, or face the consequences." Li Xiaoran turned her face away, coldly retorting, "What consequences might arise from a poor attitude?" Yuan Junlan grasped her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. And with utmost seriousness, he replied, "If your attitude remains poor, I shall marry you and sleep with you every day." Li Xiaoran and Appo's face darkened instantly as she grasped his collar defiantly, retorting, "You might as well kill me." Yuan Junlan leaned in, his nose brushing against her forehead, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "I shall not kill you." Chapter 33. A conversation with Qin. As the two found themselves in a stalemate, the door suddenly swung open. Huier appeared at the threshold, carrying a wooden basin. Upon seeing Li Xiaohan and Yuan Junlan in their disheveled state, she froze for a brief moment before letting out a shriek and bolting away, spilling hot water everywhere. The expressions on Yuan Junlan and Li Xiaohan's faces turned ashen, feeling as though they had been caught in a compromising situation. Li Xiaohan nudged Yuan Junlan and Appo's chest, prompting him to awkwardly get out of bed. His gaze lingered on Li Xiaohan and Appo's disarrayed attire, causing him to feel embarrassed. He rubbed his temples, akin to a thief caught in the act, and hurriedly fled the scene. Li Xiaohan was filled with frustration, anxiously rubbing the spot where she had been kissed, her anger manifesting as she pounded the pillow with her fists. Madman! Shameless! Disgusting! Just as she was venting her ire, she noticed a bamboo tube on the bedside, recognizing it as a lip balm. She pondered, "Is Yuan Junlan here to steal lip balm?" Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. He wouldn't Appo's to do something like that. Mississippi. Just as she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard Huier's voice. Li Xiaohan snapped back to reality, glancing towards the door, but Huier was nowhere to be seen. Blinking in confusion, she was about to speak when a head peeked around the door. It was Huier. Her face was flushed, her small eyes shimmering with complex emotions. After scanning the room to confirm that Yuan Junlan was indeed gone, she turned and muttered something indistinguishable to someone outside. Li Xiaohan felt perplexed. Was Huier speaking to someone? As she pondered this, Huier stepped inside, followed by Zijing. Both girls wore rosy cheeks, appearing as ripe peaches. Their bashful expressions caused Li Xiaohan to blush, and she awkwardly smiled in response. Stepping over the threshold, Huier was the first to speak. "Miss, I didn't expect you to be so proactive. I was worried you might never get married." Zijing chimed in. "Indeed, miss, you have concealed this so well. We had no idea about your connection with the Regent." As they exchanged banter, Li Xiaohan's face twitched. "Huier, Zijing, please refrain from making wild assumptions. I have no relationship with the Regent whatsoever." The two girls exchanged glances, their faces betraying disbelief, resolutely convinced that seeing was believing. Their teasing gazes scrutinized Li Xiaohan, leaving her feeling increasingly embarrassed. Pulling the covers over herself, she sought refuge from their inquisitive stares. Yuan Junlan had truly put her in a terrible predicament. How dare he intrude upon her private space, only to be seen by the maid below? Who would believe her claims of having no connection to him? Frustration bubbled within her as she tossed and turned under the covers, her thoughts in disarray. Meanwhile, Huier and Zijing stifled their laughter, fearing they might erupt into giggles. After confirming that the Regent had indeed crossed a line with their mistress, they felt a sense of delight throughout the day. Li Xiaohan, on the other hand, felt as though she were a floundering shrimp, remaining indoors all day. With her chin resting on her hands, she gazed out the window, dejected. It wasn't Appo's tea until Zijing entered to inform her that the third madam had arrived that she straightened up and composed herself. Qin was as she always was, clad in plain garments, her demeanor calm and serene, which had a soothing effect on those around her. Following her were her son and daughter, Li Jingrui and Li Qingyao. Upon seeing Li Xiaohan, Li Jingrui beamed and exclaimed, "Third cousin, my birthday is the day after tomorrow. You must join me for a game of shuttlecock." Qin gently patted Li Jingrui and Appo's head and chided, "Such childish games. Don and Appo's, tea trouble your third cousin with them." Li Jingrui pouted, while Li Qingyao opened her mouth to speak, only to be silenced by Qin. Qin instructed the maid to take care of Jingrui and Qingyao. Children love to play. If I had the time, I would certainly join them, Li Xiuhan said with a smile, greeting Qin warmly. Qin returned the smile, her concern evident as she asked, Xiuhan, you seem unwell. Is everything all right? Li Xiuhan touched her cheek, cursing Yuan Junlan inwardly. If it weren't for him, would my complexion be this poor? Suppressing her frustration, she forced a smile and explained perhaps I was startled by that incident, which led to a nightmare. Qin blinked, a hint of perplexity crossing her face. Her gaze flickered with uncertainty before she gradually spoke. As for Jinru's situation, besides being terrifying, it is indeed baffling. Since she was little, she has preferred the company of Song and seldom sought affection from her own mother, Xingshi. Xingshi was understandably displeased and chastised her harshly, yet Jinru remained resolute, ignoring her mother's authority. Li Xiuhan's cool gaze lingered on Qin as she contemplated the deeper meanings behind her words. She sensed that Qin was not an ordinary woman. Her intelligence was profound. Furrowing her brows slightly, she replied, Aunt, are you unable to comprehend why Li Jinru would commit such a heinous act, or why her target was Song? Qin responded, I cannot fathom the latter. Li Xiuhan replied, there is nothing difficult to understand. Since her childhood, Li Jinru has favored Song, while showing little affection for her biological mother. This clearly indicates that she has long recognized the distinctions of social status and yearns to be Song's true daughter. Yet, this is merely a one-sided desire. How could Song genuinely care for her? I believe Li Jinru understands this all too well. The incident involving Li Qianjiao's fall into the lake, which nearly cost her life, naturally enraged Song to the point of wanting revenge. The facts have proven that Song indeed took a life. Witnessing the aftermath of this tragedy left a considerable psychological scar on Li Jinru, compounded by Song's punishment, which drove her into a frenzied state. If she could harm herself, what was to be expected of her feelings toward Song? Upon hearing this analysis, Qin gave a slight nod, yet an inexplicable intuition told her that Li Jinru and Appo's actions toward Song were somehow intertwined with Li Xiuhan. Since Li Xiuhan chose not to divulge further, Qin refrained from delving deeper, content that Song had faced significant embarrassment. Witnessing Song's downfall brought her much joy, especially since she had long felt powerless against Song's relentless demeanor. Seeing her now in such distress filled Qin's heart with happiness, regardless of whether Li Xiuhan played a role in it. Aunt, is there anything else you fail to understand? Xiuan, y arbo no ulterior motivas, y marelisa clarificación. Aunt, regardless of my future actions, I hope you can lend your support. Are you about to undertake something significant? That remains uncertain. Is Jinru's attempt on Song's life connected to you? Qin ultimately posed a question. Chapter 34. The lips have perished, the teeth are coldly Xiuran, with her crescent-shaped brows. Raised them slightly, realizing that what Qin had said earlier was merely a test of her resolve. After serving tea to Qin, she candidly recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Qin understood and gazed at Li Xiuran with newfound respect. She sighed, Xiuran, you have changed. Third, Aunt, if I had not changed, I would not be able to sit here and converse with you today. At the core, humanity is inherently good. I shall not abandon my kindness, yet my benevolence is not extended to everyone. Li Xiuran's words resonated deeply with Qin. She lowered her gaze and softly inquired, when will Song die? It was not merely Song and Appo's downfall that she desired. She craved her complete demise. Suddenly, Li Xiuran recalled a remark made by Li Jingrui. She asked Qin, third aunt, is Jingrui and Appo's birthday coming up? Qin nodded. Why? Li Xiuran shifted closer, leaning towards Qin, whispering something only she could hear. Qin's expression turned serious, her brows furrowing in contemplation. Once Li Xiuran finished, she returned to her seat, exuding confidence. Unable to contain herself, Qin remarked, Xiuran, no matter how flawed Jinru may be, she is still innocent. Li Xiuran shrugged nonchalantly. Third aunt, I am determined to see this plan through. If you fear getting your hands dirty, you need not involve yourself. It appeared she had overestimated Qin Shi. After all, she was a woman of the inner chambers, and her compassion ultimately prevailed. Observing Li Xiran and Appo's demeanor, Qin Shi felt a twinge of regret for her earlier words. Since they had resolved to collaborate against Song Shi, they must proceed in unison. After a moment's hesitation, she steeled herself. Xiran, let us follow your plan. I shall lend you my support. Third aunt, you are acutely aware of the strength of our adversary. Do you genuinely believe you can confront Song Shi head-on and prevail? Li Xiran felt it necessary to clarify her stance to Qin Shi. The latter fell silent, lowering her head to fidget with her handkerchief. Li Xiran continued, if you believe you lack the strength, cast aside your maternal compassion, heed my directives, and compel Song Shi into a corner. The loss of lips means the teeth are cold. We are in this together. Should I falter, you will not fare any better. A chill crept into Qin Shi and Appo's palms as Li Xiran and Appo's words starkly illuminated the gravity of their situation. She lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a flicker of trepidation. Grasping Li Xiran's sleeve, I will adhere to what you say. Li Xiran released a breath of relief, but maintained a cold exterior, leaving Qin Shi momentarily speechless. After a pause, Li Xiran solemnly stated, once we embark on this path, there is no turning back. The further we venture, the deeper the precipice behind us becomes. If you choose this course, stay close to my lead. Do you understand? Qin Shi felt as though she were under a fiery gaze, prompting her to cough lightly. Her fingers clutching the handkerchief, now pale. Never had she witnessed Li Xiran's seriousness to such an extent, and an unexplainable sense of pressure enveloped her. She realized that Li Xiran was indeed the captain of their vessel, while she remained merely a passenger. In the tumultuous storm, if they did not reach their destination, there would be no escape for her. In that moment, Qin Shi truly grasped the formidable side of Li Xiran. With cautious glances at Li Xiran, she released her grip on the handkerchief and affirmed submissively, I understand. Li Xiran finally smiled, her previously oppressive gaze softening as warmth flooded her eyes. Qin Shi smiled back, feeling reassured that Song Shi stood no chance against Li Xiran. Once they reached a consensus, Qin Shi departed with her 2 children from Qiyu courtyard. Li Xiran watched them leave until their figures vanished before slowly retracting her gaze. This plan would render it nearly impossible for Song Shi to regain her footing. In such circumstances, one could only hope that Li Xiuda would endure. The illustrious Li family would become a relic of the past, beginning with the fall of Song Shi, the current matriarch. My family, I shall not allow you to die unjustly. The young emperor would one day recognize the slander against the Su family. He would eventually proclaim to the world that the Su family had always been loyal, never betraying the Yuan family or the common people. The pain of extermination pierced her heart like a drill, gnawing at her very soul. Tears welled in her eyes, and she hastily lifted her gaze to the gentle sun, unwilling to let her tears spill forth. The oppressive atmosphere, under the sunlight, resembled snow that could not melt on a high mountain. Her fair hands covered her eyes, allowing warm light to filter through her fingers, reflecting a spectrum of colors. Courtiers stood silently beneath the eaves, watching Li Xiran's silhouette for a long time. The once lively girl now bore a heavy heart. She recalled the hatred in her mistress and Appo's eyes upon awakening by the riverbank, thinking at that time that her mistress might merely despise the young lady and the matriarch. Yet, upon reflection, her mistress's sorrow likely stemmed from something deeper. She had become wiser, seemingly capable of handling everything. Was this not what she had once wished for her mistress? Yet now, gazing at the sorrowful figure, how could one not feel the weight of melancholy? Shaking her head, she turned away helplessly. The sky, unbeknownst to her, had begun to gently fall with ethereal snowflakes, chilling yet invigorating. However, Li Xiran had no intention of retreating indoors. Perhaps lost in thought, she remained unaware that someone was holding an umbrella for her. Looking up at the umbrella and then at the drifting willow fluff, she extended her hand to catch the delicate snow, allowing its chill to melt against her warmth. Courtier, remove the umbrella. The umbrella bearer did not respond. I said, take the umbrella away, her tone tinged with displeasure. Still silence reigned. Li Xiran frowned. Wondering what was amiss with Hui and Damp, Oppos, today, it was decidedly unusual. Turning abruptly, she was met with a face that had haunted her dreams. Her dark eyes widened in disbelief. Her lips parted. Yuan Junlan. It is I, came the calm reply from Yuan Junlan. Li Xiaoran snatched the umbrella from him, her expression frosty. I had instructed you not to appear before me again. I have no desire to engage with you. Yuan Junlan's gaze wandered across her icy visage, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions, tinged with a hint of frustration. Suppressing the turmoil within, he seized the umbrella from her grasp, asserting, "This is my umbrella." Chapter 35. An additional kiss. I had long urged you to refrain from appearing before me, yet Yuan Junlan chose to disregard my plea, opting instead to interact with Li Xiaohuan in a manner reminiscent of a child. Li Xiaohuan found herself momentarily stunned by the childish antics of Yuan Junlan. After her rebirth, every action of Yuan Junlan and Oppos seemed to overturn her previous understanding of him. She began to question whether the man she once adored had indeed lost his mind. Yuan Junlan appeared to revel in the attention from Li Xiaohuan, his icy facade softening slightly, lending him a more gentle appearance than usual. As she gazed at him, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. She sensed a certain delight emanating from him. This peculiar sensation struck her like a bolt of lightning, leaving her disoriented. Supporting her forehead, she murmured, "Yuan Junlan." Before she could finish her thought, Yuan Junlan flashed a roguish grin and threatened, "Li Xiaohuan, should you dare to insult me, I shall create a stir that will make the entire Li residence aware of our affairs." Li Xiaohuan rolled her eyes in disbelief, her frustration transforming into a sardonic smile. "I am quite oblivious to what affairs we could possibly have. May I inquire, Regent, what do you mean by our affairs?" Yuan Junlan uttered a remark that could induce one to spit blood. "How about 2 nights of spring nights? That counts, doesn't it?" He paused, as if realizing he had omitted something crucial. "And an additional kiss." Li Xiaohuan's face darkened, her anger flaring as she instinctively retaliated. Upon witnessing her attack, Yuan Junlan's expression flickered with a hint of desire. This fleeting glimpse of longing left Li Xiaohuan perplexed. However, now that she had struck, she had no intentions of stopping. Her fingers coalesced into a fist as she leaped into the air, aiming to strike Yuan Junlan with all her might. Her fierce gaze transformed her fist into a weapon, which she brought crashing down onto Yuan Junlan's chest without hesitation. With each blow she delivered, her fury was palpable. She resembled a merciless instrument of destruction, showing no mercy. As the exchange continued, a mark began to appear on the man and Oppos' face. Despite sustaining injury, Yuan Junlan did not retaliate with anger or seek to subdue her. On the contrary, his eyes sparkled with a joy that he struggled to contain. Li Xiaohuan paused, her brow furrowing in confusion at Yuan Junlan and Oppos' lack of resistance. She scrutinized his dark, brooding eyes, which seemed to carry a hint of affection. Had it been in the past, such a gaze from Yuan Junlan would have sent her into a euphoric faint. Yet now, she perceived only irony in his expression. With a cold huff, she remarked, "Yuan Junlan, your refusal to fight back suggests you think my skills are beneath yours, and thus unworthy of your effort." Yuan Junlan and Oppos' gaze remained fixated on Li Xiaohuan's features, his chiseled lines imbued with intensity. The scrutiny made her uneasy. The man was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Growing irritated, she snapped, "Could you at least utter a word?" Li Xiaohuan and Oppos' patience was wearing thin as she prepared to kick him. However, the moment she extended her leg, he seized her ankle. She attempted to twist away, but it was as if he anticipated her every move, maintaining his grip despite her efforts to escape. Li Xiaohuan glared at Yuan Junlan, recalling her last encounter where she had lost. The sense of humiliation was overwhelming. Lowering her gaze to conceal her displeasure, she opened her eyes once more to find Yuan Junlan, in a rather mad manner, caressing her ankle. A jolt of emotion surged through her. Was it embarrassment or rage? She exclaimed, "My patience is limited. Do not repeatedly challenge it. Yuan Junlan, I hope you understand that I am still an unwed woman, and I ask that you conduct yourself with respect." Yuan Junlan seemed impervious to her words, his attention fixated on her serene eyes, as if he sought to merge with their icy essence. They radiated a magnetic charm, drawing him into a reverie filled with memories of the past. Suddenly aware of his distraction, he cleared his throat and finally spoke. Li Xiuhuan, have I mentioned that your eyes remind me of a dear acquaintance? Li Xiuhuan stiffened, her gaze frosty, then retorted, as a woman who rarely steps outside her chamber, it is indeed remarkable that I am aware of the Regent, let alone his acquaintances. Pray, do not jest at my expense. Besides, what significance does your acquaintance hold for me? My eyes belong solely to me, not to your friend. I trust you will not confuse us. Cease your formality, Yuan Junlan admonished, disliking her formal address of him as Regent, which felt distant. With a hint of punitive intent, he tightened his grip on her ankle and, with a sullen expression, added, if you do not wish to know my acquaintance and amp, Oppo's name, so be it. I also request that you withdraw your hand. Li Xiuhuan sought to avoid further confrontation, but demeanor serious. I do not comprehend your persistent approach and its purpose, but I must clarify, I do not wish to see you. Your presence is unwelcome. We share no connection. Your sudden intrusion is intolerable. This is my first earnest conversation with you, and I hope you can heed my words and act accordingly. Yuan Junlan's expression remained impassive as he released her hand, yet he had no intention of honoring her request to distance himself from her life. He turned her face toward him, their gazes locking, both pairs of eyes as frigid as falling snow. As they stared, a glimmer sparked within his dark irises, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliance that rendered everything else dull. With a soft smile, he murmured, I might relinquish my hold, but I cannot refrain from intruding upon your life. Li Xiuhuan blinked in astonishment, realizing that at some point, Yuan Junlan had ceased referring to himself as this king and instead used I. This subtle shift in address was monumental, indicating that he regarded her as his equal. Amidst her shock, she noticed Yuan Junlan bending to retrieve the umbrella from the ground, offering it to her with an encouraging glance. Li Xiuhuan's emotions became a tangled web as her clear eyes darted around. Ultimately, she chose not to accept the umbrella. With a cold glance at Yuan Junlan, she resolutely walked past him and headed indoors. The moment she brushed by, Yuan Junlan and Oppo's eyes dimmed slightly, his once cold visage now shrouded in gloom. As the snow continued to fall and the chilling wind howled, Yuan Junlan finally hung the umbrella on a tree. The courtyard fell silent, yet Li Xiuhuan and Oppo's thoughts remained tumultuous. Just as she reached for her teacup, she realized it was empty. Stunned, she set the cup down and laughed, a complex smile gracing her lips, one that eluded comprehension. Chapter 36. Indirect allusions. The birthday of Li Jingrui is fast approaching. According to Wei Mama, the old matriarch has decided to hold an extravagant celebration and has specifically instructed Song to ensure it is splendid. As the sole male heir of the third branch, Li Jingrui naturally garners significant attention from the matriarch, who imbues this attention with affection for her deceased son. The year her third son passed away, the matriarch was so grief-stricken that she could not eat. Though he is not her eldest son, he is still her flesh and blood. How could she not mourn? Thus, she began to channel her yearning for her lost son into her care for Li Jingrui. Accordingly, for his birthday, the matriarch has sent her most trusted attendant, Wei Mama, to personally liaise with Song. Upon receiving this news, Song's countenance darkens. The matriarch had already sent someone to discuss arrangements, and she has been diligently preparing. What does this new visit signify? Is she worried about her competence? Recent events have left Song feeling unsettled, and she now feels even more irritable. Taking a deep breath, she strives to calm her emotions. In public, she maintains the demeanor of a capable matriarch. Even if the sky were to fall, she would preserve her composure. At this moment, despite her reluctance to handle the birthday festivities, she straightens her clothing, puts on a smile, and gracefully makes her way to the Liuli courtyard. Upon her arrival, she discovers that Li Xiuran and Qin are also present. The moment she sees them, her forced smile falters. She harbors a strong aversion to both Li Xiuran and Qin. Qin appears to have been crying, her eyes red-rimmed. Song bites her lip, pondering what could be troubling Qin. Just then, the matriarch's gaze sweeps over, prompting Song to instantly don a smiling facade, reminiscent of a grinning tiger. Qin responds with a calm demeanor, offering a faint smile in acknowledgement. Li Xiaoran, however, behaves differently, lowering her head to sip tea, seemingly ignoring Qin altogether. Only when Qin softly addresses her does Li Xiaoran suddenly appear to notice Song, looking composed and respectfully calling out, "Mother." Song's smile becomes rigid as she replies dryly, "Xiaoran is also here." The matriarch nods slightly and glances at Wei Mama, who presents a plate of persimmon cakes, a favorite of the matriarch. As Song observes this, gratitude wells within her. She recalls her first year after marrying into the Li family, when her longing for persimmon cakes led her to disguise herself as a maid and sneak out of the estate. When discovered missing, she was forcibly returned and met with the matriarch's furious reprimand. At just 15, she was chastised for her immaturity, accused of tarnishing the family's reputation, and punished to kneel in the cold ancestral hall for an entire night. From that moment, she ceased indulging in persimmon cakes, striving to emulate the composure of other married women. Over the years, this decorum became an intrinsic part of her being. Now, after all these years, why does the matriarch present persimmon cakes? Is it to remind her of her past transgressions, or to subtly warn her against breaching the Li family's rules? Has the matriarch learned of her plans? That cannot be. As these thoughts swirl, Wei Mama places the persimmon cakes on a small wooden table, her voice low. "Madam, please enjoy. This is a special treat from the matriarch." Wei Mama's words deepen Song's suspicions. She shifts her gaze to the matriarch, who remains serene, sipping her tea. A sense of unease begins to creep into Song's heart. The calmer things appear, the more treacherous the undercurrents. After a moment's reflection, she forces a smile, saying, "Thank you, Mother. It has been many years since I last tasted persimmon cakes. Your kindness today leaves me at a loss." As she speaks, she takes a gentle bite of the cake. The matriarch sets down her teacup, her discerning gaze surveying Song and Appo's face. "If you enjoy them, eat your fill," she advises softly, "but do not repeat the folly of your youth, where one morsel led to punishment." Song's hand holding the persimmon cake freezes. The matriarch's words carry a veiled warning, invoking memories of her past punishment. Her scrutinizing gaze flits to Qin, ultimately settling on Li Xiaoran's face. She grits her teeth in silent resentment, suspecting that this matter is somehow connected to Li Xiaoran. What could Li Xiaoran have said to prompt the matriarch to issue such a cautionary remark? "Song." The matriarch's voice breaks through her reverie, pulling her focus back from Li Xiaoran. Alarmed at her momentary lapse, Song straightens her posture, striving to appear composed. The matriarch closes her eyes briefly before continuing. "How are the preparations for Jingrue's birthday coming along?" "Mother, I am here today precisely for that purpose." Song hands a list of arrangements to her maid, who then presents it to the matriarch. "The preparations are nearly complete. Today, we only need to arrange for the procurement of the necessary ingredients." The matriarch scans the list, her brow furrowing in dissatisfaction. "Where's the guest list?" she inquires. Song clenches her sleeve, having indeed prepared a list of invitees. However, she fears the matriarch's reaction upon seeing it. Given the grand scale of the celebration, is it truly necessary to invite prominent figures? After all, Jingrue is not the legitimate eldest son. A lavish affair could render her son awkward in the presence of noble peers, which is why she has only invited those of lesser status. Seeing Song's silence, the matriarch's expression darkens as she presses further. "I ask again, where is the guest list?" Song swallows hard, contemplating her defiance. "Mother, I neglected to bring the list with me. It was a lapse in my memory. Please do not worry. I assure you, I have discretion regarding the invitations." The matriarch purses her lips, visibly displeased. Yet, lacking the list, she concedes to save face for Song. She returns the arrangements, and Song, holding the list cautiously, queries, "Mother, is this list acceptable?" The matriarch waves her hand, indicating it is passable. Noticing the matriarch and Appo's restrained displeasure, Song wisely decides to take her leave. Since there are no issues, "Mother, I shall head to Minyan Courtyard now." As she rises to depart, the matriarch and Appo's voice halts her. "What Qinjiao?" Song's gaze flickers to Li Xiuran before meeting the matriarchess, her expression falling into a mask of sorrow as she covers her face, feigning tears. That child may suffer lasting consequences from her ailment. Chapter 37. The filial grandson, the old matron pursed her lips. Having heard the physician declare that Qianjiao and Appo's ailment was nearly resolved, and with the application of rare medicinal herbs, she would be fully restored in less than 10 days. She waved her hand dismissively at Song, indicating it was time to depart. Song blinked, momentarily sensing an odd tension. Why did it seem that the old matron was growing impatient? In public, the matron had always shown her respect. As she scrutinized the matron's expression, she could discern nothing further, leaving her with no choice but to exit the Liuli courtyard. Before leaving, she brushed her fingers gently across Li Xiuhuan and Appo's face, and as she turned to leave, a torrent of resentment surged within her. She could not let those who harmed her daughter go unpunished. Li Jinru was mad. While Li Xiuhuan, the thought of Li Jinru darkened Song's countenance. Despite her lack of genuine affection for Li Jinru, she had often bestowed gifts upon her. Among the concubines, Song had treated Li Jinru relatively well. However, everything changed after Li Qianjiao's ill-conceived attempt to harm Li Xiuhuan was thwarted, resulting in her own fall into the lake. Song did not wish for Li Jinru to go mad or perish, for that would mean losing a valuable pawn. Yet, the situation had spiraled beyond her control. Even if she were to sacrifice Li Jinru, she would press onward. After all, was there not another pawn to be had? Though the others were not as steadfast as Li Jinru, they could still be utilized. Following the failure to poison Zong, she no longer considered interfering with the mother and son in Zhuangshuan and Chu Yuyuan, yet that scheming Chu Yuyuan showed no signs of relenting. Thus, she resolved to eliminate them both, daring them to continue their antics within the Li residence. Li Xiuhuan watched as Song departed, a faint smile gracing her lips. If Song refused to provide the list, it was likely that those named were not prominent figures. Song's concerns were too narrow-minded. She was well aware of the old matron's emphasis on Li Jingrue's birthday, repeatedly expressing her desire for grand celebrations, yet Song obstinately disregarded the matron's wishes. How could the matron possibly be pleased? Li Xiuhuan glanced at Qin, whose gaze met hers. Since their last encounter, Qin and Li Xiuhuan had reached a tacit understanding. Qin and Appo's visit to the matron was not merely a formality. It carried ulterior motives. Prior to Song's arrival, Qin had tearfully recounted the hardships she faced in the Li household since her husband's passing, subtly suggesting that Li Jingrue be sent to live with her family. Naturally, the old matron would not acquiesce, stating forthrightly that the Li lineage should not dwell outside their own household. Thus, she had cautioned Song not to act as she had upon first entering the Li residence, seeking rewards at the risk of punishment. It was clear that the matron intended for Song not to covet the third branch's wealth, lest she face consequences. It remained uncertain whether Song grasped the warning conveyed by the matron. The matron coughed gently, prompting Li Xiuhuan to rush to her side. "Grandmother, you coughed? I have prepared loquat syrup at Chu Yuyuan." She turned to Zijing, instructing Zijing, "Fetch all the jars of loquat syrup from my quarters." Zijing nodded obediently. The matron grasped Li Xiuhuan's hand, her heart warmed by the girl's filial piety. "Xiuhuan, your character grows ever more refined and graceful. I take great comfort in that. However, you must remember a vital truth. When encountering the ignorant, do not reveal your brilliance. One must avoid drawing too much attention, for the winds can break tall trees, and the bird that stands out gets shot. My guidance for you implies that I, too, must practice restraint. In public, I will temper my affection towards you. Do you understand my intentions?" Li Xiuhuan paused, a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. She had anticipated that the old matron would restrain her affection after Zijing candidly informed her of Wei Mama's inquiries. Thus, when the matron spoke, she responded with ease. "Grandmother, your words are wise. A person who speaks with strength yet remains unassuming possesses true eloquence." Li Xiuhuan recognized the matron's concerns, promising to act with prudence, beseeching her not to worry about her granddaughter. The matron coughed again, and Li Xiuhuan hastily supported her back. The matron held Li Xiuhuan's hand, her expression complex. This girl had endured much hardship due to her mother's status. Her life had been quite arduous. Though the matron had shown her some care in the past, it had not been sufficient. Now, suppressing her affection for this girl left her feeling unsettled, especially since Li Xiuhuan proved to be far more sincere than the so-called legitimate daughters. At that moment, all present observed the old matron and amp, Appo's, demeanor with bated breath. Qin's gaze met Li Xiuhuan's, silently communicating a desire to advocate on her behalf. Li Xiuhuan understood Qin's intentions, but shook her head, signaling for her not to intervene at this juncture. Qin nodded slightly, falling silent as she picked up a honey date from a small wooden table. Once assured that Qin would remain quiet, Li Xiuhuan felt relieved. Her relationship with Qin needed to remain discreet in the matron and amp, Appo's, presence. Moreover, the matron did not intend to withhold affection. Her meaning was clear. She could not continue to indulge openly. Should Qin speak at this moment, it might provoke the matron and amp, Appo's, displeasure. Conversely, if Li Xiuhuan accepted her circumstances with gratitude, the matron would likely feel more guilty and thus more inclined to favor her. As Li Xiuhuan had anticipated, the matron sighed, taking hold of her hand and drawing her closer. Li Xiuhuan lowered her gaze submissively, awaiting the old matron and amp, Appo's, command. Observing this, the matron felt an even greater sense of indebtedness. She relinquished the persona of the Li family and Appo's matriarch, presenting herself instead as an ordinary grandmother, her face softening as she spoke gently. Xiuhuan, you must be nearing your coming-of-age ceremony, yes? Li Xiuhuan feigned shyness and nodded. The matron lightly patted the back of her hand, smiling warmly. There is no need to be shy. A young lady of your age will eventually marry. Li Xiuhuan's bashful smile deepened, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, eliciting delighted chuckles from the accompanying maids. Presently, the only daughter of the Li family who had wed was the second daughter, Li Ruyu, although Li Ruyu was actually older than Li Qianjiao. Her status as a concubine relegated her to the title of Second Mississippi. During her birth, her mother had perished, leading her to be raised by a wet nurse. Without the protection of a biological mother, she was sent to the imperial court, where the late emperor bestowed upon her the title of princess, arranging a marriage with the Xiliang kingdom. The news of Li Ruyu and Appo's union had once spread throughout northern Wei. Yet, despite her marriage, the ambitions of Xiliang remained unquenched. Qin interjected, Matron, it seems that arranging a marriage for Xiuhuan will require the assistance of your elder sister-in-law. Chapter 38. The rose is released. The elderly matriarch steadied herself and looked at Qin with a contemplative gaze, asserting that it was not necessarily her eldest daughter-in-law who orchestrated the events, as she too had the means to do so. Qin feigned an awkward smile, promptly agreeing. What mother says is true. This was precisely the affirmation she had been awaiting. Once she had secured the old lady's approval, she cast a triumphant glance at Li Xiuhuan, her eyes gleaming with a sense of accomplishment. Li Xiuhuan, however, was indifferent to the prospect of marriage, for she believed she had already resolved the affairs of the Li family and restored the reputation of the Su family before ever stepping into a marital union. If she were to perform, she would do so with fervor. She returned Qin's gratitude with a polite smile, then grasped the old lady's hand, feigning shyness. Grandmother, I would much prefer to serve you by your side. Once married, opportunities to see you will dwindle, and I cannot bear the thought of being away from you. The old lady and Appo's heart blossomed at these words, her mood lifting considerably. Among her granddaughters, it was indeed only Xiuhuan who attended to her with such diligence. How could she not favor this once overlooked illegitimate daughter? Overwhelmed with delight, she expressed, My dear girl, it brings me joy to hear you speak thus. However, marriage is still a necessity. When you come of age, I shall find you a worthy match. Suddenly, Li Xiuhuan knelt, her face a picture of solemnity, intending to express her gratitude. Thank you, grandmother. Your great kindness is something I shall never forget. The old lady urged her to rise, her emotions becoming increasingly complex. She wished to counsel the child against standing out too much, yet found herself unable to do so. She had begun to favor this child, and such affection would inevitably invite discontent from others, who would then view her with disdain. This was the nature of noble families. Many matters could not be perceived at face value. A seemingly simple issue could be laden with complications, involving numerous individuals and their interests. Every action required careful consideration. After a moment of reflection, the old lady instructed those present, "What I have discussed with the third miss today must not be disclosed to anyone." The nurse and maids immediately knelt, refraining from uttering a word. It was evident to all that the old lady harbored a genuine favoritism for the once inept third miss. Yet this affection remained concealed. Their respect for Li Xiaoran grew, and although they knew she was merely an illegitimate daughter, they regarded her with the same reverence they afforded to Li Qianjiao. Stealing glances at Li Xiaoran, their eyes brimmed with admiration. Li Xiaoran remained undisturbed by the flattery. Her lips set in a composed line. The old lady gently patted her shoulder, sighing, "Remember, Xiaoran, to heed your grandmother's counsel." Li Xiaoran nodded in acknowledgement. The old lady felt a sense of steadiness within, pressing her temples, revealing her fatigue. "I am weary now. You may all retire." Madame Wei instinctively draped a blanket over the old lady's shoulders as she settled onto the soft couch. Li Xiaoran and Qin, witnessing this, bid their farewells. The granddaughter takes her leave. The daughter-in-law takes her leave. The old lady nodded slightly, and with a serene expression, closed her eyes, drifting into slumber. Age and the chill of winter often invited drowsiness. After Li Xiaoran and Qin departed, they exited the Lioli courtyard. Just before leaving, Li Xiaoran discreetly slipped a note to Qin, who hastily tucked it into her sleeve. The pathway was thronged with maids, and Li Xiaoran and Qin shared a tacit understanding, choosing silence. Soon, the momentous occasion of Li Jingrui's birthday would arrive, and the grand spectacle was imminent. They eagerly anticipated what trick song would unveil. At last, the day of Li Jingrui's birthday dawned. The Li residence was adorned with festive decorations, brimming with jubilation. As servants began their flurry of activity at the crack of dawn, the servants dispatched to deliver invitations hurried back, anxious to ensure sufficient hands were present for the celebrations. Li Xiaoran, having spent a sleepless night, heard the commotion outside but was reluctant to rise. Zijing and Huier were also roused, rubbing their sleepy eyes. Once they were freshened up, they gently tapped on Li Xiaoran and Apos. "Estor, miss, are you awake?" Li Xiaoran opened her eyes, noting the darkness outside, and remained silent. Pulling the covers closer, she sought to linger in bed. Outside, Zijing and Huier, hearing no response, busied themselves with other tasks. Li Xiaoran caught snippets of their conversation. Zijing, "Has the wound on the rose healed?" Zijing replied, "Of course it has. Miss, have I not executed all your instructions to perfection?" Huier giggled, embracing Zijing. Raising her thumb in praise, "You're the most reliable." Zijing playfully pinched Huier's cheek, humbly retorting, "You could be just as dependable." Li Xiaoran, observing the silhouettes on the window, could not help but smile. Zijing and Huier were indeed charming companions. In truth, Yueji was not without merit. She had merely aligned herself with the wrong side from the outset. Often, distinctions between right and wrong are merely a matter of different perspectives. It is from these differing stances that the concepts of right and wrong arise. After all, do we not speak from our own interests? Since being assigned to the Qiuyuan by song, Yueji had relayed every action taken therein to her. While this was of little concern, the true danger was revealed when it was discovered that Yueji had tainted the lip balm with poison. Her life would have been forfeit. In truth, there were many reasons to deal with Yueji, yet upon contemplation, it seemed prudent to keep her around. Yueji was a rat raised by song to bite. Yet, would not a rat become brazen in its own nest? With this thought, Li Xiaoran could not help but chuckle softly. As the hour approached, Zijing and Huier knocked once more. At this moment, Li Xiaoran finally rose and opened the door. "Come in." Huier dashed to Li Xiaoran's side, making a silly face. "Miss, the sun is already high in the sky, and you still lie abed. You usually rise early." Thankfully, today was Master Jingrui's birthday, sparing you the duty of greeting the matriarch. Otherwise, you would have surely missed the proper time for your salutations. Li Xiaoran lightly tapped Huier on the head. "You chatter too much this early in the morning. My ears are pained by your incessant prattle." Huier pouted, rubbing the spot where she had been tapped, and turned to Zijing. "Zijing, the miss hit me." Expecting Zijing to come to her defense, She was instead met with a suppressed smile as Zhenxi whispered, "That is what you get for being so talkative." Huier exclaimed in dismay, playfully shoving Zhenxi before they began to tussle. Zhenxi, laughing, interjected, "Enough of this. I must fetch water for the miss to wash her face. Is the water boiling still on the stove?" Huier ceased her antics, declaring, "I will bring the hot water right away. You hurry and fetch some cold water to mix." Li Xiaoran found Zhenxi and Huier to be like little bees, buzzing around her, and once they had departed, a serene quiet enveloped her once more. As the hour approached for the birthday celebration, she hoped fervently not to be late. After a brief flurry of preparations, Li Xiaoran set off with Zhenxi, Huier, and Yueji toward the venue. Once released, Yueji bore no hint of joy. Rather, her expression was dark and brooding, as if encased in frost, her demeanor laden with unspoken thoughts. Since being bested by Li Xiaoran, her animosity had festered. Yet, during her recovery, her feelings had grown increasingly convoluted. Now trailing behind Li Xiaoran, her gaze upon her was markedly different from any moment prior. Chapter 39. Be a person. Li Xiaoran gazed at the rose and, parting her lips, uttered softly, "Rose, after today, I hope you can become a person again." The rose bowed her head and replied in a hushed tone, "Understood." Mississippi Huier furrowed her brow and anxiously tugged at Zhenxi's hand, seemingly questioning her why the miss would speak thus to the rose, who did not deserve such treatment. Zhenxi released Huier's hand, slightly frowning, signaling her not to speak out of turn. Huier pouted, discontented, and shrugged her shoulders as she walked. Zhenxi shook her head helplessly, pondering how the miss had endured these years. If the miss intended to deal with the rose, she would have done so long ago. There must have been events unbeknownst to them that led to the miss's change in attitude. As for what those events were, it was best not to pry. For those in servitude, it is prudent not to ask what should not be asked or to do what should not be done, for too much talk leads to missteps, and excessive actions invite trouble. Upon Li Xiaoran's arrival at the venue, the invited guests were already seated. Li Xiaoda had yet to arrive. The old matriarch sat at the center, with Song seated to her right, followed by Guo and then Qin. Beside Qin, the day's guest of honor, Li Jingrui, awaited the banquet with obedient anticipation. Li Jingrui and Appo's hand bore the scars of 2 severed fingers, and it seemed someone had advised him to conceal this disfigured hand beneath the table. Observing the child's cautious demeanor, Li Xiaoran could not help but let out a sigh. She scanned the room, her icy gaze betraying a hint of indifference as it swept over the seated individuals. As she had anticipated, Song had indeed refrained from inviting the scions of noble families. The attendees were of a slightly lower rank, although their status did not match Li Xiaoda's. They were impeccably attired, their wives and children equally well presented. Her clear eyes reflected the elegant women adorned with lofty hairstyles and exquisite makeup, vibrant in their beauty. When her gaze landed upon a graceful woman, untainted and radiant, a smile gracing her lips, she paused. It was Yu Huiru. Yu Huiru and Appo's father held the position of a long history official, and she had grown up in the city, often visiting the Su residence, forming amicable ties with those within. Just as Li Xiaoran was about to approach Yu Huiru, she suddenly felt the collective gaze of the guests fixate upon her. Today, she donned a simple yet elegant garment, a plum blossom hairpin adorning her hair. Though modest in appearance, she was undeniably captivating. Most striking was her skin, smooth as cream, and her curvaceous figure. Yu Huiru and Appo's gaze also turned to Li Xiaoran, her eyes mirroring the ignorance of the others, as if she too did not recognize which young lady Li Xiaoran was. Receiving these stares, Li Xiaoran could not help but smile. Their unfamiliarity with her was entirely expected. The former Li Xiaoran had indeed been a mere empty vessel, overlooked in all household affairs. If these individuals were to recognize her, it would be quite the surprise. Amidst the peculiar scrutiny, Li Jingrui suddenly dashed toward Li Xiaoran. His small frame trembled as he leaped into her embrace, his little lips pouting as he exclaimed, "Third cousin, today is Jingrui's birthday. You must play Jianzi with me." The attendees gaped at Li Xiaoran, realizing she was indeed the third young lady of the Grand General of Zhenxi, a stark contrast to the rumors they had heard. The poised figure standing before them exuded grace, entirely unperturbed by the attention. Her pair of clear eyes radiated a perceptive wisdom, showcasing a beauty that was both refined and intelligent, far from the image of a useless fool. Li Xiuhuan was acutely aware of their astonishment. After all, they were witnessing the person of rumor. The striking revelation that she deviated from the tales only served to evoke their awe. She maintained her composure, smiling warmly as she lifted Li Jingrui, her voice gentle. "Jingrui, later, your third cousin will play with you." Li Jingrui, feeling helpless, rubbed his little hands together and lamented. "Well, all right." Li Xiuhuan affectionately ruffled his hair. "Such a good boy." She set him down, and he scampered back to Song and Appo's side. All eyes remained on Li Xiuhuan, and Song felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart. Her daughter was the unparalleled beauty of Northern Wei. How could this lowly child of lesser birth dare to show her face in public? A concubine's daughter would always be a concubine's daughter. Nothing could alter her inherent inferiority. Sensing Song's gaze, Li Xiuhuan met her eyes directly. Upon encountering Li Xiuhuan's piercing stare, Song momentarily froze, a chill running down her spine. The sharpness in Li Xiuhuan and Appo's eyes resembled a blade forged from fierce flames, radiating an intense determination. Recalling the previous smile, Song felt a sudden unease. She turned her head away, avoiding further contact with Li Xiuhuan's gaze. In that fleeting moment, Li Xiuhuan noticed the absence of Li Qianjiao. Indeed, the individuals Song had invited were of lower standing. Having Li Qianjiao present would only diminish the gathering's prestige. It seemed Song had concocted an excuse regarding Li Qianjiao's illness to explain her absence to the old matriarch and the others. However, it mattered little. Today was not about her. The old matriarch appeared to deliberately keep Li Xiuhuan in the spotlight, not rushing her to take a seat. Her eyes sparkling as she observed the expressions of the noble gentleman. Li Xiuhuan stood elegantly, unafraid in such a setting. She had partaken in raucous celebrations where rough men feasted and drank heartily. How could she feel intimidated by this modest affair? As Li Xiuhuan engaged in light-hearted conversation, Li Xiuda's figure emerged into the sight of the crowd. The guests shifted their attention from Li Xiuhuan to Li Xiuda. The officials rose, bowing respectfully. Li Xiuda returned the gesture, his expression serious yet tinged with a hint of warmth. He addressed the gathering. "Today marks the birthday of my late brother's only son. I am grateful to each of you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us at the Li residence. Please, treat this place as your own home. Eat and drink freely, without restraint. I hope you all enjoy yourselves today." Long history official Yu Kue Jiang stroked his beard, his expression neutral, not echoing Li Xiuda's sentiments as the others did. In truth, he had little desire to attend the banquet at the Li residence. Yet, out of respect, and due to his wife's eagerness to mingle with the other officials' wives, he found himself present. Chapter 40. A glorious gathering. Li Xiuhuan gazed at Li Xiuda, her dark eyes suppressing a wave of resentment, appearing calm, yet harboring tumultuous emotions. Despite being a general, Li Xiuda possessed not only the fierce aura of the battlefield, but also the shrewdness of a court official. His words compelled those present to agree with him, leaving no room for dissent. With a smile, Li Xiuda moved to the center, signaling the commencement of the banquet. Just as the ceremonial official invited by the Song family prepared to announce the proceedings, sharp voices echoed from outside, declaring the arrival of the Regent Prince and Prince Chun. The attendees paused in surprise. Song's brow furrowed. She had not invited either the Regent Prince or Prince Chun. Had she known they would attend, she would have ensured Qianjiao made an appearance. Regular interactions with the princes would help her daughter acclimate to court etiquette and enhance her noble demeanor. Although she welcomed their presence, an inexplicable unease lingered in her heart. The invitation list had not included these two esteemed figures. Their unexpected arrival, was it mere coincidence? Song's keen eyes darted to Qin, whose calm demeanor regarding the prince's entrance only deepened her confusion. Why was Qin so unfazed? Did she possess foreknowledge of their appearance? A strange tremor of anxiety surged within her, more intense than before. She reassured herself that it could be a coincidence. After all, the Regent Prince and Prince Chun occasionally visited the Li residence. Yet, her fleeting unease did not escape Li Xiuhuan's notice. With a gentle touch, she grazed the table, revealing a crack, as if foretelling Song and Appo's fate for the evening. Li Xiaoran's expression remained impassive as she observed the officials rising in deference to the Regent Prince and Prince Chun. The officials, including Li Xiaoda, exhibited even greater restraint than before. The Regent Prince and Appo's stern countenance evoked a sense of reverence, while the atmosphere, once relaxed, now felt charged with apprehension. What was meant to be a simple birthday celebration had transformed into an event of considerable weight. In contrast, Prince Chun exuded a more approachable demeanor, making others inclined to engage with him. As he entered, he jovially addressed Li Xiaoda, questioning why he had not been summoned to the banquet. Li Xiaoda hurriedly descended from his seat, feigning humility as he welcomed the two princes. Regent Prince, Prince Chun, we are honored by your presence. This gathering is merely to celebrate my younger brother's birthday. Prince Chun chuckled. Is that so? May I inquire whether it is too late for us to join? Li Xiaoda responded promptly. Your presence truly elevates this occasion. The entire Li household warmly welcomes you. Upon hearing this, the male and female members of the Li family rose in unison, smiling graciously at the two princes. The Regent Prince seemed indifferent to such formalities. Casting a glance at Li Xiaoran that made her uneasy, she intentionally averted her gaze from Yuan Junlan, lowering her head slightly. Noticing this detail, Yuan's expression darkened. Before he could express his displeasure, Li Xiaoda's voice called for the Regent Prince and Prince Chun to take their seats. Li Xiaoda, you are too courteous. The Regent Prince replied. Indeed, you are too courteous, echoed Prince Chun. Under the scrutiny of the assembly, the two princes settled into their seats. The ceremonial official looked toward Song, seeking her approval to commence. Nodding, she signaled for the announcement to begin. Four graceful young maidens entered the main area. Adorned in identical attire with their hair elegantly styled to one side, adorned with flowers. Holding traditional instruments, bamboo flute, guzheng, pipa, and sheng, they exchanged knowing glances before commencing their performance. A group of dancers followed, their every step synchronized with the melody, captivating the audience, even causing some men to forget their wine. As Yuan Junlan took a seat, his attention remained fixated on Li Xiaoran, who felt a surge of irritation as their eyes locked. They exchanged silent glares, oblivious to the subtle emotions that lingered between them, as the rest of the guests remained entranced by the dancers. Yuan's gaze burned intensely as he raised his cup and drained its contents. Li Xiaoran's lips twitched in annoyance. How shameless was he to drink while staring at her? The allure in his gaze was unsettling. Frustrated, she closed her eyes, choosing to ignore him. A familiar voice broke through her thoughts. Third sister. Turning her head, she saw Li Jiayin, who appeared different today. Her face had lost some of its roundness, and her once chubby wrists now seemed delicate. Perhaps the troubles surrounding her sister, Li Jinru, had taken their toll. That day, she bore little resemblance to the poised young lady she once was. Regardless of Li Jinru's cold demeanor, she would always care for her sister. For blood is thicker than water. Fourth sister, why do you call for me? Li Xiaoran inquired, noticing the absence of Xing third sister. I wish to ask you for a favor. Li Jiayin's eyes glimmered with caution, laced with a hint of inquiry. I know this is abrupt, but you're the only one I can turn to. Li Xiaoran raised an eyebrow, self-deprecatingly replying, Fourth sister, you overestimate me. I am but a humble daughter of a concubine with no power in this household. What influence do I possess to assist you? The light in Li Jiayin's eyes dimmed. She had anticipated Li Xiaoran's reluctance, yet the self-mocking tone stung her heart. Third sister, did you know what I saw before I even spoke? Li Xiaoda nagzalatsufli. Smiling faintly, whatever you require, I fear I lack the capacity to assist. You are aware of my position in the household. I am but a clay idol struggling to keep afloat, unable to protect even my own mother. The help Li Jiayin sought was undoubtedly connected to Li Jinru. Chapter 41. At disappearance, Li Jiating began to choke up as she spoke to Li Xiaoran, her voice barely above a whisper, audible only to Li Xiaoran. You possess this ability. You're no longer the same as before. I know that the old lady holds you in high regard, treating you differently from her other grandchildren. Jinru, being naive, often assists our eldest sister in bullying you, and it pains me deeply. She is, at heart, a kind girl, merely a pawn in the hands of others. This time, the madam has driven her to madness, and she is to be sent to the Linen Temple. As her elder sister, I feel utterly powerless. I have lost countless nights of sleep, yet I cannot think of anyone who might help me. Li Xiuran, Li Stanat Kietli. Offering no response. It was not only Li Jiating who sought a solution. Xingshi was also racking her brain to keep Li Jinru in the Li residence. For this reason, Xingshi had covertly approached the old lady in the Liuli courtyard to plead on Jinru's behalf, only to be dismissed by the old lady. Third sister, I implore you to assist Jinru, Li Jiating said, her eyes brimming with tears as she removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and pressed it into Li Xiuran's hands. This bracelet is for you. I have accumulated some jewelry in my room. I will give it all to you. Li Xiuran cast a sidelong glance at the jade bracelet, and, upon receiving it, Li Jiating let out a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, Li Xiuran slipped the bracelet onto Li Jiating's wrist. With an indifferent expression and a cold tone, she replied, I do not require these trinkets. You should keep them. Grandmother may not treat me differently from her other grandchildren. She is fair and impartial, treating all her grandchildren adequately. Fourth sister, I believe you may have misunderstood something. Such comments should not be made in public. Li Jiating's face crumpled as she opened her mouth to plead further, but Li Xiuran spoke first. Regarding Jinru's situation, I cannot assist. Grandmother has already spoken on the matter. Her word is final. If I were to help you, she would surely view it as defiance. Asking me to plead with grandmother is merely placing me in a difficult position. Li Jiating could no longer contain her tears, which streamed down her cheeks, blurring her vision. She quickly lowered her head to dab at her eyes with a handkerchief. Once she regained her composure, she hesitantly looked around, ensuring that no one had noticed her distress, before taking a deep breath and continuing, Third sister, I know this is a challenging matter, but at that moment, amidst the clamor, a piercing scream echoed through the air. All eyes turned, including Yuan Junlin's, toward the source of the sound. It was Li Qingyao, daughter of Qin Shi, who was huddled in a corner, her shoulders trembling violently, her face pale, on the verge of tears. The fear that had gripped her intensified as the crowd turned to her, and she erupted into loud sobs. Everyone present was momentarily stunned, and once they regained their composure, the first to approach were the old lady and Qin Shi. The old lady hurriedly grasped Li Qingyao's hand, her heart racing with anxiety. Qingyao, what is the matter? Li Qingyao seemed lost in a memory, gasping for breath, her cries growing more frantic. Her maid, with a look of urgency, interjected, Old lady. The young miss saw a corpse in the latrine pit. She was so frightened that she could barely speak and almost collapsed. I had to support her out. The maid attempted to continue, but Songshi interrupted. What nonsense are you spouting? There cannot possibly be a corpse in the Li residence. Could Qingyao have been mistaken? The maid, proud and defiant, bristled at Songshi's harsh words and pressed on. Our young miss saw it clearly. She would not be frightened like this if she had not. I also witnessed it. The body was that of a woman. The old lady's eyes darkened as she tightened her grip on Li Qingyao's hand. Songshi looked bewildered. The bodies of the 6 maids who had served Qinjiao had long been dealt with. How could there be another corpse? Yet, if the lower ranks had failed to dispose of a body properly, what would happen if one of the maid Nappos, as corpses, was being exploited by someone with ill intentions? A wave of anxiety washed over her. Even if it were not a maid's body, the occurrence of a death during such a celebratory event would not be forgiven. And she, as the organizer, would bear the blame. She relished control over every situation, and the feeling of losing that control unsettled her greatly. She cast a glance at Luo Mama, whom she had promoted, signaling her to investigate. Just as Luo Mama was about to leave, a shrill scream pierced the air. Where is Huiru? Everyone's gaze shifted to Sun Shi, the wife of the long-history officer, who had lost all semblance of her usual composure. She rushed to Yukue and Appo's side, her lips trembling as she said, My husband, Huiru, just went to relieve herself with a maid. I'm so worried about her. At these words, Sun Shi gasped, unable to catch her breath, her eyes closing as she fainted backward. Yukue quickly caught her, maintaining an outward calm while inwardly feeling like a tempest of chaos. He instructed a maid to watch over Sun Shi and prepared to investigate the latrine himself. Li Xiu, baffled by the unfolding drama, found it astonishing that a simple birthday celebration could spiral into such turmoil. General Li, I must go search for my daughter. If there are any breaches of etiquette, I hope you'll be understanding. Yu Kuei bowed to Li Xiuda, his determination evident, willing to risk offending anyone to find his daughter. Li Xiuda, understanding Yu Kuei's urgency, opened his mouth to advise him not to worry, but before he could speak, Song Shi interjected, "Long history officer, there will certainly be no so-called murder in the Li residence. That child is still young and might simply be experiencing anxiety or have seen something filthy, leading to an illusion. I will send someone to check the latrine immediately. You take care of Madame Yu." Li Xiuda shot a sharp glare at Song Shi, irritated by her interference in a conversation between men. Displeased with her actions, he deliberately countered her words and turned to Yu Kuei, but before he could say anything, Yu Kuei had already stormed off without a backward glance. Li Xiuran curled her lips into a smile, her gaze fixed on Song Shi, sending an unsettling chill through the air. Then, she turned her attention to Li Xiuda. Her eyes now filled not only with malice, but also with an intense animosity. Yuan Junlan had not taken his eyes off Li Xiuran. Witnessing her behavior only deepened the complexity of his expression, tinged with disbelief. The smile that graced his lips seemed to emanate from some dark abyss. He leaned in slightly, uttering, "Since the long history officer is going, I too shall accompany him. I am curious to see if there is indeed a murder within the Li residence." As soon as Yuan Junlan finished speaking, Chen Wang Yuan Xian also chimed in, "Since I have nothing else to attend to, I shall join the long history officer as well." Chapter 42. The corpse in the latrine. The words of Yuan Junlan and Yuan Xuanqing caused Li Xiuda's brow to furrow in concern. If a murder truly occurred, it would be impossible for the Li residents to resolve the matter privately with both princes present. He swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the situation. It was particularly unfortunate that the Regent and Prince Chan were among them. Steeling himself, he replied, "In that case, let us all go and ascertain the facts." A group of people moved forward, leaving only Sun and her maid behind. Upon reaching the latrine, an overpowering stench engulfed them. In broad daylight, to suggest that one was hallucinating would be utterly ludicrous. Yu Kuei-jiang called out Yu Huiru's name, attempting to suppress his own fear. With each step toward the latrine, his heart trembled uncontrollably, his feet felt as heavy as iron, and his legs seemed to be filled with lead. In this moment, he was not the grand historian. He was merely a father. Once inside the latrine, he retrieved the body from the pit. The corpse was covered in excrement, emitting a foul odor. Yet, Yu Kuei-jiang appeared oblivious to the stench, his face taut, until he turned the female corpse over, at which point his expression softened slightly. The visage of the corpse was revealed to the onlookers, and those from the Li household stood frozen in shock. Li Jiaqian took 2 incredulous steps backward. Staggering as if intoxicated, her composure shattered. Covering her mouth, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she rushed forward to embrace the corpse, crying out in despair, "Jinru! Jinru! Jinru!" No one had anticipated the existence of the body, nor that it would belong to the 5th miss of the Li family. Li Xiuda's complexion changed drastically. His lips parted slightly, the warm breath escaping them rendering them dry. Suddenly, he comprehended Yu Kuei-jiang's emotions. The sound of Li Jiaqian's weeping caused his hands to tremble uncontrollably. Li Xiuhuan and Appo's gaze was fixed upon Li Xiuda. She could sense the profound sorrow he struggled to conceal. Her eyes sparkled with a glint of malice. "Li Xiuda, if I had the power, I would ensure that every person you care for meets their demise before your very eyes. Witnessing your daughter's death must be heart-wrenching. Should you not experience the anguish of losing a loved one?" As Li Xiuda's expression darkened, a fleeting glimmer of joy flickered in her gaze. Others remained oblivious to her, except for Yuan Junlan, who caught that brief moment of delight. It was soon after that someone rushed to inform Xing, who hurriedly arrived, weeping and disheveled, her hair cascading down her back like a madwoman as she fell upon the corpse, crying heart-wrenchingly. Li Xiuda took a deep breath, refraining from stopping Xing. In truth, his own eyes were reddening. Yet, before so many witnesses, he stubbornly clung to his principles, refusing to lose his composure. The anguished cries of Xing and Li Jiaqian were heart-wrenching, prompting Li Xiuda to clench his fists, while the old matroness eyes turned red. The onlookers were touched, their faces reflecting pity. Gui and Amp, Oppo's expression remained indifferent, for the main house had long taken pleasure in bullying the secondary branch. Now, retribution had come. Yu Kuei-jiang, however, was unfazed. The Li family was of no concern to him. He was solely focused on finding his own daughter. After all, with a miss of the Li family deceased and the cause unknown, what if an assailant had invaded the Li residence and committed wanton murder? His daughter was still unaccounted for. Just as he prepared to push through the crowd in search of her, Yu Huiru unexpectedly squeezed her way in. Upon seeing her, Yu Kuei-jiang could not contain his joy and grasped her hand, exclaiming in exasperation, "Huiru, where have you been? Your mother and I were worried sick. You should have informed us of your whereabouts. This is unacceptable. You nearly scared your father to death. Your mother has fainted from fright." Yu Huiru looked surprised and innocent as she touched her head, replying dejectedly, "Father, I merely went to visit Li Qianjiao." Since Yu Huiru often attended various gatherings, she had become somewhat acquainted with Li Qianjiao, and her admiration for Li Qianjiao's gentle and elegant demeanor led her to visit the Li residence with her maid. Yu Kuei-jiang intended to scold her, but fell silent upon realizing his daughter was unharmed. In a hushed tone, Yu Huiru inquired, "Father, what is happening?" Yu Kuei-jiang gestured subtly, indicating that she should look for herself. As Yu Huiru turned to behold the corpse and the two grieving women wailing over it, her brow furrowed in concern. Li Jiayan inadvertently rolled up Li Jinru and Amp, Oppo's sleeve, revealing that her skin had turned black, resembling that of a poisoning victim. Among those present, some knowledgeable in medicine noticed the peculiar color and exchanged glances. "Jinru, my daughter, your fate is so lamentable, to be driven mad and then killed. I know my daughter's nature. She was terrified of injury. There is no way she would take her own life." Kneeling, she crawled to the old matron and Li Xiuda, tears and snot streaming down her face. "Old matron, sir, Jinru would never commit suicide. She was terrified of filth. How could she have possibly jumped into the latrine and died in such a manner? Someone must have killed her and thrown her into the pit." Upon finishing, Xing and Oppo's gaze turned fierce as she fixed it upon Song. "Our Jinru never offended anyone, except perhaps recently having had a disagreement with the lady." The implication was clear. The murderer was Song. Li Xiuda and the old matron exchanged glances, their minds racing. Jinru had gone to Furong Courtyard to kill someone. Although the victims were Mama Roan and Chun Zhu, Song was the true target of Jinru's wrath. As long as Jinru remained in the Li residence, Song's life would be in constant peril. It was entirely plausible that Song, seeking to ensure her own safety, would resort to murder. Song had both the motive and the means. After all, she had callously killed 6 maids without a second thought. At that moment, the old matron and Li Xiuda regarded Song with the eyes of a murderer. The outsiders, unaware of the underlying tensions, could only silently observe the unfolding drama. What was meant to be a joyous celebration had devolved into such a tragic scene, leaving a bitter taste in everyone in Oppo's hearts. Song and Oppo's demeanor grew cold. Wishing she could kick Xing away. In front of so many witnesses, was she attempting to cast blame? Jinru's death had nothing to do with her. With a frosty expression, she declared, "Old matron, sir, I did have a disagreement with Jinru, but I did not kill her. How could I, as the mistress of a Li residence, resort to violence over something so trivial? Furthermore, if I were indeed the murderer, why would I choose such an important occasion as Jingrue's birthday to act? Moreover, we have yet to establish the cause of Jinru's death. Xing's attempts to slander me are simply despicable." Their gazes met, a taciturn silence passing between Li Xiuyo and Qin. Madame Song and Oppo's words resonated with the old madam and Li Xiuda, yet a lingering doubt persisted within their hearts. Madame Song and Oppo's repeated obstruction of Yu Kuei-jiang and Oppo's access to the privy aroused suspicion, as if concealing something. Li Xiuda found himself in a state of perplexity, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Madame Xing interjected, "I shall immediately order an investigation into Jinru's demise." Madame Xing harbored a deep-seated conviction that Madame Song was the perpetrator. She glared at Madame Song with animosity, then grasped Li Jinru's pallid wrist, exclaiming, "Jinru, even if it costs me my life, I shall seek justice for you. Your death shall not be in vain. I shall unearth the murderer." The old madam and Apos' countenance grew increasingly somber, lamenting the occurrence of such an incident in this esteemed place. She vowed to inflict severe retribution upon the culprit, should they be apprehended. Her wrinkles deepened as she commanded, "Summon the coroner." The old madam had witnessed Jinru and Apos' growth, and her heart was not impervious to sorrow. Madame Song maintained an air of indifference, as if detached from the situation. The coroner arrived with haste and, upon examination, determined that Li Jinru had been poisoned. The old madam and Apos' expression hardened as she inquired, "Can you ascertain the cause of death?" The coroner nodded, reporting the facts. Death was caused by arsenic poisoning. The time of death is approximately 1 hour ago, and the body was disposed of in the cesspit after death. Li Xiuda and Apos' gaze fell upon Madame Song, who frowned, asserting her innocence. "Why are you looking at me? I did not do it." Li Xiuda rebuked Madame Song without discernment. "Did you do it or not?" The old madam coughed several times, her icy gaze fixed on Madame Song, who knelt down, undaunted, and declared, "Old madam, master, I implore you to conduct a thorough investigation. My conscience is clear, and I fear no scrutiny. Continue your investigation. I, too, am eager to discover the culprit." The sounds of weeping intensified Li Xiuda's distress. He fixed his gaze on Madame Song and, in the presence of everyone, proclaimed, "Today, I have failed everyone. Such an incident in my household is deeply regrettable. I must investigate my daughter's death. I beseech everyone present not to depart yet. I apologize for any discourtesy. Anyone with the ability to assist me in finding the murderer will receive my utmost gratitude." Li Xiuda and Apos' word were met with understanding. Prince Chun was the first to offer assistance, stating, "Generally, with a life at stake, let us dispense with formalities. Everyone present is under suspicion and cannot leave. We shall remain here and await your findings." Li Xiuda and Apos' heart was already heavy, and Prince Chun and Apos' intervention only exacerbated his unease. With the Regent and Prince Chun present, he felt powerless to take charge. Despite his discomfort, Li Xiuda expressed his gratitude to Prince Chun. "Thank you for your understanding and consideration." Prince Chun offered a shallow smile. "You should not thank me alone, but everyone present." He subtly implied that it was everyone's magnanimity. Li Xiuda's gaze shifted to Prince Chun, deepening her impression of him. He is a man who has traversed a garden of flowers without leaving a trace of fragrance. His actions are like the subtle drifting of fragrance, indirectly pleasing everyone. His methods are far more sophisticated than those of the women within the walls. He seems to achieve perfection in everything he does. This gaze was interpreted differently by Yuan Junlan. Yuan Junlan also spoke, and Li Xiuda turned to him. He said, "Generally, you may investigate as you wish. However, how will you conduct the investigation? How long will it take? Everyone's time here is precious." Li Xiuda glanced at the position of the sun in the sky, then lowered his head and said to Yuan Junlan, "2 incense sticks in Apos' time. I believe I can uncover the truth." Yuan Junlan remained expressionless and said indifferently, "Very well. You have 2 incense sticks time. After 2 incense sticks, those who could not have committed the crime may leave." The others nodded in agreement. They had come to attend a banquet, and such an incident was unwelcome. It was inauspicious. Li Xiuda had no choice but to agree. He spoke, "Old madam, how do you suggest we proceed with this matter?" Li Xiuda rarely concerned himself with matters of the inner court and sought to entrust this matter to the old madam. The old madam nodded. "Wei Momo, dispatch people to search the rooms of everyone in each courtyard, including the mistresses, concubines, young masters, and young ladies, to see if any arsenic can be found. Also, send a group of people to the pharmacies, summoning all the pharmacies within a 3-mile radius of the Li residence." "Understood, old madam." Wei Momo nodded and immediately made arrangements. Madame Song remained composed, allowing them to investigate as they pleased, as she had nothing to do with the matter. She impatiently glared at Madame Xing, finding the weeping of Madame Xing and Li Jiating grating. She frowned in displeasure, wanting to stop the mother and daughter from crying. But considering that others were present, she refrained from speaking out to avoid appearing unsympathetic. Thus, She endured her discontent and coldly watched Madame Xing and Li Jiating weep. Madame Xing and Li Jiating wept until their voices were hoarse, unable to utter any more sharp, mournful cries. They began to feel nauseous, as the corpse was covered in yellow excrement. Grief could not suppress the overwhelming stench, and they eventually vomited. Some with sensitive throats also gagged in disgust. Li Xiuda frowned slightly, having wanted to tell Madame Xing to stop, but refrained out of consideration for her loss. However, he decided to disperse the crowd and have the guests move further away from the corpse. Once everyone had dispersed, the weeping of Madame Xing and Li Jiating intensified. The louder they cried, the more the stench invaded their nostrils, causing them to vomit again. The old madam could no longer bear it and forcefully commanded, Madame Xing, Jiating, take advantage of Wei Momo's absence and return to your residences to clean yourselves up. Madame Xing and Li Jiating looked at the old madam through tear-filled eyes. In their blurred vision, the old madam's oppressive aura made it impossible for them to refuse. They were grief-stricken but had no choice but to obey. Li Jiating helped Madame Xing up, and as they rose, they both took a deep look at the quietly lying Li Jinru. Madame Xing's tears flowed even more profusely. She took a deep breath, her lungs swelling with air. She pouted and could no longer control herself. Embracing Li Jiating, it's my fault. I shouldn't have married into the Li family. If I hadn't married into the Li family, I wouldn't have had to endure Madame Song's ghastly face all the time. I wouldn't have been unable to have both sons and daughters, and my youngest daughter wouldn't have died at Madame Song's hands. A white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. How will I live the rest of my life? Suddenly, Madame Xing lost control and charged towards Madame Song. Madame Song, return my daughter's life. Return my daughter and Appo's life to me. You murderer, have you not harmed me enough all these years? Chapter 44. The shift of tide. Song had never anticipated that Xing would react so violently. In a state of panic, she stumbled backward, losing her balance and crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Li Ziyad attempted to intervene, but it was too late. As Song lay there, Xing, in a frenzy, lunged at her, forcefully pinning her down and viciously grasping her neck. With a desperate wail, she cried out, I have no intention of living. Join me in seeking my daughter and apologize to her, will you? The old matriarch, her face turning a shade of green with fury, barked, someone, pull the fourth concubine away. As Xing struggled, Song seized the opportunity to escape, clutching her throat and gasping for breath. Her eyes wide with terror as she glanced back at Xing, trembling and speechless. After Xing was dragged away, Li Jiayin stumbled down as well. Not long after, whispers began to circulate among the onlookers, each person contributing to the murmurs. Li Ziyad's countenance darkened further, pressing his temples in frustration as the troubles mounted, leaving him with a throbbing headache. The political turmoil had already robbed him of sleep and appetite, and now chaos erupted both in the main hall and the courtyard, exhausting him entirely. Li Xiuwan's eyes blazed with intensity, taking pleasure in witnessing the anxiety etched on Li Ziyad's face. The death of Li Jinru had not deeply affected him. He had merely reddened his eyes. One wondered if tears would accompany Song's demise. There was no rush. She would eventually find herself teetering on the precipice. The moment she opened her eyes by the lakeshore, it was clear that she had resolved to strip him of his family, his position, and ultimately his life. It appeared he did not cherish his family after all. After a period of contemplation, Wei Mama returned with a group. At that moment, the maid Yueji instinctively leaned closer to Li Xiuwan, fear of death flickering in her eyes. Li Xiuwan took Yueji's hand without uttering a word, placing a marble and a chain into her palm. Yueji's shoulders trembled, her eyes reddening. She clutched the marble and chain tightly, retreating a few steps to stand alongside Zijing and Huir. The old matriarch broke the silence, asking Wei Mama, what have you discovered? Is there anyone in the manor harboring arsenic? Wei Mama cast a complex glance at Li Xiuwan, hesitating before finally replying, I found arsenic in the residence of Chu Yuyuan. A gasp rippled through the crowd, causing those near Li Xiuwan to recoil in fear, wary of being associated with her. Only Yuan Junlan remained steadfast, standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Xiuwan, exuding a calm demeanor that seemed to shield her from any onslaught. Li Xiuwan cast a disdainful glance at Yuan Junlan. unimpressed by the scrutiny of those around her. As if on cue, Hue and Zijing exchanged glances and stepped toward Li Shirwan, positioning themselves behind her. Their retreat was instinctual, yet their decision to draw closer was conscious. The old matriarch's gaze deepened as she scrutinized Wei Mama, questioning, among so many in Chuying, who exactly is responsible. She found it hard to believe that Li Shirwan would engage in such treachery. Wei Mama responded, "It belongs to the maid Yueji from the third young lady's quarters." Yueji trembled, collapsing to the ground under the weight of the crowd's gaze. Song's expression shifted uneasily as she pondered Yueji's sudden appearance. Previously, she had been unreachable and silent regarding Chu Yuan. Now, she was entangled in this affair. The old matriarch glared at Yueji, her voice thunderous. "Why are you not coming forth?" The unexpected outburst startled Song. Yueji and Appo's eyes welled up, and she felt paralyzed by the prospect of facing the consequences. Crawling forward, she pleaded, "Old matriarch, I am innocent." The old matriarch scoffed, "Whether you are innocent or not, your conscience knows best." Yueji, desperate, continued to bow her head, insisting, "I truly am innocent. I am merely a maid, with no grudge against the fifth young lady. Why would I harm her? Someone must have framed me." Blood trickled from her forehead as she continued to pound her head against the ground, oblivious to her pain. The old matriarch pressed, "Then tell me, who is it that has framed you?" Yueji trembled, sobbing uncontrollably, I don't know. I know nothing." The old matriarch and Appo's gaze sharpened, while Song felt a rising tide of unease. Yueji and Appo's actions did not seem to stem from her orders. Why was she implicated in the death of Li Jinru? What hidden secrets lay beneath this? Unable to contain herself, Song inquired, "Yueji, do you know something of the truth?" At Song and Appo's words, the old matriarch and Gua's gaze turned toward her, recalling that Yueji had once served Song. It was common knowledge that sending Yueji to Chu Yuan was a deceptive act, cloaked in ill intent. Upon hearing Song's accusation, Yueji paled, glancing at Li Shirwan, and continued to bow. "Madam, I am truly innocent. I know nothing." This plea only intensified the scrutiny on Li Shirwan, as a sense of suspicion began to brew among the crowd. Li Shirwan remained unflustered, her composure unshaken by the accusatory glances. With a calm demeanor, she stated, "Like my mother, I stand firm and unyielding. I mourn the loss of my sister and desire nothing more than for grandmother and father to uncover the truth, delivering justice for my sister's spirit." Yueji's expression shifted, momentarily stunned, which only fueled the speculation among the others. Song, witnessing this revelation, suddenly grasped that the true culprit was Li Shirwan. In a frantic attempt to deflect blame, she exclaimed, "Grandmother, earlier when Qianjiao fell into the water, I heard from the servants that it was due to a quarrel between Jinru and Shirwan that Jinru accidentally pushed Qianjiao into the lake." Song's words were unmistakable, directly implicating Li Shirwan. The old matriarch hesitated, recalling Song's history of animosity towards Zheng and Shirwan, including a prior attempt to harm Li Shirwan through subterfuge. This moment revealed the layers of deceit. While Yueji was ostensibly Li Shirwan and Appo's maid, in truth, she was merely a pawn in Song and Appo's game, poised to be used to tarnish Li Shirwan's reputation. Chapter 45. Holding back, Li Shirwan retaliated. "My fifth sister and I had a quarrel while boating, but it was merely a playful exchange between sisters. If anyone doubts this, they may inquire with Aunt C. Everything that transpired on the boat was recounted by my fifth sister to Aunt C in detail. Mother, before you rush to cast blame upon me without understanding the facts, please hold your judgment." Song's expression turned cold. The old lady cast a glance at Li Xiaoying, while Li Xiaohua respectfully shook her head towards the old lady, indicating that Song and Appo's words were misguided. The old lady, although somewhat partial to Li Xiaohua, was not hasty to dismiss the connection between Li Jinru and Appo's death and Li Xiaohua. When it came to human life, especially concerning the reputation of the Li family, she would not be easily swayed by trust or suspicion. Everything must be based on evidence. No one should be wronged. In such a setting, with the Regent and Prince Chun present, it was imperative to uncover the true culprit to quell any unrest. However, what if the true culprit were indeed Xiaohua? The old lady's expression grew complex, her grip on the cane tightening unconsciously. She turned away Mama and asked, "Was the arsenic merely found in the room of Yueji?" Wei Mama bowed her head and replied, "Indeed, the arsenic was found in Yueji's room." The old lady in Appo's voice rose sharply. Yueji confessed swiftly. Yueji trembled and began to weep, her face a mix of snot and tears. "Old lady, I truly. Confession brings leniency. Resistance brings severity. Take her away for punishment." The expression of the Li household members changed dramatically. If punishment were to be administered, survival would be unlikely. "Old lady, if I confess, will you spare me? I am but a servant girl. I implore you, do not apply punishment to me." Despite her pleas, the old lady's gaze remained icy, revealing no intention of mercy. With no other option, Yueji prostrated herself until blood oozed from her forehead, finally saying, "I will now speak the truth, all that I know." The old lady in Appo's voice turned frigid. "Speak." Yueji pointed a trembling finger at Li Xiuhua, her vision blurred by tears. "It was the third miss who instructed me to poison the fifth miss." The old lady swallowed hard, her grip tightening around the cane. Her peripheral vision caught sight of Li Xiuhua and Appo's calm demeanor, secretly hoping that Xiuhua was not the true perpetrator. Li Xiuda furrowed his brow at Li Xiuhua, while Song and Appo's expression brightened, a smile revealing her delight. She had not acted, yet Li Xiuhua had fallen into the trap. What a satisfying turn of events! The murmurs of those present reached Li Xiuhua and Appo's ears, but she mentally blocked out their voices and gazes. Yuan Junlan appeared indifferent, seemingly unconcerned with whether Li Xiuhua truly committed the crime. Yuan Xuanqing observed Li Xiuhua with intrigue, pondering if this woman, who consistently surprised him, truly held such significance for Yuan Junlan. The old lady and Appo's voice rang out, addressing Yueji, "Is what you say true? You had better not lie or slander your mistress." The old lady remained unwilling to believe that Li Xiuhua was responsible. She hoped Yueji would retract her accusation and claim it was someone else. If Yueji were to say it was not Li Xiuhua, she would swiftly deal with another individual. Yueji nodded vehemently. "It is absolutely true. It was the third miss who urged me to poison her." The old lady inquired, "Why would the third miss want to poison the fifth miss? Do you have any evidence to prove that it was the third miss who commanded you?" Guosher brushed her hair aside, coming to Li Xiuhua and Appo's defense, stating that judging someone solely based on one person's word was hardly credible. If the concubine of the first house was eliminated by Song, there would be no more drama to witness from the first house. Moreover, Li Xiuhua undoubtedly possessed considerable capability. Why would one who could disturb Song's peace not be protected? After all, this matter had no connection to their branch. At this moment, Li Xiuhua spoke. "Yueji, since you came from Furong Courtyard to Chuyu Courtyard, I have treated you well. Do you not feel a shred of guilt for slandering me?" Yueji's eyes darted around, momentarily at a loss for words. She suddenly turned to Song, who was startled. In that fleeting moment, Yueji quickly returned her gaze to Li Xiuhua. The old lady observed this change keenly. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Yueji finally spoke. "The third miss felt envious of the fifth miss and Appo's beauty and commanded me to poison her." Upon saying this, Yueji lowered her head, seemingly fearful of meeting Li Xiuhua and Appo's gaze. The old lady and Li Xiuda furrowed their brows even deeper. What a ridiculous motive. Furthermore, if beauty was the criterion, how could the renowned beauty Qinjiao of Northern Wei not be the first victim? After Yueji and Appo's statement, the old lady and Li Xiuda felt an instinctive disbelief towards her words. The old lady scoffed, "You servant girl, filled with lies. Untrustworthy." Fortunately, she had held back, not speaking the truth. The old lady and Appo's gaze reflected a deadly intensity. "Even if you do not speak, I will still uncover the truth." Wei Mama summoned the proprietors of the pharmacy. Wei Mama called out, and one by one, the proprietors entered, standing in a line. She addressed them, the proprietors who sold arsenic recently. "Take a step forward." 3 proprietors stepped forward. Wei Mama pointed at Yueji and continued, "Those who recognize this servant girl, please step forward." Two proprietors moved ahead. Yueji exclaimed, "I do not know them. I have never seen them." One proprietor interjected, "How could you not recognize me? That morning, you rushed to ask me about purchasing arsenic. I told you I had only a little left and asked if you wanted it all. You said nothing and walked away. I was baffled. You inquired, yet did not finalize a purchase. After you left, another individual came to buy my arsenic." Yueji, her face flushed with anger, pointed at the proprietor. "You are spouting nonsense. I have never seen you." The proprietor insisted, "I recognize you. Do not continue to deceive everyone. Although you did not purchase from me, you indeed inquired about it." Yueji, like a rabid dog, attempted to lash out, shouting, "You are slandering me. You will not have a good end. I do not know you." This behavior caused another proprietor to intervene, stating, "I know her too. She bought arsenic from me. Why do I remember her so well? Because she was the only one who purchased this deadly poison that day." He surveyed the crowd, adding, "Perhaps you are unaware, but our arsenic has a slightly different hue. It is somewhat yellowish. If we can find the remaining arsenic used in the crime, we shall know whether she truly bought it from me." Chapter 46. A confession unveiled as the words of the shopkeeper fell. Granny Wei presented the arsenic discovered in the room of the peony to the old matron and Lishioda. Upon seeing it, both the old matron and Lishioda and Appo's expressions shifted dramatically. In a fit of rage, Lishioda advanced and kicked the peony, sending her sprawling to the ground, cursing, "You despicable wretch." The peony fell, a gray footprint marking her forehead. She scrambled to her feet, her wails resonating painfully in the air. The old matron inquired sternly, "Why do you not come clean?" Deep down, she could not bring herself to believe that Li Xiuhuan was capable of such deeds. The peony, with tears in her eyes, glanced at the First Lady, whose heart sank at the realization that the peony sought to cast this inexplicable blame upon her. The First Lady exchanged a profound glance with Li Xiuhuan, her mind suddenly flooded with the chilling memory of that smile that sent shivers down her spine. Li Xiuhuan was indeed a formidable woman. Gritting her teeth, she discreetly signaled to others to eliminate the peony. From among the crowd, an individual received the First Lady and Appo's intent, slowly drawing a gleaming dagger from their sleeve. The blade glimmered menacingly in the sunlight, and the air resonated with a quick whoosh as the skilled fighter and Appo's ears perked up. Just as the dagger approached the peony's throat, intent on severing it, a small stone, seemingly from nowhere, struck the dagger with force, diverting its deadly path. Clang! The dagger clattered to the ground. At that moment, even the untrained bystanders understood that someone had attempted to silence the peony. Overcome by terror, the peony nearly fainted, but, upon meeting Li Xiuhuan and Appo's gaze, immediately proclaimed, "Old matron, sir, I must speak the truth." The old matron and Li Xiuhuan regarded her with icy stares as tears streamed down her face. She pointed towards the First Lady, exclaiming, "It was the First Lady who instructed me to kill the fifth miss and then frame the third miss. The First Lady promised that if I succeeded, I would receive a handsome reward and be married off to a good family. I feared that the First Lady might renege on our agreement, so after purchasing the arsenic, I left some in her red skirt as a precaution in case I found myself unable to retaliate." Gasps filled the room, the spectators murmuring about the treachery of women's hearts, confirming the First Lady and Appo's guilt. Their gazes towards her were laced. Chapter 47. The blur of right and wrong upon his entrance, he discerned a peculiar shift in the gazes directed at him. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he pondered, "Is today not Jing Rue's birthday?" He had hurried back solely to celebrate this occasion. What could have prompted such looks from the gathered company? The strange atmosphere enveloped Li Lingyun, filling him with an ominous premonition. At that moment, his gaze fell upon his mother, Song Shi, whose eyes were red and glistening, emanating an unsettling aura. Inhaling deeply, he inquired with a furrowed brow, "Mother, what has transpired?" Innocent of any wrongdoing, his mother had not instigated such heinous acts through Yuji. Tearfully, Song Shi recounted the unfolding events, and Li Lingyun immediately defended her, asserting that his mother was incapable of such actions and had been wronged by that maidservant. With determination, he knelt before the matriarch and Li Xiuhuan, earnestly continuing, "Grandmother, father, you are well aware of my mother's character. She has always dutifully cared for the concubines and shown deep affection for her half-siblings. She is undoubtedly a victim of slander. Furthermore," he argued, "if mother had indeed incited Yu to murder Jean Rou, she would have eliminated Yu afterward to prevent future repercussions." Li Lingyun's fervent declarations met with disapproval from those present. Was the eldest son of the Li family truly so naive? His mother's actions seemed aimed at achieving two objectives with one deed. The absence of Yu's demise served only to ensure that she would implicate Li Xiuhuan as the perpetrator. Even the matriarch shared this sentiment, deeming Song Shi's benevolence towards the other concubines a mere jest. The assembly perceived her as petty and narrow-minded, intent on belittling the concubines while unwittingly endangering her own daughters. The depth of their disappointment in Song Shi was profound. Li Xiuda's gaze fell upon Li Lingyun, a child he had always cherished. Yet the boy and Appo's unyielding loyalty to his mother had clouded his judgment. After grasping the unfolding situation, defending his mother in front of so many was hardly prudent. This was not filial piety, but rather foolishness, bordering on a lack of discernment. Even with Song Shi present, exoneration seemed unattainable. With a slight parting of his lips, he commanded, "Lingyun, you have returned from your journey. You must be weary. Go and rest." This was an act of protection, a means to shield Li Lingyun from the escalating turmoil. In disbelief, Li Lingyun gazed at his father. Was he truly prepared to condemn his mother? The charge of murder loomed ominously. Turning to Song Shi, whose countenance reflected sorrow, he steadied his resolve, kneeling once more. "Father, my mother is not that kind of person. I implore you to reconsider." No one could sway him from his mission to defend his mother. The matriarch and Appo's brows knitted in anger rise. As the legitimate heir of the Li family, you ought to discern right from wrong. Your blind defense has brought shame upon you in the eyes of these nobles, including the Chun Wang and the Regent. You have tarnished the family name. Her piercing gaze struck Li Lingyun like a sharp blade. He recognized her fury, glancing momentarily at Chun Wang and the Regent, hesitating as he prepared to rise. At that moment, a steady cadence of footsteps echoed from outside, unmistakably belonging to someone of formidable martial prowess. As the figure emerged, the expressions of Chun Wang and the Regent subtly shifted. Simultaneously, Li Xiuhuan's kuntanan sadarkanat. The individual was an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, skin weathered yet robust, radiating vitality. His presence ignited a spark of hope in both Song Shi and Li Lingyun. This was none other than the former General Song Xiaoshi. After retiring, he had returned to his homeland. Despite his absence from court, his stature remained high, revered for his unwavering defense of Beiwei and his illustrious military exploits. Even the emperor occasionally summoned him to discuss matters of state. Upon seeing her father, Song Shi exhaled deeply, as if she had encountered a savior. Song Xiaoshi greeted Chun Wang and the Regent with due respect, who in turn graciously urged him to proceed. His gaze then settled upon Song Shi, disappointment evident in his eyes. He had never wished for his daughter to be embroiled in such scandal. It was utterly unbecoming of her status. Realizing her father's disapproval, tears streamed down Song Shi and Appo's face, her heart aching with despair. She felt a burning resentment, knowing she had not incited Yu. Surely, someone had manipulated Yu to harm her. If her suspicions were correct, it was Li Xiuhuan. With tearful eyes, she cast a gaze filled with animosity toward Li Xiuhuan, who remained oblivious, entirely fixated on Song Xiaoshi. Li Xiuhuan by impulso visibly. Her gaze sharp as a predator's, fixated on Song Xiaoshi. Meanwhile, Song Shi and Appo's confusion grew as she glanced between her father and Li Xiuhuan, her eyes betraying a mix of fury and bewilderment. Li Xiuda observed Song Shi, his frown deepening. Yet, constrained by Song Xiaoshi and Appo's presence, he refrained from expressing his ire. Instead, he respectfully greeted Song Xiaoshi, bowing deeply, and recounted the entirety of the situation. Afterward, he awaited Song Xiaoshi's response. After a moment of silence, Song Xiaoshi began to speak. "Xiuda, my daughter is now a member of the Li family. In life, she is of Li, and in death, she belongs to Li. If she has erred, let the Li family address it accordingly. Do not concern yourself with my feelings. I implore you, do not lose your composure on my account. True to his nature, Song Xiaoshi's words were measured, deftly balancing firmness with grace, making it challenging to find fault in his reasoning. Hearing Song Xiaoshi's words, Li Xiuda felt a sense of relief. His father-in-law and aunt, Appo's profound understanding of the situation evoked deep admiration. The troubles within the Li household were partly due to his preoccupation with the Su family affair, leading to the gradual deterioration of circumstances. He recognized the intimate connection between the events at the Li residence and his own inaction. Therefore, once matters were resolved, he intended to report the situation to the emperor, seeking punishment for his negligence. Father-in-law, I sincerely apologize for this incident. Song Xiaoshi regarded Song Shi, his gaze unusually serene, almost imbued with encouragement. Chapter 48. Perilous Gambits. The Lady Song erupted in laughter, followed by convulsive sobs. After all these years of marriage, you have never afforded me even a modicum of trust. I avow, I did not instigate Yueji. Yueji was manipulated, I know, but I was unaware of who was exploiting her. Yueji was merely a pawn used to incriminate me. The world may doubt me, even my own father, but you, Li Xiuda, cannot. You are my husband, my very firmament. I revere you. I fear you. I cherish you. Yet you show me no compassion, no belief. Alas, I lament loving the wrong man, marrying the wrong man. She choked, seemingly on her own spittle, and coughed, her face flushing crimson. You lend credence to the words of others, condemning me for deeds I have not committed. I have become a laughingstock. Today, I shall offer my life as proof of my innocence. She fixed Li Xiuda with a resolute gaze, tears welling up in her eyes as she uttered, her voice thick with emotion, if there's a next life, I pray I am not your wife. With a look of unwavering determination, she seized the saber from a nearby guard and unsheathed it. In full view of everyone, a flash of cold steel pierced the air, its glint blindingly sharp. The frigid blade made contact with her neck, and under the force of her hand, crimson blood seeped forth. She caught her father's gaze, a subtle encouragement lurking within. She gritted her teeth, suppressing the pain and the terror of death, and abruptly increased the pressure. Li Xiuda and Appo's heart plummeted. Memories resurfaced, stirring within him a disquieting reluctance to let the lady's song perish. His brow furrowed, and he resolved to intervene. With lightning speed, just as the lady's song intensified her efforts, ending her life, she felt her hand seized. Her tear-filled eyes met Li Xiuda and Appo's complex countenance, and bitterness welled up within her. She feigned sincerity, pleading, "Let me die." Li Xiuda exhaled, pried open her hand, and, grasping the blade, snapped it in two, rendering it useless. The breath Lady Song had been holding escaped her lungs. As she pretended to faint, her eyes met the somber gaze of her father, Song Xiaoshi. Li Xiuhua, witnessing this exchange, watched with icy detachment, knowing that Lady Song and Appo's actions were orchestrated by Song Xiaoshi. Song Xiaoshi and Appo's military achievements stemmed from his penchant for desperate measures. Seeking survival on the precipice of destruction, his formidable nature lay in his fearlessness in the face of death. This tactic, Lady Song had mastered as Song Xiaoshi's daughter. Song Xiaoshi, a seasoned player, openly conveyed to Li Xiuda how to proceed, intending to evoke Li Xiuda and Appo's respect. Lady Song and Appo's words before her feigned suicide were designed to instill guilt in Li Xiuda, who would willingly lose someone who loved them so deeply. Compassion is inherent in human nature, and Li Xiuda inevitably fell into the trap meticulously crafted by the father and daughter, woven with affection and love. As expected, upon seeing Lady Song collapse, Li Xiuda, disregarding propriety, hastily carried her away, neglecting to address those present. He ran, urgently calling for medical assistance. As Li Xiuda and Lady Song departed, the onlookers fell silent, pondering whether their presence had been merely to witness a futile farce, wasting their time and emotions. The dowager was consumed by fury. She disapproved of Li Xiuda and Appo's actions. In the face of such weighty matters, before such prominent figures, how could he succumb to sentimentality? The guests and Appo's Faces were now somber, leaving her at a loss for words. As the dowager hesitated, grappling with her predicament, Li Xiuhua spoke. I extend my father and Appo's apologies to all the officials. This was intended to be a joyous occasion, but it has devolved into a regrettable spectacle. However, the Li household has no desire for such discord. We implore you to bear with us, as misfortune can befall any family. Those who have not yet indulged their appetites may move to the Myriad Blossoms Pavilion for drinks, with all expenses borne by the Li family. Li Xiuhua and Appo's composure and words garnered attention. They realized that this matter was inherently linked to the rumored Third Mississippi. The maidservant had falsely accused her, yet she remained composed and unperturbed. Upon learning that Lady Song had used the maidservant to slander her, she remained calm and collected, as if an impartial observer. Which young lady of noble birth could achieve such poise? The female guests admired Li Xiuhua, while those in the court secretly respected her. Li Xiuhua approached the dowager, who offered a grateful glance. Li Xiuhua responded with a gentle smile, reassuring the dowager not to worry excessively. With Li Xiuhua and Appo's opening remarks, the dowager found it easier to speak. I, Cheng Shi, sincerely apologize to the Regent, Prince Chun, and my in-law. No one desired this turn of events. Now that it has occurred, the Li family will address the matter accordingly. To the other officials and their female companions, I also extend my sincere apologies. Upon your return, I shall present lavish gifts to compensate for today and Appo's mishap. I trust you will understand. With the dowager and Appo's words, the murmur subsided. Prince Chun, how would you like to escort the officials to the Myriad Blossoms Pavilion? A gentle breeze caressed Li Xiuhua and Appo's hair, revealing her unadorned, pristine face. Like a flower in the spring breeze, her graceful smile exuded warmth. Composed and steadfast, she was the embodiment of a noble lady, surpassing even the most accomplished. The rumors of the Li family and Appo's third miss being a useless individual were utter falsehoods. Prince Chun regarded Li Xiuhua with a peculiar gaze. He hesitated, then responded, Indeed. My appetite for revelry remains unfulfilled. I shall partake in a hearty drink at the Myriad Blossoms Pavilion. He chuckled heartily, casting a meaningful glance at Li Xiuhua, who reciprocated with a smile. Yuan Junlan, witnessing this exchange, scowled with jealousy. His eyes, fixed on Li Xiuhua, were filled with displeasure. Li Xiuhua, her face impassive, felt a surge of defiance. Must she seek his permission to smile at others? In a retaliatory gesture, she deepened her smile for Prince Chun. Chapter 49. Guoqin's assistants. The corners of Chan Wang's mouth involuntarily curled upwards as he addressed the officials, urging them to depart. The sound of hurried footsteps immediately echoed as they exited. Who would dare disregard Chun Wang and Appo's authority? Yuan Junlan cast a lingering glance at Li Xiuhua before angrily sweeping out of the room. Meanwhile, Song Xiaoshi chose to remain. He exchanged a knowing look with Li Lingyun, who nodded in agreement and followed him in the direction where Li Xiuda had just carried away the Song matriarch. As the crowd made their way outside, the old matriarch sighed in relief, her body relaxing as she nearly lost her balance. Li Xiuhua quickly caught her, saying, Grandmother, please be careful. The old matriarch felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the day and Appo's events. She grasped Li Xiuhua and Appo's hand, her weathered face betraying a sense of shame, as she spoke with a voice choked with emotion. My dear child, you have suffered greatly. Had I known that the Song family would resort to such treachery by placing ticks within the brocade, I would have confronted them earlier. Perhaps then, they would have reigned in their malice from the very start. It is unacceptable that they would plot not only to kill Jinru, but also to frame Xiuhua. Their hearts are indeed wicked, deserving of punishment. While the Song family may evade the ultimate death penalty, they cannot escape retribution in this life. Even if they are spared, they must face the consequences. The old matriarch tightened her grip on her cane, her eyes blazing with a fierce determination. Guoshi interjected with a dismissive grunt. Addressing the old matriarch, Indeed, Xiuhua has endured much. Had mother and brother believed that vow made from the outset, perhaps Xiuhua would not even be standing here today. One must acknowledge the cruelty of my sister-in-law. It was not enough for her to harm Jinru. She also seeks to destroy Xiuhua. The mere thought of encountering such a person daily sends shivers down my spine. Guo shuddered at the memory. Qin Shi, with reddened eyes, lamented. That child Jinru was usually so vibrant. Watching her lie cold on the ground is truly heart-wrenching. Had she not barged in a Furong courtyard, threatening my sister-in-law's life, perhaps my sister-in-law would not have resorted to such drastic measures. However, one thing I cannot fathom is why my sister-in-law allowed Yueji to slander Xiuhuan. Xiuhuan is a kind-hearted child, dutiful and respectful to her elders. Everyone who meets her grows fond of her. How can my sister-in-law bear to kill one child and then seek to eliminate another? Had it not been for your keen insight, grandmother, Xiuhuan might have truly fallen victim to Yueji and Appo's false accusations, losing her life in the process. Upon reflection, I genuinely believe my sister-in-law and Appo's methods are too heinous, instilling fear in us all. Mother, in light of today and Appo's events, I have decided to take Jingrui and Qingyao back to my family home. I will relinquish all assets from the third branch and leave with nothing. Tears glistened in her eyes as she added, I fear that my sister-in-law might employ such brutal tactics against me and my children. Listening to Guo and Qin Shi, the old matriarch and Appo's hatred for the Song family deepened. The wrinkles at the corners of her mouth deepened as she slammed her cane onto the ground, causing everyone present to shudder in surprise. With a grave tone, she declared, the Song family lacks the qualifications to be the head of this household. Li Xiuhuan remained composed, exchanging a glance with Qin Shi, both conveying a subtle amusement. Guo boldly asserted, the actions of my sister-in-law are intolerable. If she continues in this position, it is only natural for us to live in fear. Mother, if you believe my sister-in-law is unfit, then strip her of her title as head of the household. It will be best to do so immediately. The old matriarch frowned, casting an irritated look at Guo. Your sister-in-law's father is still present. Do you think you can say whatever you please? The animosity between Guo and Song Shi had persisted for years, and the old matriarch was well aware of Guo's intentions. Her gaze shifted to Qin Shi, finding her demeanor more measured and composed. With a forced chuckle, Guo remarked, indeed, you speak truly, mother. I nearly forgot about Song Xiaoshi, who once held the esteemed title of general. Without Chen Wang and the regent watching, it would be unwise to directly confront Song Shi. We should hope for Song Xiaoshi to depart soon. Both Guo and Qin Shi shared the same desire for Song Xiaoshi to leave the Li household, yet news arrived that he intended to stay. The old matriarch and Appo's expression grew complex, her displeasure evident, simmering with even greater fury than before. Her lips trembled with anger as her usually calm face revealed signs of frustration. What sins has the Li family committed to have welcomed such a calamity into our midst? A harbinger of misfortune, she resented Song Xiaoshi, fearing that his presence might jeopardize the long-standing relationship between the Li and Song families. Li Xiuhuan sighed at an opportune moment, gently patting the old matriarch and Appo's back. Grandmother, Song Weigong has devoted his life to defending our nation and has achieved remarkable military accomplishments, which are truly admirable. I believe him to be an upright man of noble character. I do not blame my mother for using Yueji to frame me, but I mourn the loss of my sister, who was like a sibling to me. My mother's actions, displayed before all, have shamed not only the Li family, but also the Song family. I am certain that my upright grandfather would not wish to witness such disgrace, nor would he want to feel ashamed of the Li family. As my mother, a daughter-in-law of the Li household, you, as her elder, certainly have the right to impose punishment after her grievous transgressions. By doing so, you would provide some measure of relief to the entire household and offer an explanation to my deceased sister. Otherwise, if you do not act, the Li family would suffer a far greater disgrace. I believe that my principal grandfather from the Song family would not interfere or harbor resentment. The old matriarch was taken aback by Li Xiuhuan and Appo's words. She found herself unable to pinpoint any flaws in her reasoning. Gazing at Li Xiuhuan and Appo's unassuming face, she realized that this child was becoming increasingly articulate, her statements impeccably crafted. Was this truly the perspective of someone her age? The logic was sound, yet the timing was not right. She understood the implications of Li Xiuhuan and Appo's words But there was one point her granddaughter had overlooked. Xiaohuan, your just words have resonated with me, and I have taken them to heart. Justice resides within the hearts of people, and I am clear in my own mind. The old matriarch replied, grasping Li Xiaohuan's hand. She then reassured everyone present, my daughter-in-law will certainly face the consequences of her actions, and I will handle the matter with impartiality. Can Song Xiaoshi remain here for a day, 2 days, 3 days? Will he stay for 4 or 5 days? Qinshi moved her lips, eager to continue speaking, but Li Xiaohuan gently grasped her sleeve, shaking her head and signaling her to remain silent. Understanding the cue, Qinshi promptly sealed her lips, falling into silence. Chapter 50. The doomed Guo was also itching to speak, yet after being glared at by the old matriarch, her heart sank, and she fell silent. Wei Momo, I am weary. The old matriarch pressed her temples, revealing her fatigue. Upon hearing this, Wei Momo immediately supported the old matriarch, while Li Xiaoran wisely withdrew her hand, observing the old matriarch and the entourage departing in grand fashion. A chilling glimmer appeared in Li Xiaoran and Amp, Appo's, as clear eyes. She had spoken her mind before everyone, yet the old matriarch chose to evade the matter. What could be the reason? No matter how formidable Song Xiaoshi was, he could not rival the laws of the Northern Way. Could he? If the Song family successfully utilized her father to prolong the situation, the public's outrage would inevitably wane with time. At that juncture, the severity of the punishment would likely diminish significantly. Was the old matriarch unwilling to take action against the Song family? Then let the storm rage even more fiercely. After meticulously orchestrating her plans for such an extended period, it could not be allowed to falter due to Song Xiaoshi's interference. No matter how powerful he was, he could not contend with the voices of the common folk. This incident revealed that Li Xiaoda still harbored sentiments for the Song family. How frantic he had become even when he merely heard of Song and Appo's as feigned suicide. He did not exhibit such disarray upon witnessing Li Jinru's corpse. The aristocracy. A concubine remains a concubine, and a daughter born of a lesser status remains just that. Previously, she had aimed to strip Li Xiaoda of his loved ones. Yet now she had come to a startling realization. Li Xiaoda and Amp, Appo's heart was as hard as stone. Even if he held preferences, he could not abandon certain ties. To truly strike at Li Xiaoda, one must target his position and his life. However, there was no rush. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. First, she would sow discord to distract Li Xiaoda from dealing with the Su family affairs, and then she would devise her next steps. Li Xiaoda, one day I shall personally slay you, and you shall kneel in hell to atone to my family. An involuntary chill emanated from Li Xiaoran, the frigid aura enough to instill fear in those present. Guo furrowed her brow, genuinely feeling that Li Xiaoran's demeanor had grown increasingly terrifying. Such an aura bore no resemblance to that of a refined lady. Rather, it resembled the fierce spirit of one who had become bloodied. Oak Chapter 51. A test of his resolve. Hui'er, rubbing her forehead where she had been playfully tapped, pouted in confusion. Miss, you keep tapping my forehead, and if I become dull-witted, it's all you're doing. Li Xiaohuan couldn't help but chuckle. Her silly demeanor was indeed endearing at that moment. Hui and Appo's, feeling quite vexed, protested, Miss, are you still laughing? I might just hit you. With that, the two of them tumbled into a playful scuffle, their laughter echoing through the courtyard like the sweet chime of silver bells. A familiar voice suddenly interrupted, ahem. Both Li Xiaohuan and Hui'er froze, turning towards the source of the sound. A man clad in purple stood before them, his captivating eyes shimmering like rippling water, reflecting a mesmerizing depth. His features were impeccably sculpted, a blend of ruggedness and charm, with a slight smirk that exuded a disarming allure. Upon seeing him, Li Xiaohuan's expression turned cold, the smile vanishing from her lips. The glimmer in the man's eyes dimmed slightly at the sight of her stiffened expression, a hint of ineffable disappointment flickering within. Hui'er, upon recognizing him, flashed her 2 prominent front teeth and exclaimed excitedly, Miss, look, it's the Regent. Li Xiaohuan placed her fingers on Hui and Appo's, her temples, and gently pushed, a frown forming on her face as she remarked, So what if he is? What does the Regent have to do with me? Why are you so thrilled to see these princes every day? Feigning sorrow, Hui'er gazed at Li Xiaohuan with puppy-like eyes, pretending to be upset as she declared, I'm leaving, and hurried off. Li Xiaohuan rolled her eyes, pondering who was truly aggrieved. Hui and Appos certainly needed a proper lesson someday. Just as she was about to turn away, Yuan Junlan appeared before her, his tall, muscular frame imposing and somewhat intimidating. He cast a shadow over the warm sunlight that was rising steadily. Li Xiuhuan, maintaining an icy demeanor, remarked expressionlessly, "A good dog doesn't block the way. I kindly asked the regent not to obstruct my path." Yuan Junlan, unfazed by her comparison of him to a roadblock, took a step forward, deliberately closing the distance between them. Li Xiuhuan instinctively frowned and retreated several steps, stating coolly, "Regent, please have some decorum." "Decorum? I have never known how to write that word. Why don't you teach me, Li Xiuhuan?" Yuan Junlan replied with a nonchalant air, a hint of mischief dancing at the corners of his lips. Li Xiuhuan's expression hardened. Surely, the regent, being exceptionally talented in guiding the young emperor in governance, must understand the concept of decorum. If he had nowhere to expend his energy, she would gladly suggest some avenues for him to indulge in. Yuan Junlan cast a fleeting glance at her, feigning interest. Li Xiuhuan, her eyes sparkling, proposed with a smile, "How about visiting a brothel for some amusement?" Yuan Junlan and Appos' lips twitched, incredulous at her suggestion. What nonsense floated in her mind? He retorted, "Is this the path you are indicating for me? It seems rather mundane. I would rather you instruct me on how to craft traps to ensnare others." Li Xiuhuan's expression shifted noticeably. Yuan Junlan continued with a smirk. "I find a first lady's circumstances quite tragic. One should refrain from speaking heedlessly." Li Xiuhuan's voice was as sharp as ice, frigid to the core. "Do you realize that your words could jeopardize my life, leading me to utter ruin?" Yuan Junlan stepped closer until Li Xiuhuan's nose nearly brushed against his chest. She shifted her legs, but he threatened, "Afraid? You would do well not to move, or you shall bear the consequences." Li Xiuhuan ultimately ralanta, and a satisfied grin spread across Yuan Junlan's face. Frustration bubbled within Li Xiuhuan, her anger flaring. "You are indeed a formidable woman, understanding the times. You could be considered a heroine among women. A delicate lady could never conceive such intricate schemes. You are wasting your talents here. Why not allow me to marry you and involve you in court affairs?" "Marry me? Huh?" Li Xiuhuan scoffed. "I had no idea the regent had a penchant for women. I am truly flattered that you have taken notice of me. Had you proposed years ago, I would have been overjoyed, but not anymore." Meeting Yuan Junlan's gaze, she declared earnestly, "You would do well to remain silent about my family's affairs, and, as for marrying me, it is a notion you should never entertain." Yuan Junlan inquired, "I am curious. Why have you never shown me a pleasant countenance?" His question struck Li Xiuhuan like a stone tossed into a still pond, sending ripples through her heart. She pondered why she had never offered him a kind expression when Li Xiuda conspired with the young emperor against her. Did Yuan Junlan ever counsel the emperor not to heed Li Xiuda's words? During the assault on the Su family, did he ever consider rescuing them? Memories surged within her, igniting her anger, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The truth remained steadfast. It was not the slander of subjects that instilled fear, but the ignorance of the ruler. Listening to rumors and executing loyal ministers had chilled the hearts of all who genuinely cared for the nation. The true power behind the throne was not the young emperor, but the regent, alongside another figure, Princess Yuan Waner of Northern Wei. Li Xiuhuan. A voice suddenly pierced through her thoughts. She shot Yuan Junlan a cold glance. "If you have something to say, say it without interrupting my train of thought." Yuan Junlan smirked. "I enjoy disrupting your thoughts." Li Xiuhuan musa silanli. When did he become so childish? Had she truly been blind back then? "I just asked why you always look so unhappy when you see me." Li Xiuhuan unfurled a handkerchief in her grasp, shaking it before Yuan Junlan, her serene eyes radiating an icy chill that deepened the winter air. In a voice as cold as the season, she finally posed a question she had long yearned to ask. "What do you think of General Su Wuchao? Does he truly harbor treasonous intentions? My father claims he is a traitor." This was her first direct inquiry to Yuan Junlan regarding the Su family. She wondered what he felt upon learning of the Su family's annihilation. When he submitted reports to the emperor, did he ever utter a word in defense of General Su? As her handkerchief swayed, her eyes flickered, uncertain and probing. Yuan Junlan, finding her gesture bothersome, seized the handkerchief and yanked it from her grasp, causing a sharp pain to shoot through her hand as her icy gaze met his. Chapter 52. The Su family affair. Yuan Junlan clasped the handkerchief tightly, relishing the sight of her in distress, for it rendered her countenance far less insincere. Yuan Junlan. Li Xiuhuan's expression darkened, though she was clearly inquiring about him. He merely gazed at her with an inscrutable demeanor. Su Wu Jiao. Yuan Junlan pretended to ponder, his resolute visage reflecting contemplation. Yet he ultimately chose not to engage directly with Li Xiuhuan. I have heard that young ladies of the boudoir ought not to discuss matters of state. Currently, the court is in turmoil over this issue. Just days ago, King Yuan Jingrong of Wu sought to vindicate General Su, only to find his authority curtailed. Li Xiuhuan lowered her gaze, a fleeting sorrow brushing her elegant features, adding an unexpected allure. She simply wished to discern whether Yuan Junlan shared the misguided views of those who deemed her father, Su Wuchao, a traitor. The sound of Yuan Junlan's voice reached her ears. Li Xiuhuan, justice resides in the hearts of men. Right and wrong are determined by familial bonds. At times, you may stand on the side of righteousness, yet that does not guarantee your freedom under the sun. There are always those who harbor blades in their hearts. If evil is likened to the night, then within a day, both day and night coexist. Choices are devoid of absolute right or wrong. Some merely prefer to dwell in shadows. As for matters of the court, it is prudent for a young lady, such as yourself, to refrain from unwarranted discourse. Often, the path laden with blossoms appears blissful, yet beneath its vibrant surface flows a river of blood, be it from the virtuous or the vile. After the Su family had fallen into disarray, he realized that certain matters lay beyond his control. Li Xiuhuan felt a tremor in her heart. Was Yuan Junlan addressing her father's situation directly? The righteous cannot always walk freely in the light. Choices are not inherently right or wrong. What does the darkness choose that would lead it to harm the loyal? For the first time, she earnestly contemplated why Li Xiuda sought to harm her father. Was it merely out of jealousy? In terms of status, Li Xiuda towered far above her father. The Li family had produced generals for 3 generations, and Li Xiuda's generation was the most exalted. He had no cause to envy a man of no notable lineage, who had risen solely through his own endeavors. What did the final remark about flowers being nourished by blood signify? Was her father also a virtuous man whose blood watered the blossoms? She would unearth Li Xiuda's transgressions. When that time came, it would mark the end for him. I have never intended to rashly discuss state affairs. I am merely inquisitive, so please keep this to yourself. Li Xiuhuan ultimately refrained from further questioning Yuan Junlan. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. Yuan Junlan's lips twitched slightly, his outstretched hand retracting as she took a step away, his hand slowly descending. He watched her graceful figure recede until it vanished from his sight, exhaling a heavy sigh. If he were not mistaken, perhaps she. Yuan Junlan blinked, adopting an expression laden with contemplation. He gathered his thoughts. Li Xiuda, composed and astute, had shifted his focus onto him, diligently pursuing the matter of Yao Boxiao. Indeed, Li Xiuda was earnest in this endeavor. To that end, he had even covertly placed spies within Yuan Junlan's residence. Such actions seemed to lack respect. A smirk played on his lips. It was time to address the matter. Would he allow them to think they could come and go from his estate unscathed? The day after Yuan Junlan departed from the Li estate, the sound of objects being smashed echoed from Li Xiuda's quarters. On the bed, Songshi felt her heart lurch, her complexion paling in fright. Her usually vibrant skin appeared devoid of color, her long, dark hair cascading down to her waist, a white cloth wrapped around her neck, subtly stained with traces of blood. To prove her innocence yesterday, she had resorted to self-harm, slashing her neck. One could hardly accuse her of lacking conviction in front of the audience that had witnessed her act. Now, having inflicted such pain, she bore the consequences. After a night of fever, she had not yet fully recovered when she heard the crashing sounds. She attempted to rise, but her body felt heavy, prompting her to call for her maid, Xiangyu. This maid, purchased from the streets after the death of Chuanjuan, was unremarkable in appearance yet quick-witted. Upon hearing Songshi's call, she hurried over, her footsteps light. "Madam, I am here," she said gently. Songshi extended her hand. "Help me up. I wish to check on my husband." Xiangyu hesitated. "Madam, it is not advisable for you to rise now. Resting in bed is more suitable for your recovery. Upon hearing this, Songshi narrowed her eyes. Her voice sharp. You will do as I say, without question. The sudden display of severity startled the maid into compliance. As Songshi stood, she swayed slightly, breathless and weak. Xiangyu assisted her into Li Xioda's chamber, where his expression darkened further upon seeing her. The events within the estate had escalated, leaving him little time to attend to Su Wuchao's situation, and he was utterly drained. The spies he had placed within the regent's residence had been entirely removed the previous night. It seemed the regent intended to deliver a lesson, leaving no room for respite. With one crisis barely resolved, another arose, unsettling his mind. If he did not address the remnants of Su Wuchao's faction, he might soon find himself in peril. This morning had been meant for attending to Jinru's funeral, yet this new development demanded immediate attention. The Xings were in an uproar, with cries of despair leading to several fainting spells. Were it not for Song Xiaoshi's presence, he would have abandoned Songshi to comfort the Xings. Already in a state of agitation, encountering Songshi now, who merely served to frustrate him further, left him with little patience. He cast a disdainful glance at her, a barely perceptible flicker of disgust crossing his dark eyes. The compassion he had felt the previous day had vanished entirely. What brings you here? Master, I heard the commotion and came out of concern for you. Songshi sensed the malice radiating from Li Xioda. Her voice was soft, like a gentle breeze. You are burdened with countless affairs. It is only natural to feel overwhelmed. I had Lin Mama prepare a cup of tea for you. Please do drink it. As she spoke, Lin Mama, who had once been close to Rome Mama, entered with tea in hand. Li Xioda, already fraught with anxiety, found Songshi's presence only exacerbated his turmoil. With a swift motion, he flicked his sleeve, the sharp sound ringing in Songshi's ears, causing her to flinch. The warmth she had previously conjured froze in an instant. This is no place for you. Leave at once. Li Xioda showed no mercy to Songshi. Chapter 53. Weeping by the coffin, Song's heart was chilled to the core as she was taken aback. After years of marriage, her husband had never failed to uphold her dignity in public. Tears welled in her eyes as she recalled the man who had sprinted to her side with such care and fear of losing her just a day prior. His breath had been warm and erratic. Did that not signify his concern for her? As tears streamed down her face, Li Xioda paused, momentarily taken aback. His cold visage revealed a flicker of surprise before he pursed his lips, seemingly filled with regret. A glance at the white cloth entwined around Song's neck caused a pang at his temples, reminding him that his father-in-law, Song Xiaoshi, was still residing in the manor. He composed himself, gently wrapping an arm around Song's shoulders. Caught in a web of responsibilities that left him restless, he acknowledged her goodwill. For today, focus on your well-being while I attend to some matters. He still required the support of Song Xiaoshi. Song's lips moved as if to speak, but she swallowed her words. She understood her husband's actions were meant to restore the dignity she had just lost. However, it pained her to consider how he perceived her. Feeling trapped and distressed, she lamented silently. After marriage, her husband was her world. All she could do was helplessly lean against Li Xioda, imploring, "My lord, as you serve in office, please exercise caution. I understand your burdens and the strain you endure. When your temper flares, I can accept it. Please continue with your affairs. I shall take my leave." As she spoke, her tears flowed even more freely. Her uncontrolled weeping struck Li Xioda as excessive and immature. Already irritable, he found her tears only added to his vexation. Did she think her sorrow would bring him joy? He pressed his temples, the dark circles under his eyes growing more pronounced. Coldly, he commanded, "Take my wife away." Xiangyu, trembling in fear, steadied Song as they departed. It was only after they left that Li Xioda pressed his throbbing head, troubled by both domestic and national matters that left him unsettled. From the direction of the Yingyue courtyard, cries had echoed since yesterday, creating a sense of unease. The Li family had indeed been restless lately. This morning, Qin had come to bid farewell to the matriarch, stating she was going to her maternal home for a period of recuperation. Though the matriarch hesitated to agree, the extreme measures employed by Song made her uneasy about leaving Qin alone in the courtyard. After some contemplation, She consented to Qin's request. When Qin departed, Li Xiuwan came to see her off. Casting a glance around, Qin lowered her voice, speaking only loud enough for Li Xiuwan to hear. Ruan, my departure serves to apply pressure on the matriarch. Once Song's husband leaves, I believe she will face severe consequences. Li Xiuwan grasped Qin's hand, feeling a twinge of guilt. Aunt, I did not allow Song to perish this time, but next, I shall ensure she has no power to resist. The appearance of Song Xiaosher had indeed been unexpected. Qin's eyes sparkled with confidence. I trust in your capabilities. Li Xiuwan similit, had sipirits boyet. Let's await the unfolding events together. Nodding, Qin stepped onto the carriage. The matriarch stood at a distance, watching the carriage sway until it finally vanished from sight. Only then did she lower her gaze, letting out a heavy sigh. Turning, Li Xiuwan spotted the matriarch leaning on her cane, her once bright eyes now clouded with discomfort. She gracefully lifted her skirt and darted toward the matriarch, her radiant demeanor causing hearts to stir. Grandmother, you've arrived. The matriarch, fond of Li Xiuwan, broke into a warm smile upon seeing her. Li Xiuwan affectionately leaned against the matriarch's shoulder, displaying their close bond before the onlookers. The matriarch's maids and servants watched with envious hearts. Sensing the moment, the matriarch grasped Li Xiuwan's hand, her gaze fixed on the direction of the departing carriage. Your aunt has left. As for Jinru's funeral, I have reconsidered and shall not proceed with it. Li Xiuwan's expression cooled. The matriarch's decision was a clear attempt to minimize the situation. As she surmised, allowing Song to perish was impossible. It was precisely this understanding that prompted her to send Qin away from the Li Manor to her maternal home. This move was intended to make the matriarch aware that even if Song were spared, she would face severe repercussions. With a gaze as serene as still water, a flicker of ruthlessness emerged within Li Xiuda's domain. A storm was brewing that would irrevocably alter the state of affairs. After meeting with Jingrong, they devised a plan to create chaos within the Li Manor, stalling Li Xiuda, while Jingrong had already begun her own machinations. Once vindication was achieved, Li Xiuda would surely meet his demise. Let the tempest arrive with ferocity. Let the Li family vessel sway violently, ultimately succumbing to the depths of the vast sea. Ruan, what are your thoughts? The matriarch inquired, observing Li Xiuwan and Appo's silence as she gauged her expression. Grandmother, I have no ulterior motives. I simply feel a pang of sympathy for Jinru. She is younger than I yet. Li Xiuwan distanced herself from the matter, positioning herself as an outsider. Analyzing the situation, I suspect Aunt will not agree to this. The two daughters of Xing favored Li Jinru more, and her death would strike a significant blow to her. Upon hearing Li Xiuwan and Appo's words, the matriarch contemplated. Yesterday, the cries from Yingyue courtyard were unbearable. I shall speak with Xing. The funeral cannot be conducted. There is no room for negotiation. Li Xiuwan nodded, understanding that the matriarch would send someone to speak with Xing, knowing there would likely be a commotion. An aunt was not the head matriarch, and no matter how favored she was, in the face of losing a daughter, others would avoid her like a predator. Without power or influence, the husband she leaned on had already chosen sides the moment he embraced the primary matriarch. After the matriarch dispatched someone to Yingyue courtyard, Li Xiuwan followed suit. As she entered the courtyard, a solemn atmosphere enveloped her. The hall was filled with mournful wails, and the once ubiquitous yellow talismans fluttered in the wind, evoking a sense of desolation and heaviness. In the hall, Xing and Li Jiating wept beside the coffin. As Li Xiuwan's shadow fell upon them, the grieving mother and daughter turned their tear-streaked faces toward her, their vision blurred. There stood a woman clad in elegant simplicity, dressed in light-colored garments, draped in silk, her face unadorned save for a touch of lip color. An aura of detachment and coldness surrounded her, a stray lock of hair falling across her eye, yet her eyes sparkled like a mountain spring, seemingly able to encompass all. This was Li Xiuwan. Through her blurred vision, Li Jiating recognized Li Xiuwan and Appo's presence, and her sorrowful countenance only deepened upon seeing her. Uncertain of the reason, she had implored Li Xiuwan and Appo's help as the banquet commenced. Yet Li Xiuwan had declined. Chapter 54. Awakening from a dream immediately following her refusal, her younger sister met with tragedy. The sudden news of her death struck her like a dense thicket, overwhelming her with sorrow. She harbored no resentment towards Li Xiuran. She recognized that Li Xiuran was also a victim in this ordeal. Thus, upon encountering Li Xiuran, she hoarsely whispered, "Third sister." The enchanting visage of Xing was now marred. Her once radiant beauty rendered pale as parchment, with sunken eyelids tinged with dark hues, revealing her weariness. Her prominent collarbones accentuated her gauntness. Upon seeing Li Xiuran, she choked out, "Why can other daughters live well, while my daughter cannot?" Li Xiuran and Appo's expression remained calm. Had it been anyone else, such words would have ignited anger. But she merely gazed quietly at Xing. Hearing Xing's lament, Li Jiayin cast a guilt-ridden glance at Li Xiuran and spoke gently to her mother. "Mother, I understand your grief. I share your feelings. However, third sister is also a victim. Had the first lady succeeded in her scheming, third sister's fate would have been no different than death." Xing, her face flushed with rage, roughly pushed Li Jiayin aside and retorted, "Your sister's death is, in any case, connected to Li Xiuran. Your sorrow, as her sister, pales in comparison to my anguish as her mother. She was a part of me, and I shall forever live in her shadow. As for you, your sorrow is fleeting. Once you are married into your husband and Appo's family, you will forget who your sister was." Li Jiayin was momentarily taken aback, biting her lower lip as tears streamed down her cheeks once more. The words from her mother chilled her heart. Through her tears, she clung to her belief that it was the first lady who had caused Jinru's demise, not third sister. Her gaze towards Li Xiuran remained serene, as deep down, she perceived Li Xiuran as a fellow victim. Furthermore, Li Xiuran had indeed not taken her sister's life. Xing raised her hand, striking Li Jiayin across the face with a resounding slap, leaving 5 crimson imprints on her fair skin. Li Jiayin stared at her mother in disbelief, her wide eyes brimming with tears. Gasping, Xing snapped, "Do not mistake the wicked for the virtuous. Open your eyes. Let my actions awaken you." Without uttering a word, Li Jiayin covered her bruised cheek and stumbled out in tears. Throughout this exchange, Li Xiuran remained as if an outsider, disconnected from the turmoil between mother and daughter. As Li Jiayin fled, Xing's tears deepened the ache in her heart, her face a canvas of anguish. Fourth aunt, Li Xiuran spoke with a calm demeanor, devoid of sorrow or joy. "Do not call for me. I am not one to bear your burdens." Xing cast a disdainful glance at Li Xiuran, who remained unfazed, as her presence was not intended to curry favor with her. Approaching the coffin, she placed her hand upon the wooden surface, caressing it as if unperturbed by the dead. Withdrawing her hand, she spoke softly, "Regardless of your animosity towards me, I shall not hold it against you. I do pity Jinru, for her own mother is but a concubine, and she was fated from birth to be a mere secondary daughter, lacking the status of a legitimate heiress. Thus, in her death, who truly seeks vengeance for her? Even you, as her mother, what can you do for her? Can you avenge her? You lack the strength to do so. Therefore, she is also pitiful for having an incapable mother." Xing's face contorted in rage as she let out a pained roar. "Li Xiuran, leave me. Go as far away as you can." Her disheveled hair flared in her agitation, resembling a vengeful spirit. Li Xiuran remained unmoved, continuing, "Your enmity towards me is a grave misjudgment. I find fourth sister's perspective more mature than yours. Regardless of our past conflicts, I am not the one who took her life. The one responsible is the First Lady, a truth you should grasp more clearly than I. I am merely a scapegoat in this matter. I presume you harbor resentment towards the First Lady? In truth, I loathe her as well. Should she succeed in framing me, the one lying in this coffin would not merely be Jinru. My hatred for the First Lady rivals yours, perhaps even exceeds it. Just yesterday, I lay awake, contemplating how to make her pay dearly for her transgressions. You are a harbinger of misfortune, and I despise you. Simultaneously, I share the same disdain for that harlot song." Xing shuddered, clutching the coffin, consumed by despair. Her lips parted slightly, akin to a fish struggling on land, unable to reach the water. Observing Li Xiuran's tranquil demeanor, her swollen eyes narrowed as she weakly inquired, "What clever means do you possess to deal with that harlot?" She understood the current circumstances, Song was untouchable now. Li Xiaoran crouched down to meet Xing's gaze directly. Have you ever heard the saying? Preventing the mouths of the people is more crucial than guarding against rivers? Xing remained silent, her cold eyes fixed on Li Xiaoran, blinking slowly. Li Xiaoran smiled slightly. The First Lady's father, Song Xiaoshi, still resides in the manor, providing her with protection. Even the matriarch cannot strike decisively against her. Despite her malicious actions, retribution may not come to her. Both the matriarch and her father wish to shield the First Lady. Shall we then accept our fate? No. The truth of the First Lady's role in Jinru's death has reached those who attended the birthday banquet. However, under the weight of her father's influence, they will not speak of it openly. But if they remain silent, we can disseminate the news ourselves. Once the word spreads, imagine the impact it could have. Li Xiaoran's words resonated with clarity, awakening a spark in Xing. She gazed at Li Xiaoran with newfound incredulity, realizing that while she had been lost in her despair, Li Xiaoran had been devising a counterattack. While Song was beyond death's reach, Li Xiaoran intended to ensure her suffering. After all, wasn't she proud of her noble lineage? Wasn't she the esteemed matriarch of a Li family? Then let her reputation be tarnished, forever branding her as a wicked woman in the North Way. In this sorrowful state, an unexpected surge of exhilaration arose within her. Grasping Li Xiaoran's hand, her voice urgent, "What do you wish me to do?" If Li Xiaoran had a plan, yet refrained from acting herself, coming to her with this strategy indicated a desire for her involvement. Chapter 55. Lessons for Children. Li Xiaohua gazed at the spot where Xing held her hand, a flicker of disdain passing through her eyes. She subtly withdrew her hand, playfully tousling her hair, revealing her pearly whites as she leaned close to Xing's ear, whispering something. Upon hearing this, Xing's brows arched, and a chilling smile crept across her lips, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who witnessed it. Before departing, Li Xiaohua cautioned, "This matter must wait until Song Xiaoshi has left before we act." The old lady is restrained by him, holding back her fury against the Song family. I am not concerned about her inaction. I merely fear that after a few days of Song Xiaoshi's presence, her anger may diminish, and her punishment might lessen. To ensure the old lady remains incensed, I have instructed Qin to take the two children away. Moreover, once Song Xiaoshi departs, the news of Xing's actions will spread, and the external pressure will undoubtedly compel the old lady to be merciless towards the Song family. I await that moment with keen anticipation. Xing watched Li Xiaohua leave. Her eyelids darkened, radiating a complex aura. Clenching her fists, she gritted her teeth, vowing to deal with the Song family after she had settled accounts with the true instigator. After 3 days at the Li residence, Song Xiaoshi finally took his leave. Before departing, he visited his daughter. Upon seeing her father, Song's eyes brimmed with tears. Being an astute woman, she understood her father's heartfelt concerns. She stepped forward, tears streaming down her face. Father Song Xiaoshi exhaled a deep sigh, his heart heavy as he regarded his daughter. On your wedding day, your mother gave you countless admonishments, urging you to be prudent in your actions within your marital home, to avoid the folly of a foolish woman. Every action you take reflects on your family, impacting your parents' reputation. At my age, I hurried here upon hearing the news. To see you in such a disheveled state, without a trace of decorum, can you fathom the weight of my disappointment? Upon learning the entire sequence of events, I was utterly disheartened. Each word he spoke pierced her heart. Song remained silent, tears flowing in silence. Song Xiaoshi sighed, his voice laced with frustration. In the court, how many men do not have multiple wives? How many do not have numerous children? You are now the head of your household. Why engage in petty squabbles with those beneath you? Do not emulate the foolish, for it only tarnishes your name. Now you have caused a death. Even if I save you from punishment, you will still face consequences. In the presence of those noble women, you will struggle to hold your head high. Song Xiaoshi was well aware of the situation's intricacies. The words caused a death echoed in Song's mind, and she vehemently shook her head, denying, "Father, please believe me, I did not cause anyone's death. I had conflicts with Li Jinru, daughter of Xing, but I never resorted to murder. The maid, Yueji, was the one who killed. I did not incite her." Song's dark eyes narrowed in puzzlement as she asked, Yueji was your maid? Yes, Song replied. She was originally my maid, but I sent her to supervise Li Xiuhua. We lost contact soon after, and the next time we met was at the birthday banquet. When the poison was discovered in Yueji's quarters, Song Xiaoshi, with keen insight, declared, You must send someone to Yueji's family to summon her relatives. Song, though somewhat bewildered, complied. After dispatching someone to Yueji's home, the result was that the family had vanished without a trace. Upon receiving the news, Song Xiaoshi spoke with a grave certainty. The true puppet master is none other than that vile girl from Chuyuan. Xing could not have orchestrated this, nor could Gua. Qin is out of the question. That potion maker, Zheng, is certainly incapable. The only one who could sway Yueji is Li Xiuhua. Regardless of the means she employed to secure Yueji's loyalty, she succeeded. As Song pieced together the events, the chilling smile of Li Xiuhua flashed in her mind, and she silently concurred with her father's assessment. Clenching her fists, she seethed, She deserves to die. What are you saying? Have you forgotten what I just told you? Song Xiaoshi rebuked. You should consider the reputation of the Song family. If you continue to engage in conflict, there will come a time when you will shed tears of regret. Learn from your mistakes. Do not always be on the offensive. Making enemies everywhere will only disturb your peace. After this incident, focus on respecting your elders, nurturing the young, and serving your husband. While there was wisdom in Song Xiaoshi's words, Song could not heed them. Her thoughts were consumed by how to eliminate Li Xiuhua. Unconsciously, she touched her neck, still tender from her injuries. The scabs itched intolerably, fueling her hatred for Li Xiuhua. It was ironic that Zheng, of lowly status, had given birth to such a clever child. This time, having fallen into a trap, she had nearly lost her life. Even if she wished to live peacefully, Li Xiuhua would not allow it. The once timid girl had transformed into a formidable opponent. Despite her disagreement with her father, she obediently replied, Father, I shall remember your words. Your father may protect you for a moment, but he cannot shield you for a lifetime. As you depart now, you must face certain matters alone. Remember what I have told you. Be defensive, not aggressive. You remain the wife of the general of the Western Front, the head of this vastly estate. Once you have weathered this storm, you shall find yourself unassailable. However, if you become embroiled in conflict and your missteps are exposed, it could cost you your life. Always proceed with caution. Be prepared to counter any threat and tread carefully in your actions. Song Xiaoshi paused, seemingly recalling something, as images of Yuan Junlan standing alongside Li Xiuhua flooded his mind. That girl is not to be underestimated. I believe it is best if you refrain from confrontation. The Regent was present during her dealings. There may be deeper connections. Resolutely, Song Xiaoshi advised his daughter against conflict. Song did not fully accept her father's counsel, her dark eyes swirling with thoughts yet unspoken. After a moment, she reluctantly stated, I will heed my father's advice. Song Xiaoshi gazed earnestly at his daughter. This is where my assistance ends. The path ahead is yours to navigate. Song understood the impending challenges she would face, yet she knew she must confront them regardless. She parted her lips, her eyes brimming with unspoken words, yet only a single sentence emerged. Forgive me, Father, for causing you concern. Chapter 56. Infamy. Song Xiaoshi exhaled heavily, his hands raised as if to strike Song Shi's face. But he suddenly recalled that the daughter before him was no longer the little girl who once babbled in her infancy. His hands hesitated momentarily, then redirected to rest upon her shoulders. He cleared his throat and gravely bid farewell, saying, Father is leaving. Take care of yourself. With that, he turned and strode away. Song Shi followed until he had crossed the threshold, at which point she halted, dazed, leaning against the door. She murmured, I have brought shame upon the Song family and my father. Yet, she felt compelled to pursue the path that would lead to Li Xiujuan and Appo's ruin. Initially, she had not wished for her daughter to contend with Li Xiujuan, for their futures and statuses were starkly different. However, Li Xiujuan's relentless scheming had earned her the old matriarch's favor, elevating her position to one that severely threatened Qianjiao's standing. One must ask in the Li household, which granddaughter had ever been so favored by the matriarch, despite her repeated attempts to curry favor with the old lady. Li Xiaojuan had audaciously turned against her rightful position as a prominent matron. What a cunning move by Li Xiaojuan. After Song Xiaoshi's departure, news reached Meixiang Courtyard. These past few days, Xingshi had been preoccupied with burying Li Jinru and had scarcely noticed whether Song Xiaoshi had left. Upon learning of his departure, a flicker of joy finally crossed Xingshi's pale visage. It was time to employ the methods Li Xiaojuan had imparted to her. She summoned the wet nurse and whispered something into her ear, to which the wet nurse nodded in understanding. Once the conversation concluded, Xingshi waved her hand, urging her to proceed swiftly. The wet nurse nodded and hurried away. Within a single day and Oppo's time, rumors began to spread through the streets, claiming that the wife of the General of the West had harmed her illegitimate daughter. The elders in the marketplace gathered in a circle, cracking sunflower seeds as they chattered animatedly. Groups of children sang, "The Lady of the West is ruthless. She has killed her husband's youngest daughter," joyfully celebrating this tale. The lyrics, seemingly crafted by an unknown hand, echoed loudly. Furthermore, some scholars went so far as to submit letters denouncing Song Shi to the estate. Madame Wei picked up several letters and made her way toward the glazed courtyard. Upon reaching the old matriarch, she whispered about the turmoil that had erupted within the city within a single day, then produced the letters. The old lady received the envelopes, scrutinizing the contents with a face dark as coal, and ultimately, her expression turned ashen as she tossed the letters aside. Frustrated, she huffed through her nostrils, unable to contain her anger. What nonsense are these scholars scribbling? What right do they have to slander the Li family? The letters lay discarded on the ground, caught by the cold wind that swirled them into the air. At that moment, Li Xiaojuan arrived, bending down to pick up the letter and smoothing it out for inspection. The contents merely accused the Li family of harboring the criminal Song Shi, lamenting Li Jinru and Oppo's unjust demise, inciting public outrage. She feigned a frown, her tone sharp. "Grandmother, what chaotic drivel are these people writing?" Approaching the old matriarch, she gently patted her back, offering solace. "Grandmother, do not let it trouble you. These people are truly ungrateful, treating our Li family as if this is their playground." The old matriarch blinked, her face taut with anger. "I knew this matter would not remain concealed. I simply did not anticipate the swiftness with which rumors would spread. That venomous woman, Song Shi, has truly tarnished the Li family's reputation. To marry such a woman is to invite disaster. On the day of your fifth sister's burial, your father's eyes were shadowed with darkness, bloodshot from sleepless nights. Tormented by these events, he is already burdened by official duties. Now Jinru's death has further complicated matters." Li Xiaojuan smirked slightly, finding pleasure in his suffering. Perhaps the pain was not overwhelming, but it was certainly felt. She stifled her inner joy, donning a facade of concern. "Grandmother, it appears my father is not well." On the day of the fifth sister's burial, Li Xiaojuan deliberately elongated her words, yet remained silent, which only served to frustrate the old matriarch. "Speak plainly, Xiaojuan." Li Xiaojuan finally continued, "Grandmother, I witnessed father coughing up blood from the strain of this matter. He has been greatly troubled, to the point of distress." The old matriarch pondered, enumerating in her mind the many transgressions committed by Song Shi. Now, the Qin family from the third branch had fled back to their maternal home in fear, while the public gossiped about the Li family shielding Song Shi, placing them in a precarious position and tarnishing their reputation. All of this was the doing of that envious woman. Unable to contain her rage any longer, she coldly declared, "I have heard that the Song family has left the Li estate. I wonder how Song Shi's injuries are faring. Let's pay her a visit." Li Xiaojuan followed the old matriarch along with a group of others to the Furong courtyard. In the courtyard, Song Shi, Li Qianjiao, and Li Lingyun were present. Upon seeing the old matriarch and Li Xiaojuan, the expressions of the three shifted slightly. Li Qianjiao's reaction was the most pronounced, as her inability to intervene during the recent events turned her guilt into a deep-seated hatred for Li Xiaojuan. Song Shi glared at Li Xiaojuan, her resentment boiling like a turbulent river, her skeletal fingers clenched into a tight fist. If she could, she would gladly carve away every piece of flesh from Li Xiaojuan's body. However, the moment was not yet ripe. Beneath the table, Song Shi subtly tugged at Li Qianjiao's sleeve, shaking her head slightly, signaling her to temper her emotions before the old matriarch. Li Qianjiao managed to suppress the hatred flaring in her eyes, prompting Song Shi to rise and, with the two children in tow, respectfully greet the old matriarch. The old matriarch's expression was grim as she scanned the faces of Song Shi, Li Qianjiao, and Li Lingyun. She exhaled a cold breath, a mist swirling around her visage. Her eyes, sharp as daggers, seemed poised to strike at Song Shi, but even to Chapter 57, Domestic Discipline, the venerable matriarch, her countenance frigid, was already cognizant of Li Lingyun's intentions. "Did you heed my words?" Song Shi, visibly shaken, implored Li Lingyun. "Lingyun, depart hence. I am unharmed." Li Lingyun demurat, his gaze resolute as he fixed it upon the matriarch, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. "Esteemed matriarch, I beseech you, refrain from punishing my mother, for she is innocent." At that juncture, several more missives were surreptitiously introduced, igniting a fiery tempest within the matriarch's breast. "Leave," she roared, her voice a thunderous pronouncement, akin to a cataclysmic storm. Song Shi's complexion paled further, while Li Qianjiao, unaccustomed to witnessing such severity directed toward her brother, trembled with trepidation. Conversely, the once ebullient Li Lingyun was now bereft of his former vivacity, replaced by palpable trepidation. He hastily adjusted his sleeves, offering a subdued acknowledgement. "Grandmother, I shall depart forthwith." His retreat was marked by haste and discomposure. After Li Lingyun's departure, the matriarch emitted a sonorous cough, uttering with restrained fury, "The scion of the esteemed Li lineage, devoid of discernment, has brought dishonor upon our house." Song Shi remained mute, her gaze defiant as she met the matriarch's eyes, further exacerbating the latter's ire. A pernicious daughter-in-law can blight generations. Lingyun's current state is a direct consequence of your malevolence, you venomous harridan. Li Qianjiao's lips parted, but the words remained unspoken. Swallowed by trepidation, she dared not defy the matriarch, her eyes reflecting profound fear. She shifted slightly, ultimately adopting a posture of deferential obedience. Song Shi, disregarding familial bonds, plotting against the daughters of the Li family, engaging in calumny and deceit, contravening the tenets of the Li family precepts, and besmirching the honor of our ancestors. I hereby summon the 4 elders of the clan to pronounce judgment and administer punishment. The matriarch's gaze bore into Song Shi, her desire to personally execute the sentence almost palpable. In the wake of her pronouncement, a retinue of individuals entered the scene, their presence intended to serve as a cautionary spectacle for all present. The 4 elders emerged, their countenances solemn and profound, exuding an air of gravitas and leadership. The matriarch offered a respectful nod, acknowledging their esteemed status. Under their stewardship, the family precepts were unfurled, and the litany of Song Shi's transgressions, along with their corresponding penalties, was recited. The serving maids and attendants present openly displayed their repugnance. How could one be so malevolent, so ruthless toward the daughters of her husband? They murmured. This first wife is nothing but petty and vicious, harboring a reservoir of malice. She deserves to die. Their faces contorted with abhorrence. They inwardly stripped Song Shi of her authority. Were it not for her continued occupation of the position of mistress of the house, they would openly revile her, spitting upon her path. As the recitation of the penalties concluded, Song Shi's composure crumbled. Her legs weakened, and beads of perspiration formed upon her brow. She had contemplated a multitude of potential punishments, but none so extensive or severe. 30 strokes of the rod, deprivation of her authority as mistress of the house, followed by 3 days and nights of kneeling in the frigid ancestral hall, and upon recovery, the arduous task of transcribing scriptures to atone for her sins. Though she had anticipated a dire outcome, the severity of the sentence was crushing, akin to a death sentence. Could she endure such torment? She wondered, striving to maintain a semblance of composure, concealing the turmoil within. How could she remain unruffled in the face of such chaos? She was the esteemed wife of the General Zhenxi, the daughter of General Su Zhongjuan. What right did these plebeians have to cast such scornful glances upon her? The matriarch sought to inflict not only physical punishment, but also emotional torment. The presence of so many witnesses, nearly the entire clan, underscored the magnitude of her disgrace. One of the four elders stepped forward, proclaiming in a stentorian voice, "Let the punishment commence forthwith." Li Qianjiao could no longer restrain her anguish, her sobs piercing the air. She prostrated herself, crawling toward the matriarch, her once radiant countenance, now etched with sorrow and entreaty. "Grandmother, I implore you, spare my mother, for she has been ensnared by deceit. For years, she has toiled tirelessly for her children and this family. She has committed no heinous acts, yet she bears the weight of these unfounded accusations. Heaven is unjust. Qianjiao, this is not your concern," the matriarch retorted, her gaze contemptuous. Seeing that the matriarch remained unconvinced, Li Qianjiao, in a paroxysm of emotion, pointed an accusing finger at Li Xiurong. "Li Xiurong is the one who murdered my fifth sister." The matriarch's brow furrowed in pain, and she forcefully shoved Li Qianjiao aside, causing her to stumble and fall heavily to the ground. Under normal circumstances, the matriarch might have offered assistance, but her disappointment in the two women was too profound. "Even now, you seek to defend your mother," she said without looking back. "If you wish to bear her punishment in her stead, you may do so." Li Qianjiao froze, her tears flowing even more profusely. Before she could respond, Songshi embraced her protectively, her eyes red-rimmed as she addressed the matriarch. "Qianjiao is still recovering from her illness. Please, spare her such cruel words. I maintain my innocence. I am being punished not to atone for my sins, but to bear the burden of another's." She cast a venomous glance at Li Xiurong. Li Xiurong responded with a sudden, enigmatic smile. However, before it could fully bloom, a voice from afar announced, "The master has arrived." "Li Xiuda has arrived?" His timing is impeccable. Undoubtedly, Li Lingyun had sought his intervention. But even if Li Xiuda were to arrive and, as before, be moved by compassion, what could he truly change? The four elders were the arbiters of the clan's affairs, and the general's external prestige held little sway in their presence. Li Xiuda appeared before the assembly, followed by Li Lingyun. He greeted the figures present with utmost deference, his respect exceeding even that of the matriarch. Songshi, upon seeing her husband and son, entertained a fleeting hope that her son had pleaded with his father to rescue her. However, Li Lingyun shook his head, his expression one of remorse. Songshi's face crumpled, and a deep furrow etched itself upon her lips. Under her gaze, Li Xiuda and Li Lingyun approached the throng, while Madame Xing materialized from the periphery. Madame Xing's animosity was palpable as she directed a vile gesture towards Song, chilling her to the core. Before she could process any thoughts, tears streamed down her face, dampening her attire. A resounding proclamation of execution pierced the air. At that moment, Li Xiujuan flashed Song another smile. Before Song could react, she was hoisted onto the instrument of punishment, utterly despondent, her once bright eyes now devoid of light. Each strike landed rhythmically and forcefully. Her agonizing screams filled the air, her brow furrowing with each blow, her hands gripping the wooden plank, her teeth clamping down on the cotton cloth. The legendary blooming buttocks left her flesh mangled, and with each successive strike, blood flowed freely. Her hair disheveled, her body drenched in sweat, her eyes rolled back, revealing the whites, startling some of the children. She writhed in agony, seemingly on the verge of death. Li Xiuda fronat, not with pity, but with deep disgust. Song had become unrecognizable. She was once courteous, cheerful, and amiable, treating her husband and mother with respect, earning praise from all. Now, she harmed his daughter, framed his daughter, and lacked any sense of tolerance. The matter had become a scandal, disgracing the Li family. The rumors caused him a headache. He entertained the notion of not being buried with Song or sharing the same roof. He could no longer bear to see her, but for Li Lingyun's sake, he attended. Li Lingyun, still naive, believed that Li Xiuda's presence would temper the clan's treatment of his mother. Witnessing her suffering, his eyes welled up with tears. Li Xiujuan, butcha impassibili. Compared to the Su family's grievances and destruction, this scene was neither bloody nor cruel. Hearing Song's cries of pain, she glanced at Li Xiuda, who was too engrossed to notice her gaze. His focus was solely on Song. Li Xiujuan sneered, realizing that Li Xiuda loved no one but his position and life. He shed a few tears for Li Jinru and comforted Madame Xing. but he showed no compassion for Song's suffering. She had been foolish to think she could make him taste the pain of losing a loved one. After enduring half the beating, Song fainted. Li Lingyun and Li Qianjiao rushed to her side, embracing her and weeping silently. This scene stirred something in Li Xiuda, his eyes betraying a hint of pain. But he couldn't lose control. The rumors were dangerous, especially with the scholar's power to sway public opinion. If he intervened, they would brand him with shame. Li Lingyun, unable to bear it any longer, knelt down, cupped his hands, and pleaded elders, grandmother, father, the family precept state, and oppos. Filial piety is the foundation of heaven and earth. Nothing is greater than filial piety. 10 months of pregnancy are heavy, and 3 lifetimes of repayment are light. As a child, one must care for one's parents. Only then can one face heaven without shame and earth without remorse. I should learn from the 24 filial exemplars. I beg to take the remaining strokes in my mother's stead. Please, elders, grant me this request. Li Xiujuan glanced at Li Lingyun, recognizing him as Li Xiuda's son, capable of manipulating the situation. Filial piety was paramount. The emperors of the Northern Wei dynasty valued filial sons, even recommending them for official positions. By proclaiming himself a filial son, who could object without violating the law of filial piety? As expected, the elders, including the 4 great elders, remained silent. Li Xiuda licked his dry lips, observed the old madam's expression, and, confirming her acquiescence, said, Lingyun, I understand your sincerity, but I cannot make this decision. It is up to the 4 great elders. The 4 great elders exchanged glances and nodded. One of them spoke, in consideration of Li Lingyun's filial piety and adherence to the Li family precepts. He may take his mother's punishment. He ordered, continue the execution. Song was removed from the board, her body limp, barely showing signs of life. Li Qianjiao sumbat, holding Song's hand, and followed the others. Before leaving, she gave Li Lingyun a deep look of sorrow. She hesitated, as if to approach, but Li Lingyun frowned, signaling her to stay away. Li Qianjiao choked back tears, bit her lip, and turned away, joining the group carrying Song. As she left, she glared at Li Xiujuan with hatred. Li Xiujuan met Li Qianjiao's gaze, no longer hiding her animosity. Her hatred surged like a tidal wave, gathering all the world's filth into a murderous aura. Li Xiuda, sensitive to such things from his battlefield experience, glanced over. Li Xiujuan instantly masked her emotions, replacing them with composure. Li Xiuda frowned, forming a furrow between his brows. His daughter was becoming increasingly strange. Thwack! Ugh! Li Lingyun grunted, his face paling, his fists clenched, his teeth clenched. The venerable matriarch averted her gaze, unable to bear witnessing her grandson's excruciating pain. Yet, the nation had its laws and the family its rules, none of which, including herself, could be transgressed in front of so many witnesses. Observing Li Xiuda's increasingly distressed countenance as he listened to the muffled groans, Li Ziyahan caught glimpses of his unspoken words. It seemed that as the sole legitimate son of the Li family, and indeed Li Xiuda and oppos, his only son, Li Lingyun enjoyed his father's concern. Li Xiuda, so you're capable of feeling for your son? Li Ziyahan's nostrils stung with emotion, and suppressed tears threatened to spill forth. She pinched her thigh, refusing to blink, and twisted it fiercely. The tears that had nearly escaped retreated. Had Li Xiuda ever considered the anguish of other fathers when her siblings fell by a sword? Amidst the clash of steel, the spattering of blood, and the carnage, she had watched her entire family fall, one by one, into pools of blood, and she had witnessed her mother's suicide amidst the raging inferno. Recalling these scenes that haunted her sleepless nights, she felt a stone pressing upon her chest, each breath a sharp needle piercing her lungs, causing a throbbing ache. Tears, unbidden, trickled down, landing on the back of her hand, icy and unyielding like the heart of ice within her. Li Lingyun, your death should inflict an even more profound pain upon Li Xiuda and oppos' heart. Just then, Zijing glanced over, her gaze falling upon the glistening pearl on the back of Li Ziyahan's hand. She looked at her with concern, her anxiety evident. As the sound of the wooden boards striking flesh subsided, the old madam opened her eyes. Li Ziyahan had already composed herself, her countenance fresh and serene, as poised and elegant as ever. Li Lingyun was drenched in sweat, his face flushed crimson, the agony lingering on his features. His buttocks were a bloody mess, the skin torn and raw, blood and clothing fused together. With a command to halt, Li Xiuda rushed to embrace Li Lingyun, hastily escorting him away for medical attention. The old madam suppressed her inner turmoil, maintaining a composed demeanor as she engaged in conversation with the Li clan members. After bestowing some gifts, she saw them off. Only after their departure did she anxiously inquire about Li Lingyun, the sole male heir of Li Xiuda. As the crowd dispersed, only Xing Shi and Li Ziyahan remained at the execution site. Xing Shi smiled with satisfaction, the bloodstains on the ground pleasing her. She remarked with feeling, "How much better it would be if this were the blood of a severed head." Li Ziyahan and Appo's gaze narrowed, and she smiled in response, though the warmth did not reach her eyes. "Indeed, I wish it were so. I believe the dead are more agreeable than those who struggle in the throes of death." Xing Shi burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You have a way with words. I look forward to our next collaboration. Li Xiuya and Shuja, indifferent listating. We shall see if there will be another opportunity." With that, she turned and departed. As soon as Li Ziyahan was gone, Xing Shi's expression soured. Clenching her fists, she fumed. Li Ziyahan is becoming insufferable, flaunting the old madam's favor and looking down on others. Who she thinks she is? If it weren't for her cunning in dealing with Song Shi, I wouldn't bother associating with this little hussy. She gritted her teeth, thinking resentfully, just wait. Once Song Shi is dead, Li Ziyahan will be next. However, she could not afford to offend Li Ziyahan just yet. The elders had decreed that Song Shi's authority as the mistress of the house was to be stripped away, effectively rendering her powerless within the Li family. While she would nominally retain her title, it would be nothing more than an empty shell. Qin Shi, the third branch, lacked the mettle to manage the household and maintain control. Moreover, her two children were still young and currently residing with their maternal family, unlikely to return to the Li family anytime soon. As for Guo Shi of the second branch, she was known for her sharp tongue, and many subordinates resented her, making it impossible for her to take charge. Therefore, the only one capable of managing the household was a concubine from the first branch. Although her status was lower, she was still the master and Appo's woman. Among the concubines, she chuckled to herself. She was certainly capable of assuming this role. Xing Shi's reverie shattered into fragments when the old madam issued her decree. The old madam had unexpectedly brought Qin Shi back from her maternal home and entrusted her with the authority previously held by Song Shi. Although everyone knew that Qin Shi's tenure as the mistress of the house would be temporary, they couldn't help but hold her in higher regard. Many, hoping to curry favor with Qin Shi, shamelessly flocked to her residence, nearly breaking down her doorstep. Upon receiving the news, Xing Shi was enraged and sought out Li Xiuda, but he was too preoccupied to concern himself with such matters. Wearily, he dismissed Xing Shi, telling her not to bother him. Frustrated, Xing Shi turned to Li Ziyahan, who remarked that it made little difference who managed the household, as it would eventually revert to the first madam. After all, the clan elders had not deposed the first madam. It seemed that the Li family and Appo's rules were only enforced against women from families without power or influence. After hearing Li Ziyahan's words, Xing Shi sullenly returned to her residence. Throughout, she never approached the old madam, as persuading the old madam to change her mind was as futile as convincing a bird to abstain from eating insects. Her heart heavy, she vented her frustration on the maids, and soon, faint sobs could be heard from Fragrant Beauty Pavilion. The sounds reached Emerald Jade Court, where Zijing and Huier clicked their tongues and shook their heads. They whispered among themselves, lamenting the plight of the maid. Li Ziyahan merely smiled faintly upon hearing them. In truth, Qin Shi lacked sufficient authority, making it quite challenging for her to manage the household. However, she needed Qin Shi to take charge, so, although she could have secretly spread rumors about the first madam plotting to harm the illegitimate daughter, she refrained from doing so. Instead, she sought out Xing Shi, urging her to disseminate unfavorable information about the first madam. This was partly to avoid expending her own resources and energy, as well as to prevent the old madam from launching a thorough investigation, given the potentially damaging impact of the rumors on the Li family's reputation. She couldn't afford to provoke the old madam just yet. The other reason was to ensure that the old madam would trace the matter back to Xing Shi, thereby guaranteeing that Song Shi's authority would fall into Qin Shi's hands. Based on her understanding of the old madam's modus operandi, if Song Shi's authority were to be revoked, Xing Shi would likely be granted that power, either out of guilt towards Li Jinru or to appease Xing Shi. Naturally, this would also serve as a warning to Song Shi, now that Xing Shi had been denied the authority to manage the household. The old madam must have discovered that Xing Shi was responsible for spreading the rumors. With only a limited number of individuals on the guest list, identifying the initial source of the leak, although time-consuming and labor-intensive, would not be overly difficult. Chapter 60. The gift of fine goods. With the Qin family now in possession of the household's authority, it is certain that many matters will become considerably more convenient. Contemplating this, Li Xiaoran couldn't help but curl her lips into a frosty smile. Nestled in the courtyard, she was currently lounging in a cradle fashioned from thick rope, her legs crossed in leisure, hands clasped behind her head, and her long hair cascading down. With her eyes half closed, she basked in the warmth of the winter sun. The golden rays enveloped her, adorning her dark tresses, while her delicate eyebrows danced upon the gentle flutter of her feathery lashes. Her long, thick, and dark lashes accentuated her exquisite features, rendering her a captivating figure, akin to a beauty captured in a painting. Lazily, she reached for a handful of peanuts. Tossing one into the air, it spun gracefully before landing perfectly in her mouth. This winter had arrived earlier than any in recent memory. The previous year, frost had only graced the land in December, yet this year, it had come by late October and early November. The icy landscape, clothed in silver, was undeniably beautiful. But how would the fields be cultivated? How long could the farmer's stored grain sustain them? Lost in her thoughts, she noticed an unusual silence enveloping her surroundings. The chattering of Zijing and Huier had ceased, and a quick glance revealed that the two had vanished from the courtyard. As her dark eyes swept around, she saw no trace of them. Just then, the sound of Huier and Appo's hurried footsteps reached her ears. Finishing the last of her peanuts, Li Xiaoran asked, "What are you up to?" With a radiant smile, Huier exclaimed, "Miss, something wonderful has arrived for you." Li Xiaoran, puzzled, replied, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Huier giggled mischievously before darting off again. Li Xiaoran rolled her eyes, wondering if Huier had lost her mind. Grabbing another peanut, she tossed it in the air, preparing to catch it with her mouth, only to be interrupted once more by Huier's exuberant return. Distracted, she closed her mouth just as the peanut struck her lips with a soft thud. "Huier," she was about to scold, but then she spotted Zijing behind Huier, who was calling for someone. Moments later, a throng of maidservants entered, each bearing a ceremonial tray. A matronly figure stepped forward, unfolding a piece of red paper and reading aloud. 12 pieces of gold jewelry, 12 strands of pearls, 2 pairs of gold bowls, 2 cold spoons for silver pots, 4 tea trays for gilded teacups, and 24 mink furs. All for the 3rd Mississippi. Li Xiaoran stood in stunned silence, unsure of what to make of the situation. Huier gleefully rushed to Li Xiaoran's side, nudging her arm and urging, "Miss, you must thank them. This is from the Regent. Look how magnificent it is. All of this will belong to us at Shiyuan." "The Regent?" "Yuan Junlan. This man has truly lost his senses." Despite her disdain for him, she could not afford to disregard such wealth. Hence, she expressed her gratitude to the matron and instructed Zijing to distribute some silver to the maidservants. Huier, observing the overflowing treasures on the table in bed, laughed joyously. "Miss, these items, if sold, could fetch quite a fortune." She knew that Li Xiaoran was in dire need of money, for it was essential for conducting affairs. Zijing playfully chided Hugh. "Look at you so excited. Do be careful not to lose sleep over this joy." Huier shot Zijing a glance, flashing a bright smile. "No way." Zijing chuckled, and Li Xiaoran joined in, finding Huier's enthusiasm quite amusing. News of the lavish gifts from the Regent spread like wildfire throughout the Li household. The servants began to ponder Li Xiaoran's newfound significance within the family. Historically, aside from the advantages of maternal lineage, there is also the status afforded to a wife by her husband. The regent's gesture was undeniably a blatant expression of his regard for Li Xiaoran. Though he held a position of great power, it had never been reported that he had any woman by his side, nor had he ever shown interest in anyone. His household lacked wives, concubines, or even favored maidservants. Now, his evident favor towards Li Xiaoran stirred a sense of unease in Li Xiaoran's father, Li Xiuda. Before long, Li Xiuda sumunat Li Xiuran. As she stepped into the study, she softly greeted Father. Li Xiuda, lost in thought, was pulled back to reality by her melodious voice. His gaze fixated on Li Xiaoran, revealing emotions that she could not decipher. Standing with a demeanor of respect, Li Xiaoran awaited his words. Li Xiuda shifted his lips, exhaling a heavy sigh. After a moment, he finally spoke. I have heard that the regent has gifted you something. The statement, though phrased as a question, bore the weight of certainty. Li Xiaoran blinked and nodded. Yes, that is indeed the case. Li Xiuda's gaze deepened, leaving her uncertain of his thoughts. A faint smile graced Li Xiaoran and Appo's lips as she met his eyes, though internally she felt a flicker of anxiety. Surely, Li Xiuda would not consider marrying her off to Yuan Junlan. He had always been keen on aligning with the powerful, and Yuan Junlan was certainly a coveted match. Overwhelmed by her apprehension, Li Xiaoran spoke. Father, I harbor no particular feelings for the regent. I do not like him. Allow me to ponder this, Li Xiuda replied, seemingly indifferent to her feelings. You may return now. Li Xiaoran, bewildered, thought, then why call me here? Confusion crossed her elegant features as she took a few steps back. Bowing respectfully, Father, I take my leave. Li Xiuda waved his hand, dismissing her. As she turned to exit the study, a realization struck her. She did not truly comprehend what lay in Li Xiuda's mind. She had thought she understood him, but at that moment, his intentions eluded her entirely. As she made her way back to Chiuyuan, she had to pass by Furong Courtyard. Just as she approached its entrance, she overheard the furious voice of Li Qianjiao chastising the servants. Li Xiaoran chuckled quietly, choosing to ignore the commotion and continue on her way. After being struck, Song Shi had fainted and was taken to the ancestral hall. Rather than kneeling, she was more akin to lying down. Surely, she must have awakened by now. It was time to pay a visit, to inform the matriarch of Song Shi's recovery. After regaining consciousness, she would need to copy scriptures, wouldn't she? When Wei Mama, accompanied by a group of maidservants, arrived at Furong Courtyard, Li Qianjiao was momentarily taken aback. Wei Mama clarified her purpose, and although Li Qianjiao's fists clenched with indignation, she refrained from revealing her true feelings in front of others. The elegance and propriety she had maintained for so many years could not be tarnished by a mere matron. Ultimately, she chose to speak gently to Wei Mama. Thank you for coming. Please leave the scriptures here for now. My mother will see to their transcription. Once completed, we shall deliver them to the matriarch for her review. Chapter 61. Caution is paramount. Wei Mama smiled faintly, clearly indicating to Li Qianjiao that the old madam wished for her to personally oversee the first madam's copying of scriptures. Wei Mama's intention was unambiguous. She needed to witness Song's transcription herself, precluding any third-party involvement. Li Qianjiao's brows furrowed in agitation, her temper flaring beyond restraint. In a cold, biting tone, she retorted, Wei Mama, this is Furong Courtyard. Are you certain you wish to indulge in such antics here? The implication was clear. This was not Liuli Courtyard, where she had any say, nor was there any place for her to reside or dine. Wei Mama explained, I believe there has been a misunderstanding, Mississippi. My intent to supervise the first madam's copying of scriptures does not imply residing in Furong Courtyard. Rather, whenever the first madam wishes to transcribe, I shall be present. I will come from Liuli Courtyard to observe her at any time, recording each scroll she completes. Li Qianjiao's chest heaved with suppressed fury. Her fingers clenched white as she glared at Wei Mama with her round, dark eyes. Exhaling heated breaths, she demanded, Is this truly the old madam and amp? Amp? Oppos. As directive? Indeed, miss, replied Wei Mama, unwavering in her demeanor despite Li Qianjiao and amp. Amp. Oppos. As sire. If the miss doubts my words, she may inquire of the old madam herself. Li Qianjiao was acutely aware that Wei Mama's actions stemmed from the old madam's orders. Yet her frustration compelled her to direct her anger towards Wei Mama. Just as she prepared to voice her displeasure, Wei Mama commanded servants to bring in boxes of scriptures into the chamber. At that moment, Song was deeply asleep, unaware of the unfolding events. When she awoke and learned of the situation, her face darkened. Grabbing a nearby maid, she raised her arm and struck her, exclaiming, "Why did you not wake me?" The maid, trembling with fear, knelt and stammered, "Madam, it was the miss who forbade us from waking you." Without hesitation, Song kicked the maid, her voice sharp, "Get out." The maid, shoulders hunched, scurried away in fright. After dismissing the maid, Song felt discomfort return her backside. Seeking a more comfortable position, she noticed a layer of medicinal herbs enveloping her, their pungent aroma filling her nostrils. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Song furrowed her brow and turned toward the door. When she spotted Li Qianjiao and Amp, Oppo's embroidered shoes, her expression softened. "Mother." Li Qianjiao rushed in upon seeing Song awake. "How do you feel?" Song glanced at her backside and replied with a frown, "It still hurts terribly." Li Qianjiao and Amp, Oppo's brows knitted together, her enchanting visage marred by anger. "I will not let that wretched Li Xiuhuan off easily. Were it not for her scheming, you and brother would not have faced punishment. I loathe her." Just as she was about to say more, Song shot her a fierce glare, warning, "Do not speak recklessly." Li Qianjiao, chastised, looked visibly hurt. Observing her daughter and Amp, Oppo's expression, Song gently grasped her delicate hand, soothingly saying, "Mother acts for your benefit. Some matters should not be spoken of lightly. Be wary, for walls have ears." "Mother, I understand your concerns, but you are being overly cautious," Li Qianjiao replied, her tone filled with grievance. "Regardless, you remain father's legitimate wife, and your authority over the household will eventually be restored. Those individuals who frequently visit Third Aunt are merely flattering you. They know full well your rightful place will return, and they still harbor respect for you. Although we may have lost to Li Xiuhuan this time, once I am married, she will be no match for us." Song shook her head. "Qinjiao, I fear your perspective is still rather naive. If Li Xiuhuan were so easily dealt with, how could she have maintained her unassailable position for so long?" Gently stroking Li Qianjiao's hand, she continued, "One must always exercise caution. One should never underestimate their adversary." Li Qianjiao grasped Song's hand in return, nodding in understanding. "Mother, I comprehend." Satisfied, Song nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Li Qianjiao seemed to recall something, a surge of anger rising in her eyes. She recounted how Wei Mama had come to Furong Courtyard, intending to supervise Song and Amp, Oppo's scripture copying. After detailing everything, her frustration was palpable. That Wei Mama truly lacks discernment. She is merely a dog of the matriarch. What right does she have to act so imperiously? She deserves to be reprimanded. Indeed, Wei Mama was but a dog, emboldened by her master and Amp, Oppo's authority. A glint of resentment flickered in Song and Amp, Oppo's gaze. The old madam was truly detestable. She was well aware that Song had only just endured 3 days and nights of suffering in the ancestral hall, yet she was relentless. Now, she sent someone to oversee her scripture copying, truly pushing the limits. Though Song harbored discontent towards the old madam, she recognized that this was not the time for retribution. Her current focus should be on patience and restraint. After a moment and Oppo's contemplation, she said to Li Qianjiao, "Let them supervise the copying, be it 1,000 scrolls or so. I can endure it." Her expression turned icy, radiating an intensity akin to a wolf's gaze upon its prey. "Conserve your strength. When it is time to bow your head, do so without hesitation." Li Qianjiao's eyes reddened. Her mother had once been so proud and revered. Now, she was reduced to copying scriptures while injured, and Li Qianjiao felt utterly powerless. Song blinked, her expression momentarily faltering. "Qianjiao, how is your elder brother faring?" Li Qianjiao replied honestly, "Brother and Amp, Oppo's injuries are nearly healed. He is recovering quite quickly." She hesitated, but Song saw through her reticence. "Speak freely." "Mother, brother endured punishment on your behalf in front of everyone, and father seems somewhat displeased. It appears he does not favor brother's involvement in household matters." And then, currently, brother isn't father's study. He was supposed to accompany me here. But I heard from others that father intends for him to depart immediately for his designated post. Song furrowed her brows and turned to gaze at the white snowflakes falling gently outside, reminiscent of willow fluff. She suddenly realized that this winter had come too early. Initially, she had opposed her son taking up the role of the grain inspector, yet her husband had insisted on placing him in that position. A tiger father should not have a dog son. Her son was meant to follow in his father's footsteps, achieving great deeds and ascending in rank. Yet, inexplicably, her husband was adamant about sending their son to manage grain, leaving her puzzled as to his intentions. While the position was neither grand nor trivial, it was significant due to its control over sustenance. Without food, chaos would ensue. Though her heart ached at the thought of her son leaving home again, Song did not impede his path. She spoke softly, "I will have someone fetch your brother. Before he departs, there are a few words I wish to impart." Li Qianjiao moved her vermilion lips. "Mother, elder brother is thoughtful and methodical in his affairs. Are your worries, perhaps, superfluous?" Madame Song gazed affectionately, gently brushing a stray hair from Li Qianjiao and Appo's brow. "Silly child, you are too naive. My instructions are not merely about matters within these walls. Your elder brother is out in the world, encountering all sorts of people. I simply caution him to be careful. Trust no one but yourself. Look at Yueji. Who knows what benefits that little hussy, Li Shun, offered her to make her so eager to frame me. I suffered greatly from trusting a mere servant girl, leading to my current predicament. Having learned a harsh lesson, I have some insights I wish to impart to your elder brother." Speaking of Li Lingyun, Madame Song could not suppress the turmoil in her heart. Her son had not wasted his time studying the classics. He was indeed a filial son who should not be embroiled in domestic squabbles. Let the bird soar in the sky. Let the fish leap in the sea. Her son was destined for greatness and should not be hindered by her affairs. Before long, Li Lingyun arrived. Li Lingyun greeted Madame Song respectfully, "Mother." Madame Song beckoned him over. "My son, come here." Her heart ached, and she struggled to maintain composure. Li Lingyun obediently approached Madame Song, who then scrutinized her son carefully. "Are you well? Has your injury improved?" Li Lingyun had been away for years and had grown noticeably thinner. Now, after being flogged, he appeared even more gaunt. Madame Song's heart ached for him, and she immediately ordered servants to bring out ginseng and other tonics from Changbai Mountain for Li Lingyun to take with him. Li Lingyun demurred. "Mother, I have practiced martial arts with father since I was young, and my constitution is strong. Please do not worry. Keep these tonics for yourself. I eat well when I am away." Madame Song parted her lips, wanted to say more, but Li Lingyun interrupted her. "Mother, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Madame Song blinked and said, "What is it?" Li Lingyun's words echoed what Li Qianjiao had already told Madame Song. "Understanding." Madame Song said softly, "A man should prioritize his career. If your father wishes you to go, then follow his wishes." Li Lingyun's brow furrowed in displeasure. "Mother, I do not wish to leave." Madame Song fixed her gaze on her most accomplished son. "Why?" Li Lingyun inhaled deeply and then exhaled. His expression was solemn, as if hesitating whether to reveal his thoughts to Madame Song. Under her scrutiny, he finally spoke. "Mother, Li Shuyuan is responsible for your current state. I want to stay in the manor and help you deal with her." "I." "Lingyun," Madame Song rebuked, her face darkening. Li Lingyun stopped, his clear eyes blazing. Seeing Li Lingyun's resolve, Madame Song felt a pang of sorrow, but she could not waver. Compared to her son's future, nothing else mattered. She was stern, not relenting in the slightest. "You should not interfere in domestic matters. The infighting among women within these walls is something your mother can handle. You are a man destined for great things. How can you allow trivial domestic affairs to hinder your future? If you persist in your opinion, then you are not worthy of being my son. My son must not be so unambitious, blinded by the affairs of women, jeopardizing his future." Li Lingyun's expression was complex. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been difficult to reconcile. This departure would likely be all-consuming, leaving no room to care for his mother and sister at home. While away, he would constantly worry about the situation at home, which would distract him from his work. It would be better to request leave and assist his mother in dealing with Li Shuyuan, resolving his concerns before returning to work. The idea was appealing, but seeing his mother's unwavering opposition, he could only abandon it. He finally relented. "Mother, I will heed your words and depart immediately." Hearing Li Lingyun's words, Madame Song felt a sense of relief. She looked at Li Lingyun with satisfaction. "That's my good son." Li Lingyun pursed his lips and sighed inwardly. At that moment, Madame Song seemed to remember something and continued, "Lingyun, when you are away, you must not trust others easily. I do not know the specifics of your work, but I must remind you of this. Yueji's betrayal has left me deeply scarred. I know the consequences of trusting others." Li Lingyun understood her meaning. Even without Madame Song's reminder, he was aware. The position of supervisor of the grain depot was indeed difficult. To prevent one person from controlling this power, the Prince Regent had created several positions, with 3 officials who appeared harmonious but were actually in constant conflict. Initially, he did not understand the Prince Regent's purpose, but he later realized it was to create a system of checks and balances, preventing one person from controlling this vital grain supply. Thinking of this, he said to Madame Song, "Mother, do not treat your son as a child. I have gained experience in the world. I understand your concerns." Madame Song nodded, her anxiety finally subsiding. "That's good." At that moment, the servant girl returned with the tonics. Madame Song insisted that Li Lingyun take them, and Li Lingyun, unable to refuse, accepted them. He then solemnly bid farewell to Madame Song, offered some words of advice to Li Qianjiao, and departed. The news of Li Lingyun's departure reached Li Xiaoyuan's ears, and she smiled. Li Lingyun's departure was for the best. If he had stayed in the Li family, his efforts to deal with Madame Song would have been troublesome. She knew that Li Lingyun had some skill. Otherwise, he would not have been able to say those irrefutable words before being flogged for his mother. After dealing with Madame Song and Li Qianjiao, she would deal with Li Xiuda's only son, Li Lingyun. What she longed to see would eventually come pass. "Li Xiuda, you have worked hard for most of your life, but you have no son to inherit your legacy. Will you doubt that everything you have done has been in vain, including your slanderous words to the young emperor?" Li Xiuan clenched her fist, and the porcelain lid in her hand cracked audibly. Zijing's eyes widened, and she noticed blood seeping from her palm. Zijing was alarmed and quickly bandaged Li Xiaoyuan's wound. While tending to Li Xiaoyuan's wound, Zijing wondered what had happened. Everything had been fine just moments before, but after hearing the news of the young master's departure, she had become like this. She gazed intently at Li Xiaoyuan's absorbed face and cautiously opened her mouth. "Miss, you must be careful next time. Winter wounds are the hardest to heal, and you probably cannot get it wet for the next few days." Chapter 63. The Perils of Prominence. Zijing's mellifluous voice drew Li Xiaoying back from a reverie. Startled, she fixed an uncomprehending gaze upon Zijing, inquiring as to what she had just said. Zijing reiterated her statement. Li Xiaoying nuda pansibeli, remarking that she recalled her elder brother being the supervisor of the granary. Zijing confirmed that she had heard the young master was in charge of provisions. A peculiar smile played upon Li Xiaoying's lips, sending a shiver down Zijing's spine. Gazing out the window, Li Xiaoying commented with a faint smile that the snow was falling ever more heavily, wondering if the populace would have enough to eat. Zijing paused, momentarily perplexed by the incongruity of her mistress's concerns. Discarding her confusion, she resolved to tend to Li Xiaoying's bandaging. Just then, Huiyer's voice echoed from afar, prompting Zijing to set aside the scissors and exit the room. Li Xiaoying, hands clasped behind her head, stared at the rafters, contemplating the necessity of enlisting an old acquaintance to deal with Li Lingyun. The defection of Yueji was, in fact, coerced through threats. The items she had shown Yueji at the birthday banquet were tokens belonging to Yueji's younger brother. Before the banquet, she had informed Yueji that failure to adhere to the plan would result not only in her own demise, but also in the death of her brother and other kin. Thus, Yueji had resolutely followed the plan. Only after its success had she informed the acquaintance, entrusting them with the task of spiriting Yueji's family away. At this thought, Li Xiaoying couldn't help but smile wryly. When had she become so unscrupulous? How would her former self have scorned her current actions? She was beginning to lose sight of herself. Yet, despite this, she was determined to wallow in the waves of vengeance. Whether mired in the mire or caught in a tempest, whether there was no return, she would tread the path of retribution, even if it meant her destruction. Perhaps her methods would become more depraved, more reprehensible, She might become so blurred as to transform into a demon from the depths of hell. But she was undeterred, unrepentant. Only she could vindicate the Su family, clear their name, and restore their honor. With a deep breath, her expression grew somber. Her father, a paragon of virtue in heaven, must be heartbroken. Smiling, her eyes reddened, and tears trickled down her cheeks, chilling upon contact with the cold air, mirroring the icy desolation of her heart. Lost in thought, she heard Madame Qin's voice. Initially doubting her ears, she listened intently as Huer and Zijing's voices grew nearer. Before she could inquire, Madame Qin entered, beaming. Dressed in simple attire, adorned with only a pearl hairpin and a few pearl flowers, she exuded an air of elegance, much as before. Li Shiwiying smilat. Madame Qin maintained a steady composure. Instead of flaunting her newfound authority, she remained understated, earning respect as a woman unperturbed by fortune or misfortune. Li Xiaoying promptly rose to greet her. Madame Qin clasped Li Xiaoying's hands, her joy at seeing her genuine. With a delighted expression, she explained that since returning to the manor, she had longed to visit Chuyu Courtyard. However, she had been immediately ushered to the old madame's residence, and, subsequently, her own courtyard had been besieged by visitors. After days of entertaining them, she had grown weary. Seizing the opportunity, she had hastened to Chuyu Courtyard to see her. Li Xiaoying invited her to sit, instructing Huer to serve tea and pastries. Madame Qin settled down, her gaze sweeping over Li Xiaoying. Her obsidian eyes shone brightly beneath her willow brows, as dark as the night, yet as radiant as pearls. These eyes, though not seductive, possessed a compelling force, occasionally revealing a sense of confidence. It seemed that these eyes held a myriad of emotions. Madame Qin marveled that no one's eyes could compare to Li Xiaoying's. She smiled involuntarily, remarking that Li Xiaoying appeared more radiant than before, her complexion rosy and fair. Li Xiaoying reciprocated the smile, noting that Madame Qin also looked well. She inquired about her experience since assuming control of the household, asking if she found it manageable. Madame Qin responded candidly, admitting that she had been swamped with work. Those with ulterior motives constantly visited her courtyard. As she was new to the position, unfamiliar with many matters, she found it challenging to cope while also dealing with them. Li Xiaoying noticed the thick layer of rouge concealing the dark circles under Madame Qin's eyes. Despite her cheerful demeanor, her weariness was evident. Madame Qin had been thoughtful to carve out time from her busy schedule to visit Chuyu Courtyard. Huier served tea, and Madame Qin took a sip, remarking that the old madame's decision to reinstate her as the head of the household must have been Li Xiaoying's doing. Li Xiaoying yawned, casually retorting, "Do you dislike being in charge?" Madame Qin hesitated, shaking her head, then nodding, then shaking it again, unsure of how to answer. Finally, she spoke plainly, "Being in charge attracts attention. Song Shi will undoubtedly resent me, and those who fawn over me may appear respectful, but they still see me as merely a widowed woman. The duties are arduous, and I must also care for my 2 children. Were it not for the maids and caretakers, I would be overwhelmed. However, I must assume this role, for I know that you have a reason for placing me here. Otherwise, you would not have gone to such lengths." Li Xiaoying nodded. "Even if you had not become the head of the household, Song Shi would still resent you and wish you ill. So, you need not worry about her resentment. As for those who are insincere, you need not concern yourself with them. They are insignificant. As you said, I need you in this position. I will require your assistance in the future." Madame Qin's brow unfurrowed, having accurately discerned Li Xiaoying's intentions. "Xiaoying, may I ask what you intend to do with this position?" Chapter 64. The prodigal isn't Song fond of wielding her authority as the matriarch to oppress and exploit others? Her gaze was as frigid as a sharp icicle. Since she relishes treating others in such a manner, let us return the favor, allowing her to truly experience the bitterness of being on the receiving end, to feel the profound disappointment of plummeting from grace and being trampled upon. Qin was aware that Li Xiaoran's motives extended beyond mere appearances, and she undoubtedly had her reasons. However, she harbored concerns. Song hailed from an illustrious family and was accustomed to her lofty status. If I were to restrict her provisions, she would not endure it quietly, but would surely complain to the matriarch. Third aunt, your worries are unfounded. Song is currently in no position to gain favor from either the matriarch or my father. She has made the Li family the talk of the town. And what face does she have to approach them with grievances? Trust me, during her convalescence, she will not dare to appear before either the matriarch or my father. Upon hearing this, Qin felt reassured and readily agreed. Once the discussion concluded, she relaxed, her dark eyes scanning the room, only then realizing the room glittered with opulence. It was at that moment she recalled the gifts from the Regent, Chu Yuan. Shifting her gaze from the dazzling items, she met Li Xiaoran's eyes and spoke with a hint of admiration. Xiaoran, these must be the gifts from the Regent, correct? Li Xiaoran nodded and instructed Zijing, go fetch the 4 pieces of red gold jewelry. Zijing, quick on her feet, returned promptly. Li Xiaoran gestured for Zijing to place the exquisite jewelry before Qin. The pieces were ornate yet not ostentatious, embodying a timeless elegance. Qin was momentarily at a loss, glancing between the gleaming jewelry and Li Xiaoran. Meeting Qin and Appo's gaze, Li Xiaoran earnestly remarked, I find these pieces truly beautiful, and I believe they would look splendid on you. Third aunt, would you like to try them on? Qin cast a furtive glance at the jewelry, her heart swelling with delight as she eagerly nodded. Li Xiaoran exchanged a glance with Zijing, who subtly inclined her head and took the jewelry to adorn Qin. Turning to face a bronze mirror, Qin felt that the jewelry suited her perfectly. A radiant smile graced her face as she gently caressed her features. It had been so long since she had taken the time to beautify herself. Noticing Qin's joy, Li Xiaoran complimented, Third aunt, you look stunning adorned with these pieces. Their style is a perfect match for you. If you like them, I will be pleased to gift them to you. Qin, brushing her hair shyly, replied, but these were given to you by the Regent. I feel quite embarrassed to accept. Since they were gifted to me, I have every right to bestow these upon you, Li Xiaoran declared, instructing Zijing, fetch a jewelry box and place these 4 items inside. Once secured, present it to third aunt. Zijing nodded in agreement. Qin wished to protest, but found herself swallowing her words. Li Xiaoran discerned her internal conflict, that tender awkwardness of wanting yet not knowing how to express it. A sentiment common among those who are sensitive and considerate of others. She smiled gently at Qin, saying, Third aunt, you must accept them. It is a token of my sincere regard. With Li Xiaoran's insistence, Qin relinquished her hesitance and graciously accepted the jewelry box from Zijing, her demeanor cheerful and her eyes sparkling like stars. Very well, I shall accept them. Li Xiaoran responded with a flourish. You must. And wait, I also have 4 silver teapots to gift you one. I shall keep one for myself, while the other 2 are for my mother and the matriarch. Qin protested, Xiaoran, that is too generous. I truly cannot accept so much. Do take it. Silver teapots brew tea splendidly. Li Xiaoran insisted with a carefree air. Zijing, bring forth the silver teapots. Qin shook her head in amusement, while Hui and Appo's at her side wore a pained expression, internally berating Li Xiaoran for her prodigality. Why hoard such treasures, if not to keep them close? Ultimately, Qin accepted the silver teapot, and after chatting with Li Xiaoran for over 10 minutes, she finally took her leave from Chu Yuan. Once Qin departed, Hui and Appo's, who had been holding her breath, exhaled deeply and exclaimed, Miss, why such extravagance? You and Appo's, given away so many fine items. Those could serve as your dowry. Li Xiaoran grinned mischievously, teasing Hui and Appo's, do not fret, for you shall soon be even more distressed. Ha ha ha. I plan to give 2 golden bowls, 6 strands of pearls, a silver teapot, and a mink coat to the matriarch. Hui and Appo's, her eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth forming an end Appo's, of astonishment. Miss, truly, you are far too extravagant. Li Xiaoran could not contain her laughter, and Zijing joined in, remarking on Hui and Appo's, fixation on wealth. Hui and Appo's, feeling slighted, nudged Zijing playfully, stop laughing. You should be advising the miss against such folly. Zijing shuja, acuin li xiudan vos, esa sentiments. It is rare to find a heart as free as the miss and Appo's. Yes, as long as she is joyful, let her give as she pleases. Appo, exasperated, huffing at Zijing before turning to wrap her arms around Li Xiuran and oppose. Yes. Miss, those items could serve as your dowry. How can you part with so much? Li Xiuran pinses huyo apus, estik plefi, causing her to blush. Hui and oppose, jumped back, hastily distancing herself from Li Xiuran, who laughed heartily at her flustered state. Do not cling to material possessions. They are mere trinkets. As for a dowry, have you forgotten? I'm the most notorious fool in Bayway. No gentleman of worth would ever consider marrying your Mississippi. Thus, a dowry is of little consequence. Hui and oppose, round eyes darted back and forth, vigorously shaking her head. Not so. I can see that both Prince Chun and the Regent hold you in high esteem, especially the Regent. Why else would he send such lavish gifts? Each item is undeniably precious. Zijing stifled a laugh, exchanging glances between Huier and Li Xiuran, her smile broadening. Huier shot Zijing a glare, exasperated. You know she is destined to marry. Why do you not dissuade her from giving away everything? Zijing, you must intervene. Chapter 65, Retrieving Zijing's Side. Feigning ignorance to Huier and oppose, words, and found an excuse to slip away. Where are you going? I'm coming with you, wait for me. Huier shouted, and in a flash, she vanished like the wind. The chaotic sounds of footsteps and laughter filled the air, a delightful symphony that made Li Xiuran involuntarily smile. Yet, just as her smile began to form, her dark eyes suddenly shifted, and she quickly retracted her smile, casting a sharp gaze towards the window. Outside, a figure clad in purple shone brilliantly. Noticing Li Xiuran and oppose's attention, the man's brow softened with warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Upon meeting her piercing gaze, he forced a stiff smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, and awkwardly waved at her, saying, Li Xiuran, I have come. Li Xiuran rolled her eyes, her expression one of unwillingness to engage. Where you came from, return there. Leave. Yuan Junlan and oppose's lips twitched, closing his mouth in response. He leaped forward, swiftly entering the room, and approached Li Xiuran directly, deliberately positioning himself before her, compelling her to meet his gaze. Do you still like the things I sent you? He inquired. This time, Li Xiuran did not retreat. If Yuan Junlan was unafraid of propriety, why should she be? She glanced down at her fingernails, casually stroking the thumbnail of her right hand with her left, and replied, nonchalantly, the things you sent, I'm almost done with. Raising her head, she fixed her eyes on Yuan Junlan's face, eager to capture any hint of displeasure or anger upon it, longing to witness his discontent. However, Yuan Junlan exhibited no trace of annoyance. His gaze was warm and gentle, akin to a willow tree beside a stone bridge. Li Xiuran sought to extract a semblance of displeasure from his expression, yet her efforts were in vain. On the contrary, Yuan Junlan's eyes sparkled with excitement and an overwhelming sense of confidence, as if to say, as long as you are happy, we shall provide. We, Li Xiuran skufa, her clear eyes reflecting detachment. She raised her hand to press against Yuan Junlan's shoulder, causing him to stiffen, momentarily at a loss for how to react. In his shock, he intended to wrap his arms around her waist, but as his hand hovered in the air, the pressure on his shoulder abruptly pushed him back. He steadied himself, looking at Li Xiuran, who coldly reprimanded, There is no we here, only you and me. Yuan Junlan remained silent, eager to prove through action that it was not just you and me, but rather us. His determination surged, and Li Xiuran sensed his intent to draw closer. Unable to confront him, she attempted to flee, only to have her skirt caught by Yuan Junlan. Losing her balance, she was on the verge of falling when unexpectedly, a pair of strong arms caught her, pulling her into a solid embrace. Dazed, she gazed at the curve of his jaw, her heart racing. He remained as captivating as ever. Even in silence, he stirred her emotions. That fleeting glance from long ago had ensnared her irrevocably. Yet, not every infatuation culminates in fruition, and she resolutely understood that between her and Yuan Junlan, there would forever be no possibility. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt a warm breath brush against her face, igniting a tingling sensation. Upon focusing, she found Yuan Junlan's resolute face mere centimeters away, With a slight tilt, his lips could touch her cheek. She instinctively pushed his hands away, her eyes reflecting distance as she coldly queried, Yuan Junlan, is there a purpose behind your repeated closeness? I doubt there is anything in me worth your scheming. I am merely a lowly daughter of the household, unworthy of your attention. Yuan Junlan did not respond directly, his deep gaze roaming over Li Shiruan's delicate features. He longed to remain in this embrace forever. The intensity of his gaze made Li Shiruan reluctant to meet his eyes, so she averted her gaze to the side. She heard him exhale softly, his voice rich and warm. I cannot articulate whether I like you or love you, but I can say with certainty that I am enamored with your eyes. As Li Shiruan observed Yuan Junlan's pensive expression, her heart quivered. Their first encounter after her rebirth was outside Li Shioda's study, where he had remarked that her eyes resembled those of a dear friend. She hesitated, saying, You once mentioned that my eyes reminded you of someone important to you, do they not? That person must hold great significance in your heart. A bittersweet taste filled her. She had once believed Yuan Junlan to be devoid of affection for anyone. Thus his fervent pursuit of her seemed indifferent. Now, she realized that his heart was already captivated by another. She felt a gentle touch on her brow, as Yuan Junlan's fingers brushed against her, pressing lightly from her brow to the tail of her eyebrows. Without a second thought, she removed his hand. His fingers remained still, and she heard his magnetic voice, imbued with warmth. To me, she's like a flower blooming in the southern city, distant yet fragrant. Once, her heart and eyes were solely for me. Yet now, she is as cold as ice, like icicles hanging from a branch. Whenever I draw near, she seems intent on wounding me. Li Shiruan's throat tightened, unable to refrain from speaking. So, you willingly abandon your true love to seek me as a substitute? Pray tell, who is the woman you cherish? Is she from a noble family, or perhaps a foreign princess? And this mere substitute before she could finish. Yuan Junlan covered her mouth, his palm warm against her lips, stirring her heart. With a grave and sincere expression, he declared, She is not a foreign princess. She is merely a girl whose eyes hold only me. I am at a loss as to how to love. She boldly appears before me, while I, timid as a mouse, dare not approach, fearing to disturb my heart. I believe she would remain by my side, yet she has left me. In a world devoid of her, it feels like a desolate city overgrown with weeds. My longing for her gnaws at my soul each night like an insatiable ant. Li Shiruan, empathizing with his plight, couldn't he help but mock him. You deserve it. Yuan Junlan chuckled softly, acknowledging indeed I deserve it. However, from now on, I will gradually seek to reclaim that girl who once gazed at me with adoration. Li Shiruan felt a sudden pang in her nose, tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill over. She inhaled deeply, striving to steady her breath, pushing aside the weight of his words. After calming her emotions, she finally spoke. If you genuinely love a girl, do not act in ways that will disappoint her. Every girl wishes for the man she loves to remain steadfast and clear of any entanglements with another. Chapter 66. Just you wait, Lord Yuan remained taciturn, gently caressing Li Shiuya's lustrous hair, his thoughts inscrutable at that moment. Seizing an opportune moment, Li Shiuya disentangled herself from his embrace, swiftly creating distance between them. Suppressing her conflicting emotions, she declared with gravity, Cease pursuing me. That is untenable, Yuan Junlan retorted without a moment in amp. Oppose, as hesitation. Li Shiuya dug her nails into her palm, finding solace in the sensation of pain. She approached the table, grasped the teapot, and poured tea into a cup. Subsequently, she picked up the cup and approached Yuan Junlan with a radiant smile. After such extensive discourse, your throat must be parched. Yuan Junlan declined the offering, his perceptive dark eyes imbued with a subtle, doting gaze, an expression that Li Shiuya found abhorrent. She pondered with bewilderment. What attribute had she initially found appealing in Yuan Junlan? A philandering scoundrel, harboring affections for another, yet still attempting to court her. Across 2 lifetimes, she was inextricably entangled with him. I shall partake, a resonant voice declared. Li Shiuya glanced at Yuan Junlan, observing him as he accepted the teacup, tilting his head back and draining its contents. A fleeting glint of cunning flickered within Li Xiaoya's eyes. Assured that Yuan Junlan had ingested the potion, she erupted into unrestrained laughter. Consider this a minor lesson for your continued attempts to woo me. A purgative. Next time, it shall not be something as innocuous as a purgative. Contrary to her expectations, Yuan Junlan did not exhibit alarm. Instead, he calmly asserted, I was aware of your malevolent intentions. However, I am willing to accept it. Even if you were to offer me poison, I would imbibe it. Li Xiaoya was taken aback, blinking her eyes, momentarily unable to decipher the man before her. Would he truly consume poison? Very well. She would administer poison next time. Good heavens! Just as she was contemplating this, a poof sound echoed. Casting an incredulous glance at Yuan Junlan, Li Xiaoya blinked, uncomprehending. Upon comprehension, she witnessed Yuan Junlan glaring daggers at her, uttering through gritted teeth, just you wait. Subsequently, he departed in a disheveled manner, his face contorted and his body hunched over. Only then did Li Xiaoya belatedly realize that the poof sound was the sound of flatulence. She succumbed to uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming down her face. She pointed in the direction of Yuan Junlan and Appo's departure, her waist swaying with laughter. Yuan Junlan, I never anticipated you would experience such a day. Let's see if you dare venture into the Jade Garden again. Each visit shall be met with a reprimand, until I have you thoroughly subdued, dissuading you from ever returning. Following the evening repast, Li Xiaoya did not remain idle. She commenced martial training. Her father had once stated that the offspring of the Su family, regardless of gender, were required to spend time in the military camp annually from the time they could remember, training alongside the soldiers. Her father aspired for each of his children to be more than just feeble scholars, possessing both literary and martial prowess, capable of stepping forward during foreign invasions and offering counsel to defend the nation and its sovereign. At that time, she had not comprehended the rationale, believing that as a girl, proficiency in the fine arts of a cultured lady would suffice. It was not until she accompanied her father to the battlefield, observing the boundless plains beneath the city walls, the withered grass, the thousands of horses, the billowing dust, the armored warriors engaged in combat, the rivers of blood, and the fields of corpses, that she understood the profound wisdom of her father and Appo's words. Even a woman, in times of national crisis, could become a guardian of every inch of her country and Appo's soil, possessing the same courage and martial prowess as any valiant man. Her fists grew increasingly fierce, each strike generating wind, each movement amplifying the sound. A thought suddenly occurred to her. Once she had avenged her grievances, she would disguise herself as a man and infiltrate the military camp. Hui and Zhenxi sat on the steps, watching Li Xiaoya practice martial arts, their chins resting on their hands. Zhenxi, observing Li Xiaoya and Appo's agility and lethal moves, felt perplexed. She inquired of Hui and Appo's. While I was serving the old madam in the glazed courtyard, I often heard people say that Miss was someone who knew nothing about music, poetry, or painting. But now, it seems that Miss is proficient in everything. Look, she is even practicing martial arts. A few days ago, I thought she was just practicing from books, merely playing around. But today, Miss and Appo's moves are far from simple. Although Zhenxi was not a martial artist, she recognized that such martial arts were highly skilled. Then shook her head, murmuring, I adore Miss in this manner. Look, how radiant she is. Finally, I no longer witness her being bullied. Perhaps she had been secretly transforming for a long time, awaiting an opportunity to astound the world. Zhenxi remained silent, using her other hand to support her chin, her gaze towards Li Xiaoya becoming more earnest, tinged with admiration. During her years of service by the old madam, she had become accustomed to the vicissitudes of the world. Only when one is powerful will others take notice. Weakness leads to being overlooked, or rather, being scorned. Miss had transformed from the least favored miss into someone whom even the maids and servants treated with respect, greeting her with deference. The hardships and efforts involved were akin to walking on hot coals, step by step. After executing a formidable move, Li Xiaoya executed a perfect turn, standing firm. Glancing askance at the two sitting on the steps, Only then did she realize that Hui and Appos and Zijing were watching her intently, with a hint of admiration visible in Zijing and Appos' eyes. She suddenly conceived a playful idea to tease Hui and Appos, and Zijing. She snapped off a withered branch, using it as a sword. Accelerating her pace, she advanced directly towards Hui and Appos, and Zijing, her eyes devoid of any playfulness, instead exhibiting a fierce glint. Initially believing that Li Xiaoya was merely trying to frighten them, the two realized the gravity of the situation and hastily stood up, scrambling to avoid Li Xiaoya and Appos' assault. Hui and Appos stumbled while fleeing due to her panic. Zijing successfully evaded the attack, but due to Hui and Appos' fall, she had nowhere to go and also fell. The two groaned in pain. Li Xiaoya grinned. She just wanted to. She parted her lips, her rows of pearly white teeth gleaming with embarrassment. She coughed dryly, her expression awkward. Hui and Appos, Zijing, are you in pain? Zijing. The two wore mournful expressions, conveying a sense of wanting to watch quietly without speaking. Li Xiaoya covered her face, speaking again, although it seems heartless. I still want to say that your falls were particularly amusing. Laughter resounded throughout the Jade Garden. Hui and Appos, and Zijing exchanged glances, recognizing each other and Appos' postures, and joined in the laughter. Hui and Appos, you fell face first into the mud. Look at your legs, aha. Zijing, are you any better? You were sprawled out on your back. How are you any better than me? Chapter 67. Doubt the night was both desolate and luminous. After a prolonged bout of restlessness, Li Xiaoran, drenched in perspiration, indulged in a hot shower and donned her garments with a sense of satisfaction before retreating to her bed. As was customary, she did not find it easier to succumb to sleep despite her exhaustion. She absent-mindedly touched her delicate nose, recalling the words spoken by Yuan Junlan earlier that day. Unable to resist, she pondered those words, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Turning over, she yawned and stared blankly at the beams of the ceiling, contemplating the futility of her thoughts. In this lifetime, certain things were forever unattainable. Suppressing the tumult of complex emotions within, she closed her eyes, striving to empty her mind and compel herself into slumber. Yet once again, nightmares plagued her. She spread her arms wide, gently waving as if to embrace someone, but only grasped at empty air, devoid of warmth. A slight movement in her throat revealed the deep sense of loss that tinged her fair features. Weakly, she let her arms fall, pulling the silk quilt over her entire form. That night was serene, devoid of the sound of falling snow. The following day dawned, but the sky remained shrouded in gloom, heavy clouds obscuring the morning sun. Li Xiaoran sat before a bronze mirror, as Hui and Zijing assisted her in her preparations. She picked up a lip balm from the wooden table, contemplating whether the overcast sky heralded impending rain. Zijing, pausing mid-hairstyling, glanced out the window and replied, "Miss, it appears that rain is indeed on the horizon. On rainy days, the chill is most pronounced. Would you like to wear an additional layer of silk attire?" Li Xiaoran nodded, instructing, "Please bring me a hand warmer when we step out." "Certainly, Miss," Zijing acknowledged, signaling to Hui, who set down her adornments and softly stated, "Miss, I shall prepare it right away." In the reflection of the bronze mirror, under Zijing's meticulous care, Li Xiaoran appeared exceptionally charming, with a complexion akin to blooming peaches and eyes reminiscent of autumn waters. She radiated a glow so vibrant that one might think tears would spill from her eyes with a mere blink. A hint of heroism danced in her brows, blending strength with an enchanting grace. Below her elegantly arched nose, her crimson lips revealed pearly teeth when she smiled, reminiscent of the legendary beauty Shishir, captivating and exquisite, unrivaled among all women. Yet, her beauty was distinct. It shone with an almost blinding brilliance, an air of pride and aloofness that rendered her allure both mysterious and distant, evoking a sense of apprehension in those who might dare approach. Once attired, Li Xiaoran set forth with Hui and Zijing, both carrying gifts she intended for the elderly matriarch. The Lioli courtyard seemed quieter than usual, piquing Li Xiaoran's curiosity. Upon encountering the matriarch, she noted a pallor in the elder's countenance. Her once keen and discerning eyes now clouded, and the wrinkles at the corners of her mouth and forehead appeared more pronounced. She wore a simple roux-y hairstyle adorned with a finely carved wooden hairpin, evoking the image of an ordinary matron. As Li Xiaoran approached, the matriarch was about to speak, but coughed lightly. Li Xiaoran stepped closer, unafraid of contagion, and gently patted the matriarch's back to offer comfort. She spoke softly, "Grandmother, I notice you have been coughing these past few days, and it seems you have yet to recover. With the weather fluctuating so unpredictably, please take care of your health." Turning to the side, she addressed Granny Wei, inquiring, "A few days ago, I sent Zhenxi with loquat syrup for you. Have you taken it?" Granny Wei nodded, glancing at Li Xiaoran before responding. "Yes, the matriarch has taken the loquat syrup, but it merely soothes the throat and does little to remedy the cough. Lately, her cough has grown more frequent, and it pains me to witness." The matriarch coughed again, feeling a dull ache in her chest, and after regaining her composure, she shot a reproachful glance at Granny Wei. "When have I allowed you to prattle on about my health?" Granny Wei fell silent, shifting away to avoid inciting the matriarch's ire. Li Xiaoran offered Granny Wei an apologetic smile before continuing her gentle ministrations on the matriarch's back, whispering, "Grandmother, seeing you in such distress pains my heart. If I could, I would gladly bear this suffering for you." The matriarch's expression softened at Li Xiaoran's words, and she took hold of Li Xiaoran's hand, inviting her to sit beside her. Once settled, the matriarch began, "Xiaoran, it is merely a cough. There is no grave ailment. I know you are a filial child. Your loquat syrup is quite pleasant. I have enjoyed it. With today's dreary weather, I intended to send someone to see you courtyard to inform you not to come for greetings. Yet here you are, arriving so early." Li Xiaoran smiled gently. "I was eager to bring you a surprise today. I wonder if it might ease your ailment." Her smile widened as she commanded, "Zhenxi, please come in." Both Huier and Zhenxi entered, carrying items which they placed on the wooden table in succession. Gleaming gold and shimmering silver caught the matriarch's eye, and she remarked slowly, "This is a gift from the Regent, is it not, Xiaoran?" Li Xiaoran inwardly sighed at the speed with which news traveled within the Li household. Not only the matriarch was aware, even the servants likely knew. Li Xiaoran replied with a faint smile, "Indeed, it is a gift from the Regent." The matriarch lowered her gaze, lost in thought for a moment before saying, "Since it is a gift from the Regent, you should accept it, lest you spoil his good intentions. Your own sentiments are understood by me. I have accumulated many things over the years. Keep these for your future marriage as dowry. Your mother, the Zheng family, is destitute and cannot provide for you. You are a sensible child, knowing what must be done." Li Xiaoran paused, gazing at the aged face before her, her feelings becoming complex. She feigned nonchalance. "I have yet to reach the age of marriage. Such matters are still far off. Grandmother, please accept this. It is my heartfelt offering. Should anyone else bestow gifts in the future, I shall ensure they are all brought to your courtyard." The matriarch could not suppress her laughter, her wrinkles deepening with joy. Speaking of marriage, she seemed to recall something, and after a moment's deliberation, she remarked, "The Regent assists the young emperor in court, much like Lord Zhou of the previous dynasty, and is greatly respected. He stands above all others. Yet he seems to regard you differently. Xiaoran, what are your thoughts? It is unusual for one to present gifts without cause. The entire household is aware that the Regent has come to deliver gifts, and the recipient is not the renowned beauty Li Qinjiao, but rather you, Li Xiaoran, whom many disparage as a fool. What could the relationship be between the Regent and Li Xiaoran?" Chapter 68. A Worthless Life. The old lady gazed intently at Li Xiaoyan, her mind drifting back to the day when the Regent Prince stood shoulder to shoulder with her, radiating a resolute promise to protect her against the entire world. Tentatively, she inquired about the nature of Li Xiaoyan's relationship with the Regent Prince. Li Xiaoyan, being perceptive, understood the old lady's thoughts and humbly replied, "He is a lofty prince, while I am merely a lowly daughter of a concubine. Our statuses are far apart. I am well aware of my place. So how could he possibly take an interest in me?" The old lady sighed deeply, her brow furrowed as she remarked, "It is not as you say. Though you are a concubine-born daughter, your father is the general of the West, and your grandmother was a lady of the first rank. Do not belittle yourself or underestimate your worth. Although you may not be the prince and amp, oppose, as primary consort, you could certainly be his secondary one. If he has an inclination towards you, he will likely mention it to your father in the future. However, being a secondary consort may subject you to ridicule within the prince's residence. Historically, the primary consort holds the highest status. I still believe it would be better for you to marry a young man of respectable lineage and become a primary wife. While it may not sound as prestigious as being a consort, you would wield real power in your hands. Li Xiuyan feigned modesty. Her cheeks flushed like a girl experiencing her first stirrings of love. With a playful pout, she said, "Grandmother, today's guest did not come to discuss my marriage. I came here to bring a gift." The old lady chuckled. "Every girl must eventually marry. It is inevitable. You're simply shy." Li Xiuyan and amp. Oppose. S face reddened further, resembling a sun-dried jujube, her vibrant complexion accentuating her beauty. The atmosphere in the room was warm and cheerful, with smiles adorning each face, but most notably, the old lady and amp. Amp, oppose. S hearty laughter filled the space. Wei Mama also joined in the merriment. Recent events had weighed heavily on the old lady, causing her to cough more frequently and wear a frown. Seeing her smile again brought immense joy to Wei Mama. In the midst of their joy, a sweet voice wafted in from outside, and as a beautiful figure entered the room, everyone realized it was Li Qianjiao. Li Qianjiao wore her hair in a green bun, adorned in a flowing, patterned skirt, and draped in a mink coat. Her figure was exquisite, perfectly balanced, neither too tall nor too short. Her skin was as white as snow, and her smile illuminated the room. However, upon seeing both the old lady and Li Xiuyan present, her smile faltered, her enchanting features shadowed by a hint of distress. Most infuriating was the sight of the old lady allowing Li Xiuyan to sit beside her, holding her hand. Had the old lady lost her senses? There were clear distinctions between rank and status. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed something glittering on the table, which she assumed was a gift from the old lady to Li Xiuyan. Forcing a smile, she said, "Grandmother, I made mung bean cakes. Would you like to try some?" She feigned surprise, as if just noticing Li Xiuyan. "Oh, you and oppose. Re here too, third sister. How fortuitous, as I made plenty for you to enjoy as well." Li Xiuyan and Wei Mama exchanged glances, both aware that mung beans were a cold food, potentially worsening the old lady and oppose's condition. The old lady scrutinized Li Qianjiao, her gaze making the latter uncomfortable as she racked her brain to identify her misstep. Clearly displeased with Li Qianjiao's offering of mung bean cakes, the old lady maintained a calm demeanor, expressing no visible unhappiness. After surveying Li Qianjiao, she said, "Since you are here, take a seat. Wei Mama, bring the tea." After Wei Mama complied, the old lady turned her attention back to Li Qianjiao. "How is your mother faring?" Upon mentioning song, Li Qianjiao and amp, oppose, as beautiful eyes darted towards Li Xiuyan, a flicker of resentment evident. If it weren't for Li Xiuyan's clever machinations, her mother and brother would not be in such dire circumstances. Clenching her teeth, she suppressed her anger and replied to the old lady, "Grandmother, my mother's injuries have yet to heal. Her true wound is one of the heart. She weeps daily, lamenting that she has never committed such heinous acts. Her distress has turned her hair gray. I heard from Mama Lin that my mother cannot sleep at night and has grown noticeably thinner." Li Xiuyan shook her head, thinking how foolish Li Qianjiao was. The old lady's displeasure at Li Qianjiao's defense of song erupted. Coldly, she demanded, "There are witnesses and evidence. How can your mother claim she did not commit murder?" Li Qianjiao paused, sensing the old lady and amp, oppose's displeasure. She blinked and cautiously clarified, "Grandmother, I am merely recounting my mother's words. They do not reflect my own views." The old lady pressed, "And what are your views?" Li Qianjiao pursed her lips. When did the Liu courtyard become so frigid? Did the old lady not recognize her as the legitimate daughter? Why must she endure such treatment? This old woman was becoming increasingly intolerable. Clenching her handkerchief, her anger towards the old lady morphed into hatred. An elder who did not regard her as a legitimate daughter was not worthy of her respect or consideration. She was on the verge of accusing Li Xiuyan of being the true murderer, eager to see how the old lady would react. But as she opened her mouth, her words caught in her throat, and she gripped her handkerchief tighter, her beautiful face contorting with frustration. Qianjiao. The old lady raised her gaze, her expression indicating she would tolerate no further silence. In her peripheral vision, Li Qianjiao caught sight of Li Xiuyan's serene countenance. She felt an overwhelming urge to tear away the facade of calmness that Li Xiuyan wore, to expose her ugliness and malice. Resolute, she met the old lady's gaze and began, "My perspective is that my mother may not be the true culprit. Others may also be involved. My mother hails from a noble family, and at the banquet, with both the Regent Prince and the Chun Prince present, she would never engage in such disgraceful acts. She would not kill Jean Ro out of hatred. She cannot be that foolish. To jeopardize her reputation and bring disgrace upon the Li and Song families for a mere Jean Ro. Furthermore, my elder brother serves as an official. Even if she does not consider anyone else, she must think of him. If she were to commit such an act, would she not be concerned about its impact on his career? My mother always weighs the pros and cons, from that angle alone. She would never sacrifice so much just to kill Jean Ro." Her voice grew animated, her cheeks flushed. She paused, casting a sharp look at Li Xiuyan. However, some individuals may not share such considerations. Some, born of humble origins, cling to their worthless lives, unafraid of death, disregarding their reputation or the consequences. Those without shoes fear not the barefoot. In their pursuit of ascendance, they resort to any scheme or treachery. It was a grave mistake to merely push Li Xiuyan into the lake. She should have been dispatched outright. Her survival has troubled the Li household endlessly. This worthless life should have been buried long ago. Her ladyship and Appo's countenance grew increasingly grim, the wrinkles around her mouth deepening with each purse of her lips. Her gaze, authoritative and unwavering, bore into Li Qianjiao and Appo's face as if to penetrate her very thoughts. Li Xiurong, being nearest, could acutely sense the simmering wrath of the matriarch. The matter of Madame Song had long been resolved. Was Li Qianjiao truly so obtuse? To argue thus before her ladyship was to affront both her, Li Xiuda, and the four elders of the clan. Even in argument, she ought to possess evidence, not merely vent her spleen like a petulant child. As Li Xiurong surmised, her ladyship was indeed incensed. "Withdraw at once," she commanded, her voice a sudden, sharp rebuke. The assembly flinched. The color drained from Li Qianjiao and Appo's face already flushed, leaving it ashen. Her hands trembled, her mouth parched. She swallowed with difficulty, belatedly seized by apprehension. "Grandmother, what I said," she began, her voice subdued. "What precisely did you say?" "The evidence is irrefutable. Your mother has presented no proof in her defense. Thus, she is culpable. Do you dare question me? Or your father? Or the judgment of the four elders?" Her ladyship erupted in a fit of coughing. "As a daughter of the Li family, you should counsel your mother to repent, not abet her wickedness. You are a profound disappointment." It was the first time Li Qianjiao had witnessed her ladyship in such a fury. She dared not utter another word. Retreating from the Lioli courtyard in disarray, Li Xiurong, a scornful smile playing on her lips, watched her departure with a cold detachment, inwardly wondering if Li Qianjiao had taken leave of her senses. Madame Song, typically so astute and circumspect, had somehow produced a daughter prone to fits of temper. Her ladyship and Appo's title bestowed by the late emperor was no mere trifle. Did Li Qianjiao believe such an honor was granted without cause? She was far too naive, and provoking her ladyship served no purpose. Her ladyship and Appo's coughing intensified. Li Xiurong hastened to pat her back, her eyes brimming with concern. "Grandmother, eldest sister seems unwell today." "Unwell?" "She is utterly lacking in decorum, devoid of proper upbringing," her ladyship retorted, her coughing growing more violent. "All semblance of propriety has been abandoned. To speak so presumptuously of a closed matter, so brazenly, it is deserving of punishment." Nanny Wei, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. As they pondered Li Qianjiao and Appo's outburst, Nanny Wei noticed the mung bean cakes on the table. "Her ladyship, these cakes?" she inquired. Her ladyship grimaced with distaste. "Discard them," Nanny Wei acquiesced, removing the pastries. Li Xiaorong sought to soothe her ladyship. Grandmother, do not distress yourself over eldest sister. She has her loyalties. After all, it is her own mother. As eldest brother said before his punishment, filial piety is a sacred duty. Regent li lingyun, her ladyship sukofut. Your brother and Appo's words are mere platitudes. Having spent so much time abroad, he ought to possess a better sense of propriety. His mother has been spared her life and allowed to retain her position as mistress. This is a considerable concession to the Song family. Yet he seeks to defend her, lacking all discernment. A grandson of the Li family must not be blindly obedient. Li Xiaorong blinked. She was well aware that the handling of Madame Song, in accordance with the Li family and Appo's stringent code, was entirely due to Song Xiaoshi. Grandmother, please take care of yourself. Do not allow such matters to harm your health. At that moment, Nanny Wei returned from her errand. Li Xiaorong instructa, Nanny Wei. The loquat syrup, if you please. At once, Nanny Wei promptly retrieved it. Li Xiaorong personally prepared the loquat water for her ladyship, presenting it with both hands. Grandmother, your health is paramount. The matter is concluded. Why allow the words of others to cause you discomfort? Drink this, your throat is quite hoarse. Her ladyship sighed deeply. You. Li Xiaorong smiled, gently blowing on the steaming liquid before offering it to her ladyship's lips. Drink, quickly. The matriarch, but moments before consumed by rage, finally smiled. She touched Li Xiaorong's shoulder with affection. I shall drink it. As she was being assisted with the water, her ladyship coughed several more times, each convulsion echoing with a hollow, distressing sound. The elderly woman, weakened by the coughing, appeared visibly unwell. She narrowed her eyes slightly and said to Li Xiaorong, I appreciate the thought behind your gifts, but I cannot accept them. Take them back. I am weary and wish to rest. Li Xiaorong assisted her ladyship to the bedside, ensuring she was comfortably settled before covering her with a blanket. She spoke softly, Grandmother, rest well. I wish to share these things with you. They are offered with the sincerest intention. Turning to Nanny Wei, she instructed, Nanny Wei, gather these items and store them carefully. Should Grandmother desire anything, you will know where to find it. I must take my leave now. Please attend to Grandmother with care. Nanny Wei nodded, smiling. Third miss, you are most thoughtful. She admired Li Xiaorong's actions, but could not presume to accept the gifts without permission. She glanced at her ladyship, awaiting her decision. Li Xiaorong understood. She smiled brightly and playfully chided her ladyship. Grandmother, if you do not indulge me, I fear I shall be unable to eat or sleep tonight. Would you have me greet you tomorrow with dark circles under my eyes? Her ladyship coughed softly, patting Li Xiaorong's hand. You are a most endearing girl. Very well. I shall accept them for the time being. She nodded to Nanny Wei, who promptly began to gather the items. Only then did the smile on Li Xiaorong and Appo's eyes become genuine. Li Xiaorong, having presented her gifts, departed with Hui and Appo's and Zijin. After her departure, Nanny Wei spoke softly to her ladyship. Third miss is truly a filial child. Eldest miss is like a thankless wretch. No matter how well she is treated, she believes it her due. Not only is she ungrateful for your ladyship's kindness, but she always demands more. In contrast to third miss, eldest miss's behavior is disheartening. Her ladyship narrowed her eyes, her expression weary. Do not use any of the items she brought. When she marries, add considerably to her dowry, ensuring she departs with all the splendor befitting her station. Her ladyship, were you not recently considering potential suitors for third miss from other households? Have you found any to your liking? Nanny Wei ventured. It seems to me that third miss is a woman of rare intelligence and virtue, graceful and poised, with a measured approach to all things. A common gentleman would scarcely be worthy of her. Chapter 70. Recognizing one and Appo's identity, the elderly matriarch cast a lingering glance at Wei Mama, her lips moving slightly. No matter how admirable Xiao Huan might be, she remained merely a concubine's daughter. One's lineage and status, fixed at birth, could never be altered. The noble backgrounds of those young masters were somewhat acceptable, especially if they were the eldest sons. Should Xiao Huan marry into such a family, it would be deemed acceptable. The visage of Yuan Junlan flitted through the old lady and Appo's mind. She paused and then spoke with deliberate slowness. Of course, if the regent prince were to propose, it would not be an unfavorable match for Xiaohua. However, she would never be the legitimate wife. Wei Mama, well aware of the matriarch and amp, Appo's concerns, offered her words of comfort. Your grandchildren will find their own fortunes, and the fate of the third young lady will be determined by the matchmaker. Please rest easy, madam. Upon hearing this, the matriarch felt a sense of reason and closed her eyes, her voice low and drawn out as she murmured, Indeed, your grandchildren will find their own fortunes. At my age, I cannot fret over every little matter. Her voice, soft and melodic, resembled the gentle sound of a distant flute, enveloping the room in a calming aura. As her eyes remained shut, the rise and fall of her chest gradually reduced, her breathing becoming tranquil. Wei Mama held her breath and remained still, cautious not to disturb the old lady. Only when the matriarch had fallen into a deep slumber, her soft snoring echoing in the air, did Wei Mama quietly slip out. The overcast sky seemed to evoke a sense of melancholy, chilling the heart. Li Qianjiu, who had hastily departed from the Lioli courtyard, headed directly to the Furong courtyard. Upon seeing Song Shi, she could no longer contain her feelings and shed 2 streams of tears. She rushed forward to embrace Song Shi, her eyes filled with grievance and despair. Mother, Song Shi, filled with compassion, quickly inquired, What has happened? Li Qianjiao shook her head, refusing to speak. Song Shi turned to the 6 maidservants behind her daughter, who exchanged glances before kneeling in unison. One of the bolder ones, trembling, recounted the events to Song Shi. With each word, Song Shi and Appo's heart ached more profoundly. She gently stroked Li Qianjiao and Appo's hair and patted her back, offering consolation. It's nothing to worry about. It's all trivial matters. Li Qianjiao sniffled, her phoenix-like eyes reddened, and with a choked voice, she confessed, I made mung bean cakes for grandmother out of goodwill, yet she didn't even glance at them. Not only did she refuse to eat, but she also ordered me to leave. How could she send me away? This is my home. I am a young mistress of this estate. Where does she expect me to go? There are so many maidservants and nurses here, and more importantly, that little vixen, Li Xiaohua, is present. Grandmother berated me in anger, and that wretched girl smiled with such delight. The more I speak, the more aggrieved I feel, and I find myself shedding tears once again. Song Shi sighed, perplexed. My foolish daughter, do you not know that your grandmother is unwell? She is coughing, and you present her with mung bean cakes. How could she possibly be happy? Li Qianjiao, feeling disheartened, rubbed her fingers together and murmured, I had no idea she was ill. Oh, you child, Song Shi exclaimed, exasperated. Even if you were unaware of her illness, you should not have brought her mung bean cakes in such cold weather. Mung beans are cooling and only suitable for the sweltering summer. Li Qianjiao gunsada. Recognizing her mother's point, yet a question lingered in her mind. But, mother, you have been recuperating in the Furong courtyard without going out. How do you know grandmother is ill? With a slight smile, Song Shi gently pinched Li Qianjiao and Appo's cheek. Your mother has been managing the household for years. It is not difficult for me to learn of matters from the Lioli courtyard. Li Qianjiao, in a fit of anger, retorted, Mother, you must do something about Li Xiaohua. Her presence in grandmother's heart is overwhelmingly strong, and even the maids and nurses in the Lioli courtyard hold her in great esteem. When I entered the courtyard and saw grandmother holding that concubine's hand so affectionately, I felt deeply unsettled. Reflecting on it now, my defiance towards grandmother stemmed largely from provocation. Idaspiza Li Xiaohua. How dare she usurp my rightful place as the favored granddaughter? I loathe her. If it weren't for her, you and elder brother Wu Ti have had to endure such torment. Suddenly, she remembered something and glared at Song Shi, displeased. Didn't you intend to deal with her before? Yet, instead of managing her, she has only grown stronger. Mother, you overthought the situation. Your delay allowed her to flourish while I was restrained from acting. Listening to Li Qianjiao and Appo's words, Song Shi and Appo's expression gradually darkened. What do you know, child? She admonished. With a fierce glare, Song Shi silenced Li Qianjiao, who immediately lowered her head. The anger coursed through Song Shi, yet upon seeing her daughter helplessness, her heart softened. Her daughter, the most beautiful woman in Northern Wei, deserved reverence and admiration. How could she bow her head, pressing her temples? Song Shi strove to contain her anger as she explained, Qinjiao, in terms of experience and patience, you are still lacking compared to me. I have had to consider many aspects before making decisions. I understand you feel discontent and unhappy now, but the more turbulent the situation, the more you must maintain your composure. Acting in haste will only make it easier for others to seize upon your weaknesses, leaving you with no chance of recovery. Li Qinjiao licked her lips, seeming to recognize her missteps. Her gaze shifted, avoiding Song Shi's. Just as she contemplated speaking, the loud voice of Lin Mama echoed from outside. Li Qinjiao and Song Shi exchanged glances and instinctively stepped outside. Upon emerging, they witnessed a kitchen maid hastily retreating while Lin Mama berated her with a plate of food in hand, marching after her. Li Qinjiao opened her mouth to inquire about the commotion, but Song Shi raised her hand to signal her to stop, shaking her head. Li Vianjiao furuit hadbroth. Puzzled by the situation, recognizing her confusion, Song Shi pulled her into a room to avoid prying ears from the walls. Once inside, Li Qinjiao curiously asked Mother, "Why is Lin Mama scolding the kitchen maid?" With a heavy sigh, Song Shi released the pent-up frustration within her. Since that heartless widow Qin returned from her family, the old lady has entrusted her with managing all household affairs. Since taking charge, she has exerted her authority, cutting corners wherever possible. Given our past grievances, her actions are hardly surprising. Perhaps she is planning to stir up further trouble. Li Qinjiao clenched her fists, her face paling. "Mother, I shall inform father at once." That audacious widow. Chapter 71. What's what? Just as Li Qinjiao was about to depart, Madame Song swiftly restrained her, urging, "Do not go." Parpliet, Li Vianjiao furuit hadburot. Mother, do you intend to suffer in silence? Qin Shi is merely a woman who has lost her husband. Are we truly meant to be wary of her? Madame Song exhaled deeply, lamenting her daughter and Appos. Esnavet. She endeavored to placate Li Qinjiao, saying, "Listen closely to what I have to impart. Though I may not be a murderer, they have long since cast me as such. Neither the old madam nor your father desires to see me. They begrudge even a mere audience, let alone my seeking them out to lodge a complaint. They are consumed by their anger. Despite Jinru's status as a daughter of a concubine, she remains their granddaughter and daughter. Complaining would prove futile, for they might deem a bit of hardship for you as inconsequential." Li Qinjiao and Appos' eyes welled with tears, her heart filled with loathing for Li Shuyuan, whom she perceived as the source of all adversity. She gazed at Madame Song with remorse, confessing, "Mother, I was unaware of your precarious situation. I even spoke to you in such a manner just now." Madame Song asserted sternly, "Tears are forbidden. As my daughter, you must possess composure and confront life and Appos' vicissitudes with equanimity. Such a trivial matter should not elicit such a reaction. You lack my fortitude." Li Qinjiao wiped away her impending tears, realizing the disparity between her temperament and that of her mother. She earnestly avowed, "Mother, I must indeed emulate you." Despite her declaration, she voiced her discontent. "Surely, we cannot allow ourselves to be perpetually victimized. Mother." Her intent was to incite Madame Song to retaliate. Madame Song's lips curved into a composed smile, signifying patience. "These matters are not for your involvement. Heed my counsel. Dedicate yourself to playing the zither and mastering needlework within the confines of your minion courtyard. The palace banquet for the new year is but a few months away. At the banquet, exhibit your finest qualities. Your father has mentioned the emperor's intention to select consorts. With your natural grace, coupled with your beauty and your father's stature, you are certain to be chosen." Li Qinjiao demurred, "Mother, I implore you to permit my participation. You have stated that I am destined to enter the palace as a consort. If I do not learn the necessary skills by your side, will I not become an easy target upon entering the palace? In the harem, ruthlessness is essential for maintaining one's position. Within those towering walls, there is no right or wrong, only those who manage to survive unscathed. Ruthlessness requires the means to be ruthless. Otherwise, I fear I shall live in perpetual trepidation." Madame Song blinked, her intention having always been to shield her child from the taint of bloodshed, desiring her to remain untainted and free from infamy. However, upon hearing her daughter's words, she conceded their validity. Overprotection, she realized, was not invariably beneficial. Yet, she resolved to keep her daughter in suspense, lest she act impulsively and fall prey to Li Shuyuan and Amp Oppo's machinations. After careful deliberation, she slowly conceded, "Qianjiao, your words hold merit, but allow me time to consider." Li Qianjiao persisted, "Mother, I am capable." Madame Song interjected, "I am aware of your capabilities, and I have not forbidden your participation." Li Qianjiao stamped her foot, her brow furrowed. "But will you ultimately permit my involvement, and when will you reach a decision?" Madame Song's countenance hardened. "Impatience is detrimental. Haste invites disaster. How can I entrust you with participation?" Li Qianjiao was infuriated, but in the face of Madame Song's dominance, she swallowed her retorts. Turning her face towards the doorway, she declared with disappointment, "If you will not permit my involvement, then so be it. I shall return." With that, she flounced away, not waiting for Madame Song to detain her. As she departed, the 6 maids who had been kneeling on the ground dared to rise and hastily followed her. Madame Song hastened after her, calling out Qianjiao. Li Qianjiao did not respond, nor did she turn back. Madame Song halted, gazing at the retreating figure, and sighed. Li Qianjiao hurried away from Liuli courtyard, colliding with Li Shuyuan. Upon seeing Li Shuyuan, Li Qianjiao paused. Li Shuyuan also stopped, and the 2 women exchanged glances in silence, the air crackling with animosity. While they remained composed, their maids trembled with apprehension. Li Shuyuan's gaze lingered on Li Qianjiao's face, prompting her to remark, "Indeed, a beautiful visage, worthy of the title of the foremost beauty of Beiwei. Why do you stare at me, you wretch?" Li Qianjiao retorted with unbridled fury. "Dare to, and I will gouge out your eyes." In the absence of elders, she felt no restraint in her words, unleashing a torrent of verbal abuse aimed at wounding Li Shuyuan. Li Shuyuan remained unfazed, instead exclaiming with delight as if discovering honey, "Elder sister, where is your customary pretense of virtue and magnanimity? Your intemperate demeanor is truly remarkable. The sight of you shedding your mask before me today surpasses even the beauty of your face." Li Qianjiao was incensed. She glared at Li Shuyuan, retorting, "You deserve to remain an imbecile and a good-for-nothing for life. You are but a dog, opening your mouth and exerting yourself to ingratiate yourself with grandmother, only to attain your present existence. Why do you have to judge me? You are but a base-born cur-born to a lowly seamstress. Were it not for you, I would not be in this predicament." Li Qianjiao's thoughts raced back to the recent events, fueling her rage. She charged forward, her eyes wide with fury, and raised her hand to strike Li Shuyuan. The force of her hand slicing through the air stirred Li Shuyuan's bangs. As the slap loomed, Huier emitted a scream, and Zijing swallowed nervously. Realizing Li Qianjiao and Amp Oppo's intent to strike, she prepared to intervene, but recalling Li Shuyuan and Amp Oppo's martial arts training, her shoulders relaxed. As expected, just as the slap was a mere centimeter from her cheek, Li Qianjiao's wrist was effortlessly seized by Li Shuyuan. Li Qianjiao's bro furuba, and she struggled with all her might, but to no avail. She roared, "What kind of wild thing are you? How dare you seize my hand?" Li Shuyuan suddenly smiled sinisterly, an unsettling expression that sent a shiver down Li Qianjiao and Oppo's spine. Instinctively sensing danger, she struggled more frantically. With a sudden surge of force, Li Shuyuan inflicted excruciating pain on Li Qianjiao, as if dislocating her hand. Li Qianjiao cried out in agony. Li Shuyuan pinned her shoulders, forcing her to meet her gaze. At that moment, Li Shuyuan coldly uttered, "I not only dare to seize your hand, but I also dare to," with 2 resounding slaps. Li Qianjiao cried out in shock, 2 distinct palm prints appearing on her fair skin. She covered her cheeks, staring at Li Shuyuan in disbelief, her ears ringing and her vision blurring. Through Li Shuyuan and Amp Oppo's multiplying image, she saw her lips move, and then she heard the words, "I also dare to strike you." Chapter 72. The innocent suffer. I harbor an intense disdain for those weaker than myself who exhibit arrogance in my presence. and an even greater loathing for those feeble souls who dare to assault me. This time, consider it a mere lesson, should you raise your hand against me again. I shall break whichever hand it may be. The proclamation, laced with an undeniable aura of authority, reverberated in the air. Before Li Qianjiao could fully comprehend the situation, Li Xiuhuan turned her head to Huer and Zijing and simply uttered, "Let us go." Huer and Zijing, unable to contain their delight, exchanged knowing smiles and promptly trailed after Li Xiuhuan. Li Qianjiao and Appo's maidservants were thoroughly terrified, their faces paling as they confirmed Li Xiuhuan had departed before they collectively exhaled in relief and rushed to assess Li Qianjiao's injuries. After squinting her eyes to steady herself, Li Qianjiao furiously shoved several maidservants aside, exclaiming, "Get away from me!" With that, she stormed off in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, Huier and Zijing, reveling in the aftermath, shared glances filled with mirth as they followed Li Xiuhuan. In their exuberance, they failed to notice that Li Xiuhuan had halted, resulting in a comical collision between the two. "Ah! Oh!" They both gasped, exchanging glances and instinctively rubbing their foreheads. Li Xiuhuan turned around, unable to suppress a laugh. "You too. Ha ha!" Huier and Zijing joined in the laughter, their eyes sparkling with joy. "Miss, you were truly magnificent today. It was so satisfying." Li Xiuhuan, with a hint of pride, replied, "Of course. Your miss is not someone to be trifled with." Their laughter deepened, faces glowing with pride as the sense of humiliation they once felt faded away, replaced by a liberating exhilaration. Suddenly, Zijing's smile faltered as she hesitantly inquired, "Miss, do you think the eldest young lady will report this to the old lady or the master?" Li Xiuhuan shrugged nonchalantly, expressing her hope that she would. If she lacks even a modicum of sense and is unafraid of collateral damage, then let her. Zijing pondered this, concluding that Li Qianjiao was indeed the instigator and would likely not gain any favor for making a report. Moreover, the scandal surrounding her mother, Song, had tarnished the Li family's reputation, inciting the ire of both the old lady and the master. Any attempt to stir trouble would only lead to greater disdain. Reassured, she gazed at Li Xiuhuan with admiration. "Miss, you are formidable." Li Xiuhuan chuckled. "If you two continue to flatter me, I might just float away." Huier and Zijing erupted into laughter, their bodies shaking with mirth. As night fell, a pigeon quietly landed on the window of Chuan. Li Xiuhuan rubbed her hands together, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she inquired, "Who wishes to indulge in roasted pigeon?" Upon hearing her call, Huier and Zijing hurried to the window, only to witness Li Xiuhuan capturing the pigeon with her bare hands. Surprisingly, the bird did not flutter at all during the capture. After gently stroking its head, Li Xiuhuan prepared to pluck its feathers. Zijing, noticing something peculiar about the pigeon and Appo's feet, cautioned, "Miss, perhaps you should reconsider roasting this pigeon." Li Xiuhuan blinka innocently. "Do you truly believe I appear to be a virtuous vegetarian?" "Miss, you're certainly not a vegetarian," Zijing replied, shaking her head while gesturing for Li Xiuhuan to observe the pigeon's feet. "Look over there." Following Zijing's gaze, Li Xiuhuan noticed a string attached to the pigeon's leg, realizing it was a messenger pigeon. At that moment, she understood that only one person was aware of her presence here. If it were not for something of utmost importance, he would not resort to sending a message via pigeon. Her expression grew grave as she removed the envelope, instructing Zijing to feed the pigeon some corn and water before stepping aside to read its contents. Upon opening the letter, her countenance darkened further. She crumpled the envelope in her hand, igniting a candle flame. Holding the envelope near the fire, the flickering light reflected in her dark eyes, momentarily illuminating her troubled thoughts. It was not until the heat reached her fingertips, causing a sharp pain, that she snapped back to reality, quickly withdrawing her hand. She blinked, dismissing the burn, and gazed out at the moonlit night. The once frigid heart of hers began to thaw, gradually infused with hope and warmth as she contemplated the message. That night, Li Xiuhuan slept more soundly than she had in many moons. As dawn broke, the sun and Appo's rays gently illuminated the ground. causing the thick blanket of snow to melt away like a serpent slithering through the landscape. Li Xiuhuan nestled deeper under her covers, suddenly feeling the sunlight and Appo's brightness piercing her eyelids. She smacked her lips and squinted, preparing to stretch when a realization struck her, prompting her to leap from her bed. The commotion drew the attention of Zhenxi, who was busy with chores. "Miss, what troubles you?" she inquired. Li Xiuhuan glanced at the window, deep in thought. What hour could it be? Recognizing her concern, Zhenxi smiled softly. "Miss, are you worried about missing the time to pay respects to the old lady?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiuhuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yawning, she feigned a desire to return to sleep. Did someone from grandmother and Appo's side come by? Indeed, Mississippi Granny Way just visited our courtyard, mentioning that the old lady intends to meditate today and has instructed everyone to refrain from entering the Lioli courtyard. Li Xiuhuan yawned once more, contemplating, perhaps the old lady simply wishes to avoid the sight of certain individuals. Zhenxi steadied herself, gazing thoughtfully at Li Xiuhuan, seemingly hesitant to speak. Li Xiuhuan, noticing her demeanor, encouraged, "If you have something to say, please do not hesitate. You are an important person to me." Zhenxi felt a warmth swell in her heart at Li Xiuhuan and Appo's words. Once, serving the old lady in the Lioli courtyard, she had commanded respect from the other maidservants. Yet it had never brought her joy. Since being assigned to serve the third young lady, despite often facing bullying, her heart felt anchored. Her thoughts constantly drifted towards Li Xiuhuan, and she found joy in countless moments shared with her. Having such a mistress was truly a stroke of fortune. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, making her dark irises shine even brighter as she met Li Xiuhuan and Appo's gaze and began to speak freely. "Miss, the old lady and Appo's reluctance to see visitors is not out of disdain. I heard from a maidservant who once served alongside me that the old lady has fallen ill. Early this morning, the master personally sought out the doctor to attend to her in the Lioli courtyard. Her cough has worsened in recent days, and last night, she coughed up thick phlegm tinged with blood." Chapter 73. A war of words. Li Xiuhuan furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the wooden table, lost in thought. Her expression was heavy, imbued with unspoken worries. After a moment, her lips parted slightly. "I wish to visit the old matriarch." "Miss, the madam has already gone to the Lioli courtyard ahead of you," Zhenxi replied, pausing slightly before continuing. "Queen Appo's happened to see her while passing by the Farong courtyard." Li Xiuhuan relaxed her brow, shadows cascading down her eyelids as dappled light danced upon her feather-like lashes, adding a touch of ethereal beauty. She murmured softly, "Has Song and Appo's injury healed so swiftly? That seems implausible." A faint smile crossed her lips, perhaps after being deprived of provisions by Qin. "Song is eager to please the old matriarch, even before her wounds have fully mended. Desperation drives one to do anything. Now that Song has begun to take action, her intentions are evidently clear. She seeks to reclaim authority. It's likely that her attempts to curry favor extend beyond the old matriarch to Li Xiuda as well. Being prepared for both outcomes means she stands to gain, and if all goes as anticipated, her methods will only grow more extreme, as she would stop at nothing." Suddenly, Li Xiuhuan raised her gaze, her bright eyes contemplative. Stretching her limbs lazily, she addressed Zhenxi. "The sun shines brilliantly today. The performances must be splendid. Shall we take a stroll together?" Zhenxi blinked in surprise, but quickly nodded. "Indeed, miss, we should venture outside." Li Xiuhuan smiled. Zhenxi is indeed perceptive. As they passed the Farong courtyard, an unusual silence enveloped the area, starkly contrasting the usual vibrancy. This was attributed not only to the recent disciplinary measures, but also to the diminished favor Li Xiuda held for Song. Previously, regardless of his discontent with her, he would maintain appearances, but now he seemed indifferent even in the presence of others. The death of Li Jinru had profoundly impacted Song. Could she not garner favor from the old matriarch after failing to do so with Li Xiuda? Li Xiuhuan was curious to observe Song's demeanor before the old matriarch. As they approached the Lioli courtyard, a throng emerged, and at the forefront stood Song, clad in muted attire today. It was a stark contrast to her usual vibrant red garments, suggesting ulterior motives. However, despite her apparent efforts. It was clear the old matriarch remained unfazed. Her once dignified visage was now shrouded in an ominous gloom. Li Xiuhuan greeted her with a radiant smile, respectfully calling out, "Mother." From a distance, Song had already spotted Li Xiuhuan, and upon closer proximity, her countenance darkened ominously. Her face seemed to have been tainted with soot, and her penetrating gaze scrutinized Li Xiuhuan with palpable disdain. This disdain was unmasked, a remnant of the earlier incident when Li Xiuhuan had struck Li Qianjiao, which Song had learned about. Enraged, she had nearly stormed into the Chuyu courtyard to confront Li Xiuhuan, but ultimately restrained herself, opting to avoid unnecessary conflict given the current trying circumstances. Yet, the resentment simmered within her, and now that they were face to face, it was time to confront Li Xiuhuan. "Xiuhuan, where do you think you're going?" she inquired coolly. Li Xiuhuan let out a cold scoff internally, but maintained a respectful facade, replying, "To visit grandmother." Song's gaze ignited with fury, her voice seething. "Are you unaware that your grandmother is ill? Do you not grant her a moment's respite? She requires tranquility, and your visit is nothing short of a disturbance. You, as her granddaughter, appear devoid of conscience." Her words dripped with venom, her teeth clenched. "The second concubine may be of low birth and ignorant of the household's decorum, but you should know better. You have been raised in this household since birth. How can you fail at such a simple task? You disgrace the dignity of a proper lady." Li Xiuhuan stood composed, her serene gaze lingering on Song's haggard face. She relished the sight of Song's facade crumbling. If Song did not tear away her hypocritical mask, her retorts would lack impact. With a measured tone, Li Xiuhuan delivered a decisive blow. "You are my mother. Though you did not give birth to me, you raised me. Every word and action of mine reflects your teachings. If I lack the grace of a refined lady, it is a reflection of you. Perhaps this is what others mean by a flawed foundation leads to a crooked beam. The sensation of inflicting harm while suffering collateral damage is utterly satisfying." Observing Song's reaction, her brows knit tightly, her sharp gaze fixated on Li Xiuhuan as if she wished to bore through her very essence. After a moment's pause, Song's lips curled in a sardonic grimace, truly a sharp tongue. Yet, as the saying goes, an orange grown in Huainan is sweet, while one grown in the north is bitter. One's intrinsic qualities are inherent from birth. Zijing, standing behind Li Xiuhuan, felt the tension rise, her heart racing for Li Xiuhuan. How could one respond to such barb remarks? Just then, she heard Li Xiuhuan and Amp, Oppo's voice. "Mother, since we were discussing bloodlines, I believe I am also my father and Amp, Oppo's daughter, correct? As the saying goes, Nezer returned the bones to his father and the flesh to his mother. My body flows with my father's blood. Is there not a trace of his demeanor and essence within me?" Song's face paled, almost choking on her words. Zijing, hearing this, couldn't suppress a smile. "Li Xiuhuan," Song shouted, her eyes wide in fury, as if she could devour Li Xiuhuan whole. "You dare to retort. It is the duty of the younger generation to listen to their elders. What are you to challenge me?" Li Xiuhuan remained unruffled, undaunted by Song's fury. A radiant smile revealed her pearly white teeth as she replied brightly, "What am I, indeed? Perhaps we should ask my father together and see how he responds. If he claims he is a lemon, then I too am a lemon. If he declares himself a peach, then I shall be a peach. I wonder, mother, do you possess the courage to accompany me?" Song's teeth ground together, her eyes blazing with ire. She raised her hand, poised to strike Li Xiuhuan's cheek. A sharp gust of wind accompanied her movement, stirring a lock of hair. As Song's hand approached, Li Xiuhuan remained unperturbed, yet Song's expression shifted dramatically, her face turning as pale as paper, the fire in her eyes replaced by anguish. Chapter 74. Ruthless and unyielding in the reflection of those pain-laden eyes. Li Xiuhuan appeared radiant, her smile as vibrant as flowers, yet her gaze was sharp as a wolf and Oppo's hiss. "Mother, let us speak calmly. Resorting to violence betrays the dignity of a matriarch." Song stared at her arm, firmly grasped by Li Xiuhuan, the fair skin already reddening from the grip. She hissed in a low voice, "Someone seize this audacious creature." As she spoke, a group rushed towards Li Xiaoran, only to be deftly kicked aside by her. Zhenxi did not remain idle either. After Li Xiaoran dispatched the maidservants, she charged forward, pushing them down and striking fiercely while they were off balance. Observing Zhenxi's ferocity, Li Xiaoran chuckled, proud of her resolute servant. The cries of the maidservants echoed, and Song watched in astonishment as she realized Li Xiaoran possessed significant strength. With a mere kick, the maidservants were sent flying. The anguished shrieks filled her with a sense of unease. Just then, the pain in her arm intensified, and she scolded Li Xiaoran, "Let go of me, you wretched child." Her tone was far from that of someone still recovering from an injury. Li Xiaoran, perturbat, smiled sweetly while tightening her grip on Song's delicate arm, twisting it with force. Song gasped, a look of disbelief crossing her face. Li Xiaoran's smile, devoid of warmth, instilled genuine fear within Song. It was a chilling expression, as though she could effortlessly end her life with that very smile. "If you plead for mercy now, I shall release you," Li Xiaoran said, her smile unsettling. "Mother, inflicting pain is unpleasant. Next time you wish to strike someone, perhaps consider whether they are a soft target." Song struggled, her gaze fixed on Li Xiaoran, who met her stare with serene clarity. "I'm barefoot, while you are shod. You hold no fear over me. Respecting you is a favor. Do not overstep your bounds, relying on your status as an elder to suppress me. You are no longer the matriarch in power. What difference is there between you and a toothless tiger? No matter how you bare your fangs before me, you possess no intimidation." Pausing, she continued, "I believe you ought to recognize the wisdom of yielding to circumstances." With that, she increased her grip, squeezing the fair skin once more. Song winced, her arm now bruised and throbbing painfully. "Li Xiaoran, release me." This is the height of audacity. Frustration surged within her, regretting her earlier hesitance to deal decisively with the Zheng mother and daughter. Had she acted with resolve, she would not now face this situation, where Li Xiaoran had transformed from a fledgling into a soaring hawk. With each struggle, Li Xiaoran and Appo's grip only tightened further. "If you do not beg for mercy, do not blame me for leaving scars on those hands of yours," she warned coldly. Song, refusing to relent, continued to fight back, only to find herself subjected to Li Xiaoran's relentless torment. One arm was twisted forcefully, and with a sickening crack, she stared in disbelief at Li Xiaoran, who seemed resolute. Faced with the prospect of injury, Song, in desperation, began to plead, "Let go of me." Li Xiaoran and Appo's gaze was piercing as she replied, "What I want to hear from you is the phrase, 'Spare me.'" Song's face flushed with rage, her skin alternating between red and purple as she struggled to contain her fury. "On my hand," she gasped, realizing that if this continued, her limb might be rendered useless. Confronting Li Xiaoran head-on was a losing battle, and to protect her hands, she reluctantly uttered, "Spare me." Closing her eyes, she could not bear the strange looks from the maidservants. Upon hearing Song and Appo's plea, Li Xiaoran burst into laughter, a sound reminiscent of a wicked specter, utterly malevolent. "Spare you? Who has ever spared my cherished ones?" Though she spoke with a smile, the glimmer of tears in her eyes conveyed a profound sorrow. Song was utterly perplexed, her brow furrowing in confusion as she regarded Li Xiaoran and Appo's complex expression. What did she mean by my cherished ones? It was true that the Zheng family had suffered at their hands, but those were merely the Zhengs. Who were the cherished ones? Regardless, her arm was at stake. She needed Li Xiaoran to relent. "Li Xiaoran, will you not release me?" Li Xiaoran paused, her tranquil gaze drifting over Song's desperate demeanor. Nonchalantly, she relinquished her grip, casting a glance at the pained maidservants on the ground. "I have released you. Now, how do you intend to handle this matter? Oh, by the way, I presume you now lack the courage to even enter my father's study? I suggest you inform my father of this incident, and do remember to communicate it to grandmother as well." Li Xiaoran's words pierced Song's heart like daggers. An overwhelming tide of emotion surged within her. Had it not been for Li Xiaoran's malicious scheming, she would not have fallen to such depths of disdain from her husband and mother-in-law, nor would she have lost her authority. The more she contemplated, the more infuriated she became, and she longed to slap Li Xiaoran across the face. However, just as she raised her hand, a sudden realization struck her, and she quickly lowered it. With a fierce glare, she glowered at Li Xiaoran, seething. "You are truly diabolical." Never had she imagined that the once ineffectual Li Xiaoran would evolve into such a cunning and ruthless individual. The thought that she now resembled a venomous serpent, struck at her most vulnerable point, was almost too much to bear. Li Xiaoran was well aware that the old matriarch and lord were in a foul mood. Any comments made now would only exacerbate the situation. She would not receive mercy and could even face punishment despite being in the right. Clenching her fists, all her resentment coalesced within, and as she inhaled, the veins on her neck swelled, twisting and writhing with rage. Though she had 1,000 words to convey to Li Xiaoran, they ultimately crystallized into a single warning. Do not be too arrogant. It is the one who laughs last who possesses true power. Just wait and see, Li Xiaoran. Li Xiaoyu was composed, a faint smile playing on her lips. Abruptly, she leaned in close to Song Shi, who instinctively recoiled. Xiaoyu grasped Song Shi and Appo's shoulders, preventing her from moving, and whispered hotly into her ear. "I desire you to meet your demise with a smile, rather than in tears." Song Shi froze, a shadow clouding her eyes. Before she could react, Xiaoyu shoved her forcefully, sending her staggering back several paces before she regained her balance. In a daze, she saw Xiaoyu and Appo's fiendish grin as she turned towards the old madam. With Xiaoyu and Appo's departure, the maids and matrons on the ground finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their garments bore the marks of shoes, and their faces and arms were bruised. Still sprawled on the ground, they attempted to rise, but their bodies ached too much to move. Song Shi, already consumed by rage, was further incensed by their pained expressions. "A gaggle of incompetence," she roared. The maids and matrons, terrified, ignored their aches and scrambled to their feet. Meanwhile, Zijing, who had dealt with them, trailed behind Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu strolled along, remarking, "Zijing, I didn't amp. Appo's, to realize you were such a formidable fighter." Her eyes sparkled with amusement. Zijing giggled, her eyes shining. "Like mistress, like maid. If I possessed martial prowess, I would have encouraged you to deal with them personally." Xiaoyu chuckled. "Indeed, like mistress, like maid." She settled into a pavilion and said to Zijing, "Tonight, I shall roast a pigeon for you." Zijing blinked, perplexed. "My dear mistress, that was a carrier pigeon," she reminded her. Xiaoyu tilted her head, equally puzzled. "Indeed, did I mention roasting the carrier pigeon for you?" Zijing paused, considered, and then shook her head. Xiaoyu playfully tapped Zijing's forehead, scolding, "Silly girl." Zijing winced, clutching the spot where Xiaoyu had struck her. "Mistress, your martial arts are a bit heavy-handed. That hurt. Please be gentler next time. This is my final request before I am struck again." Xiaoyu cast a sidelong glance at Zijing. "Are you prepared?" Zijing looked blank. Xiaoyu feigned innocence, batting her eyelashes. "I and Appo's am about to strike you." Zijing jolted, and before she could think, she bolted. Xiaoyu watched her flee, her laughter echoing through the air. As she laughed, she sensed a powerful presence approaching. Her smile faltered, and the corners of her lips drooped. She turned towards the aura and saw Prince Chun, resplendent in dark blue robes, his eyes gleaming, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yuan Xian walked towards Xiaoyu, radiating charm like a spring breeze. His gaze was fixed on her, her arched eyebrows like distant, misty mountains, her eyes conveying both joy and sorrow, her delicate lips, her skin like freshly peeled lychees, her aura as radiant as peach blossoms. She was an unmatched beauty, captivating and independent. Before meeting Xiaoyu, he had found Li Qianjiao attractive, but now he found Xiaoyu even more alluring. He admired intelligent women, women who could serve as his right hand and his confidant. He had no interest in women who relied solely on their beauty to gain favor and fortune. He wanted a woman like Xiaoyu, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, not dependent on him, but fighting alongside him. Xiaoyu rose, adopting a respectful and humble demeanor, and curtsied to Yuan Xian. "Greetings, Prince Chun." Yuan Xian reached out to take Xiaoyu's hand, but she swiftly withdrew it. Her expression was guarded, but she offered an excuse. "Has Prince Chun been drinking today?" Yuan Xian cleared his throat and retracted his hand. He showed no embarrassment and instead laughed heartily. I haven and oppose. Tea been drinking, but the sight of the third miss has made me lightheaded. I hope the third miss will not take offense and will forgive my forwardness. Xiaoyu offered a faint smile. Prince Chun is jesting. Yuan Xian fell silent, his eyes burning with determination, like a hunter eyeing his prey. He had come for one person only, Li Xiaoyu. His lips parted, and he said, I have come to invite you to my residence to appreciate the plum blossoms. Other young ladies from various households will also be there. Xiaoyu frowned, wondering what Yuan Xian was up to. Why would he suddenly invite her to view plum blossoms? He must have an ulterior motive. She was merely a concubine's daughter from the Zhenxi General's manor, a status of little use to him. Until she understood his intentions, it was best to remain cautious. After a moment's consideration, she declined. Prince Chun, I fear I must decline your invitation. My grandmother has been coughing incessantly and is in poor health. I wish to personally attend to her and administer her medicine. I appreciate Prince Chun and Appo's kindness, but I must disappoint you. Prince Chun frowned slightly, displeased by Xiaoyu and Appo's refusal. Xiaoyu noticed his displeasure, but her face remained serene, as if she were not the one who had caused it. Her aloof indifference did not escape Yuan Xian and Appo's notice, and he felt a surge of frustration. Xiaoyu and Appo's distant and proud demeanor made him feel out of control again. If he were to invite other young ladies from prominent families, they would be overjoyed, practically throwing themselves at him. But Xiaoyu had refused. Xiaoyu yawned, and as she turned her head, Yuan Xian's voice rang out. The third miss in Appo's filial piety is commendable. In that case, I shall not force the issue. Xiaoyu feigned regret. I am truly sorry to disappoint Prince Chun. I shall invite you for tea another time. Prince Chun, who had been somewhat disappointed, brightened up at this. However, the joy was fleeting, and Xiaoyu caught the flicker of emotion in his eyes. She realized that Yuan Xian was adept at controlling his expressions. Not wanting to linger, Xiaoyu excused herself with a blank expression. If Prince Chun has no further business, I shall take my leave. Chapter 76. What is there to fear? Yuan Xuanqing moved his lips, attempting to articulate his thoughts, yet as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself at a loss for how to express his desire to retain her. Ultimately, his hesitant utterance transformed into, since that is the case, I shall take my leave as well. Li Xiaoran nodded in agreement, and both turned in unison, embarking in opposite directions. Zijing hastened to catch up, positioning herself cautiously behind Li Xiaoran. With a hint of trepidation, she addressed her, Miss, I find Chen Wang rather peculiar. What do you mean? It seems to me that his visit was solely intended for you, with a rather straightforward aim. He wishes for you to visit his royal residence. Although he claims to have invited other young ladies, his true inclination rests upon you. But why would he wish for your presence? I am but a concubine. I hold no value for him, and therefore, I doubt any ulterior motives would pertain to me. Miss, I believe you are far better suited to the Regent Prince. Li Xiaoran could not help but ponder the truth in Zijing's words. Yuan Xuanqing was indeed acting strangely. In the past, he had visited the Li residence primarily to seek out Li Qianjiao, yet now, it was unmistakably her he was pursuing. Surely, after only a few encounters, Yuan Xuanqing could not have developed an affection for her. It was more likely that she possessed something he desired. With her chin resting on her intertwined fingers, she appeared languid, yet her mind was abuzz with contemplation. She had initially intended to attend a performance at the Lioli courtyard that day, but alas, her plans had fallen through, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Just then, Zijing's voice pierced through her thoughts. Miss, something is amiss. Li Xiaoran furrowed her brow. Zijing was typically composed and measured. What could have transpired? Zijing rushed to the threshold, panting heavily. Upon seeing Li Xiaoran, she swallowed hard before continuing. Miss, the master has sent for you. Li Xiaoran's brow creased. A summons at this hour could hardly bode well. It was likely that Songshi had gone to lodge a complaint. If that were the case, so be it. She felt no fear. A steady determination glimmered in her eyes as she smiled. Let them come. I am eager to witness how Songshi will present her grievances. After all, the scales of justice did not solely favor her adversary. Accompanied by Zijing, Li Xiaoran approached Li Xiaoda, only to find that Songshi was conspicuously absent. This absence suggested that Songshi had not come to complain. Given this, What could be the purpose of Li Xioda's summons? Upon seeing Li Xioda's countenance, a wave of revulsion washed over her. His eyes evoked memories she wished to forget, and her fists tightened in her sleeves. The veins on the back of her hands bulging as her shoulders trembled with suppressed rage. She endeavored to regain her composure, striving to present a semblance of normalcy before Li Xioda. With her neck elegantly poised, she inhaled deeply, steadying her nerves before approaching him with poise. Li Xioda regarded Li Xiaoran with pursed lips, his expression devoid of warmth. "Please, take a seat," he stated flatly. Li Xiaoran paused, taken aback. Was Li Xioda truly extending such kindness? Sensing her skepticism, he remarked, "Did you not hear me?" "Father, I heard you," she replied, her disbelief evident. After all, she was not hard of hearing. She settled into a chair and, adopting a serious demeanor, inquired, "May I ask why you have summoned me, father? If it is not regarding Song Shi, then what could it possibly concern?" Li Xioda, momentarily at a loss for words, hesitated. It was preferable for Song Shi to handle matters of marriage, yet his recent encounters with her had left him feeling irritable, compelling him to speak directly to his daughter. He took a seat and, without preamble, declared, "Chun Wang has sought me out. He wishes to propose marriage to you. What are your thoughts on the matter?" Li Xioda and Appo's expression was one of resignation as he spoke. Li Xiaoran raised an eyebrow, her demeanor unruffled. "As for matters of marriage, it is customary for parents to arrange such affairs. I shall abide by your decision, father." Beside her, Zhenxi cast a furtive glance at Li Xiaoran, her heart heavy with concern. She harbored no desire for her lady to wed Chun Wang. In her estimation, the Regent Prince was far more suitable. Li Xioda, like Zhenxi, found Li Xiaoran inscrutable. She feigned innocence, appearing as though the subject of marriage did not pertain to her at all. Li Xioda felt a pressing weight upon him. He rubbed his temples and, after a moment, opened his eyes, his irises tinged with crimson. "Whom do you truly favor?" Li Xiaoran lowered her gaze, as anticipated. The reason Li Xioda had summoned her was that he sought to navigate the treacherous waters of favoring either Yuan Junlan or Yuan Xuanqing. The entire household was aware of Yuan Junlan's recent generous gesture of sending precious items to the Chu Yuyuan, and Li Xioda had previously sought her opinion on the matter. It was evident to anyone with eyes that Yuan Junlan had intentions toward her. Now, with Yuan Xuanqing inserting himself into the equation, Li Xioda was undoubtedly perplexed. The girl he had long overlooked was suddenly the object of affection for two powerful princes, while his own beautiful elder daughter seemed to inspire no such interest. How curious indeed. Catching Li Xioda's gaze, Li Xiaoran deftly sidestepped the topic. "Father, I have yet to come of age. Is it not premature to discuss marriage?" When Li Xioda remained silent, Li Xiaoran invoked her grandmother. "Grandmother has assured me that she will find me a suitable match." Upon hearing this, Li Xioda's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Just as he began to ease, however, his expression darkened once more. His forehead creased with a deep furrow. "I still believe it unwise. Both the Regent Prince and Chun Wang harbor interest in you. Indeed, not long ago, Chun Wang subtly hinted at his intentions toward you. Choosing one suitor would inevitably offend the other. If she declined both fathers would be displeased." Li Xiaoran shook her head and playfully retorted, "Father, must you fear offending anyone who comes seeking my hand? You are a dignified general. What is there to fear?" Chapter 77. The Anxieties of Qi People. Li Xioda and Appo's expression darkened as he rebuked, "What do you mean by being fearless? Young girls should refrain from speaking carelessly. Do you not realize that a single thoughtless remark could jeopardize the entire family? Is it truly that grave?" Li Xiaoran replied softly, "It is merely a statement." Was it not precisely because Li Xioda himself had, with a mere utterance, caused the Su family to fade into oblivion? Such a frightened bird, indeed, was a source of amusement. With a serious demeanor, Li Xioda pressed Li Xiaoran. "Do you not have any sense of the severity of the situation? We are in a sensitive period. As a member of the Li family, you must be cautious with your words, both at home and in public. Do you understand?" His gaze was intensely earnest, making it difficult for Li Xiaoran to refrain from nodding. Eventually, she feigned obedience, saying, "Father, I shall remember." Pausing, She continued with clarity in her eyes. Engagements require dowries, and these two princes have indeed sent theirs. Father, why the haste in making a choice? Furthermore, if you feel it is too burdensome, you could report this matter to the emperor for his counsel. Upon hearing Li Xiuerwan's words, Li Xiuda felt as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a clear sky. What a splendid idea, he exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration for his daughter. By shifting the dilemma to the emperor, he cleverly transformed his own burdensome predicament into one that would trouble the emperor instead. How delightful it was to be a hands-off manager. Feeling a rare surge of joy, Li Xiuda chuckled. Let us proceed, as you suggested. Li Xiuerwan smirked inwardly, realizing that Li Xiuda had not summoned her for her choices, but merely to offload his own responsibilities onto her. He cared not for her happiness, but rather sought to avoid offending anyone, pushing the bulk of the responsibility onto others. Such a petty man, willing to sacrifice his own daughter. How noble could he truly be? As matters aligned with Li Xiuda and Amp Appo's wishes, Li Xiuerwan hesitated, then spoke. Father, if there is nothing further, may I take my leave? Lost in thought, Li Xiuda paused, gazing at Li Xiuerwan in confusion before furrowing his brow and irritably inquiring, why are you still here? Li Xiuerwan thought, has Li Xiuda lost his mind? At that moment, Li Xiuda waved his hand impatiently. Go back now. Li Xiuerwan, unperturbed, rose slightly and respectfully addressed Li Xiuda before exiting. As she stepped outside, she overheard Li Xiuda muttering, what time is it? The Wanhua Pavilion. Li Xiuerwan halted, straining to listen, but it appeared Li Xiuda had sensed her presence and ceased speaking. A cold laugh escaped her lips. The Wanhua Pavilion was a den of revelry, where women were known for their artistry rather than their virtue. Had Li Xiuda been lost in thought about one of those women? Perhaps not. The Wanhua Pavilion was also a venue for poetry and prose, and although Li Xiuda was a martial general, his literary talent was not to be underestimated. Resuming her stride, Li Xiuerwan tilted her head and instructed Zhenxi, let us depart. Zhenxi complied, following closely behind. It remained uncertain whether Li Xiuda intended to conceal the matter of the prince and Appo's proposal, or if it was merely an act of discretion on his part. Perhaps he believed that less information would lead to fewer troubles. This was for the best, sparing them from the disturbances of those troublesome specters. Yet, there was one thing that eluded her comprehension. How could Yuan Xuanqing have developed feelings for her? She did not underestimate herself, but she was aware of her limited interactions with him. What was his true intention? Nevertheless, overthinking would only lead to futile worries, which could not resolve anything. Thus, Li Xiuerwan set aside her concerns regarding Yuan Xuanqing and Amp Appo's proposal. After a night in Amp Appo's rest, she learned that the old matriarch had not sent anyone to the Liuli courtyard to pay her respects. Li Xiuerwan speculated that the old matriarch must be unwell, perhaps coughing incessantly. After some contemplation, she decided to visit the Liuli courtyard. After freshening up, she instructed Zhenxi to bring loquat syrup, pear syrup, and honey dates before they set off together. Upon arriving at the Liuli courtyard, before even crossing the threshold, they heard a deep, persistent cough, reminiscent of echoes from empty lungs, making one feel the weight of discomfort in their own chest. Upon noticing Li Xiuerwan, Wei Mama emerged with a bright smile. Third Miss has arrived. It seemed she had been awaiting Li Xiuerwan and Appo's visit, and she promptly called out to the old matriarch, Old Madam, the third Miss is here. With that, Wei Mama guided Li Xiuerwan inside, remarking, Old Madam has missed you dearly since she has been bedridden. Li Xiuerwan and Appo's expression turned anxious. Wei Mama, has the physician seen grandmother? What did he say? Wei Mama responded. The physician diagnosed her with internal coldness and prescribed herbs to dispel it. He recommended that she take a fine powder of licorice daily mixed with 3 parts of children and Amp Appo's urine. I have been preparing the medicine these past few days, and the scent alone is unbearable. It has been quite a hardship for her. After leading Li Xiuerwan inside, Wei Mama excused herself to continue preparing the medicine. Li Xiuerwan hurried to grasp the old matriarch and Appo's hand. Grandmother, I have come to see you. The old matriarch and Appo's eyes seemed veiled, and upon first glancing at Li Xiuerwan, she appeared slightly confused. She struggled to focus on her granddaughter's face. Sensing something was amiss, Li Shirwan forced a smile and sweetly reassured, "Grandmother, it is I, Shirwan. I've come to check on you." Shirwan, the old matriarch and amp. Appo's voice was dry and hollow, echoing from deep within her lungs, evoking sympathy in the listener. She strained to widen her eyes. "You have come?" Li Shirwan nodded. "Grandmother, I am here. How do you feel?" The old matriarch attempted to rise, and Li Shirwan quickly assisted her, propping the pillow upright for her to lean against. Once comfortable, the old matriarch replied, "My health has deteriorated. Old age brings such frailty." Li Shirwan countered, "Grandmother, how can you say such things? May you live as long as the East Sea and be as enduring as the Southern Mountains. Having an elder in the family is like possessing a treasure. Your age does not diminish your worth." The old matriarch could not help but smile, the wrinkles at the corners of her mouth easing into a gentle curve. She patted Li Shirwan and Appo's hand. "You possess such a way with words. Your kind heart is already healing me. Grandmother, I have brought you loquat syrup and pear syrup, both of which are excellent for the lungs." As soon as Li Shirwan finished speaking, the old matriarch gently patted her hand. "You child. In comparison to the legitimate daughter, Li Qinjiao, this illegitimate child far surpassed her in virtue." Li Shirwan and Appo's thoughtful actions deeply moved the old matriarch, who grasped her hand tighter. "I must find a worthy suitor for you. My dear child, it is the least I can do to repay your sincerity." Chapter 78. A displeasing encounter. Xiao Ruo was reluctant to marry, desiring instead to remain by her grandmother's side for all eternity. Li Xiao Ruo grasped the old lady's hand, her gaze sincere. Caring for her grandmother and staying close to her was indeed a privilege. The old lady, taken aback, found herself puzzled. Once again, upon hearing the matter of marriage, the girl and Appo's sentiments were consistent. She wished to continue residing in the Li household. What could be the reason for this? Intrigued, she could not help but inquire why Xiao Ruo wished solely to remain by her side. After all, a woman was destined to marry. Otherwise, upon the cessation of life, she could only be buried in some random plot, never to enter the ancestral grave. Unmarried women faced much disdain. Our forebears' women had never been without husbands. By marrying, one would have the support of the Li family, and no one would dare to bully her. Xiao Ruo smiled lightly, questioning whether no one could truly be bullied. As a daughter born of a lesser branch, she was indeed subject to such treatment. Song Shi had managed to escape peril, solely due to her status as a legitimate daughter of the Song family. Although married off, she remained cherished by her kin. Yet, Xiao Ruo was merely a secondary daughter. What protection could the Li family afford her? While her reasoning for not marrying was not solely based on the prospect of Li family support, this was, nonetheless, a stark reality. Contemplating this internally, she explained to the old lady, "Grandmother, I once encountered a revered monk who foretold that if I were to marry, I would inevitably meet my demise at the hands of my mother-in-law." The old lady was momentarily stunned, falling into silence. She scrutinized Li Xiao Ruo intently, unsure of what she sought to glean from the girl's expression. Clearing her throat, she began to cough violently. Xiao Ruo stepped forward, gently patting the old lady's back just as Wei Momo entered abruptly. In the corner of Xiao Ruo's eye, she noticed a woman carrying a bowl of bitter herbal medicine. The room suffused with its acrid scent. Wei Momo approached the bedside. "Old lady and amp, Appo's, time for your medicine." Xiao Ruo extended her hand to take the bowl from Wei Momo, saying, "Allow me to feed grandmother." Wei Momo glanced at the old lady, who had closed her eyes. Only then did she relinquish the bowl to Xiao Ruo, saying, "Third miss and amp, Appo's, your turn." Xiao Ruo nodded, accepting the bowl and bending down to administer the medicine to the old lady. Just as she was about to scoop the next mouthful, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Xiao Ruo hesitated, and the old lady and Appo's expression darkened. In her line of sight, Song Shi entered gracefully, devoid of any attendants. With an appropriately demure smile, she remarked, "Ah, Xiao Ruo, how commendable of you to show filial piety." Her words, however, were laced with a hint of malice. Xiao Ruo remained silent, yet the old lady's demeanor soured considerably. Song Shi, seemingly oblivious, forcefully snatched the medicine bowl from Xiao Ruo's hands, blowing gently on the contents before offering it to the old lady. The old lady's glare was sharp enough to make Wei Momo break into a cold sweat on behalf of Song Shi. Xiao Ruo cast her eyes downward, appearing as if she bore a grievance, while in truth, a broad smile crept upon her lips. The more Song Shi acted, the more it revealed her fixation on the power to govern the household, indicating her intent to bide her time and prepare for a counterattack. Hence, she hastened to ingratiate herself with the old lady while her injuries had yet to fully heal. However, she seemed oblivious to whether the old lady favored her. The reputation of the Aloof family, in the eyes of scholars, could not be redeemed so easily. Indeed, as she offered the spoon to the old lady, the latter turned her head disdainfully, asking, "What brings you here? Have you finished transcribing the scriptures?" Song Shi cast a glance at Wei Momo, then smiled, responding, "I completed them long ago, mother. I came today upon hearing of your illness. As your daughter-in-law, it is my duty to care for you. If others were to learn of your ailment and that I did not attend to you, they would surely gossip." Song Shi's appeal to reason left the old lady speechless. With a heavy heart, the old lady turned her head back, her expression grim, before reluctantly swallowing the medicine that Song Shi administered. After she drank, a smirk of triumph graced Song Shi's lips, a reflection of her perceived victory. She cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Ruo, seemingly imbued with a provocative undertone. Xiao Ruo inwardly scoffed, stepping aside to observe the unfolding drama. Song Shi, with deliberate slowness, patiently fed the old lady the medicine. Yet the old lady continued to display her displeasure. Unperturbed by the tension, Song Shi recognized that as long as she could approach the old lady, her aversion would gradually dissipate. Suddenly, she remarked, "Mother, your cough has persisted for some time. A while ago, I contemplated making a solitary pilgrimage to Ling'an Temple to pray for your health and peace. However, I heard that heavy snow had blocked the roads, so I abandoned the idea. Fortunately, the roads have reopened in recent days." She glanced at Xiao Ruo, continuing, "I noticed how concerned Xiao Ruo and the other children are for you. I thought, after a while, I could take the ladies of the household to Ling and Appos and Temple to pray for your well-being. What do you think, mother?" The old lady turned to Xiao Ruo, asking, "Xiao Ruo, would you like to go?" Song Shi's expression grew frosty. At that moment, she realized the significance of Qian Jiao's presence. A secondary daughter had suddenly become so important. Xiao Ruo glanced at Song Shi's frigid countenance, smiled, and replied to the old lady, "Grandmother, like mother, I wish for your good health. A trip to Ling and Appos and Temple sounds splendid." The old lady nodded, praising Xiao Ruo. "You are such a dutiful child." Xiao Ruo picked up the sweet dates she had brought from Chu Yu Yuan, cheerfully offering them to the old lady, who squinted her eyes in delight, exclaiming, "So sweet." Song Shi and Appos' teeth clenched tightly together, her anger simmering. It was she who had proposed the visit to Ling and Appos and Temple. Yet the old lady praised Xiao Ruo for her filial piety, as if she were the one who had brought it up. Had the old lady truly been enchanted by Xiao Ruo and Appos' charm, she should have taken decisive action earlier to eliminate this thorn in her side. Previously, she had thought that no matter how formidable Xiao Ruo appeared, she was merely a secondary daughter. Her status dictated that after marriage, she would pose little threat. Yet now, it became painfully clear that she had underestimated Xiao Ruo. Now, Xiao Ruo was a blade poised to strike, ready to deliver a fatal blow. If she were not dealt with, the next to be eliminated would undoubtedly be herself. After countless nights plagued by anxiety due to Xiao Ruo's machinations, Song Shi had no choice but to maintain a facade of cordiality before the old lady and the old master. As Song Shi's mind raced with turmoil, the old lady and Xiao Ruo had already exchanged numerous words. When Song Shi regained her composure, she beheld the smiles on the faces of both the old lady and Xiao Ruo. A bitter sensation welled up within her, and she glared at her own arm, her eyes blazing with fury. "Xiao Ruo, you are truly a master of disguise. Where had the fierce and overbearing demeanor from yesterday vanished to?" Her smile was more sinister than that of a demon. Suppressing the rage threatening to spill over, she stirred the spoon, lifting another spoonful of the bitter medicine, Mother, just a few more sips, and you shall be done. The old lady and Xiao Ruo had been engaged in light-hearted conversation when Song Shi and Appo's abrupt interjection halted their merriment. The old lady's smile faltered, her brows knitting in displeasure. What are you still doing here? Chapter 79. Arrogant Song's throat moved slightly, a wave of embarrassment crossing her face. Regaining her composure, she continued to wear a smile, thickening her skin to appease the old matriarch and create an exit for herself. Mother, I believe you must be weary. I shall take my leave now. Please rest well. She set down her bowl, and as she was about to depart, she seemed to recall something. Turning to Li Shirwan, she said, Shirwan, accompany your mother out to avoid disturbing your grandmother and Appo's rest. She requires tranquility. Li Shirwan hesitated, about to respond, but unexpectedly, the old matriarch spoke first. Shirwan, remain. Song and Appo's expression grew colder, and within Li Shirwan and Appo's gaze, she noticed the veins on her hand protruding, accompanied by a fierce glare that could no longer be restrained. Yet, this look was fleeting. The moment the old matriarch spoke, Song had no choice but to leave resignedly. Wei Mama followed closely, as always speaking to Song with utmost respect. After their conversation faded into the distance, the old matriarch began to cough violently, expelling a thick phlegm uncontrollably onto the floor. Just then, Wei Mama returned and hurriedly cleaned up. The old matriarch, unbothered by such trifles, resumed her conversation with Li Shirwan. Song is thick-skinned. Even when I hardly wish to see her, she remains oblivious, persistently lingering here, which vexes me. Were it not for the Song family standing, her transgressions would have long since led her to her demise. The old matriarch coughed again, reflecting on her harsh treatment of the concubine. It stemmed from her small-mindedness, an inability to tolerate others. However, to actively harm others was far too malicious. If not for my many considerations, I would not wish to see her again. She claims to wish to lead the women of the household to Lin and Appo's and temple to pray, and I wonder if I misheard. During her tenure as head of the household, her thoughts were never on me. Now, in her mire, she suddenly recalls me. Her hidden intentions amuse me. Li Shirwan was not surprised by the old matriarch and Appo's insight. Anyone could see through Song and Appo's sycophantic demeanor. For what purpose? That depended on what Song valued most. Noticing Li Shirwan and Appo's silence, the old matriarch inquired, Shirwan, do you feel that your grandmother is biased? Li Shirwan shook her head. Grandmother, your forgiveness of my mother is undoubtedly based on your own considerations. In noble families, often one is not in control of their own fate, and I can understand that. If one cannot comprehend, one must learn to accept. Who can easily disrupt the balance of interests? Only greater interests can do so. However, my current status is merely that of a concubine, of little significance to the Li family. Thus, when it comes to interests, both the old matriarch and Li Shioda would prioritize the Song family, leading to leniency toward Song. Therefore, to ensure that Song cannot rebound, she must be dealt with decisively. Yet, now is not the right time for such actions. Killing must be meticulously planned. Otherwise, should the blame fall upon me, the cost would be too great. This life must be preserved for the purpose of vanquishing Li Shioda and clearing the Su family's grievances. Coughing again, the old matriarch was met with Wei Mama and Appo's urgent concern. Old matriarch, you have just taken your medicine. Would it not be better to rest? Li Shirwan concurred with Wei Mama. Yes, grandmother, please rest well. I will visit you again tomorrow. Just as she finished speaking, a voice interrupted, Qin's voice. Qin and Appo's untimely arrival caused the old matriarch to feel quite fatigued, lacking the energy to converse with her. She waved her hand dismissively. Wei Mama, aware of the old matriarch and Appo's intent, addressed Qin and Li Shirwan. Third miss, the old matriarch needs her rest. You both should return. Qin appeared somewhat bewildered. She had just arrived and had not yet addressed the old matriarch. Yet now she was being sent away. Confusion filled her heart, but with no other choice. She followed Li Shirwan out. Upon entering the Lioli courtyard, Qin finally spoke. Shirwan, what is going on? The old matriarch has not even exchanged a word with me, before dismissing me. Li Xiaoruan, observing Qin and Amp, Oppo's expression of grievance and bewilderment, Kuden and Amp, Oppo's, help but laugh lightly. Aunt, grandmother did not dismiss you. You must realize that I too have just come out. Qin and Amp, Oppo's demeanor brightened at this revelation. That makes sense. In this household, the old matriarch and Oppo's attitude was never poor towards Li Xiaoruan, regardless of her disposition towards others. After Qin smiled, Li Xiaoruan explained the old matriarch and Oppo's actions. Upon hearing this, Qin murmured, "So Song just visited. No wonder. Xiaoruan, I must tell you, I suspect Song is plotting something significant." Qin tilted her head, as if recalling something. "I have been withholding various provisions from her courtyard for quite some time now, yet she has not approached the old matriarch or your father. Her restraint makes me increasingly uneasy. After so many years of being sisters-in-law, I have some understanding of the kind of person Song is." "How do you know she is plotting something?" Li Xiaoruan casually inquired. Qin sighed. "Song hails from a noble lineage. Her father, Song Xiaoshi, was a general of the Central Army, and her brothers hold high positions in the court. She has long relied on her family's influence, accustomed to bullying others. Now, having fallen from grace, she is being mistreated, yet remains silent. This is unlike her usual conduct. Her quietude is concerning. If she were not scheming, it would be as astonishing as a red rain falling from the sky." In the face of Qin and Oppo's anxiety, Li Xiaoruan felt a surge of excitement. Her intent in depriving Song of resources was to leave her with no escape, for a person driven by anger is most likely to falter. Forcing Song into action would make her own endeavors much simpler. Keeping still and waiting for the enemy to reveal their intentions would provide the perfect opportunity to strike decisively. She smiled subtly, her eyes sparkling. "The old matriarch is currently unwell, and Song claims she wishes to take the women of our household to Lin and Oppo's and temple to pray for blessings." When did Song become so benevolent? Qin and Oppo's brow furrowed with concern. She must be seething with resentment towards the old matriarch. How could she genuinely wish to pray for her? This is merely a fade, akin to a cat weeping for a mouse. Li Xiaoruan concurred with Qin's assessment. The old matriarch had never shown Song any favor in front of the servants, especially considering that it was the old matriarch who had taken action against her. Song's hatred for the old matriarch ran deep. No matter how hard she pretended to be filial, the malevolent glint in her eyes could never transform into warmth. Can a cold glare ever become the sun and Oppo's gentle embrace? No matter how well she masked her true feelings, the old matriarch, a woman seasoned by life and Oppo's storms, would surely see through the ruse. Such sudden flattery, devoid of ulterior motives? That would be a deception fit only for children. Chapter 80. The Battle of the Ledger. Contemplating, she offered a slight smile. "Aunt San, if we wish to discern the intentions of the Song family, let us observe with patience, responding to their moves as they unfold." Qin nodded in agreement. Just as Qin was about to speak, footsteps echoed from outside. Her lips, which were poised to utter words, pressed together momentarily. A fleeting look of panic crossed her face, quickly replaced by an air of indifference as she turned to regard the approaching figures. The newcomers were Guo from the second branch and Xing, who walked alongside her. Xing appeared markedly more haggard than usual, dark circles under her eyes, her pupils pale and lacking luster, her figure noticeably thinner, likely due to the torment stemming from the affairs concerning Li Jinru. As the two groups drew nearer, Li Xiaoruan, being the younger, initiated the greeting. "Greetings, second aunt, fourth aunt." Meanwhile, Qin merely nodded at the two, a gesture of acknowledgement. Guo scanned Li Xiaoruan and then turned her gaze to Qin, inquiring, "You just came from the old madam. How is she faring?" Qin responded coolly, "I had just entered when the old madam requested to speak with Xiaoruan, saying she was fatigued and wished to rest." Guo's gaze shifted to Li Xiaoruan, who smiled in response, leaving the truth of the matter ambiguous. Xing interjected, "Naturally, a visit is in order." Ever since Qin had assumed control of the household, Xing held a grudge against both Qin and Li Xiaoruan. Just as she finished speaking, Guo rolled her eyes in displeasure, regarding Xing as if she were a madwoman. Turning to Li Xiuran, Guo proclaimed loudly, "Let us all return." With that, she and her entourage changed direction. Xing stood bewildered, watching Guo and her group retreating. Puzzled, she muttered, believing anyone's words, truly lacking in discernment. Qin's expression stiffened as she glanced at Li Xiuran. Li Xiuran, with a faint smile, retorted, "A discerning person sees wisdom in all, while a foolish one perceives folly everywhere." Xing's face paled with anger, her eyes wide in disbelief as she coldly huffed, "Just be careful not to let your cleverness backfire." Li Xiuran shukladligli. "If that is the case, then I bid you farewell." She was unbothered by the old madam and Appo's as temperament. Turning to Qin, she said, "Aunt San, let us depart." As they left, Xing stomped her foot in frustration, cursing, "These two are truly no good. I shall see if that little wretch speaks falsely." Determined, she resolved to visit the old madam. In the midst of the bustling crowd, Li Jiadong had halted at some point, gazing at Xing and the departing maidservants. Her expression clouded with concern, lost in thought. Once Li Xiuran and Qin had walked some distance, they paused to dismiss the maidservants. Qin then remarked, "Xiuran, that Xing truly lacks appreciation. Ever since she assumed control, she has been antagonizing us at every turn, never satisfied until she stirs trouble. Let her be." Li Xiuran replied with a smile that carried a hint of eeriness. As they discussed the matter of household management, Qin seemed to recall something and produced a ledger. "Xiuran, this is the ledger you mentioned needing. I've kept it on my person." Li Xiuran took the ledger, casually flipping through its pages. A gust of wind swept her bangs, and her captivating gaze fixated on the ledger. After a moment, she smiled, "Aunt San, I shall keep this ledger for now. When you require it, come find me, and I will assist with the accounts." Qin froze, her eyes betraying unease. Xiuran, what do you intend to do with this ledger?" She was cautious, knowing that any discrepancies in the accounts during her stewardship could prove disastrous. Li Xiuran, well aware of Qin and Appo's apprehensions, assured her, "Aunt San, do you truly believe I would harm you?" Qin shook her head. Li Xiuran continued, "In that case, trust me completely." Qin appeared bewildered, her lips parting as if to protest, but Li Xiuran cut her off. "No more objections. This ledger must remain in my possession." Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. "Aunt San, as we are allies, you must place your utmost trust in me. This is the second time I have expressed this. I shall not reiterate it a third time." Qin fell silent, drawing back slightly. Li Xiuran's expression hardened. Her intentions extended beyond merely dismantling the Song family. She aimed to drive Li Xiuda into despair, ensuring he experienced the agony of loss, even the chilling sensation of impending doom. The thought of Li Xiuda darkened Li Xiuran's countenance, causing Qin to swallow nervously, sensing the formidable nature of Li Xiuran. One moment she could be amiable, and the next, she transformed into a stranger. As Li Xiuran tucked the ledger away, she declared, "Aunt San, I shall take my leave." Qin watched with a cold gaze as Li Xiuran vanished from sight. Once she was gone, unease settled upon Qin's features. What could this ledger signify? It surely pertained to financial matters. Following her acquisition of the ledger, Li Xiuran secluded herself, engrossed in her studies. Zijing and Huier were left in a state of confusion, pondering why, if she was not the head of the household, she was so invested in the ledger. Just as they were lost in thought, a knock echoed from outside, prompting a silent exchange of glances between them. Huier suggested, "You go answer the door." Zijing replied, "But the door is over there." I ascend into Appo's. "It?" Huier, exasperated, insisted, "Just check the door. My hands are full." Zijing chuckled. "This is what you get for treating me that way last time. Now you understand my feelings." Huier pouted, looking quite wronged. The knocking grew more insistent, as if the visitor could hardly wait. Finally, Li Xiuran snapped back to reality and turned her attention to the door. Zijing hurried to open it. Entering was Li Jiadong, clad in a pale blue garment. Upon seeing her, Li Xiuran quickly concealed the ledger, silently stowing it away. She then rose and took a seat by the chair, greeting, "Fourth sister, what brings you here?" Li Jiadong offered a shy smile. "I thought I might come to see you." Chapter 81. Double blow. Li Xiuhuan smiled faintly and instructed Zijing to prepare tea. At the opportune moment, Li Jiayin spoke up. Third sister, they're into oppos. It's no need to brew tea. I only wish to have a brief word with you before departing. Zijing paused, glancing at Li Xiuhuan, who shook her head, prompting Zijing to resume her tasks without making tea. Li Xiuhuan returned her gaze to Li Jiayin. If you have something to say, please do so quickly, as I have matters to attend to. Li Xiuhuan displayed a degree of courtesy towards Li Jiayin. Li Jiayin hesitated, anxiously rubbing her thumb, as if burdened by unspoken troubles. Li Xiuhuan discerned her sister's distress and urged, speak your mind. If you seek assistance, then I must ask you to leave. Upon hearing Li Xiuhuan's words, Li Jiayin could no longer contain her tears. Third sister, I have come to beg for your help. Li Xiuhuan's brow furrowed in confusion. Why did Li Jiayin always come seeking aid? Did she truly believe Li Xiuhuan could resolve all issues? As Li Xiuhuan remained silent, Li Jiayin's tears flowed more fiercely. Third sister, please help me. You're the only one in this household who can assist me. I implore you. As she spoke, Li Jiayin suddenly knelt before Li Xiuhuan. If you assist me, I shall serve you faithfully without complaint. Li Xiuhuan sighed, signaling Hui'er to help Li Jiayin to her feet. Speak plainly. I will do what I can, but if it is beyond my power, even a lifetime of servitude will not change that. Supported by Hui'er, Li Jiayin grasped Li Xiuhuan and Appo's hand with fervent urgency, prompting Li Xiuhuan to blink in embarrassment. Sit down, she instructed, casting a sidelong glance at the chair. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. Li Jiayin sniffed, wiping away her tears with a handkerchief, her voice choked. Third sister, my mother. As she began to speak, her tears streamed uncontrollably. Li Xiuhuan frowned, urging her to articulate her thoughts clearly. She felt ill-equipped to offer comfort. Since Jinru and Appo's death, my mother has been unable to sleep, her spirit shattered. Once radiant, she has become a mere shadow of herself. At first, I thought it was merely a sleep issue, until I witnessed her condition firsthand. Li Jiayin trembled, fear apparent in her voice. What did you see? Li Xiuhuan inquired, intrigued. My mother, Li Jiayin shut her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. In a moment of steely resolve, she revealed her secret. She has taken Wushi-san. Li Xiuhuan blinked, her expression turning cold as the implications sank in. Hui and Appo's gasped in disbelief, staring at Li Jiayin. It was no wonder Hui'er reacted so. Wushi-san, known as cold stone powder, not only alleviates ailments, but can lead to addiction and even death if misused. Does father know? Mention of Li Xiuda caused Li Jiayin's tears to flow even more freely. My mother is in this state not solely because of Jinru's death. It is also due to father. Li Xiuhuan and Appo's brow furrowed in confusion. Li Jiayin continued. Father is preoccupied with the Su family and Appo's affairs, but his temper has become unbearable. He spends less time with my mother. Although he was often busy, he would still keep her company. Since Jinru's passing, he has not set foot in Xiaomei Pavilion. I heard from the maidservants in the First Lady's courtyard that father frequents the Wanhong. My mother initially doubted it, but eventually, after he began visiting, his demeanor towards her turned frigid. She bribed one of his attendants to uncover the truth, and it was revealed that father has become infatuated with a musician at Wanhong, a skilled dancer whose performances leave onlookers entranced. Father even penned a poem for her. As Li Jiayin recounted the tale, her voice trembled. He is willing to spend lavishly for her company, yet the owner of Wanhelu refuses to comply. Consequently, he visits daily, neglecting the women of our household. Consumed solely by his political affairs. Overwhelmed by this double blow, my mother has resorted to Wushi-san. At first, it seemed to invigorate her, but gradually, she has become increasingly numb. You witnessed her state today. It is deteriorating. I have urged her to stop, but she refuses. Li Jiayin and Appo's tears fell silently, choking on her despair. Throughout, Li Xiuhuan remained composed, only feeling a tempest of emotions at the mention of the Su family. In the Li household, she had learned to restrain herself. No matter the circumstances, she must not allow her feelings to betray her. Suppressing her anger, she inquired, What do you wish for me to do? Li Jiayin, her eyes clouded with tears, quickly dried her face upon hearing Li Xiuhuan and Amp, oppose, as questioned. Just as she began to speak, she halted abruptly. Li Xiuhuan pressed her lips together, frustration evident. You do not wish for me to persuade father to visit your mother more and frequent one hole less, do you? If that is your request, I must regrettably inform you that I cannot assist you. That is not it. Li Jiayin shook her head. I merely hope you might devise a way to help my mother cease taking Wushi-san. Li Xiuhuan and Amp, oppose. S mind raced with possibilities as she replied earnestly, Sister. If she wishes to quit Wushi-san, there is a grave risk that she may lose her life in the process. It is not that I am unwilling to help, but if you insist on my assistance, you must accept full responsibility should anything happen to her during the withdrawal. Li Jiayin and oppose. S heart sank. She understood the addictive nature of Wushi-san, but had not considered the full implications. Li Xiuhuan remained silent, allowing Li Jiayin time to consider her options. Li Jiayin fidgeta. Her palms slick with sweat, the moisture threatening to drip onto her skirt. Her delicate features were marred by conflict. Her mother faced a dire fate, and if death occurred during the withdrawal, the blame would likely fall upon her. Yet, if she did not act, her mother was doomed to die regardless. With her lashes cast down, she wrestled with the dilemma. Inwardly, Li Xiuhuan lamented that had Li Jinru been the one before her, the choice would have been far simpler. It was evident that Li Jiayin was a pitiful soul, neglected by her father and abandoned by her mother, now burdened with the responsibility of saving her. With a steely gaze fixed upon Li Jiayin, she asked, Have you made your decision, sister? Chapter 82, Delicate and Fragile Eye. Li Jiayin took a moment to gather her breath before resolutely declaring, Help my mother. I shall bear all responsibilities. Li Xiuhuan gazed into Li Jiayin and oppose, his eyes, a complexity stirring within her. What virtue had Li Xiuda accumulated to deserve such a commendable daughter? Yet it was a pity. She underestimated the extent of a person's dependence on Wushi-san. The Xing family had a pampered, weak woman devoid of willpower, once forced into withdrawal. She would be consumed by despair, wishing for death. She inquired once more, Are you certain? Tears streamed down Li Jiayin's face as she nodded. Third sister, I have no other choice. If I do not save my mother, she will undoubtedly perish. Li Xiuhuan exhaled heavily. Since you have made your decision, I will assist you, but you must accept all consequences. Li Jiayin nodded through her tears, her gentle exterior concealing a resilient heart. Third sister, how will you help me? Within the confines of the manor, it was impossible to act freely, for the withdrawal process would undoubtedly cause a commotion. Li Xiuhuan Analiza, stating that they could not undertake this within the manor. As a concubine, her movements were largely restricted to attending banquets or flower festivals, making this matter quite tricky. However, Mother had mentioned that soon she would take the ladies of the household to Ling and Oppose, and temple to pray for the matriarch. Once they were out of the manor, it would be much easier to execute their plan. Li Xiuhuan paused, her expression serious as she reiterated the potential challenges they would face. Once you begin the withdrawal, there is no turning back. It is akin to a phoenix undergoing rebirth. To live is to be reborn, but failure means death. You must ponder this carefully. How about this? Return and think it over, and decide if you truly wish to proceed. Without a moment in Oppo's hesitation, Li Jiayin interrupted, resolutely stating, Third sister, I believe there is no need for further contemplation. I have but one mother. If Jinru departs from this beautiful world, what meaning would my own life hold if my mother were to leave as well? Her father, consumed by official duties, rarely inquired about the affairs of the inner courtyard, neglecting the existence of these concubine-born daughters. Though she had a father, he likely remained oblivious to her status as a daughter of the side. The absence of familial affection did not breed disdain towards those who harmed her. Rather, it deepened her appreciation for the so-called kinship, even if it was grotesque. Li Xiuhuan's cheeks tightened. The one who garnered the least sympathy was indeed the most filial. Since you are resolute in your choice, I shall assist you. Li Jiayin expressed her gratitude. Thank you, third sister. Your kindness is something I shall never forget. Li Xiuhuan smiled lightly, pondering who was truly aiding whom. She refrained from speaking too grandly. Only after Li Jiayin stepped over the threshold did the smile fade from her face. Huier remained in a state of shock. Her mouth agape as she scratched her head, astonished. Miss, did the fourth concubine really encounter such things? Did you not just hear? Huier nodded, but remained puzzled, for she could not comprehend whether a person in Appo's downfall was self-inflicted or a consequence of others. Perhaps it could be the doing of others. The extent of Xing and Appo's dependence on Wushi San reached a point where daily consumption was necessary. Just as Song had redeemed the woman whom Li Xiuda had become infatuated with from the brothel and settled her into a warm winter-cool summer courtyard belonging to the idol Li family outside the city. Li Xiuhuan learned of this through the conversation between Zijing and Huier. She heard that Li Xiuda had long desired to redeem that woman, but had faced obstacles. The moment Song intervened, she successfully brought the woman back, demonstrating her adeptness. After all, a woman from the Song family surely possessed her own talents. She overheard Zijing and Huier enthusiastically discussing the woman's beauty, pondering how stunning she must be to have ensnared Li Xiuda's heart. They felt a sense of regret for not being able to see her. Miss, why doesn't end amp? Amp? Oppos. The first lady bring that woman into the manor? Huier mused. Wooden and amp. Oppos. That be the best way to keep the master at home? By placing her in the outer courtyard, dozen and amp. Oppos. That mean he would seldom return to the manor? Li Xiuhuan's expression remained indifferent. Song had long lost favor. Following the incident with Li Jinru, the Li family became the subject of public gossip, and scholars even composed poems to mock them, tarnishing the family and Appo's reputation. Those who attended the birthday banquet felt a lingering unease. The cascading consequences of this event led Li Xiuda to completely neglect her, never stepping foot in her hibiscus courtyard. As the legitimate wife, even when Li Xiuda was displeased, he would usually maintain some semblance of decorum. However, he not only disregarded such niceties, but also humiliated Song before the servants. How could Song not feel anxious? Her thoughts had shifted from regaining Li Xiuda and Appo's affection to reclaiming her previous status. When she rushed to the Liuli courtyard to curry favor with the old matriarch before her injuries had healed, she understood that her targets for appeasement were not just the matriarch, but also Li Xiuda. Although Song had hoped to charm Li Xiuda with a beauty, this beauty was of courtesan origin and could hardly be welcomed into the Li manor. Regardless of others' opinions, the matriarch would undoubtedly be the first to oppose it. Hence, Song was astute enough to navigate both sides, seeking to neither offend the matriarch nor lose favor with Li Xiuda. Thus, bringing that woman into the manor would be the most foolish course of action. Huier's reasoning was overly simplistic. She naively assumed that Song's redemption of the woman was to retain Li Xiuda in the household. Even if Song loved Li Xiuda dearly, in such a situation, she would prioritize preserving her own position. Otherwise, how could she explain herself to the Song family? Miss. Huier suddenly approached Li Xiuhuan, spreading her fingers and waving her hand. Miss. Li Xiuhuan lifted her gaze, offering Huier a cold stare. Huier immediately grinned, her teeth clicking together, her smile stretching wide. She quickly pouted in a playful manner. Miss, have I done something wrong or said something inappropriate? Please do not be angry. I understand my mistake. Li Xiuhuan pinched Huier's cheek. If you understand your mistake, then assist me with one task. Huier, perplexed, asked, Miss, what task? She glanced at Zijing, unable to resist saying, I want an Appo's fight like Zijing does. Zijing, hearing this, was immediately taken aback. What does that have to do with me? Li Xiuhuan turned to Zijing, her lips curling into a smile. Last time, you helped quite a bit when dealing with Song's people. Your combat skills and decisiveness are commendable. She snapped her fingers, and both Huier and Zijing turned to her. Huier, you shall roast pigeons for Zijing. Huier pointed at herself. Me? But, Miss, Zijing told me that you want to roast them for her. A cunning glint sparkled in her eyes. Miss, a gentleman's word is his bond. Li Xiuhuan shrugged and inquired. Huier, have you ever heard the saying? Yes. Chapter 83. To gain is to live, yet it is difficult to nurture a young lady and a scoundrel. Mississippi. I am not a gentleman, but young lady. Li Xiuhuan could not help but chuckle, urging, go and do what you ought to do. Huier wore a face of utter despair, looking at Zhenxi with an expression of helplessness. Zhenxi cleared her throat and said, "I believe the pigeon you roasted must be quite delicious." Upon saying this, she exchanged a knowing smile with Li Xiuhuan, while Huier's small face elongated in dismay, resembling that of a donkey. Stomping her foot, she exclaimed, "You two are bullying me." Li Xiuhuan and Zhenxi burst into uncontrollable laughter, for Huier was indeed easy to tease. Just as they were reveling in their mirth, a sudden cry from outside interrupted them. Li Xiuhuan's smile froze as she rushed out, with Zhenxi hastily following. Upon exiting, they found Huier attempting to catch a pigeon. With keen eyesight, Li Xiuhuan recognized the bird as a messenger. Without a moment's hesitation, she called out, "Huier, do not touch that pigeon." Huier withdrew her hand, her eyes filled with confusion. Li Xiuhuan stepped past Huier and raised her hand, causing the pigeon to fly into her grasp. Huier gazed in astonishment. "Miss, this pigeon recognizes you." "Yes, it does," Li Xiuhuan affirmed, continuing Huier's train of thought. "Quickly fetch a pigeon from the kitchen to roast in the courtyard, or I shall become quite upset." Huier, with the agility of the wind, dashed away. Once Huier departed, Li Xiuhuan retrieved the envelope and handed the pigeon to Zhenxi, instructing her to provide water and corn before releasing the bird. Then, she made her way indoors, opening the envelope to scrutinize its contents. Her father's deputy, Yao Boxiao, truly lives. The last message from an old acquaintance implied that Uncle Yao might still be alive. The information she had gathered this time confirmed his existence. Overcome with emotion, her nose tingled and tears brimmed in her eyes. Unable to articulate her feelings, she felt an irresistible urge to weep. The tears fell onto the envelope, blurring the words like blossoms of hope, warming her heart as she pressed the envelope to her chest, closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly, opening her eyes to reveal joy swirling within her dark pupils. However, just as joy surged within her, her brow furrowed tightly. The envelope contained no mention of Uncle Yao's whereabouts. After the destruction of the Su family, Li Xiuda should have completed the aftermath. Yet discussions surrounding the Su family's affairs lingered on. What exactly were they dealing with? Reborn as Li Xiuhuan, she possessed many advantages. Perhaps she could leverage this identity to probe into Li Xiuda's dealings? Yet the outcome seemed bleak. In haste, she dashed outside, calling, "Zhenxi, where is the pigeon?" Zhenxi turned, "Miss, the pigeon. I have released it." Her response was tinged with anxiety, for it was rare to witness Li Xiuhuan in a state of panic. Li Xiuhuan tightened her grip on the envelope, her fingers pale and trembling. Her lips moved. "I see." Observing the disappointment on Li Xiuhuan's face, Zhenxi was at a loss for words and lowered her gaze. Li Xiuhuan glanced at the sky before retreating indoors to destroy the envelope. Finding Uncle Yao was now of paramount importance. It seemed she would have to venture out later. In the stillness of the night, the figure on the bed opened her eyes. She lifted the covers, revealing her dark attire. Under the dim moonlight, Li Xiuhuan quietly flew over the courtyard walls, her form akin to a bat gliding through the night. Arriving before a residence, she paused. The interior was cloaked in darkness. At this hour, he must be asleep. Yet, regarding the search for Uncle Yao, she must enlist his assistance once more. Familiar with the surroundings, Li Xiuhuan approached a courtyard, not rushing to intrude. She coughed softly, straining to listen for any sounds within. "Who goes there?" came a voice, brimming with vigilance. Upon hearing a familiar tone, Li Xiuhuan coughed lightly. "Why do you care who I am?" The occupant, upon hearing the cough, stumbled towards the door. The entrance swung open, and a shadow rushed out, reeking of wine. Without hesitation, he enveloped Li Xiuhuan in a tight embrace. Li Xiuhuan struggled, warning fiercely, "Yuan Jingrong, release me, or I shall have your head." The proximity intensified the scent of alcohol, causing her to lean back, while the man clung to her, leaving no space between them. His complexion flushed, appearing both intoxicated and alert. In the moonlight, his chiseled features were striking, his raven brows elegantly arched, eyes tinged with red and veined, long lashes framing his gaze. A prominent nose, and lips that possessed a delicate allure, reminiscent of a pear blossom overshadowing a begonia, or a jade tree standing tall against the winds. He murmured, Sushanyu, Susani, Sushanyu. The first utterance was choked with emotion, embodying a sense of despair intertwined with hope. The second held a sense of renewal akin to spring breaking through the cracks of a barren tree, while the third resonated with unwavering determination, as if he were firmly rooted amidst the crumbling rocks. His Su Shanyu had returned. She was back at his side. The one fervently repeating Su Shanyu's name was Yuan Jingrong, the Prince of Wu, a mere 23 years of age. When General Su Wuchao was betrayed by the so-called General Li Xiuda, he had risked everything to counsel the emperor, only to find himself stripped of power in a fit of rage. This decisive action left everyone aware that further counsel could result in dire consequences. Yet he persisted, enduring confinement until the emperor finally released him during the massacre of the Su family. When he rushed to the Su residence, flames engulfed the scene, smoke billowing. He plunged into the inferno, desperately searching for Su Shanyu, but the raging fire obscured any semblance of clarity. As beams turned red and collapsed, igniting him, his attendants could no longer obey orders and drag him out of the fiery chaos. This retreat became a knot in Yuan Jingrong's heart. Day after day, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol, surrounded only by towering stacks of empty bottles. The girl he held dear perished in the flames, and he never even glimpsed her one last time. His heart brimmed with hatred. He longed to exact vengeance. Yet he must bide his time, waiting for the right moment to avenge her. He had to restore the Su family's honor, for he understood that, as the daughter of General Su, even in death, she would not want her family to bear the stain of treason. All his strength coalesced in his arms as he held her tightly, as if the one in his embrace was more precious than the imperial seal, as if they were worlds apart. He feared that this moment might merely be a fleeting illusion crafted by countless nights of numbing despair. Pressing his face against her warm cheek, he felt her genuine warmth and realized this was not a drunken dream. A sense of peace graced his lips with a gentle smile. In a haze of confusion, amidst the cherry blossoms, twinkling stars, frosted chrysanthemums, and falling snow, a familiar handwriting ignited a fervent flame within the cold winter. His heart, upon seeing her writing, warmed beyond measure. Chapter 84. Merely a dog, she was ensconced within the Li residence, preventing him from seeking her out, from seeing her. The suppressed longing drove him to numb himself with alcohol. Now, upon seeing her, it felt like an age had passed in an instant. His affection for her knew no bounds. He was willing to forsake himself for her. If she sought retribution, if she yearned to clear the name of the Su family, he would illuminate her path with 1,000 lanterns, adorn her world with blossoming flowers, and devote everything, even his life, to ensure her desires were fulfilled. Susani, you've returned. The man chuckled softly, his cheeks flushed with color, his words tinged with the scent of wine. It's wonderful. Hey, you're back by my side. Li Xiaoyu's face was already flushed crimson. The Yuan Jingrong she knew was one for jests and mischief, with a penchant for teasing her. He would always erupt in laughter whenever he saw her discomfited. Yet now, he seemed so fearful of losing her. This realization warmed Li Xiaoyu and Appo's heart, making her cherish the friendship she had with him all the more. However, his embrace was perhaps a tad too constricting. She was beginning to feel breathless. She pushed against Yuan Jingrong with her hands. I'm being suffocated. Yuan Jingrong's smile widened, and he shook his head vigorously, muttering, I won't let go. I simply won't let go. Upon seeing Li Xiaoyu, every fiber of his being relaxed. Li Xiaoyu's expression darkened, and she pinched Yuan Jingrong's cheeks, twisting them with a sharp turn of her hand. His flushed cheeks instantly turned even more crimson. She surveyed her handiwork with satisfaction. Yet Yuan Jingrong still refused to release her. Growing impatient, Li Xiaoyu pinched him once more, even harder. The man gasped, and a wine bottle near the doorway was swept in by the cold wind. Yuan Jingrong stumbled, stepping on the bottle, and his body lurched abruptly to the side. Li Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to evade his grasp, freeing herself from his embrace. She then reached out to steady Yuan Jingrong, who, once he regained his balance, hiccuped contentedly, his eyes bleary with intoxication. He pointed at Li Xiaoyu and slurred, Su Shanyu, you. Before he could finish his sentence, his body swayed suddenly. He struggled to maintain his footing, but found it increasingly difficult. He wobbled once more, and just as he was about to lose control, Li Xiaoyu swiftly reached out and grasped his hand. Yuan Jingrong blinked, his gaze settling on Li Xiaoyu and Amp. Appo's face reflected in his eyes. His girl had returned. He felt a sense of relief, allowing the alcohol to wash over his every nerve, and he closed his eyes, collapsing. Li Xiaoyu caught him securely, exhaling a deep breath of relief as she did so. Men were truly difficult to handle when intoxicated. She glared at Yuan Jingrong, gritting her teeth. She had intended to seek his assistance, but now he was drunk. Not only had he failed to help, but he had also become someone she had to care for. Frustrated, she dragged Yuan Jingrong into the room, exerting a great deal of effort to do so. Despite her best efforts, she was unable to lift him onto the bed. With no other option, she removed the quilts and pillows from the bed and covered him with them. After settling him in, she prepared to leave, but her wrist was seized and a raspy voice murmured, Shanyu. Su Shanyu, you mustn't amp. Appos, Tidai. I cannot live without you. Li Xiaoyu froze. A piercing cry echoed once more, Su Shanyu. The shout was heart-wrenching, as if the heavens were collapsing and everything was lost in despair. Li Xiaoyu and Amp, Appos, eyes welled up, and glistening tears streamed down her face. Jingrong, I'm here. As she spoke, the man on the ground reached out and grasped her delicate hand. You mustn't leave me, understand? Understand? I won't leave. Li Xiaoyu sniffled. What reason did she have to hurt someone who cherished her so dearly? Outside, the sky was pitch black, and in about 3 hours, dawn would likely break. If she didn't end Appos, return, there might be unforeseen circumstances. Casting a sidelong glance at the man with a flushed face, she smiled faintly. Perhaps was the operative word. Unforeseen circumstances were not a certainty. As the sky began to lighten with the first hint of dawn, a ray of sunlight slanted across the window frame of the Chiyu garden. Zijing and Huier exchanged worried glances, their faces etched with concern. Upon waking, they had discovered that Li Xiaoyu was neither in her bed nor in the courtyard. They had no idea where their young mistress had gone, and they couldn't leave the courtyard without raising suspicion. Huier couldn't help but ask Zijing, what do you think Miss has gone? Could she have gone to the Liuli courtyard by herself? Or perhaps she's gone to another courtyard? Zijing gently shook her head. Usually, Miss takes us with her when she goes out. Ever since I started serving Miss, I've never seen her go out alone. Let into Amp. Appos, stay in the courtyard and wait patiently for Miss to return. Zijing pursed her lips. Miss is always very measured in her actions. We shouldn't and Amp. Appos, worry too much. Hui and Appos, was about to nod when a series of footsteps suddenly approached from outside. Hui and Appos, and Zijing exchanged a look, their hearts pounding. Zijing swallowed hard, her mind racing. She quickly grabbed Hui and Appos, and Appos' hand and pulled her toward Li Xiaoyu and Appos' room. Hui and Appos, was too nervous to utter a word, allowing Zijing to pull her along. Put on Miss and Appos' clothes. Lie on the bed and cover yourself with the blanket. No matter what you hear outside, don't come out. If people find out that Miss isn't in the residence, her reputation will be ruined. Huier's forehead was beaded with sweat, but without responding, she immediately did as Zijing instructed. A moment later, Zijing emerged from the room alone. She composed her expression and calmly looked toward the entrance of the courtyard. Just then, a group of people led by Madame Song approached. Upon seeing Madame Song, Zijing's heart skipped a beat, and a tingling sensation ran through her face. She suppressed her inner anxiety and went to greet her madam. Madame Song scrutinized Zijing from head to toe. She vividly remembered how adept this maid was at fighting during the previous altercation. She snorted coldly and asked, "Where's your mistress?" Zijing remained composed and asked Madam, "What business do you have with our mistress?" She couldn't and Appos allow Madame Song to discover that her mistress was not in the residence. If she did, Madame Song would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to slander her mistress as an unvirtuous young lady. Madame Song and Amp. Appos' lips curved into a smile, and she fixed her gaze on Zijing's eyes like a venomous snake. When did the lowly maids of the Chiyu garden become so formidable? Zijing's throat tightened, but she stood her ground. Madam, as you said, I am merely a lowly maid. I am more aware of my position in the Chiyu garden than anyone else. If you ask me, and I ask you in return, is there a problem with that? Madame Song and Appo's lips twitched, and she raised her hand as if to slap Zijing. However, she suddenly recalled that this maid had originally served by the old Madame and Appo's side. Hesitantly, she lowered her hand. One had to consider the master of the dog, and, of course, the former master as well. Madame Song gnashed her teeth, reluctantly pushing Zijing aside. Just a dog, daring to block my path. Get out of the way. Zijing stumbled back several steps before managing to regain her balance. After steadying herself, she watched Madame Song warily. Chapter 85. Personally strangled Madame Song, revealing her determination to investigate, declared her intention to uncover the secrets of the young mistress, deriding her past subservience to the old madam. Zijing, visibly upset, retorted, "When I served the old madam, she praised the young mistress as a filial granddaughter. Since when has filial piety become subservience? Furthermore, our young mistress is Master and Appo's daughter. What are you implying about Master by calling her lowly? The reason she didn't and Appo's pay her respects at the Lioli courtyard today is because she has a fever, feels weak all over, and is still lying in bed in a daze. Is Li Xiaoyu in the house?" Madame Song, emboldened by the absence of others and surrounded by her own malicious servants, shed all pretense. Learning of her illness, she exclaimed, then, as her mother, "I must inquire after her well-being." With that, she moved to barge into the room. Zijing blocked her way, pleading, "Madam, our young mistress is unwell. Please allow her to rest. It's not as if you have urgent matters, do you? Out of my way, you cur." Madame Song, losing all patience, struck Zijing across the face. The resounding slap echoed in the air. The maids and servants behind Madame Song nearly burst into laughter. Their eyes filled with glee as they watched Zijing, whispering vindictive remarks, wishing her dead. They vividly remembered the previous beating they had received from Zijing. Zijing, clutching her burning cheek, glared defiantly at the maids and servants. Coming to someone else's territory and acting so arrogantly. If only the young mistress were here. Ignoring the stinging pain, she prepared to argue her case, but Madame Song ordered the maids and servants to drag her away. Zijing cried out, hoping to attract the attention of passers-by and be rescued. She was frantic, knowing that if Madame discovered the young mistress was not in the mansion, she would tarnish her reputation. Unmarried daughters of the Li family were not allowed to stay out overnight. Zijing's screams startled Madame Song, who seized her by the neck, snarling, "Don't you dare scream." The grip unleashed years of pent-up resentment, transforming her into a vengeful spirit. She focused on Zijing's face, which gradually morphed into Li Xiaoyu's. Her black pupils flared with intense rage, and the veins on the back of her hand bulged like azure snakes. Zijing's face turned crimson, her eyes wide with terror. Zijing clawed at Madame Song's hand, but a maid rushed forward and pulled it away. Zijing's tongue lolled out as she desperately tried to breathe, but no air could reach her lungs. Madame Song stared intently at Zijing and Appo's unnaturally red face, lost in her hatred, until Zijing and Appo's hands fell limp. Her head lolled to the side, and her chest stopped rising and falling. The maids and servants stood dumbfounded, exchanging glances, suddenly panicked. Mama Lin hurried forward, frantically urging Madame Song to stop, warning her of the consequences. As a servant of the Li family, she understood the situation better than the maids. If Li Xiaoyu found out, she would raise a storm, and Madame would lose her chance to remain in the Li family. Madame Song seemed deaf to her words, her face still contorted with rage. "Li Xiaoyu, you can't defeat me. You're just like your mother, destined to live in my shadow. If you're cunning, I'll use knives to cut off your hands, one by one." "Madam," Mama Lin said gravely, her heart filled with fear. She continued to remind her, "She's dying." "Madam, we can't cause any trouble now." Mama Lin raised her voice, hoping to awaken Madame Song from her fury. Madame Song suddenly shuddered, and when she saw Zijing and Appo's slumped head and lifeless hands, she gasped. The next moment, she released her grip. Zijing collapsed to the ground like a rag doll, landing with a thud. Madame Song's expression changed slightly, and she turned to Mama Lin, instructing her to check if she was truly dead. Mama Lin, staring at Zijing's pale face, trembled as she cautiously approached and placed her hand near Zijing's nostrils. When she felt no breath, she recoiled, her eyes widening in panic. "Madam, she's not breathing." Madame Song's eyelids twitched, but her face remained cold. She glanced at the inner room, realizing that Li Xiaoyu was not in the courtyard. An idea formed in her mind. Madame Song gave the order, and Mama Lin, snapping out her days, urged the maids to bury Zijing under a tree in the courtyard. Just as Mama Lin was hurriedly searching for a shovel, Li Xiaoda's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Madame Song and the others were shocked, their hearts leaping into their throats. She quickly took out a white pill, pried open Zijing's jaw, and dropped the pill into her mouth. She then signaled to Mama Lin, who swiftly worked with one of the maids to carry Zijing into the maid's room. Li Xiaoda entered just as Mama Lin and the maid emerged from the room, terrified and trembling, their hands clammy and cold. Li Xiaoda had come to discuss the matter of Prince Chun with Li Xiaoyu, but upon entering the courtyard, he found Madame Song instead. His imposing figure brought a gust of cool air, and his eyes were dark, suggesting a night spent in the company of a beautiful woman. Madame Song composed herself, raised the corners of her mouth, and softly greeted, "Master, what brings you to the Chuyu courtyard today?" Li Xiaoda noticed a few strands of white hair at Madame Song's temples. He quickly averted his gaze, as if he had not seen them. He disliked her from the bottom of his heart, but out of consideration for her having brought his beloved woman from a brothel, he replied, "What are you doing at the Chuyu courtyard?" Li Xiaoda felt that Madame Song treated Li Xiaoyu poorly. So what could she be doing at the Chuyu courtyard? Madame Song's heart skipped a beat, but she cleverly devised a plan. She smiled and walked towards Li Xiaoda, putting on an affectionate display in front of the servants. "Master, I went to the Lili courtyard earlier to pay my respects to Mother, but I didn't oppose TC Xiaoyu, so I asked Mother about it. Mother said that Xiaoyu might have important matters to attend to, which is why she didn't come to pay her respects. I thought that as a young lady of the Li family, she shouldn't oppose neglect paying her respects to her elders. So I came to the Chuyu courtyard to see what was keeping Xiaoyu from paying her respects to the old madam. Where is Xiaoyu?" Ever since Madame Song had slandered Li Xiaoyu for killing Li Jinru at the birthday banquet, Li Xiaoda had stopped believing her words. He loathed her from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 86. Aloof's superiority. Madame Song remained composed. "My lord, Xiaoya is not in the Chuyu residence. I suspect she was not in the manor last night." This statement was alarming, implying that Li Xiaoya had spent the night elsewhere. Such an act would suggest that she was not a virtuous woman, unbecoming of a proper young lady, and would tarnish the Li family and oppose's reputation. Such conduct was unacceptable by orthodox standards and would be met with scorn. Madame Song's implication was evident. Li Xiaoda was perplexed and felt a throbbing in his temples. He pressed them and said in a deep voice, "Which eye of yours saw Xiaoya spending the night away from home? Does her absence mean she was out all night?" "My lord, every word I speak is the truth." Madame Song was certain that Li Xiaoya was not in the Chuyu residence, as she would not have remained silent amidst such a commotion. As a young lady of the Li family, even if a concubine's daughter, she would still consider the Li family's reputation. Her actions, Li Xiaoda interrupted impatiently, retorting, "Do you not recall the ballads and the scholars throwing letters, mocking you and the Li family by drawing on the Li manor's outer walls? Without evidence, refrain from making unfounded accusations that make us a laughingstock." The memory infuriated Li Xiaoda. As the mistress of the house, you must be magnanimous, not nitpicking like a fishbone. Madame Song and oppose's expression darkened, and she clenched her fists, inwardly resenting Li Xiaoya countless times. Li Xiaoya's scheme had not only deprived her of her authority, but also her dignity and her husband's support. It was a ruthless maneuver that made it impossible for her to regain favor. She would not rest until Li Xiaoya was destroyed, regardless of whether she was welcome. Even if unwelcome, she would ensure that the charge of spending the night away from home stuck. She parted her lips, "My lord, you have misunderstood me deeply regarding the past. I swear on my life that I have never harmed Jinru. After all, she has always been willing to follow me since she was young, calling me and Oppose, mother and Oppose, sincerely. No matter how cruel my heart may be, I would never truly harm her. But alas, you may not believe me, so I shall say no more. She paused. That matter has passed for quite some time, and the outside world has ceased its rumors. So it is over. Today and Oppo's matter is separate. Children who err must be educated by their parents. If she is not disciplined this time, she will become even more reckless in the future, spending nights away from the Chuyu residence before marriage. If this becomes known, how will she ever find a husband? More importantly, what will become of the Lee family and Oppo's reputation? Although I am currently not in charge, I'm still the mistress of the house, and I will not allow anyone to damage the Lee family and Oppo's name. Madame Song portrayed herself as always acting in the Lee family and Oppo's best interests. But Li Xiuda could not bear to listen. Had she not procured his beloved woman, he would not even want to see her, let alone speak to her. Li Xiuda, agitated, blurted out, "Then what evidence do you have to prove that Xiuya spent the night away from home? Produce the woman you seek, and I will deal with her. If you cannot, then hold your tongue." His tolerance for her was waning. Madame Song's dark eyes darted around as she desperately sought a slanderous accusation. Before Madame Song could fabricate a lie, a burst of laughter and chatter came from outside. Li Xiuda, with his martial arts training, had keen hearing and could clearly distinguish Li Xiuya's voice. He glared at Madame Song, determined to see whether she had indeed spent the night away from home. He sat up straight, awaiting the arrival of Li Xiuya and her companions. Madame Song, hearing the commotion, felt uncertain. When Li Xiuya appeared before her heart skipped a beat, but she quickly regained her composure, smiling regally like a peacock. Li Xiuya, upon seeing Li Xiuda and Madame Song, feigned surprise. "Father, mother, do you have leisure time today? It is rare for anyone to visit my Chuyu residence. Your presence truly brightens this place. Please be seated. I will instruct my maidservants to pour you tea." As she was about to call out the maidservant's name, Madame Song interrupted. Li Xiuya turned to Madame Song. "Mother, you." Madame Song chuckled dryly, asking with calculated intent, "Have you been out for long?" Li Xiuya glanced at Li Xiuda, then at Madame Song. She knew that if she failed to return in time to pay her respects to the old madam, Madame Song would surely stir up trouble. What was the hidden meaning behind her words? "Have you been out for long?" Yes, she had indeed been out for quite some time. From Madame Song and Oppo's perspective, Li Xiuya immediately understood the implication. She smirked, her eyes concealing a sneer. "Mother, I only want to see third aunt. It wasn't an Oppo's tea for a long time. Qingyao wanted me to teach her the art of tea brewing, so I was delayed." Li Xiuya looked at Madame Qin, whose face, devoid of makeup, appeared even more delicate. She greeted Li Xiuda and then turned to Madame Song, offering to help Li Xiuya. "Xiuya came to my place early this morning. Surely, she is allowed to visit me?" After Madame Qin finished speaking, Li Xiuda cast an icy glance at Madame Song. Madame Song, unwilling to concede, made a last-ditch effort. "Xiuya, were you in the manor last night?" Li Xiuya feigned bewilderment, retorting, "Mother, if I wasn't Oppo's tea in the manor, where do you think I would be? Do you think I would be sleeping on the streets? I have no interest in being a beggar." As she spoke, she suddenly called out the names of Hui'er and Zijing. Zijing, who had been strangled to death by Madame Song, could no longer respond. However, Hui'er, who was pretending to be Li Xiuya and hiding under the covers, jumped up upon hearing Li Xiuya and Oppo's voice. She hurriedly got up, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and rushed out Mississippi. All eyes were on Hui'er, and upon seeing her attire, everyone frowned slightly. Hui'er stopped before Li Xiuya, looking around for Zijing, and panicked. She told Li Xiuya in a trembling voice, "Miss, Zijing was just in the courtyard. She was talking to the first madam." Li Xiuya, Li Xiuda, and Madame Qin all turned to look at Madame Song, who remained expressionless. However, Mama Lin and the maidservants beside Madame Song were tense. A sense of foreboding arose in Li Xiuya and Oppo's heart. "Mother, where did Zijing go?" Chapter 87. Heart-wrenching upon her first encounter with me, the maid was met with my inquiry. "Where have you been? Why did you not pay your respects to the matriarch?" Instead of responding, she merely cast me a disdainful glance before retreating to her quarters. Song and Oppo's displeasure was palpable as she made a subtle jab, questioning the audacity of such a maid who, emboldened by her position, displayed such insolence. Xiao Huan, your maid ought to be reprimanded. Otherwise, she will soon regard you with contempt. As the mistress, it is most essential to ensure that your subordinates do not overstep their boundaries. If you are unable to discipline her properly, I shall take her under my wing and instruct her myself. Li Xiao Huan clenched her teeth, realizing that Song was indeed scolding her. With a chilling smile, she replied, Zijing is my maid. I am capable of managing her without troubling you. Mother, I appreciate your concern, but perhaps you should focus on safeguarding your own servants. At that moment, Qin, nearly breathless, wore a grim countenance. Just as the two were exchanging barbs, Hui and Appos discreetly slipped away to find Zijing, having overheard the altercation between the matriarch and Zijing. In fact, when the master entered, she had distinctly heard the door to their room creak open and then shut. Seizing the opportunity, she ventured inside to uncover the truth. Not long after Hui and Appos entered, a piercing cry shattered the air. Zijing. It was heart-wrenching and unbelievable. Li Xiwan, her expression grim, rushed toward the room where Zijing and Hui and Appos resided, only to find Hui and Appos cradling Zijing, tears streaming down her face. Zijing and Hui and Appos embrace appeared ghostly pale, a hint of bluish hue gracing her complexion, and her chest no longer rose and fell. Li Xiaohuan and Appos' hands trembled, her eyes reddening involuntarily as she turned to meet the gaze of Song, who had arrived to witness the unfolding scene. A flicker of triumph momentarily flashed in Song and Appos' eyes before it vanished. The maids whispered among themselves, their hearts heavy with dread. The Li household had been plagued by an unsettling series of deaths, each more alarming than the last. Their hushed conversations did not go unnoticed by Li Xiuda. Furrowing his brow, Li Xiuda lamented, another death. Truly a time of turmoil. Li Xiaohuan grasped her father and Appos' sleeve, pleading, Father, you must stand up for Xiaohuan. My maid has been murdered. Huier sobbed uncontrollably. Just moments ago, I was in the room and overheard the matriarch arguing with Zijing. Li Xiuda instinctively turned his gaze towards Song, who remained unmoved. With a steely resolve, she approached Huier, stating, I did indeed have a quarrel with that maid, but I did not lay a finger on her. Had I truly harmed her, would she not have screamed for help? Did you hear her cry out? Huier looked at Li Xiaohuan, her expression resolute. Zijing was definitely killed by the matriarch. I will ensure that justice is served for you, Zijing. May you return as a vengeful spirit to claim the life of your murderer. Yet you heard no cries for help, nor did you witness me committing murder. Yet you dare to accuse me? Song's face contorted in rage. What do you know of the cause of Zijing's death? How dare you cast blame upon me? Who has incited you to speak so? Li Xiuda and Appos' expression grew complex as Qin could no longer contain herself. Before we entered the courtyard, sister-in-law, you and brother were present, and these two maids were also here. Her words struck a chord within Li Xiuda, and he recalled that upon his arrival at Chuyuan, he had only seen Song and had not encountered the two maids. One was still in the room, while the other had engaged in a dispute with Song. However, if Song had indeed committed murder, the deceased maid would have resisted and cried out for help. Observing her body, there were no visible wounds. Besides, when faced with the threat of death, one would instinctively call for aid, yet this maid had not. Thoughts raced through Li Xiuda and Appos' mind. He initially affirmed Qin and Appos' suspicions, but soon found himself doubting. When I was present, I did see Zijing and had a quarrel with her. Yet she ignored me and simply slammed the door in my face. Song appeared furious, and after I had scolded her a few times, my anger subsided, and I intended to leave when the master arrived. The maid had been serving beside the matriarch, and while in her presence, she had not been easily reprimanded. After I scolded her, she must have felt deeply wronged and sought to retaliate, to take her own life while attempting to place the blame upon me. Father, you know my character. At such a critical juncture, I would never jeopardize my reputation. I'm not so foolish. Li Xiaohuan could not sense Song's fury. Rather, she perceived her confidence. If she had committed murder, she would not flee in panic, indicating she had a backup plan. Despite knowing Song would have contingencies, she clung to a sliver of hope for vengeance on behalf of Zijing. Observing the bruises around Zijing's neck, it was evident that someone had strangled her. "Mother, do you truly believe a maid could take her own life? Regardless of her dissatisfaction with you, she would not resort to such an act, would she? Engaging in this debate serves no purpose. We should call for an autopsy." "I concur," Song replied, exuding an air of indifference, unperturbed by the potential consequences. "A clear conscience has nothing to fear. The heavens will bear witness." Upon hearing Li Xiuhuan and Appo's intention to summon an examiner, Li Xiuda pressed his lips together, deepening his frown. He wished to downplay the situation. After all, it was merely the death of a maid, not a matter of great significance. He glanced at Li Xiuhuan, opting for a peaceful resolution. "Xiuhuan, let's drop this matter. The Li household cannot afford further disturbances. Bringing in an examiner will only invite speculation from outsiders. For the sake of our family's reputation, let us consider that this maid may have taken her own life due to despair." Li Xiuhuan clenched her fists. The pain in her palms paled in comparison to the ache in her heart. In Li Xiuda's eyes, what value did life hold? Perhaps, Tim, a maid's existence was akin to that of an insignificant insect, trampled upon without a second thought, as long as it did not encroach upon what he deemed important. It was a heavy burden on her chest, leaving her utterly drained. Huir's sobs lingered in the air, and the pressure in Li Xiuda's eyes was ever present, conveying a sense of coercion. What choice remained? To seek justice for Zijing? Yet, would she find rest tonight? Should she exhaust all efforts to avenge Zijing? One could disregard Song and Appo's as preparations, but Li Xiuda and Appo's attitude could not be overlooked. Under such immense pressure, summoning an examiner would inevitably incite Li Xiuda and Appo's wrath. Even if it were confirmed that Song was the perpetrator, what then? In the case of Li Jinru, Song had managed not only to preserve her life, but also to maintain her position as the matriarch. Should Zijing and Appo's case be unraveled, Li Xiuda and the matriarch would undoubtedly stand by Song without hesitation. Such an outcome would not be what Zijing desired. With tears welling in her eyes, she tilted her head, vowing not to let a single drop fall. She could show weakness in front of anyone, but not before Li Xiuda. Stifling her tears, she met Li Xiuda's gaze, resigning herself to her father's will. Huir, trembling as she clutched the lifeless body, stared at Li Xiuhuan in disbelief, her tears flowing even more freely. Song reveled in the spectacle, a portion of her pent-up resentment finally released. Chapter 88. Inconsolable weeping. Li Xiuda's sharp gaze swept across Li Xiuhuan's face as he spoke with an air of indifference. "This maidservant has taken her own life." Li Xiuhuan felt a sharp pang in her nose, a wave of emotion swelling within her. Yet she steadied her spirit and responded with an unperturbed, "All right." Internally, she felt as if her heart were being cleaved, but her face betrayed not an ounce of anger or sorrow. Li Jude, perceiving her discontent, had intended to discuss the matter concerning Prince Chun, but he realized she was not in the mood for such conversations. Aware of this, he cast a sidelong glance at Song Shi and remarked, "What are you still doing here? In the future, unless there are pressing matters, do not come to Chiyuan." Song Shi's lips quivered, genuinely incensed by Li Xiuda's words. However, before others, she ultimately nodded and departed with her entourage. Just before leaving, Li Xiuda turned to give Li Xiuhuan a profound look and added, "Handle the body swiftly. No matter how much you cherish this maid, she is still merely a maid." As he finished speaking and turned to stride toward the door, Li Xiuhuan and Appo's tightly clenched fists relaxed, and tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. In that moment, she grasped the distinction between Li Xiuda and her father, Su Wuchao. Her father treated everyone with sincere kindness, never discriminating against anyone based on their origins, valuing every individual and every life. Perhaps, as her father had said, those capable of great deeds are often the most ruthless individuals. Qin Shi parted her lips, wishing to utter words of comfort, yet found herself at a loss. Instead, she stepped forward and gently patted Li Xiuhuan and Appo's shoulder. Hui and Appo's or choked on her words, exclaiming. Zijing was murdered. She had no reason to take her own life. Miss, why do you heed your father's words? Why not summon a coroner to examine the body? Zijing died unjustly. Her spirit cannot rest. Her voice trembled, each word laced with tears. Zijing was worried about you, fearing for your reputation. The first wife should not have appeared in our courtyard, and Zijing, she wanted, Huiyan oppose, or struggled to catch her breath, tears streaming down her face. Her complexion flushed with guilt and regret. She made me wear your clothes and lie on your bed, pretending to be you, while she distracted the first wife. I heard arguments outside. There was a commotion, but I could not go out. Zijing instructed me not to emerge, fearing exposure. I should not have obeyed her. I should have rushed back. I despise myself, miss. Why did I not come out? I should have come out. I should have. Huiyan oppose, or leaned against Zijing and Oppo's face, each word falling like tears. Li Xiaoran inhaled deeply, closing her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. She crouched down and embraced Hui and Oppo's. Whispering in her ear, Huier, you need not blame yourself, nor should you resent me. I have my reasons. Let us endure this together. Zijing. She glanced at Zijing with resolute eyes. The one responsible for Zijing's death will pay the price. Trust me. Huier gazed deeply into Li Xiaoran's eyes, shaking her head in despair. How can I believe you? My dear Mississippi, you could have invited a coroner to examine Zijing and Oppo's body, yet you chose not to. You have abandoned Zijing. Li Xiaoran, red-eyed, looked away, breathing heavily. Huier, in her innocence, was simply naive. She patiently explained, Huier, you have been by my side for so long. You know what kind of person I am. If you still consider me your mistress, then please, wholeheartedly trust me. The decisions I have made are not only due to the circumstances, but also due to various considerations. There are thoughts I cannot share with you. You may not comprehend my intentions, and that is my fault. However, you must believe me when I say I will seek justice for Zijing and ensure that those who harmed her pay the appropriate price. Do you understand, Hui and Amp? Oppose. Li Xiaoran's voice was gentle to the extreme, leaving Huier gazing in a daze. In return, she enveloped Li Xiaoran in her arms, silently weeping. Miss, I was too emotional. My words have hurt you. I truly feel terrible. I should have emerged when I heard the commotion. Yet I did not. Zijing and Oppo's death is connected to me. If only I had come out. Li Xiaoran, with reddened eyes, exhaled deeply, patting Hui and Oppo's back to soothe her. We are not at fault. The fault lies with the murderer. We must calm ourselves and contemplate our next steps for vengeance. For now, the most pressing matter is to provide Zijing with a proper resting place. She is afraid of the cold, and in this frigid weather, she will feel it acutely. Hui and Oppo's cried out, and Qinshi and Oppo's eyes glistened with tears as well. Unable to contain herself, Qinshi spoke. Xiaoran, should we inform the old matriarch about this matter? After considering it, Li Xiaoran ultimately shook her head. The old matriarch has not been well lately. Even if we were to inform her, it would not yield a favorable outcome, rendering the effort futile. Qinshi hesitated. Should we not inquire about the cause of Zijing's death? It is evident that her demise is linked to Song Shi, yet we do not know how she died. The cause of death is no longer significant. Li Xiaoran and Amp, Oppo's gaze turned icy, understanding that knowing the identity of the murderer was sufficient. After pondering, Qinshi conceded. Indeed, determining the cause of death holds little meaning now. Summoning a coroner may result in Zijing not being left with a whole corpse. A surge of indignation welled within her. That woman, Song Shi, was heartless and careless with human life. Who could say whether she had nightmares in the dead of night? It was inhumane. She sincerely wished for those whom she harmed to return as vengeful spirits to claim their due. It is often said that good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds punished. Yet this does not hold true. More often than not, calamities persist for millennia. Li Xiaoran closed her eyes, striving to quell the tumultuous waves of her emotions, yet found it impossible. Zijing and Amp, Oppo's death weighed heavily upon her conscience. It was not only Hui and Amp, Oppo's, who felt guilt. She too bore the burden of remorse. In her attempts to calm her turmoil, she bitterly smiled. believing she could be strong enough not to be swayed by anyone or anything other than her desire for vengeance against Li Xiuda. However, the original warmth she felt for human kindness and genuine affection only deepened her sorrow. The memories shared with Zijing replayed in her mind, each moment piercing her heart like a thorn. No amount of vitriol directed at Song, sure, could alleviate her pain. Zijing was given a lavish burial by Li Xiuron. An orphan, she had no kin. She was a pitiable soul. That year, she was but a child, shivering in tattered clothing, wandering barefoot in the streets amidst the biting winter. The cacophony of hawkers and the fragrant steam of street food deeply captivated her, a waifish figure who had endured a day and night of hunger. Her eyes, wide with longing, fixated on the delicacies as she lingered before a dumpling stall, hesitant to beg. Since becoming a vagrant, she had never resorted to theft or endured the humiliation of begging. In the past, when hunger gnawed, she would furtively scavenge for leftover pig feed at a local farm. However, the family she frequented had sold their livestock, leaving her without that meager sustenance. The rumbling of her stomach induced a wave of dizziness. Driven to desperation, she mustered her courage and approached the stall owner, offering her services in exchange for a single dumpling. The owner rebuked her, citing her unkempt appearance and tattered clothes, deeming her too young and incapable of any meaningful labor. Tears welled in her eyes as she pleaded for a chance, knowing that succumbing to starvation in the frigid winter would be a death sentence. Her entreaties only fueled the stall owner and Appo's ire, perceiving her as a hindrance to his business, shoved her away in a fit of rage. Like a broken instrument, Zijing collapsed, devoid of vitality. Just as the stall owner moved to drag her aside, an elderly woman, returning from a temple visit, intervened, her heart stirred with compassion. She ordered her attendants to halt the stall owner's actions and brought the unconscious Zijing back to the Li Manor to serve as her maidservant. In that harsh winter, Zijing had found a benefactor, but in this winter, she encountered a malefactor. This fall would be her last, and she would never awaken. Despite her arduous struggle to survive, she was cut down in her prime, her life tragically extinguished. Zijing, having traversed the world's paths and tasted its bitterness, may you find peace and joy in your next life, living the life you desire. After Zijing and Appo's burial, Hui and Appo's lay on Zijing and Appo's bed, haunted by the prospect of ghosts. Yet yearning to see Zijing's spirit, her pillow soaked with tears, she clutched Zijing's scent-laden blanket, burying her face in it and weeping uncontrollably. Outside the door, a shadowy figure lingered. Hearing the sobs from within, Li Xiuron hesitated to push the door open. Her heart was heavy. The girl who had clamored for roasted pigeons had vanished from the world. Not only did Huier need solace, but she herself needed time to grieve. Her delicate face was etched with sorrow, and an unbearable anguish enveloped her. Her hand, once raised to knock, ultimately fell, and she turned away. News of Zijing and Appo's demise somehow reached the ears of the old madam, who summoned Li Xiuron. The latter appeared before her without makeup, her face pale, her eyes swollen and lackluster. She deliberately presented herself in this state to the old madam. The old madam clasped Li Xiuron and Appo's hands, her eyes filled with concern. "Why do you look so wan? Have you been sleeping poorly? Or has something troubled you?" The old madam feigned ignorance. Li Xiuron was discerning, but she did not reveal it. She smiled faintly and replied, "Grandmother, nothing is amiss. I have simply been unable to sleep due to the cold." The old madam glanced at Li Xiuron, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. This child was unwilling to confide in her, keeping everything bottled up inside. Carrying too much on one end Appo's heart was not a virtue. She had heard about Zijing and Appo's matter from Madame Qin and suspected that Song, with her intolerance, was responsible. Zijing had been a clever and discreet maidservant who had served her for many years. Song, on the other hand, was a disappointment, her actions consistently reprehensible. She cast a sidelong glance at Li Xiuron and coughed heavily. Li Xiuron expressed concern, but she waved it off, saying, "And Appo's, that's nothing, Appo's, am used to it." Her lips curled into a bitter smile. "My health is deteriorating." Li Xiuron called out to Granny Wei, Granny Wei, is there any loquat syrup left? Prepare some with warm water for grandmother. Granny Wei nodded and went to prepare the drink. The old madam's gaze softened, but suddenly her expression changed, and she started coughing violently again. Li Xiaorong quickly rose and went to her side, gently patting her back to help her breathe. Grandmother, the physician has already examined you. Why Haven and Oppos? You improved despite taking the prescribed medicine. Should we seek a second opinion? I know my own body best. Another physician would be of no use. The old madam said, closing her eyes to suppress the pain in her chest. I had the same symptoms last winter. Your father brought in physicians from the palace and healers from all over the land, but none could cure me. My constitution weakens in the winter, and I inevitably fall ill. Li Xiaorong sighed. As your granddaughter, it pains me to see you suffer. If only I could bear this affliction in your stead. Her words were filled with helplessness. The old madam smiled faintly, you silly child. Then, she straightened her face and said slowly, you have suffered too. Everyone is born with their own burdens to bear. As the Buddha said, life is inherently suffering. Zhenxi Li Xiaorong fukusa intanli. The old madam looked at her and cut to the chase. You don't need to hide Zhenxi's matter from me. I already know about it. However, one must have evidence. Without evidence, forget about it, and forget about that maidservant. Dwelling on it will only torment you. After all, she was just a maidservant. If you grieve too deeply, it will seem excessive. There are several young maids here. I will choose 3 to send you later. Upon realizing that the old madam had not mentioned song, Li Xiaorong understood. Perhaps the old madam and Li Xiaoda shared the same sentiment. Only a maidservant had died. She had thought that the devout Buddhist old madam would be compassionate and, if unable to denounce song or seek justice for Zhenxi, would at least not regard human life as insignificant. Now she understood that the blood flowing through the Li family was largely cold. This person, who had once saved Zhenxi and Amp, Oppos' life, had perhaps acted on a whim. Who would have thought that the girl she had rescued would die at the hands of her daughter-in-law? Fate was cruel and lamentable. The old madam had made her position clear. To show compassion would be to slap her in the face. After a pause, Li Xiaorong smiled regretfully and said, Grandmother, please keep those maids. They are accustomed to serving you in the glazed courtyard. They might not be comfortable in the Chuyu courtyard. Huiyan Oppos has always been the only one serving me. Now that Zhenxi has passed away, I have no desire to find a new maidservant. I will see about it later. Zhenxi, alas, it was her fate. Heaven had ordained it. Chapter 90. The 3 wives and 4 concubines upon hearing Li Xiaohuan and Amp, Oppos' words. The old matriarch felt a sense of relief wash over her. She parted her lips, the wrinkles at the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. If that is the case, then you may handle it as you see fit. I shall not pressure you. You appear quite pale, likely from lack of sleep. Your wan appearance pains my heart. Allow me to provide you with some restorative pills to improve your complexion. A young lady must always strive to present herself beautifully. Your father has come to the Lioli courtyard seeking me. He has heard about the matter concerning Prince Chun. It seems Prince Chun is quite earnest, having broached the subject with your father not once, but twice. It is rare for someone to mention such matters more than once. What are your thoughts on Prince Chun? As the old matriarch spoke, she scrutinized Li Xiaohuan and Amp, Oppos' expression. Li Xiaohuan lowered her gaze, concealing the astonishment flickering in her eyes. It seemed that the last visit from Li Xiaoda to the Chuyu Yuan was not coincidental, but rather linked to Prince Chun. What was it about her that had drawn the prince and Amp, Oppos' attention? She had only heard of him for her father before his passing. The notion that someone who had merely existed in hearsay was now intertwined with her life felt almost theatrical. She resolved to thwart Prince Chen's intentions. Xiaohuan. The old matriarch called gently, prompting Li Xiaohuan to raise her head. Their gazes met. What do you think, dear? Li Xiaohuan shuja. What else is there to consider? Alas, I shall defer to grandmother's and father's wishes. The old matriarch inquired, Are you unhappy? Before Li Xiaohuan could respond, the elder broke into a fit of coughs. Li Xiaohuan hastily offered her support. Grandmother, since ancient times, marriages have been arranged by parents and matchmakers. My feelings in this matter seem rather inconsequential. Xiaohuan, if you do not favor Prince Chun, I shall refuse him on your behalf, the old matriarch asserted. Li Xiaohuan blinked When Prince Chun first proposed, I provided my father with a solution. He thought it reasonable at the time, but now that Prince Chun has returned to discuss it again, I suspect my father secretly hopes for my union with him. The old matriarch sighed, taking a sip of warm, loquat syrup. If you must choose between these two, perhaps Prince Chun is the better option. While your father is wary of the regent and does not wish to offend him, there is little connection between your father and the regent. Prince Chun is unaffiliated with political strife. He is comparatively and amp, oppose, clean, and amp, oppose, if it comes down to a choice. Selecting Prince Chun is not out of the question. As for what I previously mentioned regarding a suitor of decent standing but lesser status than the Li family, that remains an option as well. You did not respond directly last time. This time, please be candid. Whatever choice you make, I will ensure it is arranged to your satisfaction. Li Xiuhuan and Appo's lips twitched slightly. She genuinely wished to remain unwed. If forced to choose, she would prefer solitude in old age, yet such an option was not available. Observing the old matriarch's demeanor, it was clear she was not solely concerned about the matter of Zijing, but rather the pressing issue of whether to support Li Xiuda's inquiry into Prince Chen's proposal. For a moment, Li Xiuhuan found herself puzzled by her father and Appo's intentions. Did he wish for her to marry Prince Chun, as the old matriarch suggested? However, during their previous discussion, Li Xiuda had not indicated such a desire. Moreover, given his emphasis on power, how could he possibly wish for his daughter to wed a prince distant from court affairs? Even as a concubine, he would surely prefer her to remain within the influential shadow of the Li family. Marrying a high-ranking regent would carry far more prestige and power than an ordinary prince, would it not? So, wait. If your father is not aligned with the regent, does that mean Li Xiuda and Yuan Junlan are adversaries? Li Xiuda and Appo's recent changes were rather peculiar. If she was not mistaken, the opposition between Li Xiuda and Yuan Junlan must have been established only recently. Otherwise, he would not have initially been concerned about offending the regent. Now that they stood opposed, the fear of offense dissipated, prompting his urgency in arranging her marriage to Prince Chun. Was he worried that she might end up with Yuan Junlan? If her assumptions were correct, what had transpired to create this rift between Li Xiuda and Yuan Junlan in such a short span of time? Lost in thought, Li Xiuhuan rhythmically stroked the old matriarch's back. The elder remained silent, awaiting her response, but soon fell into a coughing fit, causing her to close her eyes and breathe deeply in discomfort. The sound of her cough snapped Li Xiuhuan back to reality. After a moment of contemplation, she closed her eyes, exhaled, and opened them again. Since her grandmother sought her true feelings, she resolved to be forthright. The old matriarch nodded, and Li Xiuhuan and Appo's voice rang clear. None of these three men are to my liking. I yearn for a partner who captivates my heart entirely. The old matriarch and Appo's upper lip quivered slightly as she sighed. In that case, we shall wait. I will communicate with your father on your behalf. It is common for young women before marriage to dream of their ideal partner, believing they can find true love and marry. How many women have traversed this naive path only to discover that genuine love is a rare treasure, ultimately marrying a stranger? Thank you, grandmother. Do not rejoice too soon. Men often have multiple wives and concubines. Even if your heart is set on one, he may not feel the same about you. Those who are sensitive often suffer at the hands of the indifferent. I hope that after marriage, you will prioritize establishing your own position. Li Xiuhuan smiled, feigning shyness. Grandmother, I have not yet married. The old matriarch chuckled, her laughter mingling with her cough, echoing far and wide. In the grand Li residence, where joy and sorrow intertwined, daily dramas unfolded. Just as Li Xiuhuan returned from the Liuli courtyard, she collided with Li Jiayan, who, in her haste, had not noticed her approach. Li Xiuhuan was the first to speak. Fourth sister, what has you in such a rush? Li Jiayan abruptly looked up, her dark eyes meeting Li Xiuhuan's delicate features. Her astonishment quickly morphed into excitement as she grasped Li Xiuhuan's wrist, tears welling up in her eyes. Third sister, my mother has gone to the Furong courtyard, and I could not stop her. Chapter 91. A moment of terror. Li Xiuyu remained composed. So, fourth aunt, is visiting Hibiscus courtyard? Why are you so agitated? It and Appo's. It's not an uncommon occurrence. Turning to Li Jiading, she inquired, Fourth sister, why are you restraining him? Li Jiating, her voice strained, exclaimed, she ingested wushizhen. She and Amp, Oppos, running around like a madwoman, possessed of immense strength. Even with the combined efforts of several maids. We couldn't and Oppos, to restrain her. Mother has been brooding ever since the woman was redeemed from Wanhua brothel. Now, under the influence of wushizhen, her emotions are erratic, and she's fixated on some notion, rushing to Hibiscus Courtyard. Third sister, please accompany me there. I implore you. Third sister, I've always been terrified of mother. Among all the illegitimate daughters in the manor, you and Oppos, likely the only one who doesn't and Oppos, to fear her. Li Xiaoyu mused. What and Oppos? SMS with Li Jiating? Every time something happens, she begs and pleads. Although I find it tiresome, I and Oppos, accompany her to Hibiscus Courtyard. It would be quite the spectacle if Xing Shi were to confront Song Shi. I had been contemplating instigating Xing Shi to cause trouble for Song Shi, but unexpectedly, Xing Shi, driven mad by wushizhen, took the initiative. This aligns perfectly with my intentions. Sometimes, fortune truly favors the bold. Since there's a drama unfolding, let's observe, she declared, her crimson lips parting slightly. In that case, let in Amp, Oppos, proceed to Hibiscus Courtyard. Before even stepping into Hibiscus Courtyard, a cacophony of clamor reached their ears. Li Xiaoyu and Amp, Oppos, eyes glinted as she instructed Li Jiating, fourth sister, dispatch a maid to summon father. Request his presence at Hibiscus Courtyard. Li Jiating hesitated, her expression conflicted. Receiving no response, Li Xiaoyu cast a sidelong glance, questioning her reluctance. Li Jiating, burdened by her thoughts, murmured, if father arrives and witnesses mother in such a state, I fear it might arouse his suspicion. Mother likely wouldn't want him to see her in such a disheveled, deranged state. Fourth sister, you're overthinking it. By the time father arrives, fourth aunt will have likely recovered from the effects of wushizhen. The intention ISN and Amp, Oppos, for father to witness fourth aunt and Amp, Oppos, bizarre behavior, but rather to have him intervene should mother resort to extreme measures. If you believe mother is a benevolent and gentle soul, then there and Oppos, no need to summon father. Li Xiaoyu intensified her persuasion, adding, once mother is provoked and becomes irrational, fourth aunt and Amp, Oppos, life might be forfeit before she even reaches Lin and Amp, Oppos, and temple for rehabilitation. But alas, if you don and Amp, Oppos, care about your own mother and Amp, Oppos, life, why should I? With that, Li Xiaoyu turned to leave. Just as she took a step, Li Jiating and Amp, Oppos, voice rang out. Fetch my father, and make haste. Hearing this, Li Xiaoyu paused imperceptibly, a hint of triumph flickering across her impassive face. Li Jiating, Min Li Xiong, advancing towards the source of the commotion. The closer they got, the more deafening the sounds of fighting and destruction became. They were greeted by the sight of Xing Shi, her hair disheveled, locked in a brawl with Song Shi. Song Shi and Amp, Oppos, maids and servants were attempting to pry Xing Shi off of her. Xing Shi, possessed of formidable strength, refused to release her grip on Song Shi, despite the efforts of those trying to separate them. Her sleeves were torn, and her face bore scratches. She gritted her teeth, her voice hoarse. Song Shi, if you wish to leap into the abyss, do so alone. Don't deprive others of their sleep. The hatred for killing my daughter and stealing my husband. Today, we settle everything. Her attacks intensified, and she opened her mouth, aiming for Song Shi's face. Song Shi, her complexion paling, cried out in terror. The maids and servants around her screamed in unison, just as Xing Shi's teeth were about to sink in. A loyal servant thrust her own hand into Xing Shi and Amp, Oppos' mouth. Xing Shi emitted a guttural sound from her chest, her bloodshot eyes widening in a terrifying manner. The savage desire to bite overwhelmed her, and she clamped down with relentless force. The servant, tears streaming down her face, let out a heart-wrenching scream, the veins in her neck bulging as she regretted her decision. With her other hand, she attempted to push Xing Shi and Oppos' head away, but to her dismay, she cooed in and Oppos' budger. Xing Shi bit down even harder, with maniacal intensity. Blood oozed out, and strands of blood mingled between the white teeth. A piece of flesh fell to the ground in a gruesome mess. The servant, unable to endure the pain any longer, fainted. Song Shi, enraged and panicked, shouted, "Xing Shi, Don and Appos, T come to my hibiscus courtyard and act like a lunatic. I never killed Jinru. Didn't and Appos, T your Jinru appear in your dreams to tell you who murdered her? What nonsense about avenging your daughter's death. It's utterly ridiculous. As for stealing your husband, I'm a victim too. Do you think I enjoy the master visiting that vixen every day? Ha ha." Xing Shi cackled maniacally. "Wasn't that woman redeemed from Wanhua brothel by you? Didn't you arrange for her to live outside the manor? You're a wicked woman who stops at nothing for power, disregarding the happiness of others. How dare you claim to be a victim? You're the greatest beneficiary. And never mention my Jinru to me, because I fear I and Amp, Appos, LL lose control and want to turn you into her." Xing Shi panted heavily, her eyes blazing with a murderous intent. Li Xiaoyu watched the scene unfold with detachment. A sob beside her caught her attention as she glanced at Li Jiating, who was weeping silently, her brow furrowed in anguish. How had her beautiful mother become like this? She stepped forward, drawing everyone's gaze. Song Shi's eyes shifted from Li Jiating to Li Xiaoyu, and as their eyes met, Li Xiaoyu offered a faint smile. That smile sent a shiver down Song Shi's spine. Every time she saw Li Xiaoyu's calm, serene eyes, she felt uneasy, and the smile only intensified the eerie feeling, making her feel chilled to the bone. Song Shi averted her gaze almost instinctively. Li Xiaoyu, noticing this reaction, smiled even more broadly and moved towards Song Shi and Xing Shi. Li Jiating grabbed Xing Shi and Appos' wrist, her eyes brimming with tears, and pleaded, "Let go. Let go." Xing Shi roared, kicking Li Jiating away. "You ungrateful wretch. Look closely. Who gave birth to you?" Li Jiating stumbled backward. Xing Shi persisted. "Not only do you not help me deal with this poisonous woman, but you're trying to dissuade me? Have you lost your mind? Or have you eaten shit? Just looking at you irritates me. Get out of here." Xing Shi glared at Song Shi, gritting her teeth. "Today, I'm determined to teach her a lesson. She and Appos, LL pay a bloody price." Song Shi struggled, desperate to escape Xing Shi and Appos' madness. Xing Shi was acting like a rabid dog, utterly deranged. The other maids strained to pull Xing Shi away, and blood appeared on her skin, but she was oblivious to the pain. With superhuman strength, she continued to open her mouth, trying to bite Song Shi and Appos' face. Chapter 92. A piteous sight Li Jiayin could not bear to watch any longer and cried out, "Fourth aunt, please, do not continue like this. If father arrives, he will surely be displeased." The fierce gaze of Xing made Li Jiayin and Appos' scalp tingle, and she swallowed the words that were about to escape her lips. The sight of her own mother, lost in a daze, filled her with an inexplicable sorrow. Quietly, Li Xiaohuan approached Li Jiayin, silently casting a stone that struck a maid in Appos' hand, causing her to release her grip on Xing unfettered. Xing rejoiced, while Song was taken aback. Unable to react before darkness enveloped her vision, pain exploding in her cheek. Xing seized Song and Appos' face, her eyes sparkling with the thrill of triumph. Song's piercing screams shattered the air as she flailed in wild desperation. Unable to stand idly by, Li Jiayin tugged at Xing's arm, desperation lacing her voice. "Please, stop this. I beg you." In a fit of rage, Xing shot an angry glare at Li Jiayin, then turned her focus back to biting Song, blood seeping from the rouge-stained skin between her teeth. Li Xiaohuan, standing beside Song, chuckled softly, as Song screamed in fury upon seeing her. Li Xiaohuan and Appos' gaze turned cold as ice. Leaning in close, she whispered, "Those who commit wrongful deeds shall meet their end." My face, you." Song and Appos' despair reached a crescendo, her eyes bulging as if they might burst from their sockets. "You will pay for this. You will die." Hui clenched her fists, wishing to avenge Zijing. Approaching Li Xiaohuan, her eyes sparkled with impulsive anger. Sensing Hui and Appos' innocence, Li Xiaohuan shook her head, signaling her to refrain from rash actions. Though disheartened, We found some solace in witnessing Xing's feral attack on Song, blood trickling down the latter's face. Just as we prepared to step back, a voice called from outside. The master has arrived. At the sound, Li Jiayan's expression changed dramatically. Panic seized her, tears streaming down her face at the thought of her father arriving. She cast a sorrowful glance at Li Xiuhuan, who had never intended for her father to be drawn into this chaos. Nor did she expect her own mother to gain the upper hand in the Furong courtyard. Both Xing and Song stood frozen in realization, their expressions shifting drastically. Xing quickly released her grip, hastily wiping her mouth, but the blood only smeared more grotesquely across her face. Song, feeling the uneven texture of her own cheek, winced in pain and, unable to contain herself, slapped Xing hard, grasping her hair as if to tear her apart. Your heart is cruel. You are ruining my face. I will not let you go. Xing was equally fierce, refusing to yield, and they soon became entangled in another fierce struggle. Li Xiuan stifulatalo. With Li Xiuda and Amp, Oppo's arrival, these two truly had gone mad. Indeed, upon witnessing the chaos, Li Xiuda bellowed, "What is all this nonsense?" Xing was the first to release her hold, suddenly adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Master, it was the first lady who struck first. I was merely defending myself." As she spoke, Li Jiayan and Oppo's expression shifted slightly. Li Xiuda, irate, glared at Song, his voice dark with anger. "What is happening here?" "Xing is lying. She came here in a fit of madness," Song replied, her body trembling with suppressed rage. "Look at my face. It is ruined. Had I truly struck first, I would not be in such a vulnerable position. Xing came here to cause trouble out of jealousy for me redeeming that woman, unable to express her resentment towards you. She has made me her outlet. Her actions are unforgivable. Master, you must take charge." Li Xiuda finally noticed the blood-stained bite marks on Song and Oppo's face. He hurried forward. "What is the matter?" Song, eyes brimming with fury, shot a glare at Xing. "She bit me." Then, pointing at the unconscious Lin Ma, she continued, "Lin Ma protected me, and in doing so, lost flesh from her hand to Xing and Oppo's attack. Master, what Xing has done is an affront to both man and God." Realizing she was losing ground, Xing feared Li Xiuda and Oppo's disdain for jealous women. If he discovered her motivations were tied to that woman, she would undoubtedly fall further from his favor. In a desperate maneuver, she knelt, tears flowing freely. "Master, the First Lady is fabricating lies. If I were truly angry with that woman, would I not confront her directly? I am haunted by nightmares. I dreamt of Jean Rowe, and she told me how she met a terrible end, urging me to seek vengeance. I am her mother. My heart aches." Li Xiuhuan listened impassively to Xing's web of lies, her gaze shifting to Song, who trembled with rage. "Master, my maids and wet nurse can testify that Xing and Oppo's disturbance stems from my redeeming that woman. Consider this. For many days after Jean Rowe and Oppo's passing, Xing did not cause a scene. Why did she only act out after I redeemed that woman? Master, Xing is the one who speaks falsehoods." Covering her face, Song seethed with fury, wishing she could kill Xing, yet finding herself trapped in this verbal spar. "My face is ruined, Master." Li Xiuda pressed his fingers to his temples, his thoughts coalescing. He turned his icy gaze upon Xing, who continued to whimper in a feigned manner. However, it was Li Xiuda who spoke first, his voice cold and laced with disdain. "Xing, your actions today have deeply disappointed me. Do you not understand that jealousy can lead to your own undoing?" Hearing the word divorce, Xing paled. "Master, I cannot live without you. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to share a boat and 100 years to share a bed. I have been by your side for years, bearing 2 daughters for you. I have endured hardships, if not contributed to your glory. I know I cannot hide from you any longer. Yes, I am envious of that woman, and I harbor resentment towards Song. But all of this stems from my fear of losing you. If loving someone is a crime, then I am indeed terribly guilty." Li Xiuhuan felt a shiver run down her spine, reflecting on how Xing had managed to win Li Xiuda's affection for so long. Such words could soften any man in Oppo's heart. Chapter 93. Long-term considerations. Li Xiuda and Oppo's Xing's cheek muscles twitched, and his expression was filled with a profound sense of sorrow. In recent days, he had indeed overlooked Xing's plight. Song, perceptive as ever, immediately remarked upon seeing his distressed countenance. "Master, regardless of the reasoning, it is wrong to harm others. Is there any instance where a crime has been committed and the offender is absolved of punishment based on moral grounds? The rationale of Xing is as terrifying as saying, 'I love you, therefore I must kill you.' I can turn a blind eye to Lin Ma's behavior, but what of my own? My visage." With gritted teeth and a fierce demeanor, Song lamented, "This face of mine has been ruined. How shall I face others in the future? What if it remains unhealed, leaving scars?" Li Xiota frowned and cast an impatient glance at Song. What had become of her? Where was her dignity as the mistress of the house? Her fierce expression unsettled him. Despite his irritation, he recognized Song and Appo's point. A transgression is a transgression. After a moment of hesitation regarding Xing, he ultimately resolved to confine her to the woodshed for half a month. During this period, only the steward would manage affairs. No one else was permitted to intervene. Furthermore, all of Meixiang Beauty's monthly allowances would be directed to the Furong courtyard. Xing shook her head in despair. "No, master. I cannot be locked in the woodshed. I will freeze to death in there." "I beg you." Please, Li Xiota interrupted. "Take the fourth concubine away." Xing erupted into a wail, completely losing her composure. Li Jiatian exchanged a glance with Li Xiaoran, eyes filled with sorrow and reproach, regretting her father and Appo's presence. Li Xiaoran discerned her sister and Appo's thoughts and whispered, "The truth cannot be concealed forever." Tears streamed down Li Jiatian and Appo's face as she watched Xing being led away. Deep down, she harbored a fear of Li Xiota, her pleas for mercy trapped within, leaving her in emotional turmoil. As Xing and Appo's cries faded, the resentment in Song and Appo's eyes intensified. Li Xiota inadvertently glanced at Song and Appo's face and realized that Xing had truly provoked her ire. Irritated, he surveyed the injured maidservants and the nurse who had fainted on the ground, muttering, "Anyone who no longer wishes to endure this life may leave." Song and Appo's shoulders trembled. She felt as though those words were directed at her. After uttering his words, Li Xiota stormed off. As Li Xiaoran and Li Jiatian prepared to depart, Song addressed Li Jiatian. "Jiatian, do not be sold out by others while returning the favor. Some individuals possess an insidious cunning, far more ruthless than I." Li Jiatian looked at Song in confusion, then glanced at Li Xiaoran. Li Xiaoran scoffed, "Is it wise to sow discord in my presence?" She chose not to argue, aware that contesting it could lead to Li Jiatian and Appo's suspicions. Today, she would demonstrate whether such manipulation would bear fruit. She turned to Li Jiatian, fourth sister. "Do you think," Li Jiatian interrupted, "third sister, let us leave?" Her words darkened Song and Appo's countenance. Following Li Jiatian out, Li Xiaoran heard Song mutter through clenched teeth, "Foolish creatures." Just as she finished speaking, a sharp pain shot through her cheek, causing her to nearly faint. Anger surged within her, and she kicked at the maidservants, furiously scolding, "You're all useless. One woman like Xing cannot be restrained by so many. If this face of mine is truly ruined, I will stop at nothing to cast Xing into the depths of despair." It was time to seek assistance from her father, to request that he send capable maidservants skilled in martial arts. Otherwise, should a similar incident recur, she feared for her life at the hands of these lowly creatures. For now, the most pressing concern remained her face. She urgently commanded, "Quickly, fetch a doctor." Stepping out of the Furong courtyard, Li Jiatian and Appo's tears continued to flow. Li Xiaoran could not help but advise, "No amount of tears will resolve the issue, fourth sister. Tears only signify weakness in the face of formidable adversaries. The more vulnerable you appear, the more you will be bullied. So, dry your tears, and let us devise a long-term strategy. I have always lacked a sense of security, feeling inferior and timid, prone to tears, enduring silently, only to vent within the confines of my bed. I acknowledge my weakness, but after so many years, I wonder if I can truly change," she lamented, her voice tinged with sorrow and a hint of grievance. What will become of Mother? She has been locked in the woodshed. The steward managing the woodshed is in cahoots with her, maintaining a close relationship. Even now, with the third Anne in power, he remains loyal to Mother. Given the severity of her actions, she must be furious. I could see it in her eyes, as if she wished to kill her. The woodshed is drafty and frigid. If the steward neglects his duties, Mother may let us refrain from calling her and Oppose, Mother and Oppose. When we speak of her in private, let us refer to her as the First Lady. Li Xiaoran remarked dismissively. She neither bore us nor treats us well. Addressing her as Mother feels disingenuous. People die for wealth, just as birds perish for food. Money can move mountains. You need not worry about the steward. Simply offer him a bit more silver to manage things accordingly. If he accepts the bribe, our affairs will proceed smoothly. Even if he hesitates, there are ways to ensure he complies. Third sister, I perceive his unwavering loyalty to the First Lady. What if he feigns acceptance and then betrays us? Such treachery is not unprecedented. He has conspired with the First Lady before to undermine a certain concubine. I harbor reservations about him. Over the years, he must have accepted some form of kickback or bribe. We will leverage that angle. You need only follow my instructions to deliver the silver, and I will handle the rest. Thank you, third sister. But what of the 5-stone powder? Administer the 5-stone powder discreetly. Let her consume it before leaving the estate. But third sister father intends to confine Mother for half a month. When will the First Lady take us to the Ling and Oppose and temple for prayers? If during this time, do not concern yourself. I have my methods. Li Jiayan sighed. Third sister, you have truly transformed. Over the years, you have concealed your brilliance so well, exhibiting keen insight and an ability to navigate challenges effortlessly. If only I possessed half your resilience and intellect. Li Xiaoran smiled bitterly, her heart aching. In her father and Oppose's lifetime, she had been cherished and pampered, innocent and compassionate. But after the family and Oppose's tragic demise, she had morphed into a ruthless, unyielding individual, almost unrecognizable. In the quiet solitude of the night, a profound sense of desolation enveloped her, much like frost clinging to the treetops. No one relishes strength. The more one displays it, the more it inflicts pain. Although she despised her current self, hypocritical and merciless, willing to resort to any means for revenge, she had never regretted embarking on this irreversible path. She vowed to pursue vengeance relentlessly, even if it led her to the depths of despair, enduring a fate worse than death. Chapter 94. Thorny weeds beside her. Li Jiayan sensed the sorrow emanating from Li Xiaoran and was startled, fearing she had misspoken. She hurriedly explained, Third sister, I did not intend to bring up your past. Please do not hold it against me. Li Xiaoran replied flatly, It is of no consequence. Then she turned to Hugh, saying, Let us depart. Huier nodded in agreement. As Li Jiayan watched Li Xiaoran walk away, she clenched her handkerchief, berating herself for her thoughtless words. Following Li Xiaoran, Huier muttered, Fourth aunt should have bitten the First Lady to death. Keeping her around is truly a disaster. Huier harbored resentment towards Song, who had managed to survive. Li Xiaoran responded, Indeed, she is a calamity. However, as for my lady, I shall ensure she receives her due fate. Huier nodded emphatically, her confidence unwavering as she gazed at Li Xiaoran's back. She trusted her mistress's resolve and capabilities. As night fell and darkness enveloped the land, only the faint glow of the moonlight remained. The words spoken by Li Jiayan earlier plagued Li Xiaoran, tossing and turning in bed, finding it increasingly difficult to sleep. Restless, she threw off her covers and approached the wooden table, intending to pour herself some tea when her expression suddenly shifted. Being a practitioner of martial arts, she sent someone outside the door. With a cold tone, she announced, Do not hide. I know you are out there. The voice that followed was that of a woman. Miss, let me in. I have been sent to protect you. Li Xiaoran frowned slightly. Who sent you? The Regent. Return to him and tell him to keep his distance. The woman outside fell silent for a long moment, unable to fathom who would dare to issue such a command to the Regent. What kind of enchantment had this third miss of the Li family cast upon him to warrant such protection? Though she felt discontent with this so-called third miss and longed to leave, she recognized this was a task assigned by the Regent. Failure to complete, it would certainly lead to punishment. To avoid such a fate, she resolved to remain until her mission was fulfilled. You may choose not to accept the Regent and amp, oppose, as kindness or even acknowledge my presence, but I shall remain by your side to protect you. It is late, you should rest, and I will keep watch outside. Keep watch outside. The night was bitterly cold, and even with ample clothing, she risked freezing to death. If Yuan Junlan sought to create mischief, she had no desire to be a part of it. The door swung open to reveal a woman clad in a thick cotton coat, possessing an unremarkable appearance, yet exuding a rugged, masculine quality. This woman appeared to be in her 30s, holding a sword, with an air of confidence and independence. As Li Xiuran observed this woman, the woman, too, scrutinized Li Xiuran. The first thing that caught her attention was the pair of eyes that resembled a desolate well, calm yet devoid of light, initially appearing bright like a hidden tide. But upon closer inspection, they were indeed dull and lifeless, as if no tempest or disaster could stir even a ripple within. Such eyes on a young woman were astonishing. One could only wonder what experiences had led to such a gaze. Are you staring at my eyes because I have eye boogers? Li Xiuran and Oppo's serious demeanor took the woman by surprise, nearly causing her to choke on her laughter as she turned her face away, coughing to mask her embarrassment. Li Xiuran, however, remained stoic, finding no humor in the situation. Leave for where you came. I do not require your protection. If you insist on staying outside, do not blame me if you freeze to death. Miss, my name is Chioning. The woman remained undeterred by Li Xiuran and Oppo's threats. It is late. You should rest. I will keep watch outside. Li Xiuran narrowed her eyes, repeating the name Chioning in her mind, finding it evocative of the martial world. She smirked. Why has the Regent sent you? He instructed me to carry out any task without questioning the reasons. I simply follow his orders. Such loyalty, Li Xiuran chuckled lightly. Since you are so devoted, then remain outside. If the cold becomes unbearable, feel free to return home. Chioning's expression soured at this comment. Was this how one spoke of loyalty? Just as she was about to feel pleased, Li Xiuran's next words doused her enthusiasm like cold water. Maintaining her composure, she stood firmly at the door, declaring, I shall not return home. I will keep watch here. Li Xiuran, without a word, turned and closed the door. Once inside, she felt her palms grow cold. After exhaling a breath, she began to rub her hands together. Pouring herself a cup of tea, she climbed into bed, pulling the covers over her. The wind howled, making sleep elusive. Li Xiuran's thoughts drifted. Had Yuan Junlan sent such a capable protector upon learning of Zijing's plight? If so, he must be closely monitoring Chu Yuan's every move. The man she once loved now seemed to cherish a version of herself that was no longer entirely her own. She reached up to touch her cheek, noting its newfound smoothness. In the past, while following her father in the military, her skin had been rough and tanned, hardly appealing. No wonder Yuan Junlan had once rejected her. There was no need to dwell on the past, Li Xiuran reminded herself, striving to lull her mind to sleep, attempting to stave off overthinking. Yet, no matter how she turned, slumber eluded her. She glanced outside. The darkness was overwhelming, and the wind continued its fierce howling. She looked toward the door, lost in thought. Suddenly, she quietly slipped out of bed and tiptoed to the door, pressing herself against a beam and straining to listen to the sounds outside. Holding her breath, she suppressed her presence, not wishing to alert the woman outside. She could sense that Chioning's martial prowess surpassed her own. Lost in contemplation, she suddenly heard the sound of Chioning drawing a sharp breath. Li Xiuran Siga. This woman was indeed tenacious. What drove her to remain outside, even at the risk of freezing to death? The underlings of Yuan Junlan were truly formidable and unnerving. In an unexpected moment, Li Xiuran gently opened the door and, following her instincts, glanced sideways to find Chioning curled up in a ball, clutching her sword in the windbreak. Even in the sheltered spot, the frost of a night was merciless. Chioning's complexion was pale, her body trembling, and her clothing dusted with frost. Li Xiuran felt a pang of sympathy. She swiftly stepped over the threshold and moved to Chioning's side, enveloping her in a protective embrace. At that moment, the frostbitten woman opened her eyes wide, a glint of wariness flashing in her gaze. Li Xiaoran maintained a solemn expression as she addressed her coldly. Your life or death is of no concern to me, but if you perish here, it reflects upon Li household. Chapter 95. No mercy. Qiu Ning's lips quivered, her words failing her, but she paid no heed, swiftly carrying her into the maid and Apos as quarters. After the passing of Zijing, Hui and Apos, lay in Zijing and Apos' bed, her heart heavy with sorrow, plagued by restless sleep in recent days. As Li Xiaohuan settled Qiu Ning upon the bed, Hui languidly opened her eyes. Rubbing the sleep from her vision, she murmured, "Miss, is that you?" The scent of Li Xiaohuan enveloped her. "Please light the candle," she requested. Upon hearing Li Xiaohuan and Apos' voice, Hui felt a surge of security, and she stumbled in the dark to ignite the flame. Once the candle flickered to life, her first inquiry was, "Miss, why are you awake at this late hour?" Li Xiaohuan remained silent, prompting Hui and Apos to glance towards her, only then noticing another presence in the room. Surprised, she hurried to Li Xiaohuan's side, pointing at Qiu Ning. "Miss, who is this person, and where did she come from?" As winter descended, the season often brought with it a tide of refugees, and Hui and Apos feared that Qiu Ning might be one of them. "She is my maid, named Qiu Ning." Li Xiaohuan refrained from disclosing the origins of Qiu Ning, as she herself was unaware. "From now on, she will reside here with you, and you must learn to coexist harmoniously." Hui and Apos let out a long "oh," scrutinizing Qiu Ning from head to toe, her mind swirling with questions. Having spent her days closely following her mistress, she wondered when Li Xiaohuan had secretly sought a new maid for Chu Yuyuan. Moreover, Qiu Ning's appearance did not resemble that of a typical maid. She appeared to be of considerable age. With a blink, Hui and Apos sensed that her mistress had changed so much that she felt unrecognizable. "By the way, Hui and Apos, please go to my room and fetch the heater. She is just coming from the cold," Li Xiaohuan instructed. Hui instantly frowned, feeling a twinge of discomfort at how generously her mistress treated the new maid. Pouting, she stood her ground, awkwardly replying, "Miss, that heater is meant for your warmth." Li Xiaohuan couldn't help but chuckle. Hui was notoriously unable to mask her feelings, expressing her thoughts candidly, which was both endearing and amusing. The departure of Zijing had left a void that was difficult for both Li Xiaohuan and Hui to accept. The introduction of a new maid would inevitably stir feelings of resistance in Hui. Sensing her unease, Li Xiaohuan spoke with artistry. "Hui, I care for you too. Today, let us place the heater in this room, so you can enjoy some warmth as well." Qiu Ning has just endured the chill outside. Her limbs stiff and unable to move. She looks quite pitiable. "You are usually kind-hearted, so surely you would and Apos. Do you want to see her freeze to death, would you?" With a reluctant sigh, Hui and Apos eventually relented and headed to fetch the heater. As she carried it back, she began to appreciate Li Xiaohuan and Apos as perspective. The older Qiu Ning indeed appeared to have suffered from the cold. After delivering the heater, Hui suggested, "Miss, I have some ginger on hand. Shall I make her ginger tea?" Li Xiaohuan nodded. "Go ahead." Hui and Apos, as transformation filled Li Xiaohuan with admiration. In such a short time, Hui and Apos had grasped the situation well, demonstrating her maturity. After consuming the ginger tea, Qiu Ning felt her body gradually warm. Observing her complexion, Li Xiaohuan noted it was no longer as pallid as before. Introducing Hui and Apos, she said, "This is my personal maid, Hui and Apos. Since you are determined to protect me, you may stay, but you must learn to coexist peacefully with Hui and Apos. I do not engage with others. I prefer to keep to myself," Qiu Ning retorted, casting a glance at Hui. Qiu Ning's words incited a fierce reaction from Hui, who, hands on her hips, pointed accusingly at Qiu Ning. "Do you have no conscience? I bring you warmth and ginger tea, yet you refuse to get along? What have I done to deserve this?" If you want an Apos, tea treat me well, then I shan't an Apos, tea treat you well either. With that, she turned her back, shoulders shaking slightly. Her muffled sobs barely audible. Li Xiaohuan and Apos' gaze pierced through Qiu Ning like a dagger, brimming with warning. Her deep-set eyes bore into Qiu Ning, who initially seemed indifferent, but soon felt an overwhelming pressure. A vague sense of trepidation began to stir within her. Having survived numerous assassination attempts and encountered various individuals, few had ever matched the unsettling intensity of Li Xiuhuan's gaze. It felt as if she were drowning, utterly immobilized, the sensation akin to impending doom. At 28 years of age, she had never anticipated that a youthful child could exude such formidable intent. I believe Yuan Junlan sent you not to serve as a lady's maid, but to protect and attend to me. Let me make this clear. If you refuse to obey orders or show disrespect to me, you are free to leave. However, should you choose to stay by my side, be forewarned, should you commit either of those grave offenses, I shall show no mercy. Your martial prowess does not surpass mine. Even if I were to be outmatched, I possess myriad means to deal with you. My first course of action would be to invoke Yuan Junlan's name. Li Xiuhuan's smile was laced with mischief. You must wonder why he cares for me, do you not? If you wish to spare him any trouble, I suggest you follow my instructions closely, at least during your time of protection. Xiaoning averted her gaze, feeling a hint of embarrassment. I was wrong on my words earlier. From now on, I shall strive to get along with you. Hui and Appos turned, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I don't want to be friends with you, she huffed, dramatically flopping onto the bed, enveloping herself in the covers. Li Xiuhuan cast a glance at Xiaoning, her message clear. Handle this situation yourself. Xiaoning looked at the figure beneath the blanket, feeling a chill settle in her heart. Though they were of similar age, Hui and Appos seemed utterly immature, while she herself found it challenging to communicate with her. Moreover, Hui had managed to dominate her, revealing the disparity in their emotional maturity. Faced with Li Xiuhuan's penetrating gaze, Xiaoning relented. Leave it to me. I will ensure to cheer her up and get along with her. Li Xiuhuan and Appos' smile remained, though it held a hint of skepticism. Let's hope for the best. Xiaoning watched as Hui departed, contemplating the path ahead. Chapter 96. Afflicted by illness 3 days later, the snow outside had accumulated thickly. With the worsening weather, the old matriarch's condition had deteriorated significantly. Blood began to appear in the phlegm she coughed up. Li Xiude summoned all the imperial physicians, who each took turns examining the old lady. He even called upon wandering physicians from the martial world. The old lady and Appos' room was cluttered with various medicinal herbs, and the air was thick with their strong aroma. However, after several days of consuming medicine, there had been no signs of improvement. Instead, as the weather worsened, her reluctance to leave her room increased, and her health continued to decline. During these days, Songshi had not visited the Liuli courtyard, choosing instead to recuperate in her own Huron courtyard. Her facial injuries were severe, and the doctor reported that they had become infected and suppurated. Had it not been winter, her face would likely have been a grotesque sight. She spent her days in Huron courtyard, trying every remedy she could think of, though their efficacy remained uncertain. Li Xiuhuan, however, had little interest in exacerbating Songshi's suffering. Her mind was presently consumed with thoughts of Linen Temple. Thus, she brought Li Jiayan to visit the old lady. The old matriarch, initially resting on a soft couch with her eyes closed, sat up at their arrival, aided by Granny Wei. Granny Wei swiftly positioned a cushion behind her. Li Xiuhuan and Li Jiayan greeted the old lady with deep reverence, speaking in unison. Grandmother, how do you fare today? The old lady's tightly pursed lips parted. It's rare for you both to come together. Do take a seat. She then instructed Granny Wei to bring out some pastries and tea. Today, Li Xiuhuan wore a pale green garment, draped with a white jacket. Her hair casually styled in a celestial bun adorned with pearls, exuding an ethereal beauty. Her eyes, like water, held a hint of melancholy, yet appeared piercing, as if they could see through all deception. In contrast, Li Jiayan appeared particularly haggard, clad in a flowing blue gown, the hue failing to mask the sorrow etched in her features. Her cheeks were devoid of color, lending her a fragile beauty. Grandmother, how do you feel today? Li Xiuhuan asked, her brow furrowed with concern. I am truly worried. The old lady coughed dryly. The sound emanating from her chest was distressing to hear. Speaking had become considerably more laborious for her. After pausing to gather herself, Li Xiuhuan took the old lady and Appos' hand gently. Grandmother, Li Jiayin watched in silence, accustomed to being overlooked, to the point where she rarely expressed herself before her elders, much less her affection for them. As she observed the tender exchange between Li Xiuwan and the old lady, a fleeting look of envy and sorrow crossed her face. After all, that was her grandmother too. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are determined by heaven, the old lady said with a faint smile. Having lived to this age, I have seen through many things. You need not worry. I do not take these matters to heart. Once this winter passes, my health will improve. Indeed, it will. Li Xiuwan echoed. I wish to go to Lin and Apo's and temple to pray for you, though it may take some time due to my mother's condition. Alas, my heart cannot find peace until I visit. At the mention of Song Shi, the old lady and Apo's expression darkened. Xiuwan, do not bring her up. She was already aware of the altercation between Song Shi and Xing Shi in Hurong courtyard. Had she not been burdened with illness, she would have taken matters into her own hands to deal with them. Her son, Li Xiuda, was often preoccupied, and managing disputes among women in the household was beyond his capacity. Having encountered all manners of women in her lifetime, she could easily handle Song Shi and Xing Shi. She cast a sidelong glance at Li Jiayin and said sternly, Jiayin, you should advise your mother. How dare a concubine create such a ruckus in the main courtyard? I wonder who has emboldened her. Your father, as punishment, was quite lenient this time. Li Jiayin lowered her gaze, responding weakly, I shall heed grandmother and Apo's words. A wave of grievance washed over her. It was not that she had not tried to intervene, but perhaps only Jean Rou could deter her mother in her eyes. With red-rimmed eyes, she bowed her head further. Li Xiuwan sighed inwardly at the old lady and Apo's unyielding words, but her resolve remained firm. Grandmother, please do not blame fourth sister. I was present at the time and saw her pleading with fourth aunt not to quarrel with mother. Fourth sister knows her place. Let us not dwell on the quarrel between fourth aunt and mother. Instead, let us discuss the trip to Lin and Apo's and temple, Li Xiuwan suggested, glancing at Li Jiayin, who had just lifted her head. Li Xiuwan exchanged a knowing look with her, and Li Jiayin quickly understood. Grandmother, I too wish to accompany third sister to Lin and temple, she said, her voice quivering, not only to pray for you, but also to seek a good dream for myself. Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke. These days have been hard for me. I have too many burdens weighing on my heart. I pray for your well-being and for my mother's, too. The old lady pressed her lips tightly together, the creases at the corners deepening as she regarded Li Jiayin with a complex expression. Jiayin, your words touch my heart. However, your mother has indeed gone too far this time. You must guide her. Extremes are never wise. If you wish to visit Lin and temple, perhaps we should wait until her wounds have healed. Li Xiuwan interjected, Grandmother, it is not just fourth sister who wishes to go. I am eager to visit as well. I fear mother's wounds will not heal for at least 10 days or half a month. The old lady raised a hand to halt the discussion. Xiuwan, if you and Jiayin go together now, others may take offense. You must consider the greater picture. I appreciate your filial piety, but it may inadvertently make you targets of others and Apo's disdain. Moreover, the snow outside is quite heavy. It is dangerous for two young women to venture out, especially to such a distant place. My worries are profound. The old lady took many factors into account, some of which Li Xiuwan had anticipated. Indeed, if she were to be the first to journey to Lin and Apo's and temple, others would only perceive her and Li Jiayin as monopolizing the title of filial daughters. It seemed the old lady's considerations were thorough. Initially, Li Xiuwan had thought to go with Li Jiayin to lure Song Shi into following suit. Since the proposal to take all the women of the Li household to Lin and temple had been made, Li Xiuwan pondered Song Shi's motives. The only conclusion she could draw was that Song Shi would undoubtedly exploit this opportunity to further her own agenda. She wanted to see at which juncture Song Shi would make her move. Regardless of where Song Shi planned to strike, as long as she could reach Lin and Apo's and temple safely, it would be her only chance to thwart Song Shi's schemes. Once Song Shi was out of the picture, Li Lingyun would certainly return. Chapter 97. The transformation of the elderly. Now that the old matriarch had made up her mind, there was nothing left to do but wait for a while. It would take at least 10 days to a fortnight for Song and Appo's face to recover, and by then, even if no one pleaded on behalf of Xing, she would still be able to accompany the others to Linen Temple. With this thought, Li Xiuran smiled faintly and said, "Grandmother, I am still young and my thoughts do not encompass the details you consider. I have overlooked the feelings of others, and I hope you will not reproach me." "You dear child," the old matriarch chuckled, "your filial piety is understood, my dear. How could I find fault with you? You worry too much." Yet as she spoke, a violent cough erupted from her, as if her lungs were about to expel themselves. Wei Mama's brow furrowed in concern, her complexion paling. "Oh, madam, please refrain from speaking." The old matriarch continued to cough. A thick phlegm lodged in her chest, producing peculiar sounds from her throat. The harsh cough echoed repeatedly, making her face flush with discomfort as she struggled to catch her breath. Finally, after Wei Mama's vigorous patting on her back, she expelled the phlegm into a spittoon with a retch. Li Xiuran noticed that the phlegm was tinged with red, her brow furrowing slightly, though she relaxed just as quickly. She personally peeled a pear for the old matriarch and soon presented it to her. "Grandmother, please eat this pear. It has a soothing effect on the lungs. Seeing you cough so distressingly truly pains me as your granddaughter. If only I could take your cough upon myself instead." The old matriarch closed her eyes, straining to smile in response to Li Xiuran, but her advanced age and the recent ordeal rendered her too exhausted, and she soon drifted into a light slumber. Li Xiuran gazed at her grandmother's aged visage, worry creeping into her heart. The old matriarch's physical condition left much to be desired, and Li Xiuran feared she might not last until the day Song brought the ladies to Lin and Appo's, and temple to pray for blessings. She furrowed her brow, a thought passing through her mind, before her lips curved into a smile. "Sister, I believe grandmother seems weary. Shall we step outside to allow her to rest?" Li Jiaqian suggested, but Wei Mama gestured for silence. Li Jiaqian and Appo's expression faltered, sadness washing over her, as if everything she did was wrong. Li Xiuran whispered something in Wei Mama's ear, and then led Li Jiaqian outside. It was only after they stepped out of the Liuli courtyard that Li Jiaqian spoke up. "Sister, the injuries on the first Madame and Appo's face will not heal quickly. If we wait another 10 days to a fortnight to go to Lin and Appo's and temple, I fear my mother has suffered multiple blows. With the use of wuxia powder, she has become emaciated beyond recognition. If we continue to delay, I worry that she may not survive to reach Linen Temple." She was burdened with thoughts, and the more she consumed the powder, the deeper she sank into despair. "I cannot afford to lose my mother as well as my dear sister. I do not understand what I have done to deserve this from heaven, for I have lived earnestly." Others share the same worry about not reaching Linen Temple, yet there are still other concerns. Li Xiuran's confident demeanor left Li Jiaqian perplexed. "Just wait and see," she said. "Hui and Appo's, let us depart," Li Xiuran commanded, and Hui and Appo's, stepped past Li Jiaqian, following closely behind her. Li Jiaqian watched their retreating figures, confusion in her almond-shaped eyes gradually transforming into resentment. She realized that her misfortunes had begun the moment Li Xiuran was rescued from the lake. Clenching her fists, she found herself torn between conflicting emotions, struggling to make sense of it all. With instinct telling her it was Li Xiuran and Appo's fault, yet upon reflection, she found it hard to connect her misfortunes with Li Xiuran. She closed her eyes, feeling the rise and fall of her breath, and sighed heavily. At this juncture, with no choice left, she could only continue forward. That evening, Li Xiuran sought out Gua. The following day, Gua visited Furong courtyard under the pretense of checking on Song and Appo's injury. The day after, a maid from Chuyuan came with news, urging preparations for a trip to Lin and Appo's, and temple to pray for the old matriarch. Upon receiving this news, Li Xiuran smiled faintly, impressed by Gua and Appo's resourcefulness. She immediately sought out Li Xiuda, persuading him to allow Xing to accompany them to Lin and Appo's, and temple. With her eloquence, she gradually convinced him, and ultimately he agreed. The next morning, the Li residence was a flurry of activity, with sounds of moving belongings, shouting, and arguing echoing throughout. Even from a distance, Li Xiaoran could hear the commotion from Chu Yuan. She quickly packed her belongings, taking only a few changes of clothes and lip balm, leaving everything else behind. Huier chattered on, "Miss, we are going on a long journey. You should bring more just in case." Li Xiaoran propped her chin on her hands, gazing quizzically at Huier. "Hurry and pack your things. Why bring so much? I need not take anything." Hui and Amp, Oppos, grinned, stubbornly placing cosmetics in Li Xiaoran and Amp, Oppos' luggage, insisting that she must look presentable. Once the packing was complete, Huier sighed in relief. "Miss, we are ready to set off." Suddenly, Li Xiaoran remembered something and walked to the adjoining room. "Spotting Q, Ning," she said, "you should pack your things and come with us." Xiao Ning lifted her sword, her belongings hanging from it. Seeing the sword, Li Xiaoran felt it was too conspicuous. "You should switch that for a more portable knife." Xiao Ning was displeased. "Why? Too conspicuous. There is no need to invite unnecessary trouble. Be more discreet." Xiao Ning shrugged, removing her belongings. "As you wish." Huier happened to reach the doorway and retorted, "When speaking to Miss, you should use you. Do you not understand manners?" Huier, ever polite, seemed to take the opportunity to correct Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning, recalling her earlier words upon arriving at Chu Yuan, had inadvertently hurt Huier's feelings. She looked at Huier and replied, "I will use respectful language next time." "I understand." She did not argue with Huier, nor did she raise her voice, as she wished to remain by Li Xiaoran's side. Huier huffed and turned to follow Li Xiaoran, while Xiao Ning pressed her temples, sighing, "Why must my master put me through such trials at my age? Could she not assign someone else?" Xiao Ning followed suit, trailing behind Li Xiaoran like Huier. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she spoke up, "Miss, my master may also be heading to Linen Temple." Li Xiaoran halted in her tracks, her heart sinking at the thought of encountering Yuan Junlan. Her expression soured, and she muttered, "Isn't he the regent? Assisting the emperor with countless affairs, he surely has no time for Linen Temple." Chapter 98. Disregarding hierarchy, autumn condensation could distinctly perceive Li Xiuyue's aversion towards Yuan Junlan. "I am uncertain of his arrival. I merely overheard it." Upon uttering these words, autumn condensation could not help but touch her forehead. Was she, a woman of 28 years, not only burdened with labor, but also tasked with appeasing a girl in her teens? Well, then, enduring a few days will eventually pass. She was somewhat perplexed. How venerable was their master? Second to none, revered by all. Would young girls not be enamored upon seeing him? Yet, this young lady seemed devoid of infatuation, harboring instead a sense of animosity. Autumn condensation inwardly pitied Yuan Junlan, hoping their master did not love this young lady, for the suffering would be immense. What could be more wretched, more melancholic, more desolate, more forlorn than loving one who does not reciprocate? Outside the Li residence, a row of carriages was neatly arranged at the entrance. The first carriage was the most opulent, its curtains crafted from silk, its windows adorned with glass and pearls, veiled by brown crepe. The character Li was inscribed at the rear, accentuated with red pigment and outlined with black ink, exuding a sense of grandeur. Why has the first madam not arrived? It is truly vexing. She is so dilatory, and the weather is frigid. I wish to occupy the second carriage. Refrain from contesting with me later. I rode in the last carriage previously. It is my turn to enjoy a more comfortable one. You are the most optimistic. Try to secure it if you can. Your previous position in the last carriage merely signifies your lack of competence. Blame no one else. How eloquent. Are you not afraid of becoming a laughingstock? The female members of the household, gathered at the entrance, were disputing over carriage assignments. The most extravagant carriage was beyond their reach, but they sought the most spacious and comfortable among the rest. After a noisy exchange, no resolution was achieved. The concubines were flushed, glaring at each other, their faces as grim as if covered in frost. Li Xue stood amidst the crowd, mentally blocking out their voices. Third sister, Li Jiating called out. Li Xiuyue followed the sound and saw Li Jiating and Xing Shi and Amp, Oppos. S countenance was exceedingly gaunt, her facial contours sagging, appearing feeble and lacking firmness. Even heavy makeup could not restore her former vivacity and allure. Li Xiuyue approached Li Jiating, exchanged a glance, and addressed Xing Shi, fourth madam. Xingshi stared blankly at Li Xiaoyue, responding listlessly. Seeing her mother's indifference towards Li Xiaoyue, Li Jiating smiled apologetically at Li Xiaoyue. Third sister, my mother. The first madam has arrived. A voice from afar interrupted Li Jiating's thoughts, and she shifted her gaze toward Songshi. In her eyes, Li Xiaoyue perceived surprise. Li Xiaoyue casually followed Li Jiating and Amp, Oppo's gaze and saw Songshi wearing a veil. As the cold wind swept past, the veil fluttered, revealing glimpses of bandages. Today, she was adorned in opulent attire, with golden hairpins overlapping and gleaming, a red-brown brocade gown, and a black sable cloak draped over her shoulders. With every step, jade bangles flashed, displaying her wealth. Li Xiaoyue smiled, thinking, it is good that she has come. Songshi sauntered over, casting a sidelong glance at Xingshi and her daughter, her eyes brimming with unconcealed animosity. Xingshi averted her gaze, unwilling to meet Songshi and Amp, Oppo's eyes. The day she quarreled with Songshi and was confined to the woodshed, she had realized the meaning of belated fear. Once the effects of the wuxia had worn off, she realized her audacity. Even though Xingshi lowered her head, Songshi's gaze remained unrelenting. Li Jiating felt uneasy and moved closer to Li Xiaoyue. Songshi's gaze met Li Xiaoyue's, and in their encounter, something seemed to surge in the air. The fiery sparks made one feel surrounded by layers of gloom. Since when did everyone in the Li mansion know that Songshi and Li Xiaoyue were at odds? They keenly sensed that their eyes revealed the intention to put each other to death with every blink. Li Qianjiao, standing beside Songshi, abruptly shoved Li Xiaoyue, exclaiming, "Upon seeing your mother, you do not greet her? Do you intend to disregard hierarchy?" At that moment, Autumn Condensation was about to react, but Li Xiaoyue stopped her with a glance. Autumn Condensation moved her lips and stepped back. Although Li Qianjiao's push was forceful, Li Xiaoyue remained unperturbed, her feet unmoving. She coldly regarded Li Qianjiao, who was dressed in finery, wearing a white velvet and purple shirt, her complexion rosy and delicate like a peach blossom. A butterfly hairpin adorned her temples, and a pink narcissus floral skirt trailed on the ground, exuding elegance and nobility. Despite her beauty, her face was contorted with rage, appearing incongruous with her appearance. Li Qianjiao detested Li Xiaoyue from the bottom of her heart. Facing Li Xiaoyue and Oppo's icy gaze, she glared back, retorting, "Am I wrong?" Songshi was taken aback. With so many people present, Qianjiao's push was inappropriate. She rebuked in a low voice, "Qianjiao." Li Qianjiao was aggressive and domineering, intimidating those around her into silence. Li Jiating and Xingshi remained silent, as if they had not heard Li Qianjiao and Oppo's words or seen Li Xiaoyue and Oppo's predicament. Guoshi and Qinshi exchanged glances, and Guoshi finally spoke. "Qianjiao, your third sister has not committed any offense against hierarchy, has she? Even if she had, there are many elders present who would point it out and correct her. Are you, as a junior, so eager to reprimand your third sister? Is that not somewhat inappropriate? The loudest and most assertive does not necessarily mean being right. Should such behavior be known to others, would you not fear incurring a negative reputation?" Li Xiaoyue smiled and gratefully glanced at Guoshi. Li Qianjiao glared at Guoshi, her chest heaving with anger, but she could not find a rebuttal. She snorted coldly. Songshi immediately came to Li Qianjiao and Oppo's rescue. A minor squabble among juniors is insignificant. They are sisters, and occasional bickering is normal. Guoshi retorted with a smile. "But I have never seen a squabble that involves physical violence." Others nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Songshi and Li Qianjiao changing. Songshi's lips twitched fiercely. Guoshi, like a vengeful spirit, was constantly opposing her. Once Li Xiaoyue was dealt with, she would eliminate this troublesome pest who had been hindering her for years. I firmly believe that Qianjiao merely lost control momentarily. Songshi attempted to continue, but Li Qianjiao tugged at her sleeve. Songshi glanced at her, and Li Qianjiao pouted, her face extremely displeased. She did not understand why her mother had to be so compromising. Had the Jinru incident not passed? Had she not received the punishment she deserved? Why must she continue to swallow her pride? The last time she was struck by that Li Xiaoyue, her mother remained silent, citing the need for a broader perspective. Now, her mother was doing it again. She had had enough. Chapter 99. Helplessness. A mother knows her daughter best. Song cast a stern glance at Li Qianjiao, reminding her that there were many witnesses present. Under the weight of Song and Amp, Appo's gaze, Li Qianjiao, infuriated, stormed away. The other concubines shook their heads, their expressions tinged with disdainful regret. This so-called young lady had not always behaved in such a manner. Previously, she had been known for her humility, grace, and approachability. Today, they bore witness to her rude and willful side, a revelation too startling to believe had they only heard it from others. Song was acutely aware of the scrutinizing eyes around her, her hands clenched tightly into fists within her sleeves. Continuing from her earlier remarks, she noted that Qianjiao had been up at dawn to attend to the matriarch in the Liuli courtyard, and upon seeing the old woman in her frail state, her mood had soured. Perhaps her emotions had spiraled out of control, and she asked for their understanding. These minor characters were hardly worth her concern. If not for the fear of unpleasant gossips circulating, she would have paid them no mind at all. She steadied herself, realizing that time was of the essence, and suggested they all prepare to depart. As departure was mentioned, the women, disregarding the grievances between Li Xiujuan and Li Qianjiao, eagerly rushed toward the more spacious and comfortable carriages. They clamored excitedly in Song's ear. However, Guo and Qin were unperturbed, no matter how the concubines fussed. Their journey would be no less comfortable. They invited Li Xiujuan to join them, and she chose to sit beside Guo. The horses emitted low snorts, and at the driver's command, they began to trot. Inside the carriage, Guo turned to Li Xiujuan and remarked, "Xiujuan, have you noticed how Li Qianjiao has regressed during these days of absence? She no longer embodies the demeanor expected of a lady of her standing. Song, preoccupied with pleasing the matriarch and your father, must have neglected to properly educate her." Typically, Qianjiao had comported herself with decorum and spoken with restraint, yet today, she was truly astonishing. Leaning back against the carriage, Li Xiujuan closed her eyes, lost in thought, while Guo frowned, a hint of discontent flickering across her features. It was then that Li Xiujuan slowly spoke. Li Qianjiao and Amp, Appo's gentility, her serene